Zhao Yao stood frozen, staring at the antique calendar on the wall. Monday, September 9th, 1985, the 25th day of the 7th lunar month, year of the wood ox. I've actually been reborn. In his previous life, as the personal bodyguard of a billionaire CEO, he had accompanied his boss on a business trip to the United States. He thought it would be a paid vacation. But unexpectedly, they were caught in a shooting by armed assailants, and both were gunned down on the streets of Las Vegas. In his final moments, seeing the mastermind step out of a car, he realized it was too late. He could only die with his eyes wide open in rage. Perhaps his injustice truly reached the heavens, for he had been reborn. An honorable man does not leave revenge unfulfilled. 10 years to repay a grudge is nonsense. Now that I've been granted a second life, this blood debt will be settled even across lifetimes. But now, Zhao Yao was just a high school student. To seek revenge, he had to climb upwards. Only by reaching a sufficient height would he have the chance to face his enemy. Otherwise, before a billionaire, he was nothing but an ant. Fortunately, it was now 1985, the turbulent, eventful 1980s. If he could seize the opportunity, rising to power wouldn't be difficult. Stop talking such nonsense. Sun Hongxiang scowled, his face dark. Your mother's afraid you'll leave and never come back, just like your father. He was Wang Lihong's maternal uncle, exactly as he had been in Zhao Yao's past life, having come specifically to discuss Zhao Yao's schooling. The paper on the Kong-heated brick bed was printed with faded characters, some areas revealing the bare earth beneath. They lived in a flat-roofed house built uniformly for the irrigation district tread brick foundation, adobe walls above. The Kong was papered over with old scrolls and books, yellowed by years of smoke and soot, never renewed after his father's departure. The roof, coated with fishback rolling water alkaline mud, was wind-resistant and leak-proof. When his father was alive, Zhao Yao slept on the side, near the stove his 3 half-sisters squeezed into the storage room. In wrestling, weight classes mattered more than height. Sisters competing weren't on the same level. Zhao Yao was a top student. His 3 half-sisters were academic failures. Now his uncle was helping these underachievers compete with him for the chance to go to school. Only a relative would scold so harshly. His stepmother kept nagging, "I don't know where your father's gone," losing his mind in some fox spirit's arms. "He's abandoned us, but you can't abandon us." And then he never returned, leaving Zhao Yao to live with his stepmother and 3 half-sisters. This room was converted from a kitchen storage area 1.8 meters wide, 3.5 meters deep. The house was nearly bare. In the main room, newspapers and students' exam papers were pasted on the walls and ceiling. Cough, cough. Zhao Yao was suddenly choked by smoke, even brought to tears. "I want to go to school. I'm still young. I don't want to get married. Besides, I'm the only son in the Zhao family. How could I possibly become a son-in-law in another household?" Even if Zhao Yao enlisted and later became an officer through military merit, his post-marriage life would still be unbearable, worse than the worst. He must prevent this tragedy at all costs. But how? That was the question. His stepmother and Zhao Yao stood on the floor, the room packed full. This was Zhao Yao's one and only attempt to fight his fate. After being promoted to officer through battlefield achievements, Wang Lihong tracked him down at the military base. He understood his stepmother feared he'd abandon them. But did she have to be so cruel? Now her older brother, Wang Lihong's uncle Sun Hongxiang, sat on the edge of the calm. Zhao Yao's biological mother had died giving birth to him. His father raised him alone, single-handedly, until he was 10. It was a bit dirty. The yard had no wall, only a fence made of branches. A virtuous wife brings peace to her husband. Wang Lihong was the complete opposite. Moreover, Zhao Yao harbored a deep obsession to return to his former boss's social circle, find that woman and her illegitimate child, and exact revenge for both his boss and himself. Without a university education, he couldn't enter that world, and without entering, no revenge was possible. A casual slap, but his uncle's strength was immense. Sun Hongxiang was a champion of the Natum wrestling competition, had reached the top 16 nationally, and earned the title of Falcon-ranked wrestler. Unbearable to recall. A brilliant future, ruined by one wrong marriage and a spoiled, willful woman. Sun Hongxiang took a deep drag of his cigarette. "Lihong is your half-sister, no blood relation. Marrying her would strengthen family ties. Then you wouldn't abandon these 4 women." The stepmother turned and left. After a long silence, his uncle suddenly said, "Your mother wants you to marry Lihong." Zhao Yao looked around. The family was desperately poor. The only household appliance was a semiconductor radio. His stepmother kept muttering, "What's the use of studying? Isn't it just throwing money at a duck's head? Teachers don't earn as much as your uncle." Zhao Yao's biological parents had poor political backgrounds. Both were sent-down youths. Zhao Yao shook his head, trying to clear his mind, then turned to look at his chattering uncle. Puff! Zhao Yao stared dumbly at son Hongxiang. Uncle, Wang Lihong is my sister. How could that ever happen? That's incest. He turned and walked away. Zhao Yao clutched his cheek, stinging from the uncle's fingernail scratch. But unexpectedly, his uncle shoved a cigarette into his mouth. We've discussed it. You'll be coming in law at our home. This was his life in the previous timeline. To resist this marriage, Zhao Yao had resolutely enlisted in the army. Slap! His uncle struck him across the face. Shut up. You don't get a say in this. Either get out, or act like a man and support these 4 women. His uncle handed him a Ying Chun cigarette. Zhao Yao quickly grabbed a match and lit it for him. The heated brick bed Kong was 1.8 by 2 meters, piled high at the foot with books. They were sent down to Hongyun Farm, Branch 2, in Insong Irrigation District, Hanzhai Prefecture, Baishan Province. 2 kindred spirits, both sent-down youths, married and relied on each other to survive. Zhao Yao was 1.8 meters tall, but weighed only 81 jin, about 40.5 kilograms, 40 jin lighter than the 1.7-meter tall Wang Lihong. Sure enough, as if the scene was replaying, son Hongxiang snorted coldly. Your mother's right. It's time you earn money to support the family. Down the center of the east-west running Kong was a firewall with a stove on Zhao Yao's side. Through matchmaking, the stepmother, bringing her 3 daughters Wang Lihong, Wang Lixia, and Wang Lizhen, formed a new 6-person household with father and son. Then what was the point of making money? What was the point of being reborn? Zhao Yao said firmly, I'm sorry, uncle. This is non-negotiable. I can earn money to support the family, but I will never marry my sister. If I don't go to school and just farm that 1.5 hectares of dry land, how can I feed 5 or 6 people? The Zhao family standard of living ranked among the bottom 3 in Branch 2, barely better than the 5 guarantees households. That slap could knock out several teeth. Marry his sister? The Sun family were all wrestlers, men and women alike. In early 1981, Zhao Yao's father said he would bring the whole family back to the capital city, going ahead first to find his own parents and in-laws. Absolutely. He must not let fate repeat itself. Zhao Yao's life went wrong step by step because he married Wang Lihong. Arguing with women was pointless. Zhao Yao exhaled a heavy breath. Uncle, if I can go to university, I can support this family. They couldn't afford a Kong mat. Against the west wall stood a 1960s standard sewing machine, bought secondhand by his father. Covered with a dust cover hand sewn by his father, his stepmother couldn't sue a rarity in this era. Along with the second-hand bicycle, radio, and the watch his father took with him, these were the 3 revolutions and 1 sound dowry items for his stepmother. A simple 2-tier cabinet, only coated with clear varnish, showing the natural wood grain. 6 square stools with 4 legs each, handcrafted by his second uncle, son Hongbing. Cabinet and stools together had 28 legs. This was the stepmother's dowry. Chapter 2. Women in charge. The old Conchin, positioned beside 2 wooden boxes that had once served as wedding gifts from Wang Lihong's father, stood silently in the corner. Zhao Yao suddenly comprehended the plight of his stepmother outside. In a household like this, if he chose to abandon it, what would become of them? He stepped outside to wash his face, only to find the toothpaste had run out. No matter how hard he squeezed, nothing emerged. So he resorted to brushing his teeth dry, the bristles already worn and frayed. The ancient wooden clock ticked dutifully, echoing the passage of time. Spotting a cardboard box in the corner, Zhao Yao approached and emptied its contents onto the floor. He entered the main room, opened the wooden cabinet, and retrieved his father's quilt before stepping outside once more. Suddenly, he turned back, searching for needle and thread, and returned to wrap the inner and outer cardboard boxes with the quilt. He then stitched them together, leaving an opening on the outer box, and fashioned a handle from a small wooden board, covering it as well. Zhao Yao removed the lid and added another layer of padding inside. In the past, he would never have permitted anyone, not even himself, to touch his father's belongings. Yet now, he had dismantled them himself. His stepmother opened the window, her voice muffled with curiosity. What are you doing? Zhao Yao replied, I intend to sell popsicles to earn some money. Please give me some change. Change. His stepmother paused. I only have $3.70 left. I can't touch that until payday. $3.70? Zhao Yao turned to Wang Lihong. I know you have some change. Hand it over. Wang Lihong's eyes blazed with indignation. Why should I give you money? You're just lazy. If I were you, I would have drowned myself in a puddle by now. The venom of a woman's tongue is indeed sharpest, as the ancients have warned. Don't come any closer. Zhao Yao had no desire for Wang Lihong to approach within a meter of him. His spirit and body had yet to fully unite. The combat skills he had learned barely surfaced to a fraction of their potential. I must earn a living for the family. Or will you earn money while I study? It's one or the other. Do you understand? Really going to earn money? Wang Lihong gritted her teeth, turned her back, and reached into her pocket, retrieving a handkerchief. The handkerchief was frayed from washing, and as she unfolded it, it revealed 50 cents, 20 cents, a dime, and a few pennies. A total of $1.93, a considerable sum that could buy 12 pounds of flour or 11 pounds of rice. Zhao Yao's younger sister, Wang Lixia, produced 91 cents from her own pocket, while his other sister, Wang Lizhen, revealed 84 cents. Together, that constituted their entire fortune. Zhao Yao shook his head, realizing just how impoverished they truly were. Returning to his room, he rummaged through the tattered Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and the English version of Oliver Twist, ultimately unearthing $4.30. This was all he possessed, saved from skipping lunch. $7.98, the entirety of his capital for business ventures. In a previous life, one could have scraped by with 20 or 30 cents. His stepmother stared at the $4.30 in Zhao Yao's hand, astonished that he had more than she did. Where did you acquire such a sum? $4.30 can accomplish much. Rice costs $1.75 per pound, while flour is $1.65 per pound. Cucumbers cost 5 cents, beans 8 cents, and eggplants 3 cents. The daily living expenses for our family amount to merely a few dimes. Zhao Yao cast a sidelong glance at his stepmother and remarked, "Are you planning to give this money to my father?" Reflecting on the husband who would never return. Sun Yanhong sighed. "Are you truly going to sell ice pops? How many days can you possibly sell them in autumn? Relying on you to sell ice pops to sustain us is preposterous. We can't even see the rice grains in our kanji. I can't help but wonder if father was driven away by you, stepmother. He seems utterly inept, speaking as if he were burdened with excrement. Full of vigor, yet accomplishing nothing. The question remains, where has father gone? Has he truly run off with a vixen?" Wang Lixia tentatively asked, "Leave some for me. We still need to buy ice pops and food." Zhao Yao shot her a fierce look. "Do you think I would sell ice pops just to let you enjoy them for free? By the way, Wang Lihong, the blue trousers, white shirt, and white shoes are all yours." "What? Zhao Xiaoko can part with her own clothes?" Last night, the sisters almost came to blows over this very outfit. Wang Lihong suddenly exclaimed, "Are you going to sell those clothes to me? Give me back my money. I won't buy them. I can't afford them." "What are you talking about?" Zhao Yao laughed in exasperation. "You want my entire outfit for less than $2? Have I lost my mind? Or have I been kicked by a donkey? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Are you not selling them to yourself? Then why?" Wang Lihong did not catch the latter part of Zhao Yao's mumble. The family truly faced dire straits. Breakfast consisted of a flatbread accompanied by a scant bowl of thin porridge, paired with a little pickled vegetable. The pickles were indeed salty, made from scallion leaves, large radishes, and celery, all preserved together. A thick layer of white brine sat atop, far too much salt for comfort. To save on vegetables, after all, salt is cheaper. Granulated salt costs $1.50 per pound, and the salt from the supply and marketing cooperative is of inferior quality, tainted with impurities, yet only 5 cents a pound. The salt at home was procured by father, with the assistance of his students, from the grain depot, 100 pounds for merely $3. After reprocessing, that salt was cleaner than the good salt from the cooperative, though using it proved to be a challenge. It had crystallized and required a knife to chop. Once again, the flatbread made by stepmother tasted surprisingly delightful. Zhao Yao remarked while eating, "Let's borrow 200 chicken eggs and 100 goose eggs. We ought to incubate some chicks and goslings. Once I earn money to buy piglets, you 3 sisters can cultivate pig feed, and by year-end, we can sell them to buy new clothes." With a thud, Wang Lihong slammed her chopsticks on the table and exclaimed, "How can you speak to mother like that? Who do you think you are? Certainly not her husband." Truthfully, though Wang Lihong was not tall, her robust physique was quite imposing, akin to a judo athlete. Zhao Yao sneered, "Let me attend school. I would be content even being a grandson, if necessary. Who else in this family brings in the money? If no one earns, what will we eat? From now on, whoever earns money will have a say in the household. The head of the household's word is final. Do you expect that to be you? Your grandfather once said, when a woman leads, the house collapses. If you wish to continue your education, you must obediently listen to me and heed my words." When did Zhao Yao become so assertive? Today, he seemed like an entirely different person. and even his stepmother dared not provoke him. What if he left home? Who would earn a living? Sun Yanhong tugged at her daughter. Listen to your brother. However, managing so many chickens and geese, and also pigs, who will oversee it? Zhao Yao stood up, declaring, the rise and fall of the family concerns us all. From now on, you shall go out to gather pig feed after school. Everyone should unite their thoughts and exert their efforts in a singular direction. Let us lead our lives without fear of ridicule from outsiders. To be reborn in the 1980s is indeed a stroke of fortune. My previous employer began his journey in that very decade, and, for decades later, amassed a fortune in the billions. The thought of that woman and her illegitimate child with my former boss fills Zhao Yao with a deep-seated resentment. I must grow stronger to exact my revenge. Wang Lihong leaped up, only to be firmly restrained by her mother, who covered her mouth. All right, I will heed your words. Zhao Yao paid no mind to Wang Lihong's thoughts. How can we live when we can't even afford a white shirt, white shoes, and blue pants? Our clothes are tattered. While you may not care, I find it utterly humiliating. We must don our finest attire for today's sports event. I do not wish to see anyone in patched clothing. Chapter 003. A journey of entrepreneurship beginning with selling ice pops during the 4 years of my father's absence. Sun Yanhong ensured that she did not suffer from hunger or cold. This alone is sufficient. Now that I have matured into a young man, relying on a feeble stepmother to provide for me is simply unacceptable. I could very well find a block of tofu to end it all. The Insong Agricultural District's Hanyun Farm is situated in the southwest of Insong County, 175 kilometers from the Sanchi Road, and is a large state-owned farm under the jurisdiction of the Bai Mountain Province Agricultural Reclamation. It spans an area of 898 square kilometers, with 821 hectares of paddy fields. The farm comprises 13 natural villages and 11 agricultural sub-farms, totaling 3,088 households and a population of 9,200, with 4,541 employees. The second sub-farm is located 30 miles from the irrigation area and 20 kilometers from the county seat, while the irrigation district is 5 kilometers from the central school. Zhao Yao cycled 30 miles to the ice pop factory in the irrigation district, loading up with 200 ice pops, plus an additional 30 for losses. After another 10-mile ride, he arrived at the school where representatives from various sub-farms had already gathered. The central school of the irrigation district is the finest brick-and-tile building in the area, featuring 3 rows of red brick and gray-tiled classrooms. The courtyard walls are constructed using rammed earth, layered and compacted with wooden beams. The playground is made from a mixture of coal ash, yellow earth, and sand, flattened into a smooth surface. This institution accommodates students from 5 years of elementary school to 3 years of junior high, with over 800 students, including those from the sub-farms and workstations. Additionally, with teachers and parents attending to support the event, the gathering exceeds 1,000, creating a lively atmosphere. Vendors outside sell ice pops, small toys, and snacks. However, merchants are not permitted within the school grounds. Zhao Yao, with a glint of mischief in his eye, rode his bicycle away from the entrance. He arrived at the backside of the school, where a previously sealed wall had been breached by students seeking shortcuts. Each year, the school is repaired, only to be vandalized again. Zhao Yao secured his bicycle at a nearby house, then carried the ice pop cooler, leaping through the gap into the campus. Approaching the representatives from the second sub-farm, he set the cooler down and called out, "Ice pops. 2 for a dime. 5 cents not for sale." His voice captured everyone's attention. The 3 sisters in the crowd turned their heads and immediately spotted Zhao Yao. The 3 sisters were utterly astonished. How had he managed to enter when they were clearly prohibited from selling popsicles? Wang Lihong was genuinely perplexed by the vacant gap behind him. Suddenly, a throng of students surged forward, clamoring for their share. "Give me 2. Give me 2. The children, with their pockets jingling with a few coins, eagerly purchased popsicles for a mere dime or 2. In the blink of an eye, half of the 200 popsicles had vanished, with nearby students relishing their treats. The sisters could only watch helplessly, having already given their money to their brother as capital. Their pockets were completely empty. Zhao Yao waved to Li Zhan, saying, "Come here. Take these and enjoy." He handed 6 popsicles to Wang Lizhen, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. She dashed back and forth, distributing the remaining 4 popsicles to her 2 sisters. An extravagance they had never experienced before. Clutching 2 popsicles, 1 to eat and 1 to hold, she felt a sense of pride. The little sister chattered excitedly to her elder sisters before returning to Zhao Yao. "Brother, Let me help you sell popsicles, and you can have a bite. Observing her innocent demeanor warmed Zhao Yao's heart. With a paternal gaze, he said, "You eat, brother 1T. Oh, by the way, go fetch some paper and a pen." Each school, including the central school and various branches, had its own competing teams. The second branch was no exception, offering rewards for those who assisted the representative team in writing articles. "Ah," Wang Lizhen exclaimed with surprise. "Brother is among the top 10 scholars in the county's unified exam." She hurried back to retrieve a grid notebook and a fountain pen. Zhao Yao swiftly penned, "Cheers to the athletes of Second Elementary." On the sports field, the red flags flutter, athletes display their prowess. You chase and I pursue, striving for the lead. With exuberance, we seize the championship. High jump, long jump, sprinting, shot put and discus, all captivating. Since ancient times, heroes emerge in youth. Faster, stronger, higher. In no time, a catchy rhyme was written. Wang Lizhen gazed at her brother with admiration. "Are you really going to submit it? Is there really money to be made?" Zhao Yao hesitated for a moment. "Even if there's no monetary gain, we might receive snacks or bread." "Go on. If they offer money, take it. If they offer food, accept that as well. It can serve as our lunch." The little girl scampered off joyfully and soon returned, beaming with 4 strands of fried dough. Brother, they truly gave us snacks." The young scholar from the countryside was diligent in his studies, but had a somewhat solitary disposition, often indifferent to making money. Yet now, every penny mattered. Zhao Yao had grown weary of poverty. He couldn't even afford a white shirt, blue trousers, or white sneakers. How was he to endure such a life? He decided not to dwell on it, and focused instead on earning. Writing such articles required little thought, merely following a formula. As the 100-meter race commenced, Zhao Yao hastily composed another piece. "Cheers to the 100-meter runners." Meanwhile, as the long jump was taking place, he wrote, "Cheers to the long jumpers and high jumpers." He penned similar praises for each event, and by noon, he had exchanged his efforts for over 40 strands of fried dough. Initially, the sisters had worried about not having lunch, but to their astonishment, they found themselves surrounded by a mountain of snacks. Zhao Yao even bartered some of the fried dough for 5 or 6 varieties of small treats, presenting them before his sisters. The 3 sisters had never experienced such abundance. Bubble gum, sorghum candy, milk biscuits, lollipops, Kangol nuts, and popcorn. There were a few too many twists of dough, so they decided to place the twists beside the popsicle box. At 3 cents for 2 twists, they didn't even require grain coupons, absolutely filling. Over there, the twists sold for 18 cents per 2 ounces with a grain coupon, while here they were 3 cents for 2, without needing any coupons. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 twists were snatched away, and saving 6 cents on 2 twists meant they could buy 12 pieces of orange candy. The 4 ounces of grain coupons saved were also money. 1 pound of grain coupons could be exchanged for 10 cents, and 4 ounces equated to 4 cents. The twists were sold out. Wang Lixia wore a distressed expression. "Brother, we haven't had our fill yet." Wang Lihong retorted defiantly. "What, do you want us to starve? I still have events to compete in. Without enough food, how can I muster the strength for shot put and discus?" Zhao Yao, undeterred, quickly penned 2 more articles for his younger sister to exchange for twists. "You're still writing this for money?" Wang Lizhen grimaced. "You've already written about the 2nd Division S events." "What?" Zhao Yao paused and scolded. "Are you foolish? Just send it to the 1st Division, whoever wants it. Let them have it, as long as they provide twists." Off she went. In no time, they had procured 10 more twists, and the 4 siblings shared their snacks together. By the time noon break arrived, Zhao Yao's popsicles were entirely sold out. He lugged the popsicle box through the back exit, fetched his bicycle, and rushed back to the popsicle factory for another 200 popsicles. By the time he returned home that evening, Zhao Yao had sold an impressive 600 popsicles. No one could match Zhao Yao's speed. From the 2nd Division to the Irrigation District Popsicle Factory was a full 30 miles. A round trip from the popsicle factory to the central school covered another 20 miles, making 3 round trips a total of 50 miles. The time spent cycling was actually greater than the time spent selling popsicles on campus. Chapter 004. My brother is amazing. Earned over 23 yuan in a day. 600 popsicles, with 90 lost to spoilage. Each popsicle yielded a profit of 1.5 cents, totaling 9 yuan from 600 popsicles. Adding the 90 lost, which accounted for $4.50, meant a profit of 13 yuan from selling popsicles. Selling twists brought in 8 yuan and 50 cents, along with 5 pounds of national grain coupons. Today Zhao Yao had earned 21 yuan and 50 cents plus 5 pounds of grain coupons. It is noteworthy that an apprentice worker in the irrigation district earned only 19 yuan and 50 cents per month, plus 5 yuan for food, totaling 245 yuan. Thus, by the end of the day, Zhao Yao was just 3 yuan short of earning an apprentice's monthly wage. To change his fate and avoid becoming Wang Lihong's burden, Zhao Yao was truly giving his all. After the afternoon sports competition concluded, Wang Lihong triumphed in javelin, discus, and shot put, securing first place in all three. In Zhao Yao's eyes, this was sheer cheating. His elder sister was 2 years older and had started school late, only entering junior high at 18. It was purely a contest between a high schooler and a junior high student. Who could endure that? Wang Lizhen walked beside her brother, beaming with joy. Tomorrow is Teacher's Day, and there's a movie tonight. I hear it's North and South and First Blood. Are you still going to sell popsicles, brother? Absolutely. Zhao Yao replied with a smile. Wait for me. I'll go buy some flour and sunflower seeds, as well as toothpaste and soap. You three take them back. And tonight let Mom make pancakes. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in refined grains, though the grain supply in the irrigation district remains quite satisfactory. After all, it is a rice-producing region, where each individual receives 8 pounds of rice and 7 pounds of white flour monthly, in addition to 20 pounds of coarse grains. Moreover, each person is allotted half a pound of bean oil, making such provisions unparalleled nationwide. However, the Zhao family is exceedingly impoverished. Stepmother Sun Yanhong has no choice but to exchange those fine grains for coarse ones in the countryside or sell them outright for money. Consequently, the Zhao family is fortunate to enjoy 2 or 3 meals of fine grains each month, let alone indulging in oil cakes that require both oil and flour. Thus, today's fried dough twists have left the 4 brothers quite satiated. Having purchased supplies, Zhao Yao returned to collect 100 ice pops. Instead of heading straight back to the 2nd division, he diverted to the 4th division and the experimental station. These 2 locations collectively sold around 40 to 50 ice pops, leaving him with approximately 50 remaining. By the time he returned to the 2nd division, the sun was setting. In the square before the division's office, children and adults alike had already secured their spots and set out their stools. The movie screen was hung, yet the film had yet to commence. Zhao Yao hesitated to return home, anxious that the 50 ice pops might not sell. After a circuit of the area, he managed to sell most. With only about 10 or 8 left, which he considered a negligible loss, he was content as he made his way home. Upon entering, the enticing aroma of fried melon seeds enveloped him. Seeing her stepson return, Sun Yanhong's face lit up with a smile. I didn't expect you back so early. Shall we wait until after the movie to eat? Dinner isn't ready yet? The 3 village youths were already famished. Truly, the stepmother was quite lazy. You haven't even started cooking on time, Wang Lixiao exclaimed, her eyes wide as she inquired of her brother. How many did you sell? Are they all gone? Zhao Yao shook his head. Not yet. I believe there are around 10 or 8 left. You can take them along when you go to the movies. I won't sell them anymore. Oh, I'm really hungry. After washing his face in the yard, he returned inside, pulling out a handful of money. He settled on the Kong and began to count the small denominations. The 4 women in the room watched intently, while Sun Yanhong had already forgotten about making dough. Including the 100 ice pops sold today, Zhao Yao earned $1.50, totaling over $23. He gave $2 to Wang Lihong, $1 to Wang Lixiao, and another $1 to Wang Lizhen. Wang Lihong pouted. I gave you $1.98, and you repay me with $2? Little sister, you only contributed $1, and she made a mere 16 cents. Wang Lizhen beamed with delight. But Zhao Yao shook his head. Have you considered how much you've gained? All the clothes and shoes are yours. Little sister has been selling fried dough twists and delivering articles. What have you done? His words left Wang Lihong speechless. In truth, Zhao Yao's clothes and trousers barely fit her, and the shoes were somewhat too large, feeling like boats on her feet. Sun Yanhong fixated on the money in Zhao Yao's hands. Dia? You should save up for 10 pounds of flour, several pounds of melon seeds, a tube of toothpaste, and a bar of soap. You've spent over $2, and you still have 10 pounds of grain tickets. You all attended the sports meeting, enjoying food and drink without spending a single penny or grain ticket, and yet you are still not content? The family found it quite challenging to accept Zhao Yao's manner of speaking. However, compared to the previous taciturn version of him, the present Zhao seemed more palatable, especially since he had indeed begun to earn money. Carefree Wang Lizhen leaped off the bed, exclaiming, "The movie is about to start. I can already hear the sound. Brother, take some sunflower seeds. Let us go watch the film together and dine afterward." The opportunities for screenings in the irrigation area were scarce, particularly when two movies were shown back to back. For the youth of the irrigation district, it was akin to a festive occasion. Each of the three younger sisters carried a small stool, crafted by their carpenter uncle. Zhao Yao opted not to take a stool. He preferred to stand at the edge and watch, as carrying a stool would be an unnecessary hassle. Upon their arrival, southward and northward had already commenced. This film had been screened no fewer than 10 times, and each viewing was savored with delight. The sunflower seeds, expertly roasted by Sun Yanhong, filled the air with an enticing aroma, while Zhao Yao stood nearby, cracking seeds and watching intently. 40 years later, revisiting the joys of youth. The most significant aspect was having money in his pocket. What a blissful thought. Suddenly, someone offered him a cigarette. Turning around, he recognized his childhood friend Fu Bo, who had dropped out of school after middle school. Recalling the spring cigarette from the morning, Zhao Yao's gaze dimmed as he shook his head. "I don't smoke." Fu Bo smirked. "Your stepmother must have stopped you from studying, right? Now that you're making money, not smoking would be a loss." He held up a pack of Good Friends, foreign cigarettes. Although Zhao Yao had never been a stranger to smoking, having once pilfered his father's cheap golden gourd cigarettes, known for their low price of 9 cents, he hesitated. He accepted the cigarette, lit it from Fu Bo's hand, and took a puff. A sharp, acrid taste surged through his lungs, yet he managed to suppress a cough. Fu Bo, beaming with pride, remarked, "How is it? Not bad, right? Don't worry. As long as I have cigarettes, you will too. Take this pack with you." In the irrigation district, social hierarchies were apparent. Zhao Yao's father, due to his humble origins, worked at the irrigation area, and his children were regarded as second class. Only someone like Fu Bo, carefree and untroubled, would not mind such distinctions. Zhao Yao shook his head. "No thanks. What if I become addicted and run out of cigarettes later? That would be troubling." "What?" Fu Bo exclaimed, his eyes widening. "What are you saying? Considering you helped me write my essay for the entrance exam, we're brothers now. What's mine is yours, no questions asked." Fu Bo's father was the deputy manager of the 2nd Division, and after dropping out of high school, he had become a full-time employee, earning over 30 yuan a month. Zhao Yao felt no qualms accepting the cigarette, tucking it into his pocket. The film was truly captivating. Suddenly, it began to rain. Disaster struck. They might not be able to watch the movie after all. How unfortunate. The film crew hurriedly began to pack up, while the audience rushed home. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Someone's being a scoundrel." Chapter 005, A Heroic Rescue? Knocked out. It was the voice of the factory flower by Lu. That voice was all too familiar. It was precisely because of this voice that his stepmother had become suspicious, suspecting Bai Lu of having an affair with Zhao Wensheng. Zhao Yao leaped forward without a second thought, disregarding Bai Lu's relationship with his father and his stepmother's thoughts. After all, she had once been his teacher. From afar, 5 youths surrounded Bai Lu, engaging in an unruly display. At that moment, Zhao Yao's sense of justice surged. Stop. The group, comprising the children of the local cadre, including Lu Guqing, Shi Dong, Du Wei, Yang Kuan, and Wu Changsheng, were notorious troublemakers. Upon seeing Zhao Yao charge forward alone, they displayed no fear. "Who do we have here?" "It's Zhao Deshui's son. What's the matter? Do you wish to drink your father's bathwater?" sneered one of them, followed by a taunt from Wang Lihong. "You dare to strike me." Before Zhao Yao could react, Wang Lihong executed a swift maneuver, sending Lu Guqing tumbling to the ground. Impressive. Truly a descendant of the Sun family, Wang Lihong's throw left Lu Guqing dazed. As Zhao Yao approached, he delivered a powerful blow to Shi Dong's chin, declaring, "I'll teach you a lesson for your lewd behavior." Suddenly, Wang Lihong shouted, "Watch out, Diao." Zhao Yao felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The 5 youths, witnessing his stillness, were taken aback and fled in haste, one of them shouting, "We've killed him. We've killed him." The typically tough Wang Lihong cried out in panic, "Diao? Wake up. Please wake up." Meanwhile, Wang Lixia and Wang Lizhen sobbed uncontrollably. "Brother, what happened to you?" Bai Lu's complexion turned ashen. "Oh no, there's blood. We must get him to the clinic immediately." The 3 girls were terrified. Zhao Yao, slowly lifting his hand to touch the back of his head, discovered that he was indeed bleeding. Initially intending to be the hero, he found Wang Lihong had come to his aid instead. His mind raced with thoughts of vengeance. How dare they go for the kill? I will not let this slide. Wang Lihong was taken aback. Are you all right? Zhao Yao grimaced, clutching his head. How could I be fine? It hurts like hell. As long as you can still curse, it's a good sign, Bai Lu remarked softly. Thank you, Zhao Yao. Fu Bo patted Zhao Yao on the shoulder. Brother, I truly apologize, but I must head to the granary for duty. I'll check on you tomorrow. With that, he hastily departed, unwilling to jeopardize his standing with either side. Zhao Yao dismissed him, and his younger sister Wang Lixia urged, Brother, let us go to the clinic. Yes, let us get you bandaged up. The mere sound of Bai Lu's voice quickened their heartbeats, explaining the suspicions of their stepmother. It was no wonder Bai Lu was assigned to the county radio station as a broadcaster. Her voice alone could elevate the ratings. Zhao Yao dared not look at her delicate visage, uncertain if his father had any inappropriate connections with her. Any man would struggle to resist such a captivating beauty. She surpassed the internet celebrities of his past life, primarily due to her natural allure. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yao waved dismissively. No need for thanks. I shall confront them for their brazen misconduct in broad daylight. What? The three sisters were momentarily stunned. Wang Lixia hesitated. Brother, you intend to confront their families? They have many members. We can't win. She added anxiously. What if mother finds out? She would be furious. Indeed, it is rare for children to involve their parents in disputes. Yet once the thought crossed Zhao Yao's mind, it proliferated like weeds after spring rain. I will take you with me to negotiate with their parents. They publicly behaved indecently and left me in this state. Some compensation is necessary. Sister stared in disbelief. And Bai Lu gently inquired, should we bandage it? You're still bleeding. Her voice was unsettling, causing Zhao Yao to stiffen his neck and assert, this is how we go. No one can be spared. This child was truly obstinate. Behind him, Bai Lu shook her head, took a step forward but paused, watching Zhao Yao depart. Bai Lu dared not provoke Sun Yanhong. The homes of the five youths were located in the residential area in front of the granary. Zhao Yao, along with his three companions, directly burst into Yang Laoxi's house, where the family had just set the dining table. Yang Kuan was utterly unprepared for Zhao Yao to bring his sisters to their home, his face turning ashen with fear. His father, Yang Laoxi, was known for his temper, wielding a whip at the slightest disagreement. Upon seeing the bloody Zhao Yao, Yang Kuan's mother immediately grasped the situation. What happened? Did Yang Kuan do this? Zhao Yao glanced at the dishes on the table, remained silent, and waved his hand. Sit down. Let's eat. The Yang family stood there dumbfounded, having never encountered such audacity, entering and demanding to eat at the table. The three sisters awkwardly stood to the side, while Zhao Yao confidently sat on the kong. Having not eaten since noon, he was truly famished. He picked up chopsticks and offered them to the three sisters. Eat. Uncle Yang, your family's living standards are quite impressive. You have everything. Yang Laoxi's hand trembled slightly as he glanced at Yang Kuan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fury. Zhao Yao, oblivious, remarked, is this chicken stew? Look at what you've done to your son. These chicken legs should be mine to replenish my blood. Oh dear, I'm feeling faint. The Yang family exchanged puzzled glances. Yang Laoxi was nearly apoplectic. Yet how could he argue with a mere boy, especially one without a father? It was truly a difficult situation for him. Take it all. Take it all. Was it merely that? Zhao Yao extended his hand. Seeing my grievous injuries, I'm not asking for much. How about $5 for treatment? Also, since my sea sole shirt is ruined, Uncle Yang, could you spare me 2 old garments? My family is out of rice and flour. Any coarse grain would be appreciated. This was simply extortion. In the field, they usually treated external injuries free of charge, yet Zhao Yao's family seemed to be from a rural household. It appeared he truly wanted money, and Yang Laoxi trembled with rage, wishing he could slay Yang Kuan with a glance. Yang Kuan's mother, alarmed, hurriedly retrieved 3 of Yang Laoxi's old garments and a pair of pants, all issued by the factory in blue work attire. She also fetched a bag of rice, likely weighing around 10 pounds, and packed the food from the table into an enamel basin. The basin was placed in a wicker basket, and she handed over 5 neatly stacked bills. Is this enough? In truth, Zhao Yao had set a high price, anticipating that they would negotiate. However, it was evident that the other party lacked such cunning. They simply handed over whatever he demanded, even a bit more. Zhao Yao did not hold back. This is sufficient. This time it's enough. By the way, Yang Kuan, remember to hit harder next time. If it draws blood, I might just come back for more. He had to return home. The wicker basket from the Yang family was already filled, and the 3 sisters each took a goose egg to nibble on. These were stone eggs for hatching goslings, the yolk and white blended together, but they had a delightful springiness to them. The taste was quite pleasant, yet the youngest sister, Wang Lizhen, suddenly choked, tears streaming down her cheeks. On the way, they stumbled upon a well and drew up some refreshing water with a large basket, resolutely quenching their thirst. Yet, what were these trifling pains in comparison? The delectable treats in the willow basket brought sheer joy to the three girls. It had been ages since they'd indulged in such a sumptuous feast. After devouring 3 goose eggs, the trio felt invigorated. Upon returning home, Sun Yanhong was taken aback. Where did all this come from? Did you go to your grandfather's house again? Chapter 006. Earning the first pot of gold through deception, Wang Lihong smiled coyly. Not from grandfather's house. Mom, you eat first. We have matters to attend to. We're off. Where are you going? Come back. You little brats. The girls fled the house, their first act of defiance against their mother filling them with excitement. Previously, they had lacked such courage, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Zhao Yao. Are we going again? Zhao Yao nodded, absolutely. Whoever dares to bully us must pay the price. The fifth stop was the Du family, who enjoyed relatively better living conditions. Du Wei's father was a police officer and his mother a doctor at the health clinic. With both parents working, they comfortably supported 3 children. In contrast, the Zhao family struggled. Even when Zhao's father was home, he was a sole breadwinner, and with a limited monthly salary, supporting 4 children was always a challenge. Upon seeing Zhao Yao and the others enter, Mr. Du chuckled. I heard the 4 of you have faced some consequences. What do you want from me? Had someone tipped him off? Zhao Yao smiled. First, I need Annie to bandage me up, then I require some daily medications. Furthermore, my household expenses have yet to be distributed. Could Uncle Du spare a little? Just 15 yuan would suffice. 15 yuan? Quite the audacious request. Du Wei attempted to leap forward, but was held back by his sister, Du Yan. It was important to note that Mr. Du's monthly salary barely exceeded 60 yuan. Asking for nearly a quarter of it was no small feat. Mr. Du regarded Zhao Yao with a wry smile. Do you realize this amounts to extortion? Do you want me to send you to the station for a spell? That would teach you a lesson. Du Yan approached and grasped Wang Lixiao's hand. Her gaze fixed on Zhao Yao. Among the Du siblings, the 2 brothers seemed to embody all their parents' shortcomings, while Du Yan stood out with her exquisite beauty, rivaling Wang Lihong and Wang Lixia. In terms of grace and appearance, she was truly exceptional. The weight on Wang Lihong could easily be transformed into 2 Du Yans and an additional arm. Clapping his hands, Zhao Yao exclaimed, how delightful. Once inside, there will be food, drink, and care. What could be better? The youth displayed no fear, causing Mr. Du's expression to darken. At such a tender age, you should be pursuing better pursuits, not engaging in such nonsense. Zhao Yao retorted coldly. Du Wei led the charge in bullying teacher by. I was merely defending myself and ended up injured. With strict enforcement just a year passed. Who bears the greater guilt, him or me? I possess ample evidence and witnesses. They form quite the band of ruffians. The boy spoke with confidence, leaving Du Pengyuan momentarily speechless. In the entire irrigation district, few could make the aloof director Du falter. Du Yan was intrigued. How had the typically solitary and proud Zhao Yao become so eloquent? Zhao Yao's gaze was piercing. If it weren't for the acquaintance's consideration, they would have proceeded directly to the police station to file a report. Father Du was taken aback. No matter how he looked at Zhao Yao, he did not resemble a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth. Even seasoned offenders would not dare to speak so freely in his presence, completely overturning Du Pingyuan's perception. Mother Du sighed and took out her supplies. Come here, let me bandage you. It's only 15 yuan. I'll cover it. I also have medicine at home for you. After all, it's quite pitiful for a child without a father. In truth, their concern extended beyond just the fatherless child. Their mother, Sun Yanhong, had quite a fiery temperament. When she unleashed her wrath, her shouting would make one question their very existence. Du Yan came over to assist, her eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yao. Mother Du bandaged the young man from the countryside. Thankfully, you stood up for your sisters. If Da Wei causes trouble again, make sure to hit him hard. If you leave him crippled, I won't blame you, even if I didn't raise that scoundrel. When the 4 sisters returned home under the starlit sky, they sang joyfully. The night at the military port is quiet. The waves gently rock the warships. The young sailor rests his head upon the waves, revealing a sweet smile in his dreams. Indeed, Zhao Yao had endured a beating today, yet he had managed to collect a total of 40 yuan from 5 different families of boys. This amount constituted over a month's worth of living expenses for the Zhao family, along with clothing, rice, oil, and eggs of various kinds. There was even freshly cooked rice waiting at home. Upon returning, Sun Yanhong noticed the bandage on Zhao Yao's head. The stepmother immediately grew anxious. Who hit you? How did it come to this? I will go find them. A stepmother is still a mother. Seeing her adopted son injured, she sought retribution without hesitation. Zhao Yao chuckled. I've already dealt with it. Everything I brought back is their price to pay. You should hurry and eat. Would you like me to heat it up for you? Sun Yanhong shook her head. I've already eaten. But please, do not seek out trouble again. You scared me to death. It was evident she had already eaten, as the chicken he brought back had dwindled to mere scraps, and the stepmother was clearly tempted. She leaned back, unable to contain her fullness, still burping. The second sister, Wang Lixia, pouted. Mom, you didn't see it. Brother took us to confront their parents. One by one they looked so dejected, they're probably getting a beating now. The girls erupted in laughter, while the eldest sister, Wang Lihong, picked up a piece of crispy rice, relishing every bite. She couldn't help but add, De Yao, you should eat too. You must not have had enough for dinner. Zhao Yao looked at his three sisters with fondness. Eat up. These morsels won't last long. Let us consume them all. Tomorrow, when I earn money, I'll ensure you feast on lavish meals every day, making you all plump and healthy. Feasting on lavish meals? Sun Yanhong sighed. Lying on the Kong with her face turned inward. Ever since her husband left, their living conditions had deteriorated day by day. How long had it been since they had eaten meat? Really? Wang Lixia's eyes sparkled as she held a chicken claw, devouring it greedily. But brother, we can't rely on luck every day. Moreover, you'll be taking the college entrance exam next year. What will happen to the three of us when you're in school? At the mention of Zhao Yao's impending university entrance, the brilliance in the eyes of the three sisters dimmed. They had no doubt about Zhao Yao's capabilities, for their father was a teacher who imparted not only academic knowledge to Zhao Yao. He taught him to play the flute, the suona, and the eru, consistently achieving first place in every examination, and even ranking among the top 10 in the countywide assessments. Such remarkable academic prowess undoubtedly heralded a bright future in higher education. Yet, contemplating Zhao Yao's potential university journey, the plight of the three sisters rendered every morsel of food tasteless. Sun Yanhong, lying on the Kong, stiffened at the thought. If her adopted son were to leave, their household would be doomed. She abruptly sat up. What do you mean going to school? Your father is a university student. Yet he came here for re-education. Go out and earn some money. What will I do if you leave? The three girls were taken aback. Zhao Yao's academic achievements were more than sufficient for university, promising a prosperous future. Noticing Zhao Yao's silence, Sun Yanhong could not help but continue. My son, a month's work can earn 30 yuan. After 2 years, you could secure a permanent position, far better than your uncle's meager existence in the fields. Wang Lixia's tears welled up. I do not wish to pursue studies. I want to earn work points. Let my brother go to university in Beijing to find our father, our grandfather, and our grandmother. The thought of Beijing, the city their father had often promised to return to, lingered in their minds. Sun Yanhong grew frantic. No, you cannot go. Your father left and never returned. He abandoned us women. Stop your education. Go earn money. Li Hong will marry you without a bride price. And we can move into that house. Chapter 7. The debt must be paid swiftly. Marriage? Wang Lihong's face turned pale, yet she did not oppose. Tears could not be held back. At just under 17, the prospects of married life were daunting. It must be your biological mother, Zhao Yao exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. I will take responsibility and earn money. You three must study diligently. You must attend university and not let anyone look down upon our sisterhood. Wang Lihong wiped her eyes, sniffling. I cannot pass. Zhao Yao turned on his heel and declared, do not ever mention marriage again. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties. Returning to the kitchen storeroom, the three young men lay down, gazing at the faint light filtering through the rear window. This day had been extraordinarily fulfilling, a mere profit of 1 yuan 50 from an ice pop and 40 yuan from a fraudulent scheme. Even he found it hard to believe that he had earned such a meager profit, a disgrace to those reborn. Why chase small earnings? To amass great wealth is beyond reach, and I have no capital. In truth, with the memories of his past life, Zhao Yao recognized several lucrative opportunities. For instance, following the Plaza Accord, the surge in the yen led to a soaring stock market, only to be followed by an unprecedented crash. or the 1987 stock market crash in New York, along with the Southeast Asian financial crisis. In his previous life, Zhao Yao had missed all such windfalls, drifting aimlessly through existence. Yet now, through online novels, he had learned of these opportunities to earn money, and fate had graciously granted him a second chance at life. The rain continued through the night. Expecting a sunny morning, he was instead greeted by a drizzle that transformed into a steady rain, a stroke of bad luck. Unable to sell ice pops, Zhao Yao first ventured outside to gather a bundle of straw. He then combined rice and millet in a 4-to-1 ratio, washed the grains, and prepared to cook 4 eggs. This is yesterday's bounty. Place the eggs in a pot, bury them in rice, ensuring they are nestled against the cast iron. The result is eggs imbued with the fragrant essence of being scorched, accompanied by a delightful springy texture. A metal lid is placed atop, and the leftover dishes from last night are arranged above it. For potato peels are sliced thickly and laid upon the lid. A generous spoonful of sauce is prepared, crafted with care by Wang Lihong's grandparents. The stepmother's poor health is secondary. What truly matters is her inclination towards laziness and indulgence. The pickled vegetables are the handiwork of her grandfather. An egg is cracked into the sauce and mixed thoroughly, while 3 dried chilies are scorched, crushed, and tossed in. A dash of chicken fat from yesterday's grand chicken stew is added for richness. In this transitional season, potatoes represent the finest produce from the Zhao family. Had it not been for yesterday's culinary exploits, the family of 5 would have long been deprived of meat. With everything prepared, the pot is covered, and the fire is ignited. Wang Lihong finally rises, rousing her younger sisters for some exercise. The Sun family is renowned for their wrestling prowess, and Zhao Yao has often been their sparring partner. Memories of being thrown by the Sun brothers in his youth linger like psychological shadows. The aroma wafts through the air, prompting Wang Lizhen to widen her eyes and exclaim, "Brother, what have you made? It smells divine." Zhao Yao chuckles, "I've steamed eggs with chili sauce and simmered rice." Before long, a sumptuous feast is laid out, leaving the children satiated and burping contentedly. Watching his sisters relish the meal, Zhao Yao beams and declares, "Today is Teacher's Day. Let us go harvest chives. How about we return for chive-filled dumplings?" Wang Lihua expresses concern. "We want to accompany you, but I fear they might retaliate." "Fear?" Zhao Yao retorts with a scoff. "After what transpired yesterday, no one dares to bully us again, or I shall see them brought to ruin." Such bravado captivates his youngest sister, Wang Lizhen, who nods in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. "I will follow my brother." It has been ages since they had dumplings. The 3 girls are quite tempted, as the monotony of potato, cabbage, and sorghum rice cakes has become tiresome. Zhao Yao casually remarks, "Once I earn some money, I'll buy meat to make dumplings stuffed with pure pork. Only scallions will be included." Wang Lihua furrows her brow. "If it rains, the sports meet will be cancelled. How will you earn money, brother?" "Indeed. Where could one sell ice pops on a rainy day?" It is no wonder the stepmother cautions against commerce. In this weather, selling ice pops is as challenging as riding a bicycle. The dirt roads within the irrigation district become impassable when wet. Zhao Yao grins. Selling ice pops is indeed no match for working a job. Education. We must attend school. Only by entering university can one have a future. In this desolate place, what prospects could one possibly have? His son's words draw a sharp rebuke from Sun Yanhong. "Do you take my advice lightly? At least this place hasn't let you starve. No matter the hardship, you will not resort to your father's desperate measures." Father sold blood? Zhao Yao sighs. "I'll head to the work unit first and take on temporary jobs." Mother's temper was notoriously fierce. During father's lifetime, their home was fraught with daily quarrels. The union between his parents was merely a product of the times, devoid of common understanding. And father's attempts to teach him the value of education were often met with scorn. Later, after being appointed as a middle school English teacher and earning a salary, Sun Yanhong began to harbor suspicions. She constantly worried that her father had an inappropriate relationship with Teacher Bai, causing disturbances at the school on several occasions. Rumors circulated that her father had been driven away by her mother, unable to endure her incessant nagging. Wang Lihong was taken aback. "Dayo, have you truly abandoned your studies? Is there a contradiction between earning money and pursuing education?" Zhao Yao grinned. "I have already completed my high school curriculum. I could pass their exams without any revision. Regardless, the adopted son promised to take up a job, vowing that once he received his salary, he would no longer concern himself with furthering his education." Sun Yanhong's expression finally softened a little. "Go and harvest leeks. I'm so hungry. You want to eat dumplings filled with leeks? I'll give you a dumpling-shaped punch. Though her words were harsh, the stepmother finally got up, taking her 3 daughters out. With no umbrellas at home, they only had a raincoat belonging to the father. Son Yanhong donned the raincoat, while the sisters each wrapped themselves in a fertilizer bag as makeshift raincoats. How could they attend school in such poverty? Earning money was paramount. Survival was the most crucial aspect. Zhao Yao directly approached the political office of the 2nd Division, only to find Lu Guoqing's father, Lu Wangquan, present. The debts of June must be settled swiftly. Zhao Yao steeled himself and approached. Director Lu, I've come seeking work. Old Lu put down his newspaper and chuckled. You could survive on the kindness of 100 families. Do you still need to seek work? Appearing unfazed, Zhao Yao smiled. That won't do. I cannot bear the daily beatings. My mother needs money for medical care, and my sisters require funds for school. Don't come crying to me about poverty. Lu Wangquan waved his hand dismissively. The work unit is aware of your family's hardships and is taking care of you. You ought to realize that your father is not a formal employee. The notion of succession does not apply. The complexities of identity belong to the past. Zhao Yao maintained his smile. It's 1985, uncle. The Qing dynasty has long perished. Since that time, my father has ceased to be a problem. He is now a regular employee. What nonsense are you spouting? Yet old Lu was no fool. He vaguely grasped the meaning of the 3 rural youth's words. In truth, Lu Wangquan had not anticipated that Zhao Yao was so well versed in the policies from above. He was unaware that Zhao Yao's father had tirelessly sought information to alter their dire circumstances. The young man, neither servile nor arrogant, remarked, while others have moved on. You still cling to outdated customs. What era are we in? Chapter 8. Work if you can, leave if you cannot. The clerks nearby were dumbfounded. They had not retained the details of these documents. Yet Zhao Yao spoke with clarity. These actions commenced in early 1978 and concluded at the end of 1983, spanning 6 years. Ahem. Lu Wanchuan's face flushed as he interjected. Stop. Your father has not returned since he left, and your family did not report it to the authorities. Young Zhao sighed. I recall that the officials had arranged for my father to formally join as a teacher and required him to submit documentation to rectify errors. By regulation, after 2 years without news, he is to be considered deceased. My father ought to be classified as having been on official duty, subsequently gone missing or deceased, right? Surely there must be compensation? Now, as a family of orphans and widows, shouldn't we receive care? The attendees were taken aback, astonished by the youth's eloquence. Articulating points they themselves struggled to comprehend. Including Lu Wangquan, everyone was perplexed, wondering who exactly was the head of the political work department. Lu coughed lightly and remarked, At that time, your father had not yet taken up his position. Zhao Yao smirked coldly. My memory may not be the best. But who was it that led the irrigation district's advanced class to achieve the highest overall English scores in the county, both in total and on an individual basis? You claim he had not yet been employed? Temporary workers are indeed considered employees, aren't they? As long as one receives a salary at the branch. They are entitled to the protections of labor laws and compensation. The political work department fell silent. All present were astonished by Zhao Yao's eloquence. The youth spoke with such clarity, despite their ignorance of labor laws. In truth, Zhao Yao had forgotten when the labor law was enacted and merely spoke off the cuff. At that moment, Lu Wangquan was too flustered to concern himself with semantics. He stammered, all right, enough of that. I will arrange a job for you. The irrigation station is in need of a night watchman, so you can start today? A night watchman? To assign this role to a boy not yet 16? The others in the political work department exchanged glances. Finally, Zhao Yao's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the organization's consideration. By the way, how much will I earn each month? It was unprecedented. He was the first to inquire about his salary. Lu Wangquan waved his hand dismissively. As a temporary worker, you will earn 31 yuan and 50 cents a month. 31 yuan and 50 cents? An adjacent clerk interjected. Chief, that's more than the salary of a first-level worker. Lu Wangquan frowned. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs? The clerk was bewildered. But Zhao Yao understood. Temporary workers had no opportunities for raises or benefits. I comprehend. So I start tonight? Regardless, he had secured a job. Yet Zhao Yao felt no thrill. His heart was set on grander aspirations. The irrigation station was situated along the Insong Canal, with each branch located less than 5 miles from the headquarters. On rainy days, the dirt path was impassable by bicycle, forcing one to don a fertilizer sack and walk. Upon reporting for duty, Zhao Yao discovered the pitfall Lu Wangquan had dug for him. The head of the irrigation station was Shi Dong's father, Shi Jiangwo, who had just extorted 10 yuan from the Shi family the previous day. Shi Jiangwo seemed entirely oblivious, formally announcing, "Safety is paramount at the irrigation station, particularly with regard to fire and theft prevention, especially concerning the safety of the cables." Thus, each night during the shift change, a thorough inspection of every nook and cranny was mandatory. Should an issue arise, the consequences would be dire. Yet another trap. The cables were the lifeline of the irrigation station, frequently targeted by thieves in recent years. Even a tiger takes its rest. Who could vigilantly watch the premises all night? Wealth tempts the heart. Zhao Yao inquired about Lu's family. "So, am I the only one on watch?" The assigned area was indeed extensive, spanning 50 meters across the sluice gate, with the office situated on the bank. The electrical cable extended from the power switch to the bank, then climbed the adjacent high-voltage pole. The copper cables exceeding 50 meters could fetch 7 to 8 yuan if sold, a tempting bounty for any thief. "Humph," Shi Jiangwo scoffed. "Entrusting this responsibility to just you? I cannot be at ease. What if you were to steal from within? There will be another worker to assist you with the watch throughout the night." There was no other option, as others diligently arranged their work. Zhao Yao finds himself unable to refuse, understanding that in order to earn money, he must comply with assignments and follow orders. A flicker of sympathy crosses Lao Shi's eyes as he recalls the money lost and the eggs taken, yet his heart hardens. If you cannot perform, then return home. Unable to endure the thought of a meager existence, Zhao Yao resolves, "I can do it. After all, isn't it just a night shift? What time does work start? And when does it end?" "The day shift concludes at 5:30, remarked Shi Jiangwo, sipping his tea. "The handover occurs at 5, and after the 8 o'clock briefing, one can return home. 15 hours? Zhao Yao furrows his brow. "That amounts to 2 full working days." Shi Jiangwo's voice drifts ominously. "No one is forcing you. Revolutionary work is not a mere banquet. If you can do it, then do it. If not, then leave." The old fellow's words are harsh. Yet for a meager monthly salary of 31 yuan and 50 cents, Zhao Yao can only begrudgingly accept. "I can do it. Indeed, I certainly can." "Humph." Shi Jiangwo snorts lightly. "Avoid mingling with unsavory characters. You never know who might be after the cables." After reporting, Zhao Yao heads directly to Mongolia Tun, 6 miles away, where Wang Lihong's grandfather and 2 uncles reside. He approaches his grandfather's house, and upon entering, he notices his grandmother sitting cross-legged at the Kong table, hurriedly concealing something beneath it. There is no need to hide. Zhao Yao has already spotted the bowl of braised pork, the aroma of steamed rice wafting through the air. The rice from the Songhua River is indeed delectable. Zhao Yao swallows hard. "Grandfather, may I borrow your fishing net?" Before his grandfather can respond, his grandmother retorts, "What do you need that for? Don't lose it. It cost 3 or 4 yuan." Zhao Yao forces a smile. "I'll be on duty at the irrigation station tonight. There are fish in the drain, and I'd like to catch some to improve our meals." His grandfather wipes the grease from his lips and takes out a piece of paper to roll a cigarette. "Have you come to your senses? Skipping school? That's the right attitude. At your age, you should be independent, or else you'll become a laughingstock." Indeed, his grandmother snatches the tobacco basket and fills her 30-year-old pipe, firmly packing the tobacco with her thumb. Zhao Yao quickly grabs a match and ignites it, placing it atop the pipe. The elderly lady takes several puffs, her breath igniting the tobacco again and again until it finally catches fire. To be honest, Zhao Yao admires her lung capacity. The meter-long pipe requires considerable effort to draw. She exhales a plume of smoke. "If my child were so irresponsible, I would have smashed his head with the pipe long ago. What kind of young man, at this age, does not earn a living? Don't follow your Uncle Wang's example, sneaking around and getting into trouble." The Uncle Wang mentioned is Wang Lihong's father, Wang Sansheng, who was sentenced to 15 years in prison for robbery in 74. The old lady continues, "Lihong is truly wonderful. She is capable of bearing children like her mother. In the future, she'll give you 2 sons, one taking the surname." Grandfather can no longer tolerate the conversation. The fishing net is on the chicken coop. "Take it." Fortunately, he interrupts the old lady, as she could ramble on for days without repeating herself. Chapter 009. Without external wealth, one cannot prosper. Zhao Yao rises. "By the way, can Da Huang watch the house for me? I'll be working tonight, and it's not safe with just the 4 of them at home." The elderly lady pursed her lips and muttered, "My Yin Hong has not been raised in vain. She still remembers them. Take her away. Just ensure she isn't hungry, and occasionally give her some stinky fish or rotten shrimp. Maida Huang doesn't eat vegetarian food." Observing the neighbor's dogs, which seemed superior to his own, Zhao Yao hastily led De Huang home. Upon arriving, he found that his mother and sisters had yet to return, so he tethered De Huang in the yard. The fenced yard served little purpose, even if Wang Lihong was fierce. She was no longer a young maiden of 17 or 18. In a crisis, her legs would turn to jelly, rendering her incapable of fighting, thus making De Huang a necessity. Zhao Yao began preparing the dough, and just as he completed his preparations, his mother and sisters returned. As soon as they entered the yard, his younger sister Wang Lizhen exclaimed, "Brother, look at all the delicious food we've brought back." Not only did they have wild chives, but also dandelion greens and shepherd's purse. She even brought back some hawthorn fruits. No wonder they had taken so long. They truly had gathered a bounty. Wang Lihong, robust and strong, carried a woven bag filled to the brim with foraged greens, while Wang Lizhen sported a small willow basket brimming with mushrooms. Although their stepmother was somewhat lazy, she was meticulous about cleanliness. The chives and mushrooms they had gathered were impeccably cleaned. After rinsing the chives in water, their third sister, Wang Lixia, began chopping them, while Zhao Yao had already commenced mixing the egg filling. The sisters were quite curious. Zhao Yao's father was a jack of all trades, nearly omnipotent. As for his son, it remained uncertain how much he had inherited of his father's skills. This was only the second time they had witnessed him cooking. That morning had marked his first attempt, and in no time at all, the chives were finely chopped. Zhao Yao diced the fried eggs, then added a splash of soybean oil to mix with the chives and eggs. He subsequently sprinkled in a bit of homemade salt, crafted from the salt lumps his father had prepared. As the fragrant aroma of the chive filling wafted through the air, everyone began to salivate. They were all quite hungry, having not eaten since the morning. Wang Lihong took charge of rolling out the dough, while the others busied themselves with dumpling preparation. Sun Yanhong's dumpling folding technique was particularly distinctive. With a quick pinch of her 4 fingers, she effortlessly formed a dumpling. Zhao Yao's dumplings, on the other hand, featured a pinch in the center, followed by folds brought in from both sides. The dumplings crafted by the 3 rural youths took on a shape reminiscent of ingots, prompting Wang Lizhen to exclaim in awe, "Brother, your dumplings look amazing." "Humph," Sun Yanhong scoffed, "you're so slow with the meat. It takes forever. What is so difficult about making dumplings? Just pinch any old shape." Zhao Yao, unfazed by his stepmother, replied, "Dumplings are traditionally offered as tributes. Shaping them like ingots ensures blessings from the family deity, the god of wealth, and the kitchen god for abundant prosperity. What good is a haphazardly pinched dumpling?" The deities Wu and Ti even recognize it as anything meaningful. His sisters were left speechless, and Wang Lixia glanced at their mother, mimicking her brother's technique in shaping dumplings. Sun Yanhong opened her mouth to retort, but thought better of it. After all, Zhao Yao had become the pillar of the household, and offending him was not a wise choice. "I am genuinely concerned that in a moment of anger, my son might run away like his father did. Perhaps it is best to let it go." The 5 of us quickly wrapped dumplings together, and within half an hour, we had nearly finished. My sister Wang Lixia went to boil water, and in another 10 minutes, the dumplings were already simmering in the pot. Zhao Yao took out 50 cents and handed it to Wang Lizhen, saying, "Little sister, go buy a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of vinegar. Dumplings without vinegar or soy sauce just don't taste right." Wang Lizhen paused for a moment. "Soy sauce costs 14 cents, and vinegar 12 cents. Brother, you've given me too much." Zhao Yao chuckled. "The remainder is your fee for running errands." "Really?" Wang Lizhen's face lit up with joy as she dashed out to grab 2 bowls. Zhao Yao quickly called out, "What do you need bowls for? Take the bottles." Wang Lizhen pouted. "The vinegar and soy sauce bottles haven't been used in ages. They're filthy and unsightly. I refuse to take them." "Humph." Sun Yanhong shifted her position and said, "You're quite the diva for such a small matter, still insisting on perfection." As she spoke, she went to the outer room, fetched some baking soda, and scrubbed the 2 bottles until they sparkled before handing them to her youngest daughter. Despite the 4 sisters of the Zhao family sporting patched-up clothing, some of which were quite tattered, they maintained an admirable level of cleanliness. Once the dumplings were retrieved, Sun Yanhong first placed 3 in a small bowl as an offering in the corner of the kitchen. She prepared another 3 to present to the family deity. Only then did she bring the remaining dumplings to the table, just as her sister returned. with a bottle of vinegar and a bottle of soy sauce. The meal would be even better with a touch of sesame oil. This meal was perhaps the most delightful one the Zhao family had enjoyed in 4 years. Zhao Yao savored the dumplings, consuming a considerable amount of dumpling broth. As the saying goes, the original soup revitalizes the original dish. Fully satisfied, he took a fertilizer bag with him to work. Inside the bag was the net he had borrowed for fishing, ready to be handed over at the irrigation station. Today, Zhao Yao was on the night shift, while the colleague for the latter half of the night headed upstairs to rest. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Yao made his way downstream to a drainage ditch. It was now time to drain the fields. As the water from the rice paddies began to flow into the ditch, this period is also when the fish in the rice fields are at their plumpest. Zhao Yao stripped off his clothes, even discarding his shorts, and waded into the water of the drainage ditch to set up the fishing net. He positioned the open end of the net toward the water outlet of the rice paddy and secured it with wooden sticks driven into the mud, placing some clumps of dirt on the bottom for added weight. The fishing net resembled an oversized gourd, with the bottom left open, facing the direction of the incoming water where the fish would come from. The mouth of the gourd was sealed off. Generally, there are 2 or even 3 inverted barbs between the net's mouth and bottom to prevent the fish from escaping. Consequently, once the fish enter this net, there is no way for them to break free. During this season, the fish that had grown in the rice paddies throughout the summer were quite robust. In the drainage ditch, one could catch sizable fish in ample quantities. These were lessons learned from Zhao Yao's father. Having set the net properly, Zhao Yao exited the ditch and redressed himself. The water from the Songhua River in mid-September was already quite cold. He shivered as his teeth chattered and hurried back to the office to light the stove and boil a kettle of water. The stove within the office is a quaint brick structure, designed for burning corn cobs. On the desk, 3 enamel mugs, each encrusted with a thick layer of tea residue, languish. The tea appears to be of a cheap variety, producing an unseemly grime. Zhao Yao picked up a bowl, stepped outside, and scrubbed it vigorously several times before returning to rinse it with boiling water twice. Only then did he savor a couple of bowls of tea. To be honest, he truly hesitated to use that large tea mug. Who knows what infectious diseases it might harbor? As night deepened, Zhao Yao extinguished the office lights and stepped out. Standing in the corridor of the irrigation station, he found the night to be unusually clear, the sky adorned with a myriad of stars. The croaking of frogs around him added a lively ambience to the evening. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted nearby, not the sound of someone entering the water, but rather akin to footsteps in the grass. Chapter 010. Ghosts. The drowned ghost approaches. Could it be that someone is attempting to steal the electric cables? Zhao Yao instinctively grabbed a wooden stick and concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing the direction from which the sound emanated. Fortunately, it was not pitch dark tonight. Under the starlight, 3 figures stealthily emerged. A voice whispered, "I say we should beat that kid half to death. As long as he can't catch us with anything incriminating, we have nothing to fear." It was Luke Wuching's voice. Following closely was Shi Dong's voice. Exactly, stealing electric cables is a crime. If caught, one could end up in prison. Du Wei's voice, filled with bitterness, followed. "I'm not satisfied with just beating him. Cutting the electric cables and tossing them in his yard would be far more effective. At that point, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. And at the very least, he would face dismissal. If it escalates, it could even lead to charges of embezzlement, which is a serious offense. So, it is these 3 rascals." Zhao Yao contemplated shutting off the power. In that case, if they were to touch the wires, they would surely meet their demise. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought, realizing that such actions were not to be taken lightly. Beating them, as Du Wei suggested, seemed devoid of any true purpose. Suddenly, a haunting melody came to his mind, a song that could send shivers down one's spine. The departed do not return, yet their shadows linger. Infatuation breeds dust. Who awaits whom to return? This song, titled The Departed, was one he had encountered while reading From Being Harvested to Shearing the Sheep. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had searched for the song and played it, inadvertently waking his wife in the dead of night. She had, in a fit of anger, banished him to the living room. The version he had found was sung by a female vocalist, compelling Zhao Yao to strain his voice to mimic it. Night rain is fierce, the autumn lamp is lit, illuminating the empty stage. No one loves, yet love waits. This strained rendition only heightened the eerie atmosphere. The ethereal, intermittent sound reached the ears of the 3 youths, sending chills down their spines. Lu Guoqing's face turned ashen. Did you hear that sound? Shi Dong grasped Du Wei's hand tightly. I heard it too. Someone is singing. It's a woman. Du Wei felt his legs turn to jelly. Don't be ridiculous. At this hour, where would there be a woman? The only ones here are an old man keeping watch and Zhao Yao. Before Du Wei could finish his words, a shadow gracefully floated over the water's surface. The three brothers were instantly seized by terror, turning to flee, exclaiming, a ghost. There's a ghost. The drowned spirit has come. Help. Little did they know that the apparition they beheld was merely Zhao Yao, who had tied a bag of fertilizer to a wooden stick. Concealed in the shadows, he traversed the stone bridge of the irrigation station. In the dim light of night, it appeared as though a specter was gliding toward them, truly frightening the three youths. Unfortunately, the muddy embankment after the rain proved treacherous, and they stumbled and fell repeatedly into the drainage ditch, thoroughly terrified. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao quietly stowed away the stick and fertilizer bag, silencing his song. He stealthily entered the office, where he filled the stove with corn husks and then reclined against the hot wall, feeling the warmth soothe his back. He was confident that the three boys would not dare to return that night. However, the incident left Zhao Yao somewhat perturbed. It is said that one must guard against fire by day and thieves by night, yet there is no wisdom in guarding against thieves endlessly. This job was not a sustainable endeavor. Engaging in commerce was far more expedient. The dilemma lay in what business to pursue. Previously, he had extorted 40 yuan from 5 boys' homes. With the 20 yuan he possessed, he had a mere 60 yuan, insufficient for any venture. At midnight, the old man arriving for the next shift rose punctually. Zhao Yao guided him through the routine. Everything was as usual, and the cables remained intact. After the handover, Zhao Yao returned to the office and lay down on the small bed in the break room, drifting into sleep. The following morning, after swapping shifts with the agricultural worker, he descended into the drainage ditch to retrieve the seine net. To his astonishment, the net contained a haul of 40 to 50 pounds of fish. Among them were loach, crucian carp, gourd seeds, wheat spicklets, and small river shrimp, along with catfish and carp. Though the latter two were few in number, otherwise it would have been a significant windfall. This bountiful catch ignited Zhao Yao's imagination. Perhaps these fish could be sold for profit. He placed the seine net and the fish into a bag, shouldering it as he made his way home. Upon arriving, he found that his 3 sisters had already left for school. Zhao Yao hastily consumed a bite of food, then poured the fish into 2 buckets, filling each with half water and covering the tops with fertilizer bags, securing them with rope. He then strapped the buckets to either side of his bicycle. Despite the muddy roads, Zhao Yao had his methods. He pushed the bicycle out of the work area, opting for the grassy paths through the woods rather than the main road. In the lush grasslands of the forest, riding a bicycle was feasible, as long as one avoided collisions with trees. Exiting the woods led him to the county road, which was over 40 miles to the county town, and he arrived in just under an hour and a half. Insong County is neither large nor small, but it possesses a unique feature. The streets do not align to cardinal directions. This area is known as Bagua Street, filled with dead-end roads. Not far from the train station lies the burgeoning Second Light Market, which consists of several alleys where private vendors are permitted, with business personnel having welded racks from angle iron and metal sheets. These stalls are available for rent, with a width of 1.2 meters serving as a market stand. The market features fixed vendors, those who operate year-round, as well as transient vendors, like Zhao Yao, who occasionally make an appearance. Fixed vendors pay a monthly management fee of 5 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to the tax they owe. In contrast, transient vendors pay 50 cents per day for management fees and the same amount in taxes. Zhao Yao does not mind paying these nominal fees. They are trivial for him. The real issue arises when he realizes he lacks convenient bags, which indeed poses an inconvenience. After some contemplation, he rides his bicycle through the streets, calling out, "Fresh fish for sale. Fresh river fish." People emerge to inquire, "How much per pound? What kind of fish do you have?" The unique characteristic of the fish caught by net is that they are unharmed and alive. Zhao Yao lifts the lid and uses a scoop net to demonstrate. They're all alive. Fresh fish tastes the best. In no time, 5 or 6 people gather around, asking, "How much per pound? How much per pound?" "I don't have a scale." Zhao Yao thinks for a moment, then shakes the scoop net. "This scoop is worth 50 cents. It's a full 2 pounds. You can weigh it if you doubt me." His trip to the market was not in vain, as he knows there are carp and crucian carp available. Carp is priced at 80 cents per pound. Crucian carp at 60 cents, and silver carp at 70 cents. However, the fish there are all dead, albeit larger than Zhao Yao's catch, but fresh fish is always preferable. A woman frowns and remarks, "Your fish are mixed. If I want to make braised fish, I need crucian carp, loach, and wheat ears, but that is hard to manage. If I want to fry them, how do I deal with the loach? Oh, and what about the 7-star fish? Who has a stroke at home? That fish can only fetch 30 to 50 cents. Chapter 11. This fellow is utterly reckless. The discerning buyer is a challenge. Zhao Yao offers a wry smile. "I apologize. Ma'am, it's my first time selling fish, and I truly lack the necessary tools. I don't even have a scale." Someone shakes their head. "I've never seen anyone sell like this. It's quite unprofessional." Zhao Yao can only explain, "Please bear with me. Just buy it to make a nice stew. A stew made with fish is truly delightful. In restaurants, a dish like that would cost you at least 3 yuan, right?" A man in uniform nearby shakes his head. "That is not so expensive. A plate only costs 1 yuan 50. Enough of this. Just give me 50 cents. A plate of mixed fish for only 1 yuan 50? Zhao Yao is taken aback by this price. The man frowns. "What are you using to package the fish? You, as a fish seller, are quite amusing, lacking any proper tools. You're fooling even yourself." Zhao Yao smiles sheepishly. "I'm a student and can't afford tuition, so I'm selling fish to pay for my education." A bespectacled woman furrows her brow, saying, "Lying is quite unbecoming. You look like a middle school student. Who is so short of 2 yuan 50 for tuition?" Faced with skepticism, Zhao Yao sighs. 2 yuan 50 is not much. My family consists of 5 members, and we only receive 25 yuan for living expenses from the irrigation district, with 4 students to support. Every cent must be stretched. The bespectacled woman is taken aback, glancing at Zhao Yao's patchwork clothes, seemingly convinced of his honesty. Xiao Zhao remarked, "Initially, I intended to sell at the market, but lacking any goods at hand, I had no choice but to come here to peddle my wares. If anyone desires fish, they can take a basin, and I shall use a scoop to serve them." The first customer, an aunt, nodded her head, saying, "You don't strike me as a deceitful merchant. You seem like a decent young man. I'll take 1 for a yuan. 2 scoops. I'll send a pot over to my sister-in-law." Surprisingly, Zhao Yao's method of selling fish proved quite appealing, and he had already sold over 20 scoops. Each scoop priced at 50 cents, totaling 10 yuan for the 20 scoops, with catfish, eel, and large crucian carp fetching high prices. In total, he earned 15 yuan, which was impressive. Including the money earned from selling popsicles on the 9th, he had amassed nearly 40 yuan. When combined with the 40 yuan from his previous endeavors, it approached 80 yuan. This amount was equivalent to 2.5 months of living expenses for his family, yet it fell short of Zhao Yao's aspirations. With a sigh, Zhao Yao suddenly felt a wave of emptiness, hunger. At a roadside dog meat restaurant, he noticed the chalkboard displaying hand-pulled dog meat, 80 cents per plate. Dog meat soup, 10 cents per bowl. White liquor, 12 cents for a few ounces. Dog meat tofu, 30 cents. And braised dog meat, 1 yuan per plate. Rice was 30 cents for 2 bowls, and spicy dried tofu, 50 cents. Starving, Zhao Yao called out, "I'll have a plate of hand-pulled dog meat, a bowl of dog meat soup, a plate of spicy dried tofu, and 2 bowls of rice." The total was a staggering 1 yuan and 70 cents. While his daily wage was only 1 yuan and 5 cents, meaning he had spent nearly a day and a half salary. In 40 years' time, this would equate to 150 yuan for a single meal, and that was for 1 person. The restaurant owner beamed with delight, presenting a plate of hand-pulled dog meat, and surprisingly, the 10-cent dog meat soup contained a generous amount of solid ingredients. In truth, the hand-pulled dog meat was merely finely shredded and arranged on a plate, served with garlic sauce and pepper salt for dipping. The spicy dried tofu was plentiful, a large plateful. In his previous life, such a plate of dog meat would have sufficed to satiate him. Just as Zhao Yao was about to eat, an enticing voice called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of cold noodles." He turned to see teacher Bai Lu and a beautiful young woman, both standing gracefully nearby. The young lady matched Bai Lu in beauty, yet appeared to be in her 20s. Zhao Yao quickly rose. "Teacher Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Lu was equally taken aback. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "I'm selling fish to earn money. I came in to grab a bite as I'm hungry." Observing the array of dishes before Zhao Yao, Bai Lu remarked in surprise, "Are you really going to eat all that by yourself?" In truth, Zhao Yao regretted his order, having mistakenly assumed he was still earning a monthly salary of 50,000. That was a salary bought with his very life. Now, He simply did not possess such funds. I'm starving, he replied, but I've never spent this much. It's quite extravagant. The young woman clicked her tongue disapprovingly. How wasteful. We feel it's too extravagant just to have a bowl of cold noodles. And here you are, a spendthrift, indulging without working. Such an inconsiderate remark. Bai Lu quickly introduced Zhao Yao. This is Wang Xiaoxin, a news anchor from the county television station, our new intern. No wonder she looked so youthful. Zhao Yao chuckled. Please, join me. I ordered more than I can eat. If you don't mind, let us share. Unexpectedly, this young lad possesses such remarkable composure. The previously sharp-tongued Wang Xiaoxin now finds herself somewhat embarrassed. How could she not feel shy? Let me add another dish. Perhaps some dog meat tofu. In Zhao Yao's perspective, dog meat tofu pales in comparison to dog meat soup, for it contains scant pieces of meat, overshadowed by tofu. Bai Lu remarked, we just returned from an interview and are famished. Let us have a bite here. Have you truly abandoned your studies? With your capabilities, gaining admission to university should pose no challenge. I believe you can secure a place in a prestigious institution. There is less than a year left. Hold on. Once it's over, a brand new life awaits. Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled with determination. I will study at home as well. I will register for the college entrance examination next year. I am confident it won't hinder my progress. With Zhao Yao's abilities, he firmly believes that, even through mere commerce, he could become a wealthy individual. However, while achieving wealth may be straightforward, exacting revenge is an arduous task. As a high school dropout with no connections or family background, he realizes that even if he were to amass wealth, he would still be excluded from elite circles. Everything must be earned through personal endeavor. It is impossible to thrive without a solid foundation. Who does he currently know? Elementary school graduates, junior high school graduates, and high school graduates. How much assistance could these individuals provide? To avenge himself and his employer, he must gain admission to university. Wang Xiaoxin surveyed Zhao Yao from head to toe. This little fellow is quite audacious, believing he can self-study into university? I have never encountered someone so bold. Do you consider yourself part of the older generation? Zhao Yao responded with a slight smile. Miss Wang, you flatter me. I do not presume to be so audacious. I merely speak the truth. Uft. This guy is exceedingly arrogant. Wang Xiaoxin scoffed. Your bravado is so overwhelming that I might lose my appetite. If you truly manage to get into university, I shall buy your train ticket. Zhao Yao, filled with youthful vigor, retorted. All right, then it's settled. I hope you shall not go back on your word next year. The two young individuals glared at each other defiantly, unwilling to yield. Bai Lu chuckled. What are you two doing? You've made a pact for a year. Why not extend it to a lifetime? Wang Xiaoxin's face flushed crimson as she playfully lunged at Bai Lu. You're ridiculous. An elder sister should act like one, and you hardly resemble a teacher. One must not gaze upon such impropriety. Zhao Yao quickly focused his attention on his bowl as the two beautiful women frolicked. A scene that was rather stimulating. If not for Zhao Yao's extensive prior experiences, he might have found himself blushing profusely. In truth, the two women were quite conservatively dressed. Unlike those from 40 years hence, they concealed everything that could be hidden and wrapped up all that could be covered. Yet some dynamic beauty is undeniably difficult to obscure. Chapter 012. I will spend my earnings as I wish. Look at the two men beside us. They are practically drooling. The two women seemed to sense the awkwardness and quickly composed themselves. Bai Lu sheepishly inquired, by the way, you mentioned selling fish? Do you have any of those fish left? I crave some of that delicious Yongzhong fish. When I worked on the farm, your father's fish was the most delectable. He could never enjoy it himself at school, as we always devoured it all. Is there truly nothing between teacher Bai and my father? Imagine that scene, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Zhao Yao found himself questioning this notion. What kind of fish would you like? I shall bring it to you tomorrow. Catfish, grass carp, Christian carp, or loach? Oh dear. Wang Xiaoxin shook her head. Let us skip the loach. It's quite unappetizing. Catfish is rather unsightly. Let us go for some Christian carp instead, fried to perfection. If the bones are crisped well, I prefer not to pick them out. I often find myself getting choked. Initially, he intended to invite teacher Bai, who was quite familiar with everyone, but Zhao Yao chose not to hold it against her. After a swift meal, he bid farewell to the two lovely ladies. Teacher Bai, enjoy your meal at your leisure. I must head to the department store to procure some items. The mention of shopping brightened the eyes of both women. What are you planning to buy? Zhao Yao replied earnestly. Wang Lihong and the others have worn their clothes threadbare. I intend to buy them a couple of new garments. Our household finances are tight, and the three sisters have been wearing hand-me-downs, with their pants patched up. Observing Zhao Yao's loose clothing, Bai Lu pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, "I shall accompany you. Shall we go together, Wang Xiaoxin?" Upon arriving at the largest department store in Yinsong County, Zhao Yao was taken aback by the prices. A white embroidered blouse from Spring City was a mere 6.57 yuan, plus a fabric ticket of 4.5. A pair of blue polyester trousers was only 12.70 yuan, requiring an additional 3.5 fabric tickets. A 2-use polyester blouse from Shanghu City was priced at 22.30 yuan, with a fabric ticket of 7. A printed triangular collared shirt from Spring City cost 1.37 yuan, plus 3.5 fabric tickets. The Spring City polyester flowered top was 17.90 yuan, seemingly affordable. However, the corresponding price of the 2-use polyester blouse equated to a month's wage for an apprentice. If calculated 40 years later, it would amount to at least 1.500 yuan, wouldn't it? And the printed triangular collared shirt at 1.37 yuan was the daily wage for a 5-year employee. Zhao Yao, feeling financially constrained, could only purchase 3 triangular collared shirts. With less than 80 yuan in his pocket, earned from selling popsicles, along with today's fish sales, he regretted just having spent 0.70 yuan. Teacher Bai gently inquired, "What do you wish to buy?" "I have fabric tickets. I have extra money too." "How generous." Zhao Yao chuckled sheepishly indeed. "I forgot to bring fabric tickets." The youth was quite fortunate. Wang Xiaoxin produced several fabric tickets. "I have 10 feet of fabric tickets. Use them." "Oh, what a kind soul." Zhao Yao awarded Wang Xiaoxin a good person card. 3 pairs of flowered trousers from Spring City. 3 2-use polyester blouses. Each pair of flowered trousers was 2.93 yuan, totaling under 9 yuan for 3. The 3 2-use polyester blouses cost 22.31 yuan each, amounting to 66.93 yuan, leading him to financial ruin. The dilemma was that both Wang Lihong and Wang Lixia were growing up, and the youngest, Wang Lizhen, was already in middle school, making their tattered clothing rather unbecoming. Truly, one does not comprehend the value of money until they manage a household, in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yao transformed from a young local with nearly 80 yuan to being utterly broke. This money certainly does not stretch far. Zhao Yao wistfully reminisced about his previous life, when a monthly salary of 50,000 was a reality. Despite now having empty pockets, he felt no regret. After all, what is the purpose of earning money if not to spend it? 2 women observed Zhao Yao purchasing only women's clothing and exchanged glances. Bai Lu gently inquired, "Aren't you going to buy something for yourself?" With a carefree gesture, Zhao Yao replied, "But I already have something to wear. I extorted them the other day, and I have several sets of work clothes at home." Children of the poor mature quickly. Bai Lu produced 3 crisp bills, saying, "I just received my salary. Take this and buy yourself some clothes. You can repay me later when you earn money. 30 yuan. Just as Zhao Yao was about to decline, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Teacher Bai. I just need to buy a few nets." "Buy nets?" The 2 women exchanged amused glances. This child was solely focused on making money. An hour and a half later, Zhao Yao returned to the 2nd division. He first went to the office to resign from his temporary job. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he nonchalantly returned home. The sisters had just arrived, and their stepmother lay languidly on the kong, groaning, "Oh dear. I have a headache. You girls figure out what you want to eat and make something. I don't feel like moving." Encountering a lazy mother, there was little that could be done. Zhao Yao tossed a bag of items onto the kong. "You 3 should try on the new pants and clothes I bought. Each of you gets a set." "What?" The 4 women were stunned. Even Sun Yanhong, who had just been feigning illness, sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You bought clothes and pants?" It was known that during the Spring Festival of 85, none of them had new clothes, and now, out of season, Zhao Yao had purchased them. Sun Yanhong, flustered, exclaimed, "You wasteful child! How can we live like this? They have clothes to wear. They can make do as long as they don't expose any skin. Buying these things won't fill our stomachs. We will starve. What vanity is this? Hurry and return them." The 3 sisters gazed longingly at the clothes and pants, but dared not approach. Despite the Sun family's reputation for violence, filial piety was a cherished value. The stepmother held a significant position in her daughter's hearts. Zhao Yao scoffed, "I'll spend my earnings as I please. Whether you wear them or not, I'll just give them to someone else. I never intended to return them. I'm going to change and cook now." The stepmother finally showed some concern. The fish left from breakfast had been cleaned. The cornmeal on the Kong in the storeroom had already risen. Zhao Yao chopped green onions and sautéed them, then went to the garden to fetch a few red chili peppers to toss into the pot. After adding a spoonful of soybean paste for flavor, he poured in some water and added the fish. Once it began to boil, he smeared a bit of soybean paste on the pot's edge and started to make cornmeal pancakes. The pot must be hot, as the saying goes. A cold pot makes a slippery pancake. The door to the main room opened, and the youngest sister excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, come look at me. Do I look good?" After washing his hands, he entered, and all three sisters had donned their new clothes. People are judged by their attire, and the moment they wore the new garments, their demeanor transformed entirely. Wang Lihong stood there a bit shyly, unable to meet Zhao Yao's gaze for the first time. Previously, Zhao Yao had often endured her beatings. From childhood to adulthood, he had never bested this fierce northeastern tigress. Now that his brother had earned money and bought her clothes, she felt undeserving of such kindness. Zhao Yao grinned. "Not bad, not bad. You all look beautiful. Wearing new clothes should bring a new outlook. Be diligent in your studies at school. Don't let anyone mock you for wearing new clothes and then failing to learn anything. That would be quite embarrassing. This fellow has taken it upon himself to assume the role of a parent." Wang Lihong's expression shifted, yet she remained silent. Dressed in the newly purchased garments of another, she found herself unable to resort to violence. Such actions were simply beyond her. "It's all about money." Sun Yanhong sighed deeply and inquired, "How much did that cost? Did you use cloth tickets?" Chapter 013. In my eyes, gold lies everywhere. "Oh dear, I almost forgot this matter." Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly. "The cloth tickets were lent to me by Teacher Bai. I must return them tomorrow. I didn't have enough money, so I borrowed 30 yuan from them." "You borrowed money?" Sun Yanhong's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you dare to borrow money? How will you repay it?" 30 yuan. A child daring to borrow money is simply outrageous. Your stepmother will go mad. In the entire irrigation district, such a prodigal child is nowhere to be found. Were it not for Zhao Yao's employment, he would likely face a broken leg at the hands of his stepmother. The conditions are clear. How much do you earn in a month? When will you repay it? Are we to go without food and drink? Huh? Zhao Yao scoffed. Money is earned, not saved. By the way, I forgot to mention, I quit that job. What? Sun Yanhong was taken aback, as though struck by lightning. The woman slumped onto the Kong, pounding her thighs and weeping uncontrollably. "Oh dear, what sins have I committed? Marrying a man who ended up in prison, and now marrying another who has run off. Woe is me." It had been ages since the stepmother had cried so openly. Her drama of weeping and wailing was typically reserved for her husband. To employ such theatrics on a foster son was truly a peculiar sight. With tears and snot streaming down her face, the stepmother lamented, "I raised a son to support my old age, yet he refuses to work. He spends money recklessly and is still in debt. How are we to live?" Wang Lihong's expression also darkened. "You borrowed money to buy us clothes?" "No, return them. We cannot afford them." "What nonsense!" Zhao Yao retorted, glaring. "You should wear what I bought for you. I didn't borrow money to buy you clothes. I purchased several nets for fishing." "More nets? How many did you buy?" This reckless child is far too extravagant. An exasperated Sun Yanhong shot glances at Zhao Yao. Even his biological father would not dare spend money so frivolously. Little Zhao is unlike old Zhao. At night, I fish, and during the day, I sell fish. Today, I made over 10 yuan. In just 2 days, I could earn a month's salary. Why should I work for someone else? What do you mean working for someone else? Sun Yanhong, her eyes brimming with tears, managed to stifle her sobs. Gritting her teeth, she scolded, "That is working for the farm. That is working for the country. That is earning a wage." The noise. The stepmother's voice was too piercing. No wonder she dominated the streets with her shouts. "Once you secure a permanent position and hold that iron rice bowl, you will earn so much money. 30 yuan is a lot of money." Such low expectations. But Zhao Yao understood that his stepmother would never be satisfied. Wang Lihong had inherited this flaw and even amplified it. "You foolish child. How long can you fish?" Selling ice pops lasted only a day, didn't it? Flooding the fields is a matter of just a few days, at most no more than a week. If there are no floods, there will be no fish. Without fish, what will you do? As winter approaches, one ponders how to earn a living. Suddenly, it becomes evident that Sun Yanhong is not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, she comprehends the seasonal and timely nature of her endeavors. The substantial profits from selling popsicles are attributed to the Autumn Sports Festival. On ordinary days, selling even 100 popsicles proves to be a challenge. In the case of fishing, once the water in the fields is drained, catching fish becomes exceedingly difficult. Those on the farm catch just enough fish for their own sustenance, never venturing into town to sell and profit. Perhaps their catch is simply too meager. Zhao Yao shook his head, stating, "In your eyes, there are only a few avenues for profit, yet in mine, the ground is strewn with gold." Once, he was unable to articulate even a single thought, yet now he speaks with confidence. The three sisters are taken aback, momentarily forgetting to remove their new garments. The eldest sister grinds her teeth in frustration, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yao's joints, yearning to pounce and throw him into disarray. How dare he speak to their mother in such a manner today? And what will happen tomorrow? Wang Lixia is at a loss. Her brother, merely 4 days her senior, now feels like a stranger. However, the youngest sister, Wang Lizhen, shines with admiration, thinking how remarkable it is that he dares to challenge their mother. The young man, filled with pride, reassures them, "Rest assured, I have pledged to support you all. I will earn enough for your living expenses for the next few years. At the very least, before I graduate from university, you will not find yourselves in want." "What? You still intend to attend school?" Sun Yanhong, exasperated, hurled a broomstick at him. "You ungrateful wretch. Have I raised you for nothing? Even a dog knows how to guard the house. Raising a pig could provide meat for the new year. What good does raising you do?" The harshness of her words stung, yet Zhao Yao effortlessly caught the broomstick, remaining unperturbed. "You cared for my father and me for 5 years, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of in your old age." The phrase "to care for you in your old age" instantly deflated Sun Yanhong's explosive anger. Raising 3 daughters had always been her deepest wound, a reason for her ex-husband's abuse. She felt responsible for the Wang family's lack of a male heir, leaving them without anyone to care for her in her twilight years. Zhao Yao took a deep breath. "I will also support the 3 sisters until they graduate from university. Of course, if you choose not to pursue higher education, then by all means, graduate quickly, earn money, and marry." What troubled Zhao Yao most was not the pursuit of wealth, but rather his eldest sister, Wang Lihong. The 2 younger sisters, with their gentle dispositions, found themselves overshadowed by their domineering mother and irritable elder sister. Wang Lihong, however, surpassed them all in her fierce nature. Not only unreasonable, but also inclined towards violence. She was quick to resort to physical confrontation at the slightest disagreement, perfectly inheriting her biological parents' flaws. Enough of this nonsense. Let us eat. After dinner, I still need to go fishing. If I cannot catch fish and earn money, we shall face ruin. Engaging in disputes with women often leads to endless cycles, a lesson Zhao Yao had learned from his previous life. Though Sun Yanhong might be reluctant, the allure of pancakes and small fish was undeniable. The 5 of them were still outnumbered by her appetite, aptly reflecting the saying, "Hunger cannot be endured." After dinner, Zhao Yao went outside and returned with a dozen wooden sticks, binding the newly purchased net to either side. Wang Lixia and Wang Lizhen observed from the side, primarily due to the heavy tension in the room. As the sisters hid away, the youngest inquired, "Brother, what do you need the tree branches for? Shall I help you straighten them?" The several vertical forks resembled the separation of the thumb and index finger. Zhao Yao shook his head and chuckled, asserting that this item was quite useful. If it were straightened, it would be rendered useless. Having prepared everything, Zhao Yao returned to his storage room and laid down on the Kong to rest, needing to conserve his strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon around 7 o'clock in the evening, he rose and placed several nets into fertilizer bags, along with those wooden stakes. He took a piece of plastic sheeting, an old remnant from last year's greenhouse, which, though worn, was still sufficiently sturdy. Armed with a sickle and a tattered cotton coat, he set off on his bicycle. This time, his destination was not the electric irrigation station, but rather the chicken claw ditch. The chicken claw ditch, as it was called, consisted of several bifurcated channels formed by the main ditch and drainage ditches, resembling a chicken's claw. There were 3 drainage ditches here, and beyond the diversion, there were 3 more. Zhao Yao firmly planted the wooden sticks on either side of the net into the banks of the drainage ditch. He then drove the small wooden forks, shaped like the letter, into the soil along the lower edge of the net. In doing so, the net was securely anchored within the ditch, proving far more effective than merely using mud. Chapter 14. A great game. The 6 newly purchased nets, along with the borrowed ones, were all positioned within the drainage ditches and a main channel. Everything was ready, and it was already nearing 10 o'clock at night. The water was frigid. Zhao Yao leaned his bicycle against a large tree and used the sickle to cut several larger branches. He fashioned a frame from the branches atop the bicycle and covered it with last year's greenhouse plastic. The edges of the plastic were weighed down with bundles of reeds. Thus, even in the event of rain, he had no cause for concern. Clad in his military coat, Zhao Yao crawled beneath the plastic. The 7 nets, valued at nearly 40 yuan, were not something he wished to lose to theft. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yao began to retrieve the nets. To his delight, each net contained 30 to 40 pounds of fish, totaling over 200 pounds across the 7 nets. He looked at his old, dilapidated bicycle with a wry smile, hoping it would not collapse under the weight. He secured the nets and fertilizer bags to the back and, this time, dared not ride. With the fish and nets, he had over 300 pounds in total, a burden too great for any bicycle to bear. Cautiously pushing the bicycle, he walked 4 or 5 miles, finally returning home. At this hour, his mother and siblings had yet to rise. Zhao Yao flipped over 2 large vats used for pickling sauerkraut and cleaned them thoroughly. He drew water from the well with a large ladle, repeatedly filling the vats. The second farm had only installed running water in the mid-1990s, and most families now utilized pressurized wells. Open wells like Zhao's were becoming increasingly rare. Even with a cover, these wells remained unsanitary and unsafe. He poured 240 to 50 pounds of fish into the 2 large vats. My goodness, that was quite an abundant catch. As he busied himself, his mother and siblings emerged, astonished at the sight of the full vats of fish. Oh dear. Sun Yanhong shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "Too many fish will only lead to rotten fish. Do you understand? They won't fetch a good price." "What does that mean?" The younger sister, Wang Li's hen, innocently inquired, "Mother, why do so many fish lead to foul-smelling fish? Would it not be better to sell them before they go bad?" The eldest sister, Wang Lihong, mumbled, "When playing with small stakes, if there is no inspection of the cards, having many small fish means fewer winnings." How did the conversation shift to card games? Sun Yanhong shot her a glare. "Do you even understand? If we push so many fish onto the market, people will naturally lower the price. If we can't sell them for a good price, it's better to have fewer fish. Moreover, with 2 large tubs of fish, how would you even sell them on the street? Who would buy them at the farm? Every household has its own fishing nets. Just toss a net into the drainage ditch or rice field, and you can easily catch several fish. A few nets can yield 10 pounds of fish, enough to last for 2 or 3 days. Therefore, if these fish were sold at the farm, they would indeed spoil." The women, having limited experience, were oblivious to the market's demands. Zhao Yao shook his head. "I did not intend to sell at the farm. Come, help me sort the fish. Once categorized, they could fetch a decent price. Yesterday, I sold them all in a single basket. Not only was the price low, but it was also inconvenient for people to take them home." With ample time before school, Wang Lixia eagerly asked, "How shall we sort them, brother?" Zhao Yao brought out wash basins, face basins, and bowls, laying them out in a row. Then he demonstrated, "Watch closely. Large crucian carp, medium crucian carp, and small crucian carp should be kept separate. The loaches, regardless of size, go together, while catfish and bullhead fish are paired. As for these minor fish like wheat ear fish and small white fish, they can be mixed together." The younger sister, Wang Li's hen, remarked in surprise, "These white fish look lovely. Why not separate them?" Sun Yanhong scoffed, "Those are not white fish. They are kinglingzi. They have a layer of black membrane inside, making them particularly fishy when stewed. Frying them is a hassle due to the bones, and they aren't worth much. They are better off mixed with these small miscellaneous fish." The 5 of them worked diligently, separating 200 to 450 pounds of fish quite swiftly. For the first time, Sun Yanhong was so industrious. Despite her son disregarding her advice, his ability to earn money was indeed impressive. After a day of selling popsicles and fish, he managed to buy new clothes for all 3 sisters, which made Sun Yanhong somewhat optimistic. What could they exchange for all these fish once sold? The 5 of them toiled for half an hour before finally categorizing the fish. Zhao Yao grabbed one, sliced a pancake in half, filled it with the leftover fish paste from yesterday, added a sprinkle of scallions, and tossed in a crushed chili pepper. It resembled a sandwich, yet it was far more delectable, entirely green. In just a few bites, he devoured it, causing the 4 women, who had not eaten, to choke in disbelief. This was a skill Zhao Yao developed during his military service. One must eat quickly. After the meal, Zhao Yao attached 4 buckets, 2 from his home and 2 borrowed from the neighbors. He had hung everything on the back of his bicycle, which made it impossible to carry 200 to 450 pounds of fish. Last night, for reasons unknown, Half of the 200 to 450 pounds of fish turned out to be loaches. The loaches, undeterred by danger, remained in the fish tank, while Zhao Yao placed the remaining fish into 4 buckets. The mixed fish, including greenlings, wheat fish, and small-head fish, were placed into a woven basket. The basket was secured to the rear seat, and plastic sheets were draped over both the buckets and the basket. Zhao Yao set off on his bicycle, genuinely fearful that the old relic would break down on the way. Fortunately, aside from the bell that refused to ring, the vintage bike proved quite resilient, carrying him steadily into the city. This time, he was thoroughly prepared, having borrowed a scale from a neighbor to address a significant challenge. By 10 o'clock, all the fish had been sold. Small Christian carp fetched 50 cents for 3 pounds, medium ones 50 cents for 2 pounds, and large ones 50 cents per pound. Catfish and gaff topsail catfish sold for $1 per pound, while the smaller fish suitable for making fish sauce were not cheap either, priced at 50 cents for 2 pounds. Remarkably, the mixed fish sold for even more than the small Christian carp. In total, he managed to sell around 140 to 50 pounds of fish for over 80 yuan. Zhao Yao was overjoyed, nearly bubbling with excitement. And without a moment's hesitation, he pedaled home, eager to tend to the many loaches still awaiting him. Upon returning home around 1 o'clock, he devoured 2 large pancakes and casually dipped some scallions in sauce. Yesterday's lunch, costing a piece of 7, had indeed been extravagant. He packed the remaining 100 or so pounds of loaches into 4 buckets and made his way back to the county town. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, nearing closing time, he found a street corner to set down the 4 buckets of loaches. The only inconvenience was the absence of a container for the loaches. However, he soon realized he had overthought the situation. The townsfolk had their own means of purchasing fish. One by one, they arrived with bowls, lunchboxes, and even buckets to buy fish. Large loaches and catfish were priced at $1 per pound, medium loaches at 50 cents per pound, and small loaches at 50 cents for 2 pounds. Zhao Yao managed to sell approximately 90 pounds of loaches for a total of 70 yuan. In total, he earned over 150 yuan that day, a substantial sum indeed, equivalent to half a year's wages for temporary work. With the loaches sold out, he began to pack up his belongings. One person noticed the pile of small Christian carp in his bucket and exclaimed, "Hey, brother, you've cleaned up these Christian carp so well. How are you selling them?" Zhao Yao shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, but these Christian carp are for my sister. They are not for sale." Someone nearby chimed in, "Come on, kid, who wouldn't eat them? Just sell them to us, and you can catch more for her later." Zhao Yao smiled wryly. "Thank you, uncles and aunts, but these fish truly are for my sister. If she hadn't lent me money, I wouldn't have been able to catch these fish. One must remember to be grateful. One cannot become blinded by money. Wouldn't you agree?" A few people nodded in agreement, praising, "This child truly understands. Go on, go on. No one wants your fish anymore. Just remember to come early tomorrow." Zhao Yao pushed his bicycle and made his way to the residential compound of the broadcasting station, where the 2 sisters shared a dormitory. At the far end of the family compound, this place is quite easy to locate, being the last room at the edge. Zhao Yao parked his bicycle at the entrance and approached the door, only to discover it was ajar. Pushing the door open, he noticed a gap in the door of the main room. The 2 lovely ladies had been rather careless, leaving it so easily accessible. Just as he was about to call out, he suddenly heard sounds of struggle from within, accompanied by muffled cries. Something was amiss. Without hesitation, Zhao Yao flung the door open and rushed inside. There, he beheld the 2 beauties bound stark naked to the bed's railing, while a man, entirely unclad, was about to pounce on them. What appeared to be a bed was, in fact, a heated platform with 2 ends resembling a bed's head and foot. Without a moment's delay, Zhao Yao bellowed, "Stop!" At that instant, a gust of wind swept from the side. After days of rigorous training, Zhao Yao's mind and body had become one. Reacting swiftly, he instinctively lowered himself. With a resounding thud, a kitchen knife struck the wall with great force. Zhao Yao twisted his elbow, producing a sharp sound as he countered. A pitiful wail followed. His elbow had struck the assailant right between the legs. He could almost hear the sound of something shattering. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Yao rose and delivered a powerful knee strike. The assailant, hunched over to protect his vulnerable area, was met with Zhao Yao's knee, crashing into his chin with a sickening crack. The assailant bit down hard, severing a portion of his own tongue. This blow was ferocious enough to leave him unconscious, eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, The now bare-assed assailant was bleeding profusely from his injuries. This scene was utterly tragic. The man who had lunged at the two beauties, seeing his comrade down, let out a roar and charged forward. However, his complete lack of attire rendered him rather grotesque. Without a second thought, Zhao Yao launched a powerful kick. Although he wore rubber shoes that seemed innocuous, years of training with the Sun family had honed his skills to an impressive degree. In his previous life, as a reconnaissance soldier in the southern frontier, he had developed lethal techniques. This kick was potent enough to shatter a wooden beam the thickness of a child's arm, sending the charging man into a panic. He attempted to sidestep, but his reflexes were sluggish, far from the caliber of a semi-professional athlete like those from the Sun family. Zhao Yao, however, was quick to adapt. As his opponent evaded, he surged forward, unleashing a punch that connected squarely with the assailant's nose. The impact collapsed the bridge of his nose, causing tears, snot, and blood to flow freely. Having faced battle before, Zhao Yao showed no mercy, seizing the moment to press his advantage. A second punch followed, and he thrust his knee harshly into the assailant's abdomen. Though the opponent stood at a height of 6 feet, he was as thin as a reed. Yet his skeletal frame packed significant force. Hitting bone felt akin to being struck by a stout stick. This knee strike nearly shattered the man's stomach. Clutching his belly, he crumpled to the ground, pleading, "Spare me, big brother. Spare me. Spare him." If a young person were to hear these words, they might genuinely cease their aggression. However, within Zhao Yao resides the soul of a man decades older. At over 50, he would certainly not relent upon hearing a plea for mercy. After all, he had just spotted 2 individuals before him. Should any more allies appear, their capacity for retaliation would pose a significant threat to him and the 2 women. The moment the man uttered his plea, Zhao Yao's palm strike had already landed on his neck. The naked man rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This all transpired in a flash, within less than 30 seconds, leaving 2 individuals sprawled across the room. At this moment, Zhao Yao finally took the time to survey the surroundings, seemingly concluding that these were the only adversaries left. A glance toward the bed ignited a fervent reaction within him, nearly causing him to lose control. Truly, they were breathtaking. The 2 stunning women were bound at both ends of the bed. The room was well lit, revealing every detail, making it nearly impossible for Zhao Yao to look away. Both women had their mouths gagged, and he hurried over to assist them, pulling the fabric from their lips. The mortified Bai Lu gasped, "Stop looking. Let us go." How could he not look? Such an extraordinary opportunity was rare in life. In his previous existence, Zhao Yao had only one wife, Wang Lihong, yet he had never encountered beauties like Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxing. Wang Lihong's figure could only be described as robust, while the 2 women before him were perfectly proportioned, with not a flaw to be found, their skin radiating freshness. It was overwhelming. Fortunately, Zhao Yao possessed a steadfast mind. Had it been someone else, they might have struggled to suppress their baser instincts in the face of such temptation. His eyes were captivated, and after much effort, he finally freed the women from their restraints. "Ah," Wang Xiaoxing gasped, seizing the blanket to cover herself. In her flustered state, she managed to cover the top, but not the bottom. "You scoundrel, why don't you help us cover up?" Bai Lu quickly tugged at Wang Xiaoxing. "Xiaoxing, it was Zhao Yao who saved us. Without him, we would." Wang Xiaoxing was well aware that Zhao Yao had rescued her. The issue was that this scene was mortifying. Her pristine form was fully exposed to the young man's gaze. She wished fervently to disappear, feeling as though death would be preferable. Even if he had saved her, it shouldn't have come at the cost of her modesty. Shouldn't it? Zhao Yao sighed. "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. You 2 sisters are the most exquisite sculptures I have ever encountered. I would love to capture this moment if I could." As he spoke, he had already unbound their feet. The 2 women exchanged glances, their minds disoriented by Zhao Yao's perspective. Bai Lu grasped the blanket, covering herself. "Zhao Yao, could you step outside for a moment? We need to get dressed." Chapter 016. What pretense of virtue? Deceiving ghosts. What a pity for Zhao Yao. He genuinely harbors no ill intentions. Yet, to admire beauty is not inappropriate. Gazing at the 2 individuals on the ground, Zhao Yao shook his head. "I'll keep my eyes on you too, so hurry and get dressed. Rest assured, I won't turn around." But how could they feel at ease? Just moments ago, that fellow's eyes were nearly glued to the 2 women. He unabashedly feasted his gaze upon their forms, pretending to be a virtuous gentleman. What nonsense! Yet, what could he do if he chose not to leave? Could he be scolded away? The 2 women seethed with frustration. their teeth grinding, but they had no choice but to hurriedly put on their clothes. Zhao Yao approached the moaning man. Don't pretend to be dead. Is it just you two? Who else is there? This man was truly not feigning death. Anyone who had suffered such a blow would surely be on the brink of death, especially since he had even lost part of his tongue. It's just us. Blood and foam dripped from his mouth, rendering his speech incoherent. Zhao Yao, relying on his intuition, gazed at a piece of wall plaster that had been cleaved by a kitchen knife and inhaled sharply. Had that knife struck him, he would likely be gravely injured if not dead. The youth furrowed his brow. How did you end up here? Wait, you look familiar. Oh, I remember now. I saw you yesterday at the dog meat restaurant. You two were there, weren't you? The man nodded repeatedly. I was captivated by them while eating. I scoped the place out yesterday and followed them home after their shift today. So that was it. Zhao Yao turned around, and the two women were already dressed. Call the police. I'll watch them. You go call for help. The broadcasting station was not far from the police station, and soon the two women returned with the authorities. The case was straightforward, with ample evidence and witnesses, including the two nearly lifeless men. Moreover, both women were well-known figures in the county, making the handling of the case rather simple. After giving their statements and exiting the police station, the streets were shrouded in a thick haze, not from fog, but from the smoke of coal fires. In this era, gas was still a luxury, and most families burned coal. With the cooking fires igniting in the windless season, the smoke settled heavily. The acrid smell filled their nostrils, leaving soot in their breaths. The two women felt a profound shyness, hardly daring to look at Zhao Yao. The rustic youth patted his stomach. Ladies, may I treat you to a meal to calm your nerves? By the way, thank you for the fabric tickets and money you lent me yesterday. I'm returning them now. Bai Lu took the money and fabric tickets, flustered as she said, let us treat you to dinner. We want to go to that dog meat restaurant again. Today, we'll treat you to a feast. A feast? Zhao Yao shook his head. Just a bowl of noodles will suffice. I'm in a hurry to get home. I still need to go fishing tonight. By the way, I brought you some fish, all cleaned and ready. The two women did not insist further, as the atmosphere with him felt too awkward. At the snack shop, the three shared a bowl of noodles each, and then Zhao Yao rode his bicycle home. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Xiaoxin gritted her teeth and muttered, that little rascal took advantage of us. If he hadn't saved us, I would have definitely reported him. Bai Lu felt a profound discomfort. She sighed. Well, let's be content. It was merely a fleeting glance from him. Had he arrived a moment later, one can only imagine the dire consequences. The police have already stated that those two harbored intentions of murder to silence us. If it weren't for him, we would have met a gruesome fate, perhaps even displayed before forensic experts for their morbid curiosity. Heavens! Wang Xiaoxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Lujia, are you out of your mind? How can you even utter such words? It's utterly revolting. As the two women conversed, several officials from the Broadcasting and Television Bureau hurried over in a flurry. My goodness, such a significant incident, and you didn't inform us? Xiaoxin, are you all right? You terrified me. Let me see. This clearly delineates the disparity. No one inquired about Bai Lu. All attention was fixated on Wang Xiaoxin. She had grown accustomed to being overlooked, despite her enchanting beauty and alluring voice. 2 hours later, Zhao Yao had arrived at the chicken claw ditch, ready to immerse the net once more. The water felt surprisingly warm today, as he was ablaze with fervor. The scene of rescuing the two women replayed in his mind. A vivid tableau so exhilarating it sent his blood racing uncontrollably. Though Zhao Yao was no longer a mere boy of 16 or 17, he harbored the spirit of a man in his 50s. Thankfully, his mature mindset prevented him from acting impulsively. Maintaining composure in the presence of two strikingly beautiful women required immense courage and fortitude. Yet, the after-effects were palpable. That night, sleep eluded him. Upon rising, he retrieved the nets, finding a significantly reduced catch, only about 170 to 180 pounds. The late hour of his return meant he had fished for 4 or 5 hours less than the previous day, resulting in a quarter less yield. Upon returning home, his mother had already prepared everything, and they quickly began sorting the fish. Sun Yanhong beamed with delight. My son, how much did you sell yesterday? Did you manage to eat? Did you return the fabric coupons? Zhao Yao nodded. I returned both the money and the coupons. By the way, with school having started for a while now, isn't it time for tuition? Wang Lixiao affirmed. Indeed, we were supposed to pay before Teacher's Day, but mother said we have no money. Having no money is quite normal, Zhao Yao replied, pulling out a 10 yuan note. Sister, take this for your tuition. and used the remainder for pens and notebooks. He casually offered the crisp bill, causing Sun Yanhong's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She had never been so extravagant with money. The tuition for the three sisters was only 7 yuan and 50 cents, leaving 2 yuan and 50 cents remaining. Don't spend it recklessly, bring it back to me, she admonished. Zhao Yao sighed. As girls mature, they need to have some money on hand. As their mother, why can't you understand this? What do you need the small change for? Moreover, the school is quite far from home. It's not convenient to always bring food. They should have some pocket money. A simple lunch now and then is beneficial. Who, after all, is the true guardian of this household? The three sisters listened in stunned silence. Sun Yanhong shot her son an exasperated glare. All this money has been spent by me. What do you think you're doing earning it? What else could I do? Zhao Yao declared, I have stated my intention to pursue my studies. The money I earn is designated for the future tuition of the four of us, so you need not worry. What does need not worry imply? Sun Yanhong became agitated. Are you aware of the amount of debt our family has accumulated over the years? That meager living allowance is hardly sufficient to support the four of you. I shall not even mention the debts owed to your grandfather and uncle, nor the funds owed to the department, which are not urgent to repay. There is still a personal debt of 200 or 300 yuan, if you do not assist me in repaying it. How do you expect me to manage on my own? Frankly, Zhao Yao was unaware of the extent of the family's financial distress. 200 or 300 yuan indeed constituted a substantial sum. The annual salary of an apprentice would not suffice, and this was merely a fraction of the total debt. Zhao Yao's countenance darkened. How much does our family owe in total? Provide me with an exact figure, and show me the IOUs. Without them, I refuse to acknowledge the debt. This is utterly outrageous. Wang Lihong abruptly stood up, exclaiming, What is this? Have you forgotten your roots now that you're earning a bit of money? How dare you speak to me that way? Speak another word, and I shall make you regret it. Chapter 17. What is the matter? Following the previous night's valiant rescue of 2 women, Zhao Yao had gained considerable confidence in his own strength. However, remnants of past psychological trauma made him slightly apprehensive in the presence of the formidable Wang Lihong. Nevertheless, he resolved not to be intimidated. The money I earn is mine to spend as I please. I am willing to repay the family's debts. But if it pertains to gambling debts, I will not comply. Despite Zhao's family's impoverished circumstances, Sun Yanhong harbored a penchant for gambling, often indulging in card games. On one occasion, she lost over 3 yuan, weeping throughout the night. Yet, sorrowful as she was, she could not restrain herself from returning to the games. Upon hearing this, Wang Lihong fell silent, huffily retreating into the house. Sun Yanhong was taken aback, realizing her adopted son had exposed her secret. Indeed, her health could hardly be described as robust, fluctuating between suboptimal and merely unremarkable. Frequently, her feigned ailments stemmed from laziness, as she diverted her children's tuition funds to gambling. Now, her adopted son had laid bare her duplicity. Sun Yanhong's expression shifted drastically. Have you grown wings? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You ungrateful child. You are just like your father. You think you can say whatever you please. Zhao Yao ignored Sun Yanhong, turned, and casually consumed a morsel of food before securing his bicycle. This time, the fish catch was modest, so he decided to take it all with him. Having the memories of his past life was indeed advantageous. Upon arriving in the county town, he selected an excellent location to sell fish. Positioned at the alley opposite the county hospital, it was not far from the county government, where a central market was soon to be constructed. While the surrounding area could not be deemed affluent, at least the local populace was more willing to spend. By midday, he had sold all 170 or 80 pounds of fish. Famished, he had just finished tidying his bicycle when he looked up to see Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin standing across the street, observing him. However, their smiles seemed somewhat off, causing Zhao Yao to feel uneasy. Dear sisters, is there something you require? This fellow was adept at maintaining his composure, as if nothing were amiss. Is there really nothing? Wang Xiaoxin pouted. We have come to express our gratitude for your life-saving efforts. Please join us for a meal at our home. The sweet words spoken were merely a facade. Zhao Yao felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing it was akin to a treacherous banquet. Yet to decline? Perhaps it was best to acquiesce, for they had managed to find his door and would undoubtedly locate the school as well. Though he had been absent from classes these past few days, examinations loomed in the future. He fervently wished to avoid any blemish left by the 2 women. In truth, Zhao Yao was overthinking. The 2 women had prepared an exquisite lunch, featuring a splendid array of 6 dishes. Among them was a pan-fried crucian carp, albeit the cooking technique left much to be desired. It resembled not a properly fried fish, but rather a scrambled mess. Today, the two were impeccably dressed, causing Zhao Yao to bow his head in modesty, consuming his meal voraciously. The women took turns serving him. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Everything here is for you. Zhao Yao nodded profusely. Thank you. Thank you. This is absolutely delicious. Tomorrow, I shall bring some fish for my sister. The flavor of the fish was delightful, far surpassing even his mother's culinary skills. Indeed, while the fish may not have been aesthetically pleasing, its fragmented form held a remarkable taste. Was this intentional? Blushing slightly, he mused, who am I offending? He was perplexed. The fish had stuck to the pan, and upon flipping, it crumbled entirely. Hey, Zhao Yao chuckled. It's quite good. I'm enjoying it immensely. Had I prepared it, it certainly wouldn't have tasted this delightful. Is that so? Wang Xiaoxin poured Zhao Yao a glass of liquor. To the great hero, this toast is for you. A chill ran down Zhao Yao's spine. He sensed the woman's ulterior motives. The drink, known as Silver Pine Ming, crafted by the Silver Pine County Distillery, boasted a staggering 65 degrees of alcohol. While it was indeed a superior liquor, its potency was overwhelming. Yet, the woman stubbornly held her glass aloft, and with no choice. Zhao Yao accepted the cup and gulped it down hastily, choking slightly. Good liquor, truly delightful. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxin. Zhao Yao's capacity for alcohol had been honed during his military service, surviving the harrowing experience of the Cat Ear Cave and returning to base as a celebrated hero. His tolerance had been forged through repeated indulgence. Wang Xiaoxin regarded him with a bemused expression. The cucumber salad was made by me. Was it not to your liking? I didn't see you eat any. Did you season it well? Zhao Yao smiled. It's quite fragrant. I presume you added some MSG? In his previous life, many held MSG in disdain, yet now it was considered a gourmet ingredient. To this day, the Zhao family had never procured any. A single bag of MSG could easily cover the cost of a meal for the family. A touch of MSG in the cold cucumber salad truly enhanced its flavor. Wang Xiaoxin nodded approvingly. Indeed, your taste buds are quite discerning. Yet, I am more curious about your gaze. Here it came. He had suspected this was a treacherous banquet, foreseeing the women's desire to interrogate him about the previous day's events. Nevertheless, Zhao Yao was unflinching. If we were to engage in marksmanship, I could easily be a sharpshooter. How do you find my eyesight? Little rascal. Bai Lu chuckled, clearly amused. This lad was deliberately teasing Wang Xiaoxin. Could he not feign ignorance and claim his vision was poor? Such an act would have provided some psychological comfort to the two women. Yet Zhao Yao chose to speak candidly. His demeanor resembled that of a mischievous rogue. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxin's irritation was palpable. She was tempted to strike him with the liquor bottle. What say you, Bai Lu? I dare say he is indeed a rogue, is he not? Why is he labeled as such? Zhao Yao feigned innocence, asserting, I merely observed passively, mind you. Furthermore, the two sisters cannot hold me accountable. Not to blame you? Wang Xiaoxin retorted furiously. Shall I then bear the blame? Coughing lightly, Zhao Yao replied earnestly, 2 figures, more beautiful than Venus and Aphrodite, and they are living beings, radiating beauty that transcends the heavens. Oh my, he even knows of Venus and Aphrodite. Surely, it must be his father's influence. But is it appropriate for a father to impart such knowledge? Bai Lu couldn't fathom it. Young Zhao continued his discourse. Even if Lu Xiahui were to be reborn, I believe he would be unable to resist the allure. Such fallacious reasoning. Even Bai Lu was taken aback. The audacity. Huh. Zhao Yao, unperturbed, argued, and as a man, a perfectly healthy man, what harm is there in merely observing? Besides, I was appreciating, mind you. Wang Xiaoxin was at her wit's end, exclaiming, I have never encountered such a shameless man. To act the rogue and speak so defiantly. In a quarrel with a woman, one must not yield in spirit. A lesson learned from a past life. If a little brother truly acts the rogue, it surely goes beyond mere observation. Wang Xiaoxin, silenced by his rebuttal, was suddenly met with Bai Lu's gentle smile. Are they truly that beautiful? Indeed. Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. So beautiful that one cannot harbor impure thoughts. They resemble 2 flawless works of art. Of course, it would be even better if Sister Xiaoxin were free of hives. Ah, Wang Xiaoxin gasped, you rogue. Have you seen everything then? What else is there to behold? The backside remains unseen. Zhao Yao nodded. But rest assured, Sister Xiaoxin, that little patch of redness does not detract from your beauty. Rather, it inspires affection. Do I care about beauty or ugliness? The petite woman pounced at him, feigning ferocity. Oh dear, do refrain from striking. A lady must comport herself. How could she be a lady? Wang Xiaoxin was nearing her boiling point. Chapter 018. The red Jialing 50 accident vehicle. Wang Xiaoxin was unaware if she indeed had hives. However, the location was peculiar, situated in a sensitive area. Ironically, this scoundrel had noticed everything. Zhao Yao seized her hand as she attempted to strike, shamelessly caressing her smooth skin. Yesterday, he had been so engrossed in observation that he overlooked the opportunity to untie the ropes. Now, it was presented to him. It is not an incurable affliction. So why not seek medical treatment? I know of a remedy that is quite effective for hives. Is that true? Wang Xiaoxin momentarily forgot her indignation. Those red welts were utterly revolting to her. The itchiness penetrated to the very bone, and what was most distressing was the location's sensitivity. Scratching in public was not an option, yet she found herself retreating to the restroom time and again, which was excruciatingly embarrassing. Later, Wang Lihong took her daughter to the hospital, where a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner casually remarked upon her hives. Bai Lu chuckled. The police possess some dirty vehicles, as well as some accident-ridden ones, which have suffered severe collisions. News of teacher Bai's tragic fate had emerged, and those who had previously harassed Bai Lu were summoned by the police. Wang Lihong's irritable temperament was, to be sure, partly inherited from her parents' dispositions. Unexpectedly, the individual chose this method to repay Zhao Yao, who could no longer stomach the situation. Let us go, right now? Having taken lives on the battlefield, Zhao Yao was utterly unfazed by this. He had assisted in capturing 2 fugitive murderers, and it was rumored that the county bureau was to commend him with a certificate. He would consider this vehicle as scrap metal sold to him. Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed with delight, "Thank you. Regardless of whether this medicine proves effective for me, I must express my gratitude." She had thought that by taking advantage of 2 individuals, the 2 women would harbor deep resentment towards her. Bai Lu observed the clasped hands, feeling that Zhao Yao was merely deceiving Xiaoxin. 300 yuan. Wang Xiaoxin's eyes widened in disbelief. What condition is this vehicle in? It's utterly unrideable, and you dare to ask for 300 yuan? You must be joking. 50 yuan is the maximum. Only the rear remained in decent condition. If you desire the engine, you may try starting it. Wang Xiaoxin scoffed. Look at your aspirations. All you think about is money. However, the treatment for urticaria was a matter that emerged in the new century. Had it been anyone else, they would have harbored superstitions about accident vehicles, particularly those where lives had been lost. It was likely that any rideable ones had already been purchased. One Jialing 50 caught Zhao Yao's attention. It was merely left here to be battered by the elements, and motorcycles were indeed scarce. Initially, Wang Lihong had followed Western medicine-esque prescriptions and taken antihistamines, which merely alleviated the symptoms without addressing the root cause. Upon returning, she attempted to consume Yupingfeng and, to her surprise, was truly cured. Just don't blame me. Zhao Yao murmured to himself as he reluctantly released her hand. Zhao Yao chuckled. There's no choice. The daily fish yield is limited. It was insufficient to purchase a motorcycle for transporting fish, as motorcycles had become exceedingly expensive. To outsiders, she frequently experienced urgency and frequency in urination, but in truth, it was urticaria. Zhao Yao nodded. Later, I shall take you to the pharmacy to procure Yupingfeng powder. This medicine is beneficial for vital energy and has the effect of stopping perspiration. Glancing aside, he noticed the wreck, which had met a tragic fate. An accompanying officer remarked. The owner of this vehicle was driving under the influence and collided with a jeep, resulting in immediate death. It was said that due to the murder of Teacher Bai, there had been a significant personnel reshuffle at the county bureau. The officer rolled his eyes in frustration, while Zhao Yao simply laughed. Women may not understand, but merely the engine of this Jialing 50 was already worth 500 to 600 yuan. The sensation was splendid. What is the big deal? My family also has a history of urticaria, and they recovered after taking this medicine. In his previous life, Wang Lihong's cousin, Sun Yi, had once owned a Jialing 50, which Zhao Yao had purchased after enlisting in the army. After dinner, let us go to the pharmacy together. I also wish to buy a few bottles for precaution. Bai Lu suddenly inquired. That bicycle of yours must be quite an antique by now, right? I remember your father often had issues with it during his commutes. It was unexpected that the 2 women were so attentive to their own matters. This left her in an exceedingly foul mood, hence her occasional outbursts. Aren't you afraid that one day, While transporting fish, you'll end up dumping an entire load on the road? That would be a significant loss. That vehicle seemed to have cost over 2,000 yuan. In the 90s, it depreciated to around 1,700. What was saved was not merely one individual, but two stunning beauties. The officer scrutinized Zhao Yao. Is this about last night? I heard that the assailant's knife did not even graze you. You, young man, are commendable. Look at that woman, allowing herself to be seized, even being caressed by that larger fellow. The latter part of the bike seems rather new. Yet the front wheel and handlebars are missing. Have you altered the fate of Bailu? If that is true, then your rebirth holds value. Your courage deserves a discount. This bike is mine to decide. Take it for 300 yuan. It appears that the criminal was apprehended years later due to unrelated cases. Given Zhao Yao's current financial status, it is far from sufficient to procure a motorcycle. Wang Xiaoxin beamed at the officer. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He performed a great deed yesterday. He captured 2 fugitives. The realization struck Zhao Yao like a bolt from the blue. Memories surged from the depths of his mind, recalling the events shortly after the first teacher's day in his previous life. It was said to be as protective as a barrier against the wind, yet as precious as jade, hence named Jade Barrier Wind, proving remarkably effective in treating urticaria. Upon arriving at the accident squad, he discovered numerous vehicles, though the majority were bicycles. He remembered a family visit when that lad flaunted his red Jialing 50 before him. Is this true? How much does it cost? If it's too expensive, I cannot afford it. He approached, plugged it in, and pedaled vigorously. Surprisingly, it indeed had power. The motorcycle appeared relatively new, showing little sign of age. The rear wheel alone was worth over 100 yuan. Even as scrap, it should not fetch merely 50. Shall we take a look sometime? Perhaps we might find something rideable. These bicycles were stolen. After recovery, some owners were simply untraceable. Though coated in dust, the pristine paint beneath was hard to conceal. Sister Lu and I will contact you. It will certainly be purchased at scrap prices. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we shall depart. Fantastic! Zhao Yao exclaimed with excitement. How much is this? Another reason for his excitement was the urticaria that plagued him, the itch that could strike at any moment. The officer shook his head. 300 yuan is the lowest we can go. We need to issue an invoice. Selling it too cheaply would leave us unable to justify it to our superiors. I must admit, this Jialing 50 is quite resilient. Its frame is so twisted it is unrecognizable. The fuel tank is dented, yet it still kicks over with a kick. Not too costly. Zhao Yao nodded. Could you hold it for me for a while? I currently lack sufficient funds, but I will return once I have saved enough. Is that agreeable? The officer furrowed his brow. As you can see, this is the only motorcycle here that can ignite. The others have had their engines sold off. Chapter 019. Betrayed by a stepmother, cut off from financial resources? It is no wonder that accident vehicles are in such demand. In this era, new cars are beyond reach. It is not that vehicle prices are exorbitant, but rather that earnings are scant. In 40 years hence, a migrant worker's monthly salary could purchase a new motorcycle. Currently, only the affluent can afford accident vehicles, and a bit of networking is also essential. The officer chuckled bitterly, expressing, I cannot guarantee that I won't be noticed. Once I am, I will be sold immediately. If you hadn't come, selling this for 600 yuan would have been a trivial matter. It is indeed not expensive. This wrecked vehicle is worth merely 300 yuan. However, Zhao Yao has just repaid his debts and has only a little over 100 yuan in his pocket, making it truly unaffordable. Wang Xiaoxin glanced at him, asking, Are you certain you want this? Repairing it will require a considerable amount of money. If you cannot fix it after purchasing, what use will it be? Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled with determination. I will surely manage to repair it. Later, I will buy a handcart and weld it to the front of the motorcycle. It will serve as a makeshift vehicle, and I believe it can carry 200 to 300 jin of fish without issue. The officer and Bailu exchanged bewildered glances. Could it really be modified in such a manner? In the county, such makeshift vehicles were rare. Wang Xiaoxin, astonished, asked, What is a makeshift vehicle? Not familiar with it? This girl seems to be untouched by the world. Zhao Yao gestured, explaining, Simply put, it is a handcart with a bicycle drive attached. I am installing a motorcycle drive instead. The officer shook his head in disapproval. Do not act recklessly. That is quite dangerous. If I see you doing that, you will certainly be fined. Wang Xiaoxin scoffed. Why be so harsh? The young lad is working hard to support himself and his family. He is a self-reliant youth and deserves your support. We shall purchase this vehicle. It was easy for her to say, But Zhao Yao lamented, stroking the jowling 50 affectionately. But I have no money. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoxin waved her hand. I have some money here. Bai Lu, can you contribute a bit? How much do you have? If we pool our resources, it should be sufficient. Is that true? Zhao Yao produced the 120 yuan he had nearly crushed in his grasp. Oh my. Bai Lu's eyes gleamed. No wonder you want to buy a vehicle. You make such good money from selling fish. I remember you declared bankruptcy yesterday and repaid me 30 yuan today. I did not expect you to still have 120. It seems you are quite affluent. 120 yuan makes me affluent. Having grown accustomed to the larger currency of 40 years hence, he truly did not regard this sum highly. Primarily, he had yet to adjust. In this era, 120 yuan is equivalent to 3 months' salary for a teacher. Zhao Yao sighed. But if I buy this broken vehicle, I will be bankrupt again. If it does not match the handcart, it will be of no use. Merely a decorative piece at home. The officer's gaze drifted elsewhere, though he remained silent. Zhao Yao, following his line of sight, suddenly brightened, asking, how much for that handcart? The officer replied languidly, that cart is a stolen item left behind by a thief. If you want it, it will cost 50 yuan. Thus, a dilapidated motorcycle and a handcart were traded for 350 yuan. Zhao Yao had barely warmed the 120 yuan he had just acquired before it vanished in an instant. He bid farewell to the two young ladies with immense gratitude and rode his bicycle home. Now he found himself 230 yuan in debt, a considerable sum, representing over 6 months of his wages. There was no alternative. He had to continue selling fish. Yesterday, he had arrived too late, and the catch had been scant. Upon returning home, he hastily consumed a bite of food before cycling to the chicken claw bay, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded upon arrival. In the chicken claw ditch, 5 individuals occupied the fishing spots, all claimed by others. Zhao Yao was taken aback. Second uncle, cousin, what brings you here? Wang Lihong, the eldest cousin, grinned. If you can come, why can't we? Auntie mentioned you've been making money from selling fish. The 3 sisters' second uncle, Sun Hongbing, offered a cigarette, stating, money isn't earned by a single person, nor is fish caught by one alone. It felt somewhat unfair. Even his own fishing spot had been usurped. If it were anyone else, Zhao Yao might have contested, but before him stood his stepmother's brother and his relatives. Second cousin's son, he chuckled. They've left a spot for you over there. By the way, I've retrieved my grandfather's bayonet. This revelation indicated that his stepmother had betrayed him. Zhao Yao shot a cold glance at the group and turned his bicycle around. Indeed, the chicken claw ditch boasted the prime fishing location. Yet other areas were not devoid of potential. The distance to a few drainage ditches was merely a tad farther. 6 daihan nets were set, with the 2 furthest apart by about a mile. Sleep was elusive that night, for who could rest with a stepmother who exploited him? Perhaps, in a twist of fate, he was fortunate. 6 daihan nets yielded a catch of over 300 pounds the following morning. Zhao Yao, weary yet resolute, pushed the fish home, utterly exhausted. His mother had already prepared water, hastily assisting him in sorting the catch. As he set down the fish and turned to leave, Sun Yanhong called out, Son, where are you off to? Aren't you selling fish? How could he not? Zhao Yao replied, I'm going to my grandfather's house to borrow the donkey cart. My bicycle is on its last legs. It won't manage carrying the fish. With 300 pounds of fish, plus Zhao Yao's own weight, the new bicycle would surely falter. Upon his return with the donkey cart, he discovered Wang Lihong's cousins were already in the yard. Their combined catch also weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. Sonny, grinning, inquired, Cousin, where are you off to sell fish? Take us with you. Take you with me? Zhao Yao's expression soured. What are you thinking? Occupying my fishing spot is one thing, but now you expect me to take you along to sell fish? Do you think I'm a fool? How stingy. Sun Yanhong couldn't help but retort. What's wrong with taking them to sell fish? We can all earn together. Zhao Yao glared at Sun Yanhong. Earn together? If I hadn't found a new fishing spot, I wouldn't have caught a single fish today. No fish today? Your stepmother dismissed it. If you don't catch any today, you can try again tomorrow. Earning 2 months' wages in a day, what is there to complain about? Complain? Zhao Yao scoffed. I owe 200 to 300 yuan outside. Will they pay it back for you? What? Sun Yanhong was taken aback. You. What have you done? Owing so much money. And who is going to repay that? Can you distinguish between family and outsiders? No one expected Zhao Yao, usually meek, to be so assertive. Sun Yanhong's face flushed with embarrassment. The fish isn't ours. What's wrong with them catching it? Women truly lack perspective, leaving Zhao Yao in a state of frustration. The stepmother persisted. Your grandfather and uncle have helped you greatly. This time, it was thanks to your grandfather's Dianet. You are not merely being asked to purchase their fish, but rather to assist in selling it. Which could be considered a form of gratitude, wouldn't you agree? Haha, Zhao Yao scoffed. Cutting off the livelihood of a foster son to allow the maternal family to profit. This is gratitude? Son, he rolled up his sleeves and approached. How dare you speak to my aunt like that? I see you as nothing more than an ungrateful wolf. The four brothers glared menacingly. In the past, Zhao Yao would have certainly cowered. The Sun family, known for their righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety, comprised four brothers who were esteemed wrestlers in the national sports arena. Each had claimed the championship in their respective age groups, while Zhao Yao, towering over them, merely served as their sparring partner. Chapter 20. You spent 800 yuan on this vehicle? Even Wang Lihong could easily best him. Sunny boasted. Do you believe I can throw you down? What? You dare to lay a hand on me? Although his cousin did not share Zhao Yao's height, he was robust and solidly built. Whenever they trained together, Sun Yi would throw Zhao Yao around mercilessly, leaving him feeling as if his body were falling apart. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yao managed to seize Sun Yi's joint, twisting his arm painfully, causing Sun Yi to yelp in distress. Zhao Yao delivered a swift kick to Sun Yi's backside. Behave yourselves, no fighting. Engaging in a brawl with the four brothers was neither wise nor worth the trouble. If a fight truly ensued, the brothers would likely disregard all codes of honor. Hey, do you want your fish or not? It's easy to exchange for money. Just sell it to me. As the four brothers lunged forward, they abruptly halted at this proclamation. For them, fighting was second nature, but earning money was reliant on fortune. Let us weigh it. 2 mao per jean. Whatever you have counts, but I currently have no cash, shouted one of the rustic youths. No money, Sun Shao exclaimed, eyes wide. What are you making a fuss about without funds? Dreaming of making a profit without investment? Why did something feel amiss? Wang Lizhen widened her eyes. 2 mao per jean? The four cousins seemed to have been misled by their older brother, fixating solely on whether they could secure payment without considering the actual amount. What could 2 mao even accomplish? Zhao Yao did not allow the brothers time to ponder. Once I sell the fish, I'll return with your payment. If you agree, help me load the truck. If not, you can sell it yourselves. The four brothers exchanged glances, realizing they wouldn't fair while selling fish on their own. They couldn't even read the scale, let alone calculate the profits. What to do? The four brothers huddled together, whispering, all right, we'll sell it to you. The four brothers, along with their second uncle, had caught a total of 270 jin of fish. Added to Zhao Yao's 300 jin, they had 570 jin in total. They loaded the fish onto the cart, grateful for having borrowed a donkey cart in advance. Otherwise, transporting such a load by bicycle would have been unfeasible. The journey of 40 li took nearly 3 hours with the donkey cart, but fortunately, the fish caught in the Dahu River were still fresh. Otherwise, they would have turned into fish paste. Even so, a significant portion had already perished. With so much fish, 570 jin was impractical for peddling through alleyways. The market demand was insufficient, so Zhao Yao made his way to the light industry market, the only comprehensive market in Yinsong County. It stretched from the back entrance of Hongqi Cinema in the south to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the north, from the front of the passenger station to the rear of the miscellaneous goods shop. The market, resembling an octopus with alleys branching out, was bustling yet undeniably grimy. Well-positioned stalls are always occupied, and Zhao Yao selected a sunny spot nearby. He unfurled a large plastic sheet and arranged the fish in piles. Just as he finished displaying the fish, someone approached. Where did this come from? Have you paid the fees? Stall fee, business tax, and tax. Goodness. Before even opening, the tax collector has arrived. Collecting taxes means one must have made sales. Zhao Yao, without raising his head, casually inquired. How much? Hao Jingting looked at Zhao Yao in surprise. To be honest, after collecting taxes for so long, it was her first encounter with someone who didn't engage in endless chatter. Others were fortunate not to evade taxes. The monthly tax is 15. Do you pay the monthly tax? Has it gone up? Zhao Yao lifted his head, revealing a cherubic face that belied his youth. Young Zhao inquired, wasn't the monthly fee 5 yuan? Why has it become 15? The last time I asked a meat vendor, they quoted a different price. This individual was intriguing. Rather than worrying about the amount owed, he was more concerned about the method of payment. Hao Jingting, accustomed to market management, had never encountered such a person. The 5 yuan you mentioned is the stall fee, with the business tax and other fees included. It totals 15 yuan. That's half a month's salary. Zhao Yao produced 50 cents. Can I pay daily? What? Hao Jingting shook her head. If you pay daily, it's 1 yuan. However, if you choose to pay the monthly fee, I will assist you in securing a prime location. How does that sound? Zhao Yao slipped the money into the woman's hand. Deal? 1 yuan a day is quite reasonable. Young Zhao, unfamiliar with household expenses, forgot that the 15 yuan monthly fee exceeded his family's half-month living costs. Nevertheless, the expenditure was worthwhile. The woman relocated Zhao Yao's stall to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. This was the most bustling area. And scarcely had he set up his stall when customers began to arrive. How much for the crushing carp? The large one. The large one is 80 cents. 80 cents? The customer widened their eyes. Are you out of your mind? Inside the cooperative, crushing carp is 60 cents per pound and much bigger than yours. Even Hao Jingting felt a bit awkward and admitted, it is indeed a bit pricey. Pricey? Zhao Yao declared proudly, my good sir, the fish from the cooperative are farmed, while mine are wild and alive. Can they be compared? Come off it. Who are you trying to fool? Aren't all fish the same? Encountering someone ignorant of the trade was unfortunate, yet understandable. In a previous life, he too insisted on purchasing only meat chickens, for they yielded actual meat. Fortunately, there were knowledgeable customers. Without Zhao Yao needing to call out, someone already spoke up. I'll take 2 yuan's worth. Certainly. Here are 2.5 pounds for you. Oddly enough, despite being 2 dimes more expensive, his fish sold better than those at the cooperative. With 570 pounds of fish. It was not a trivial matter in the only light industry market in Yinsong County. The fish within the cooperative sold slower than Zhao Yao's, netting him a total of 320 yuan. As closing time approached, Zhao Yao hurried to the accident team. He loaded the motorcycle and handcart onto the donkey cart to take home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening. And Zhao Yao promptly sought out the mechanical repair team. With the autumn harvest imminent, the repair teams across various factories were busy maintaining their equipment. Zhao Yao produced several packs of premium Phoenix cigarettes. Uncle, could you help me weld this? Just tell me how much you need. Phoenix cigarettes? A box costs 80 cents. Enough to trade for a pound of pork. The welder was quite satisfied. What does money matter? I found some leftover materials, so no expense incurred. Typically, hiring a welder for private work suffices at the front gate. The quality of the Phoenix cigarettes is not low, and several craftsmen assisted together. They welded and reinforced the motorcycle and the handcart, creating barriers around the cargo area and laying down thin sheets at the bottom. They even welded 2 steel plates underneath the cart for shock absorption. It could not have been better. A brand new motorized donkey cart emerged. After returning the donkey cart to grandfather's house, he rode the modified motorized donkey cart. By the time he returned home, it was nearly midnight. To his surprise, his mother and 3 others were still awake, waiting. Upon seeing this oddly shaped vehicle, they were left dumbfounded. Where's the donkey cart? Sun Yanhong exclaimed, wide-eyed. Whose cart is this? How did you ride it back? Having never seen Zhao Yao on a motorcycle, nor such a machine in the entire village, Xiao Zhao casually replied, it's my cart. Just rode it back. Is that for real? Wang Lizhen asked, enamored. How much did this cart cost? As the words hung in the air, Zhao Yao sighed. 800 yuan. 800 yuan. Sun Yanhong plopped down onto the ground in shock. This was a figure she could scarcely fathom. You spent 800 yuan on this cart? How much did you earn selling fish? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 021. How much did you earn selling fish? Zhao Yao scoffed, what else could I do? I was sold out by you. Now even if I wanted to fish, I doubt there's a place left. The 4 of them were taken aback, and Wang Lihong turned to her mother. What's going on? Sun Yanhong mumbled. I thought making money from fishing was quite easy. I just thought you could let your uncle earn a bit too. He.S. not a stranger. Not a stranger? Wang Lixia stomped her feet in anger. You really are something. You don't consider your uncle a stranger, but doesn't he consider others as such? As a result, my brother has become an outsider. How do you expect him to earn? For the first time, the 3rd sister debated with Sun Yanhong, who rarely argued back. Likely out of financial concern. Everyone is off fishing. What am I to do? I guess I must sell fish instead. Dealing with such a befuddled stepmother. Zhao Yao had had enough. The rustic youth coldly declared, the 800 yuan is entirely borrowed. This money will need to be repaid slowly by our whole family. After speaking, he took out a long iron chain and locked the 3 wheels together. Satisfied, Zhao Yao returned to his small room to sleep. Outside, Sun Yanhong's sobs could be heard, and Wang Lihong impatiently said, why are you crying? Go to bed. Wah wah wah. Sun Yanhong sniffled. What are we to do? With no job, no income, just drinking the northwestern wind? Even Wang Lizhen chimed in. It's not my brother's fault. You're the one who sold him out. For several nights, he hadn't slept on a warm Kong, and these days had truly exhausted him. With memories of his past life, Zhao Yao understood well that fishing was less profitable than selling fish. Moreover, the fish in the pond had only a few days left to be caught. Soon, the water would recede, leaving just a trickle in the drainage ditch. The daily catch would likely be scant, and he slept soundly, entirely unaffected by Sun Yanhong's cries from the main room. The following morning, before he could awaken, he was roused by the cacophony outside. It turned out to be four cousins, accompanied by a group of people who had brought fish to his doorstep. Sun Yanhong was left dumbfounded. Zhao Yao, what are we to do? Although the quantity of fish brought was not as abundant as the previous day, it still amounted to over 400 pounds. Young Zhao, crossing his arms, inquired, what's the matter? Can't fit all this fish into one pot. Then take it back and enjoy it. What nonsense are you spouting? The second uncle retorted sternly. This fish represents the children's tuition fees and new school clothes. If we cannot sell it, the children cannot attend school. Are you trying to extort me? Zhao Yao sighed. With so much fish, who do you expect me to sell it to? Hearing him, several individuals grew anxious. Big Yao, since you have experience selling fish, just go ahead and sell it. It's not like you won't make any profit. Zhao Yao spread his hands. The market charged me 15 yuan in taxes. After deducting the costs and taxes, do you think I made any profit? As he spoke, Zhao Yao chastised himself inwardly, wondering if he was being too much of a shrewd businessman. After all, the ones selling fish were the second uncle and four cousins of Wang Lihong. However, glancing at the crowd around, Zhao Yao steeled his resolve. The fact that they had managed to gather over 400 pounds of fish indicated the scarcity of fish in Yinsong Lake. Even if he could earn a few days' worth of money, finding a sustainable source of income afterward remained a pressing concern. The second uncle grew agitated. Big Yao, you cannot do this. We toiled all night to gather this fish. We planned to sell it to you for some cash. What are we to do if you refuse? How about I lend you my second horse cart? With your cart, the fish would spoil by the time we reached the county. Zhao Yao thought to himself, forget it. Who am I to be soft-hearted? I will buy the fish from you, but it will be 2 dimes per pound, and I will not accept a penny more. No problem. They had no intention of asking for a high price, and even brought a scale. His estimation proved correct. There were only 410 pounds of fish. However, today's catch was larger than yesterday's, which might fetch a better price. The issue was that they had not paid much attention when handling the fish, resulting in unsightly scales. Some had already perished by the time they were delivered to him. Did they not realize that fresh fish sell for a higher price? It was futile to argue with them, so Zhao Yao organized 6 buckets. He placed the live fish and loach in one, while the deceased ones went into baskets. He secured the buckets and baskets tightly and covered them appropriately. Then, with a brand new motorcycle, he set off amidst the roar of the engine. In the envious gazes of the crowd, he sped away from the second factory. This was his first time using this vehicle to transport fish, had it not been equipped with shock absorbers. He feared that the fish would perish by the time he reached the county. Upon arriving at the light industry market, he set up his stall in the same spot as before. Hao Jingting heard the commotion and dashed out from the market management office. Upon seeing Zhao Yao's complete setup, she laughed. Oh my, 1 day without seeing you, and you've upgraded from a donkey cart to a motorcycle. Even the butcher nearby was astonished. Impressive, young brother. Are you making a fortune now? How could that be? Zhao Yao chuckled. The donkey cart was too slow. I nearly spoiled the fish. That's why I got this motorcycle. Hao Jingting furrowed her brow and remarked. It's neither a motorcycle nor a donkey cart. It is simply a bizarre amalgamation. She inquired, did the traffic police not apprehend you? Zhao Yao chuckled. Had it not been for the fear of being caught by the authorities, I would not have dashed through that narrow alley. I truly cannot risk taking the main road. Should I get caught, all my fish would be lost. Here, I find a sense of security. Selling fish, live fish, river fish. As he spoke, he began to call out his wares. Hao Jingting gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. You dare to expand your operations. It seems you are a natural-born merchant. Zhao Yao shook his head. A merchant? I am uncertain if I will have anything to sell tomorrow. If I run out of stock, wouldn't that be a loss? How could it be possible? Hao Jingting replied, it's not just fish. You can sell anything here, I assure you. Now that sounds more reasonable. Today's catch is substantial, though the quality is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao's prices are quite high, and luckily, there are no significant competitors. Although I sold slightly less than usual today, everything was gone by noon. I made 279 yuan today, plus 320 from yesterday. After deducting the costs for both days, I am left with 460 yuan. The oil was provided by the craftsmen on the day they welded the vehicle, and Zhao Yao secured his bike in the management office yard. He then walked to the broadcasting station and found Teacher Bai, saying, "Teacher Bai, I have come to repay my debts." Bai Lu was astonished. "No way. You managed to repay that much in just 2 days? How much did you earn from selling fish?" In truth, he could have repaid the money yesterday. He merely did not want to worry them about needing funds. Besides, good debts are easily repaid. By the way, where is Sister Xiaoxin? I have come to return her money as well. Bai Lu gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Let us go. She has already returned home. Having earned so much today, you must treat us. Of course. Zhao Yao grinned. I must ask. Isn't Sister Xiaoxin in turn? The earnings are limited. How does she have so much money? The day they purchased the motorcycle, Wang Xiaoxin surprisingly retrieved 200 yuan from her pocket. A substantial sum by any measure. In 40 years, 200 yuan may not hold much value. But in this era, it represents 10 months' wages for an apprentice. Chapter 022. Plaza Agreement. Bai Lu shook her head. I suspected she was from Spring City. Her family must be quite affluent, given that it is a provincial capital. Upon returning home, they found Wang Xiaoxin lounging on the Kong. Oh dear, Yang Bailao has arrived. What is going on? Surely, he is not here to repay debts? Though her expression appeared somewhat grim, her spirits were evidently high, likely due to a visit from relatives. Zhao Yao smiled and produced the money. I am immensely grateful for Sister Xiaoxin's assistance. Had it not been for you and Sister Bai Lu accepting the funds. Wang Xiaoxin waved her hand dismissively. No need for explanations. I merely wished to see that new vehicle. You rode it here today, didn't you? Zhao Yao replied cheerfully. I left the bike at the management office. I feared being stopped by the police on the road. After all, it is an illegal modification. The two women were unaware of what a legal modification entailed, but they did not dwell on it. Come on, let us go see that bike. Rest assured, with us around, no one will apprehend you. If one can purchase a motorcycle from the accident squad, one can surely appreciate the connections they possess. 3 individuals arrived at the market management office, and the 2 ladies were astonished by the peculiar vehicle before them. Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed in awe, your imagination knows no bounds. This contraption is quite remarkable. Come, let us take a seat and you can drive us around. The 2 stunning women showed no aversion to the vehicle's dirtiness, and fortunately, Zhao Yao had come prepared, laying down newspapers for them to sit on. Once they settled in, Zhao Yao revved the engine, and the vehicle roared to life. As they exited the market, the vehicle made a turn in front of the station hotel. They sped down the street towards the east, where the contrast with 40 years hence was evident. Fewer vehicles and more pedestrians. Zhao Yao's car was undeniably eye-catching, not solely for its bizarre shape, but primarily due to the 2 beautiful women aboard, who drew the attention of all passers-by. Their flowing long hair and hearty laughter created a scene that was truly captivating. After a brief jaunt, they returned to the entrance of the ladies' courtyard. Wang Xiaoxin gave Zhao Yao a thumbs up, declaring, I am thoroughly impressed. Even sitting in a Hongqi vehicle does not compare to the flair of yours. Riding in a Hongqi? In this era, passengers of that vehicle were certainly not ordinary folk. Given this extraordinary car, you must treat us to a meal. I desire hand-grabbed meat and lamb soup. The 2 ladies, however, were reluctant to return to the dog meat restaurant after an unsettling experience there. The state-run restaurant was well known, but boasted a haughty service staff, making it unappealing to the trio. They opted instead for a roadside eatery with a blue awning specializing in beef and lamb dishes. Hand-grabbed meat was served at 2 yuan per large platter, while lamb offal soup cost 2 jiao 50 per bowl, and sauced beef was priced at 2 yuan 50 per plate. Stir-fried beef offal was offered at 1 yuan 60, and spicy stir-fried dried tofu was merely 50 jiao. They also ordered 4 bowls of rice. Bai Lu looked at Zhao Yao with concern. Isn't this a bit excessive? It's rather expensive. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxin realized she might have ordered too much, suggesting, shall we swap a couple of dishes for vegetarian options? Zhao Yao waved his hand dismissively. When dining at a restaurant, one must indulge in the finest offerings. Without the motorcycle my sister helped me acquire, I wouldn't have earned such a sum. High investment yields high returns. That adage holds true. So generous. The 2 ladies were indeed curious about how much he was actually earning. Bai Lu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, did you catch those fish yourself? Zhao Yao shook his head. A few days ago, I did catch them myself. But then my fishing spot was taken. Recently, I've been purchasing fish from others to sell at the market. Is that so? Wang Xiaoxin felt a twinge of regret. Let me do the accounting today. Do not dispute with me. There are costs involved in buying fish to resell, and it could lead to losses. Huh? Zhao Yao chuckled. Not at all. I offer them a lower price, then sell here at a higher rate, profit without loss. You rascal. Bai Lu playfully scolded. When did you become a shrewd businessman? If you can sell here, so can they. While that was not impossible, it meant Zhao Yao often found himself in debt, creating the illusion of unprofitability. If others could encroach on his fishing spot, they could eventually take his business too. One must earn a bit while saving. For today, as fortune may not extend to tomorrow. Such words were harsh, and Zhao Yao shook his head. I do not expect this business to last long. The fish from the river will only be plentiful for a few days, and soon there will be none to sell. For now, it is merely a matter of seizing an opportunity. The first to act reaps the rewards. Once the imitators arrive, profits will dwindle. The two ladies were taken aback, noticing the young man had just begun to grow facial hair. It appears quite naive yet possesses such mature thoughts, which is somewhat intimidating. Wang Xiaoxin inquired with suspicion. Sister Bailu mentioned you are a second-year high school student, yet you seem more like a seasoned connoisseur. The intuition of a woman is truly formidable. Zhao Yao chuckled awkwardly. Please don't label me. I am only preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Having read newspapers and listened to the news, I am aware of the national policies that encourage a select few to engage in business and prosper first. Impressive. Wang Xiaoxin nodded. Indeed. Cultured individuals venturing into commerce are quite different. Curiosity piqued. She asked, after selling fish, what will you sell next? How will you earn a living? Zhao Yao took a sip of his soup, one step at a time. Observing those in the market reveals that everyone is flailing about like headless flies. After all, the market has just been liberalized, and those daring enough to engage in business are truly audacious. Among the first to amass wealth, some are individuals released from labor camps. They have no fallback. No one knows how to make money, which makes it easier to fish in troubled waters. Bai Lu sighed softly. If only teacher Zhao were here. You wouldn't have to struggle so much. Once you get into university, let me know if you need any funds. I will assist you. Zhao Yao was moved by her words. Thank you, Sister Bai Lu. I won't hesitate to reach out if necessary. Wang Xiaoxin nodded vigorously. I can help as well. I will be officially employed next year. By then, I will certainly be able to offer 200 to 300 yuan. 200 to 300? That seems excessive. How affluent you are. Bai Lu exclaimed. I haven't even asked you yet. Casually handing out 200 yuan seems quite unsafe. Well, Wang Xiaoxin shook her head. There's no other way. My mother fears I might suffer here, so she gave me 300 yuan, and I have yet to spend even 100. How wealthy must her family be to casually provide 300 yuan for her living expenses? Yet, this sum is merely the annual salary of a primary worker. It stands to reason that Wang Xiaoxin's parents cannot be primary workers. Otherwise, how could she possibly ride in a Hongqi car? After the three finished their meal, Zhao Yao rode home on his peculiar vehicle. With no fish traps available, he refrained from fishing and dedicated his evenings to studying at home. He was determined to pass the university entrance examination. Otherwise, he would have to marry into a family, reliving a nightmarish existence. In his past life, Zhao Yao had taken the college entrance examination in 1986, and now, having been reborn, those memories remained vivid. He was adept at solving those examination papers and began to self-study Japanese. In his previous life, he served as a translator for English, thus had no need to expend effort on it. The local secondary school offered Japanese language instruction, making it easy to find textbooks. On September 22nd, finance ministers and central bank governors from the United States, Japan, West Germany, France, and the United Kingdom convened at the Plaza Hotel in New York, reaching an agreement for a coordinated intervention in the foreign exchange market to induce an orderly depreciation of the dollar against major currencies, aiming to resolve the significant trade deficit faced by the United States. As the agreement was signed at the Plaza Hotel, it became known as the Plaza Accord. The news broadcasted solidified Zhao Yao's resolve to seize opportunities from the Japanese. Just as he anticipated, in the following days, although many were delivering fish, the supply dwindled. Chapter 023. When will that pig be ready for consumption? By the time of the August festival, 10 individuals had delivered fish to his home, and collectively, they weighed less than 120 pounds. Remarkably, this 120 pounds of fish fetched a price of 100 yuan, setting a record. The average price exceeded 80 cents per pound. The butcher, impressed, gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly bold in your sales. The butcher's wife playfully kicked her husband. Did you not notice how large the fish have grown? Indeed, they were quite sizable. And Zhao Yao chuckled wryly. The water in the rice fields has dried up. These fish come from the drainage ditches, and won't sell for long. The couple exchanged knowing glances. It's the festival. Take some meat home and make dumplings. During the August festival, rural celebrations lacked a sense of ceremony, as farming duties overshadowed festivities. The household could certainly use some improvement. Weigh me 3 pounds of that pork belly. 3 pounds. This is the first time I've seen Zhao Yao spend so liberally. The butcher's wife inquired, what about this piece of pork spine? If you want it, I won't bother debiting. The butcher selling mutton chimed in. Young Zhao, come over here. You can take this entire set of bones for 2 yuan. The head and hooves together for 80 cents. The rustic youth chuckled. All right, I'll take it all, head and hooves included. Oh dear, exclaimed Hao Jingting, astonished. Zhao Yao is making a fortune, buying so much meat? Are we celebrating the new year? Indeed, it was quite extravagant. The mutton head and hooves along with the bones cost 4 yuan, while 3 pounds of pork also amounted to 4 yuan, exceeding the price at the supply and marketing cooperative by over a yuan. However, meat at the cooperative required ration tickets, which Zhao Yao lacked. Thus he had to purchase at a higher price. Hee. Zhao Yao smiled. The National Day is just around the corner. I assent it. 2 festivals coinciding. Time to treat the family. Just then, Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin approached. Have you sold all the fish? We received mooncakes and apples from our workplace, and we can't finish them, so here they are for you. The butcher's wife made a playful face. Zhao Yao is quite handsome. It's no wonder he attracts attention, with beautiful ladies eager to offer him gifts. They are my sisters, Zhao Yao replied, taking several cleaned fish. Thank you, Sister Lu and Sister Xiaoxin. These fish are reserved for you. Bai Lu handed them over to Wang Xiaoxin. Take them home and let your family savor the flavor of the Yinsong fish. Are you heading home? Zhao Yao inquired. Sister Xiaoxin, are you returning to Chunqing? When will you be back? Is your internship ending, or are you not returning? Wang Xiaoxin shot him a glare. Am I an eyesore to you? Are you trying to drive me away? You too. Bai Lu laughed and scolded. Why do you act like sworn enemies, always bickering? Come on, come on. The train is about to leave. Upon returning home, the 3 sisters had not yet arrived, and his stepmother was also absent. Uncertain of her whereabouts, Zhao Yao unpacked the bones and mutton head and hooves, directly placing them in a pot to boil. After changing the water twice, he added green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and bay leaves. Then, he combined the catfish and the other fish, letting them all simmer together. The stove was filled with twigs, and Zhao Yao began rinsing rice to cook. This was this year's new rice, sourced from freshly harvested grains processed at a private rice mill. To yield more rice, his stepmother opted for merely husking it, leaving behind specks of brown bran. Despite its unappealing appearance, this rice promised an aromatic flavor when cooked. Sun Yanhong rarely prepared steamed rice, as it was less predictable than boiled rice. Moreover, the rice water could serve as a delightful porridge. Zhao Yao sought only deliciousness, caring little for the quantity produced. Observing that the mutton was nearly cooked, he peeled and diced 3 potatoes, tossing them into the pot. The potatoes were not purchased nor cultivated by the Zhao family. They were gathered from the potato field of the collective farm. The process of harvesting potatoes involved a tractor pulling a plow, after which one would begin to collect the exposed tubers. When picking for the authorities, only those visible on the surface were gathered, leaving many hidden treasures beneath the soil. Particularly, when the potatoes grew askew, as was often the case, they could not be unearthed by the plow, necessitating the use of a pickaxe, much like the Zhao family, who had not planted any themselves. This year, Zhao Yao had not attended school. On that day, he rode his flashy motorcycle in reverse and managed to unearth 3 sacks of potatoes. Finding a diet solely consisting of mutton somewhat monotonous, Zhao Yao ventured into the garden and plucked a few cucumbers, several persimmons, and some pickled vegetables. He combined cucumbers and persimmons with sugar just as 3 girls entered the house. Wang Lixiao exclaimed, "Oh my, how bountiful! What a day this is!" The poor child had forgotten the mid-autumn festival, yet Wang Lizhen had not. So many dishes for the festival? How extravagant! The little girl swallowed hard, her appetite peaked. Even during the new year, such indulgence was rare. We can actually eat meat with our hands. Wang Lihong's eyes sparkled. I'll go fetch Mom. It was one thing for someone not to return to cook, but to neglect returning for a meal was another matter altogether. Where has Mom gone? Perhaps she was at grandfather's assisting with the autumn harvest? Wang Lihong evaded Zhao Yao's gaze as he scoffed. I'll drive you to fetch her. No, no. Wang Lihong shook her hands in refusal. I can ride my bicycle. Riding in your car wastes fuel and makes me nauseous. A few minutes later, the mother and daughter returned, clearly not from grandfather's house. They had gone off to play cards. Zhao Yao had no choice but to say, let's eat. The mooncakes will serve as snacks tonight. You three sisters should indulge in the meat. This mid-autumn festival was undoubtedly the most lavish celebration the Zhao family had experienced. Never had they dined so extravagantly, not even during the new year. Wang Yanhong, thoroughly enjoying her meal, lamented, this is such a waste. Is it a waste to enjoy meat by ourselves? To dine with family makes it a waste? Wang Lizhen, her face smeared with grease, inquired, brother, when can we eat that pig? Zhao Yao spat out his soup in surprise. Are you in such a hurry? The piglet we just bought won't be ready for slaughter until the May festival next year. Typically, villagers sell piglets in the spring and acquire them back in the autumn. They do not gain weight in winter. Missing the prime growth season would render pig farming unprofitable. However, the previous head of the Zhao household was Sun Yanhong, who was too lazy to raise even chickens, let alone pigs. This piglet was a purchase made by Zhao Yao, initially intended for Sun Yanhong to hatch chicks and ducklings. Ultimately, she disregarded the task, prompting Zhao to buy 50 broiler chicks instead. Those who purchased chicks from the collective farm often faced ridicule for their inability to manage their lives. Yet Sun Yanhong was indifferent to such opinions. Dayo, we're running low on chicken feed. Now, every expense fell upon Zhao Yao's shoulders, as his stepmother sought him out for every financial need. Zhao Yao could only endure. The chicken feed needs to be mixed with bran. Using pure feed will result in less flavorful chicken. Is it really so troublesome? Sun Yanhong's sole focus remained on mutton. I don't understand. You handle it. That's unfair. Wang Lihong could no longer tolerate it. Mom, Dayo needs to sell fish to earn money. We should handle these matters ourselves without bothering him. It must be said that the elder sister had a sound perspective, though her temper left much to be desired. Humph. Sun Yanhong shot her a glare. What is the matter? You have all grown up. Is it too much to ask for me to enjoy a little comfort? Just look at that family, where children barely 15 or 16 toil in the fields, leaving no need for a mother. To desire a life of ease at just over 30? Truly, the stepmother is lazily pushing the limits. I cannot tolerate this. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. I will naturally tend to the pigs and chickens at home. When I am not there, please ensure they do not starve. What a nuisance. Sun Yanhong, furious and embarrassed, retorted, don't you dare give me orders. After raising you for 5 years, do you think you can command me? Even Wang Lihong could not bear to witness this. What Yao says is right. He is busy earning money outside. Yet, Sun Yanhong angrily exclaimed, is he making money for me to spend? Chapter 024. Sell me your car. Wang Lixia set down a piece of lamb spine. My brother sells fish. His earnings cover tuition, books, and even clothing. What have you spent? The discerning eyes of the onlookers are sharp. Zhao Yao offered a piece of meat to his younger sister, also serving a dish of garlic sauce. Dip the meat in the garlic sauce. There's no need to be so reserved at home. Eat freely. This blatant encouragement for his daughter to rebel against her was infuriating to Sun Yanhong, who channeled all her resentment onto the bones. The younger sister spread her arms, covered in grease and meat scraps, as Wang Lizhen suckled her fingers. In Zhao Yao's eyes, even Wang Lihong, who was 2 years his senior, were merely gluttonous children. He broke off 2 pieces of crispy rice and handed them to his younger sister. Try this crispy rice. It's exceptionally delicious. Yum, yum, yum. The younger sister's eyes sparkled. It's so good. Brother, how did you make it? Why is it so delicious? Learned it from a short video. Zhao Yao replied with a mysterious smile. I learned from the butcher's wife. Just put some salted oil in the pot, and voil, that's the flavor. Upon hearing this, Wang Lihong, momentarily forgetting to chastise their mother, also grabbed a piece. It's truly delicious. Although the rice was coarsely milled, it was precisely this roughness that preserved the grain's richest nutrients. The specks of red and brown on the rice appeared so endearing. It had been decades since they had tasted rice this delightful, filling the room with its aromatic fragrance, even overshadowing the scent of lamb and fish soup. Wang Lixia let out a satisfied burp. This soup is exquisite. Exactly. The younger sister chimed in, bustling with excitement. Brother, how did you combine fish and lamb? Huh. Zhao Yao was pleased with the children's enthusiasm. How do you write fresh? Fish plus lamb. The ancients do not deceive me. Humph. Sun Yanhong, surrounded by a pile of bones, scoffed, what nonsense. A fish bone getting stuck in the throat would be a disaster. Whatever you say, Zhao Yao remarked, tossing a bone to the family dog, De Huang, who was eagerly watching. Your contribution is invaluable. This is your reward. The faithful guardian dog took the bone seriously, devouring it with dedication. Since coming to the Zhao family, De Huang had lost all the fat in its belly. Ah, Wang Lixia exclaimed softly. Dian mentioned that her family's black-backed puppies will soon be a month old. Should we get a puppy? Is there such a good fortune? Zhao Yao nodded. I hear her family has retired police dogs. What better watchdog could there be? Let us have two. Two. Sun Yanhong felt ignored by her children. We can't even afford to raise ourselves. How can we care for dogs? Absolutely not. Humph. Wang Lihong disregarded her mother. Du Wei has already been taken advantage of by you. He won't give you any puppies. I heard they can sell for 50 each. Even if the German Shepherd puppies are not purebred, they still possess considerable value. It seems that Director Du truly holds grudges. Zhao Yao, feeling disheartened, remarked, why not give it a try? If you manage to help Li Xiao, I'll reward you $1. $1? Wang Lixia nodded eagerly. Akin to a chick pecking at grains. Just you wait and see. Dian has been inquiring about you all day. I simply mentioned your interest. What? Sun Yanhong's eyes widened in disbelief. You would betray your brother for a puppy? Your brother is Li Hong's. Silence. A sharp command silenced the room instantly, startling even the large yellow dog. With its tail tucked and bone in mouth, it scurried out in fright. Humph. Zhao Yao exhaled a heavy sigh. I have warned you. If this topic arises again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer bear the household expenses. With that, he tossed down his chopsticks and stormed off to sulk in the small dark room. Hiss. Wang Lihong's eyes turned red, casting a cold glance at her mother before rising to tend to the pigs and chickens. Sun Yanhong, with her neck stiffened, protested, none of you understand my intentions. Am I not doing it for this family? Outside the window, Wang Lihong finally lost her temper. You are doing it for yourself. You worry that if we all leave, you will have to cook, wash clothes, and fetch water on your own. When have you ever considered others? Unexpectedly, her typically protective elder daughter had also changed. Rebellious. Sun Yanhong leapt up in fury, standing by the window as she shouted, for myself? I am doing this for you. Look at how sour and unappealing you are. Which man would want you? Her voice was so loud that the neighbors could hear. What a disgrace. Wang Lixia exclaimed, what on earth are you doing? If you are not ashamed, then my brother and sister certainly are. Are you trying to drive my brother away? Drive away. Sun Yanhong muttered. I want everyone to know he is your brother-in-law. Let us see who dares to pursue him. It seems she had harbored such intentions. In the small dark room, Zhao Yao felt utterly vexed by his stepmother. On October 3rd, the fish brought home weighed only over 80 pounds. Moreover, there were no large fish left. Even if the fish were caught at no cost, they would only sell for 50 to 60 yuan. Arriving at the light industry market, Zhao Yao, with his 100 pounds of fish, felt somewhat troubled. What else could he sell next? The purchasing power of the common people is indeed quite limited. Just look at how even the barber shop is barely surviving. What could possibly yield profit? However, since Teacher's Day, he had sold for 24 days, far exceeding his expectations. Yen Shi, the butcher, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Little Zhao, may I discuss something with you? Such politeness? Zhao Yao was taken aback. Brother, what is it you wish to discuss? This man was somewhat of a bully in the light industry market, often evading taxes. With Hao Jingting having no means to control him, Yen Shi handed over a cigarette. Brother, I see your vehicle is quite nice, and your fish supply is dwindling. You could easily sell them by bicycle. Why not sell me your vehicle? Name your price. Zhao Yao frowned. I had intended to use it for business. But since you need it, you can take it for 900 yuan. 900 yuan. Yen Shi's wife shook her head. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Let's not buy it. I think you can manage just fine riding a bicycle. This woman. Yen Shi shot her a glare. What are you saying? Just because I can ride a bicycle well, does that mean you should not? Why did the couple end up in a quarrel? Zhao Yao hurriedly intervened, urging, brother, let us discuss this calmly without losing our tempers. Yen Shi cursed with fervor. This nonsense comes and goes with the wind and rain, with dirt accumulating on the meat. Who would still want to buy it? Indeed, as butchers, they often found themselves resorting to washing the meat. It seemed to be a matter of cleanliness. Yen Shi lamented. Hauling half a carcass shouldn't be so troublesome. Look at my vehicle. It could easily carry 2 pigs without issue. It's robust. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. It can haul over 500 pounds of fish at once. Remember that time we had 3 hefty fellows? That alone was over 500 pounds. The durability of the vehicle was precisely what he valued. Yanxi nodded vigorously. You needn't envy me, brother. Just name your price. He spoke candidly. I bought the motorcycle for over 2,000 when it was new, and the truck bed cost another 500 to weld entirely. A brand new Jialing 50 was around 2,004 or 500. I once mentioned that I bought a wrecked vehicle. Altogether, the expenses amounted to around 15 to 1,600. If it weren't for his younger brother returning to school, he would be reluctant to part with the vehicle. Reluctant? Yanxi grew anxious. No, brother. You must go to school. Education brings success. Have you seen our manager? Zhao Yao, a bit confused, asked. Are you referring to Sister Hao Jingting? She is doing well. Chapter 025. The butcher imparts an inspirational lesson this lad. Yanxi widened his eyes. She graduated from a vocational school. Her father is a county leader. No wonder she seems so at ease. Yet in this era, a vocational graduate is quite impressive. Just look at her, shielded from the elements, seated comfortably in her office. Honestly, Zhao Yao never expected that a butcher would offer him such an inspiring lesson. In everyone's eyes, the market manager represents a life of privilege. Even 40 years later, Northeasterners still cherish stability. The butcher, animated in his speech, exclaimed, That young lady earns 50 to 60 bucks a month, not counting the pork I give her as gifts. No wonder Yanxi avoids taxes. Did he let something slip or cast aspersions? From her demeanor, Hao Jingting hardly seemed like someone who would take advantage of others. Yanxi, feeling guilty, glanced at the administrative office and coughed. Ahem. Brother may have spoken out of turn. Unlike the rest of us who brave the elements, it may seem like we earn a lot, but when we incur losses, no one is around to witness. Zhao Yao nodded. What you say is true. I really should return to my studies, yet I find it hard to part with this vehicle. Yanxi's wife pulled out a handful of cash from her bag, tossing down 10 bills, the remaining ones slapping onto the truck. The woman exuded confidence, declaring, a little man whining is unbearable. Selling it is no big deal. Selling it too low? Zhao Yao realized that this couple, in their banter, had already intended to buy his vehicle. With 1,000 yuan prepared. Even if he asked for 1,000, he surely could sell it. However, this vehicle had already earned him a considerable sum. Selling it would still yield a profit of 550 yuan, which was more than sufficient. What more could he desire? Zhao Yao picked up the money. Thank you, brother and sister. I hope to see you again. With the money from the sale included, Zhao Yao now possessed over 2,000 yuan. An impressive sum in this era. Yet, he understood that to make his money work for him, this amount was far from sufficient. Having witnessed the world, one realizes that merely 2,000 yuan is insufficient to make a meaningful impact in the Japanese stock market. Even a tenfold return would yield only 20,000, which is still meager. The question then arises, how to earn more? He approached Bailu and Wang Xiaoxin, saying, Sisters, I need your assistance. Bailu was taken aback momentarily. After selling fish for so many days, haven't you earned enough for your education? That car was only 350 yuan. Selling it would provide you with 600 or 700, wouldn't it? Trust me, return to your studies. There will be ample opportunities to earn money once you attend university. Zhao Yao forced a smile. My stepmother hopes I can earn money at home so that the 3 sisters can continue their education. Abandoning them is not something I can do. I am not ungrateful. I must earn enough for their living expenses and tuition, as well as my own college fees. Hence, the current sum feels inadequate. In truth, Zhao Yao desired more than just that. He wished for the 3 sisters to continue their education at the central school in the irrigation area, where they had no chance of attending university. They needed to be brought to the city, where attending a county school could offer them a chance to alter their destinies. Otherwise, the 3 girls would end up living lives indistinguishable from that of Sun Yanhong, married off and existing at the bottom rungs of society, leading a life of hardship. Troublesome. Wang Xiaoxin furrowed her brow. Just tell me what you need. Zhao Yao smiled. There is a wholesale market for vegetables, seafood, and frozen goods in Chunqing. I wish to know the specifics of their locations and which buses to take to reach them once I arrive in Chunqing. In his previous life, Zhao Yao had served in the military during the 1980s and had no opportunity to engage in business. In the 1990s, he was assigned a job but eventually became unemployed and struggled to make a living. It could be said that he was not adept at commerce. He certainly would not revert to being a bodyguard. For this, Wang Xiaoxin chuckled. I thought it was something serious. I'll find out and let you know. Are you planning to develop in Chunqing? Not quite. Zhao Yao shook his head. As the weather gets colder, fresh vegetables will soon dwindle. I need to source goods in Chunqing to sell. Oh, Bailu frowned. How can you pull back when it's cold? If fresh vegetables are sold outside, who would buy them if they freeze? That's true. Zhao Yao scratched his head. If only I had a small van. This child is quite ambitious. Bai Lu teased. How much does a van cost? With that money, you could cover tuition and living expenses directly, without needing to engage in any business. Zhao Yao sighed. Never mind that for now. I'll start with transporting goods. There are still 4 months until the spring festival, and I must earn enough for my family's living expenses and my college tuition. Profits are hard to come by without capital. I can only fulfill basic needs for now. Dreaming of great wealth? That is too much. Wang Xiaoxin suddenly suggested, or you could open a restaurant. People rely on food, and selling meals is unlikely to result in losses. Zhao Yao shook his head. My initial funds would vanish in rent. I'd prefer to earn hard-earned money through transporting goods. Honestly, he never expected the first pot of gold to be so elusive. The accumulation of initial wealth was indeed arduous. He aspired to share in the bounty before the collapse of the Japanese stock market. First, Zhao Yao needed to become a person with 100,000 yuan. Even 10,000 was insufficient. The distance to this goal felt daunting, and he found himself somewhat dispirited. Yet, recalling the mysterious demise of his former employer, who had shown him immense kindness, reignited his motivation. To return to the year 1985 is already a profound blessing. Why burden oneself with superfluous thoughts? The goal is simply to earn a living. Due to an evening spent dining with 2 lovely ladies, Zhao Yao missed the bus to the countryside. He decided to return to school, where his classmates quickly gathered around him. The class monitor, Wang Yin, playfully punched Zhao Yao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Didn't you say you weren't studying anymore? What brings you back? Competing for the top spot, are we?" The 5th high school is the finest in Yinsong County, and Zhao Yao's class is the cream of the crop, boasting an exceptional atmosphere. The younger students affectionately teased him, while Wang Yin, 2 years Zhao Yao's senior, remarked, "It's good that you're back. With your academic prowess, not pursuing further studies would be a waste." His good friend, Emoji Wu, chimed in exuberantly, "We must outshine the class monitor to prevent him from flaunting his superiority before us." Amidst the lively banter, one individual observed Zhao Yao from a distance. The class beauty, Mo Jiao, gazed at him with a look that set his heart racing, distinct from the others. When the homeroom teacher, Shi Bai, arrived, he was overjoyed to see Zhao Yao. "Have you finally come to your senses? The path of righteousness is fraught with trials. You should indeed pursue your studies. Without the means to enroll in a free normal university, abandoning school would squander your talents." Zhao Yao bowed deeply to Shi Bai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. My family needs me to earn a living. I hope you will remember me when the time comes to apply." The burdens of poverty compel children to mature early. Sighing, Shi Bai reassured him, "Do not worry. I will assist you with the application process." That night, Zhao Yao squeezed into the student dormitory, conversing with Mo Zhiwu until the early hours. After a fitful sleep, he stepped out of the school gate at dawn, only to be met by Mo Jiao's gaze. Steeling himself, he approached her. "So early?" Mo Jiao handed him a lunchbox, steamed dumplings filled with donkey meat. "Take it and eat on the way." Blushing, the girl turned and dashed back into the campus. The naive feelings of a previous life felt daunting to accept in this new one. Did he even have the right to embrace them? Upon returning home, Zhao Yao was taken aback by the multitude gathered. Frowning, he questioned, "Are you all so eager for the fish money? I've said I would give it to you once it's sold." Chapter 026. An unexpected opportunity. His uncle cleared his throat. "The venue is to provide your father with a compensation payment. And we have gathered to discuss when your family will repay the debts." "Repay?" Zhao Yao suppressed the urge to reach for his wallet, inquiring, "How much does my mother owe you?" "Your mother owes a total of 437 yuan and 500 yuan to the venue," came the response. "Close to 1,000 yuan in debt." Zhao Yao was stunned. "Mother, how could you have incurred such a debt? Our family has always been frugal with necessities like rice and oil. While not affluent, we manage. What is more, uncles and grandfathers have supported us." His second uncle, irritated, retorted, "How can you speak to your mother like that? She merely indulged in a few games and accrued some debts. Is this how a son behaves? A most unfilial child." Indeed, it was gambling debts. Zhao Yao shot a cold glare at his stepmother. "She is not my mother. This is a trap. I will not acknowledge debts without written proof. I will repay for living expenses, but I shall not honor gambling debts." Sun Yanhong became agitated. "You ungrateful wretch. I have raised you for 5 years without recompense. Now that you can earn money, you disregard us. do you? Oh heavens! My life is so wretched. To marry such a man again. Zhao Yao longed to escape, believing that once he departed from this home, all his troubles would dissipate. Yet, it was undeniably his home. His stepmother was indeed a maternal figure, recognized as such by his father. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yao proclaimed, "Debts, debts, debts. Bring forth the promissory notes. I shall acknowledge any debts presented today. From this moment on, I shall be indifferent to any penny owed. Should anyone dare to lend gambling funds to my mother, I will report you for illegal gambling. Test me if you dare." Little did they know that Zhao Yao was resolute. He owed a substantial sum of 1,180 yuan, but fortunately, his memories from a past life provided him with perspective. He did not regard this amount with the gravity others did. The onlookers regarded him with pity. This sum could easily crush an ordinary individual, equivalent to 3 years' wages for a primary worker. To survive without food or drink and to save for 3 years just to repay it. Who could endure that? As he meticulously stowed away the promissory notes, Zhao Yao coldly remarked, "Are you not leaving? Do you expect me to treat you to a meal? I acknowledge the debt, yet I possess no money at present." The expression on his second uncle's face shifted, while his eldest uncle restrained his irate brother, saying, "If we are to handle this matter." Zhao Yao interjected with a chilling tone, "If there are to be compensations, let living expenses be settled first, and gambling debts can be deferred." No one anticipated such assertiveness from Zhao Yao. However, as a foster son, it was commendable that he was willing to promise repayment. The eldest uncle nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is refreshing to see some resolve. As everyone departed, Sun Yanhong no longer exhibited her previous dramatic despair, avoiding Zhao Yao's gaze. "What a good daughter-in-law your father has found." Zhao Yao sighed. "I shall visit the main office." In truth, Zhao Yao could repay all debts, but he viewed that as capital for his future business endeavors. He had no intention of filling this pit just yet. After all, the borrowed money bore no interest. What harm was there in holding it? His memories from a previous life allowed him to maintain a tranquil mindset. This amount was insignificant. Previously, the owner had borrowed bridge loans with monthly interest exceeding 10 million yuan. What was 1,000 yuan in comparison? Upon arriving at the finance department, the finance chief frowned. "The branch intends to issue compensation, but we have no cash, only treasury bonds. Would you accept those?" Treasury bonds had been issued by the state since 1983, yet the populace was reluctant to accept them. After all, treasury bonds did not circulate like money. They were said to be redeemable only after several years. Moreover, 50 yuan treasury bonds were perceived as a sign of devaluation. Thus, during this era, the issuance of treasury bonds was often met with resistance. However, Zhao Yao was different. He understood that treasury bonds accrued interest. No cash. Could you perhaps provide additional treasury bonds? I have heard that banks exchange treasury bonds at a rate of 100 for 85 yuan. The finance chief was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhao Yao's acceptance of treasury bonds as compensation. He had never heard of banks offering discounted exchanges for treasury bonds. How could that be possible? How could the state allow treasury bonds to be discounted? Zhao Yao shook his head. It seems it is not the government, but private individuals who exchange cash for paper. Naturally, they would require some interest. This statement held some validity. According to regulations, your father will be declared deceased 2 years after his disappearance. His wages for those 2 years will be dispersed, along with compensation equivalent to 40 months of his basic salary during his lifetime. Believing that the compensation would merely consist of a pension, Zhao Yao was pleasantly surprised to learn that his father's missing wages would also be reimbursed. The section chief stated, "In total, it amounts to 64 months of salary, totaling 2,560 yuan. If you accept compensation in the form of treasury bonds, we can offer you 3,200 yuan, but no more." Never did Zhao Yao anticipate such a fortunate turn of events. He remained uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. This represented his father's worth. "May I inquire if there are any surplus treasury bonds available? I wish to purchase some at the rate of 100 to 85. A friend mentioned that an additional 3 yuan could be offered, implying a potential profit of 3 yuan for every 100 yuan spent. The chief accountant's eyes lit up. "This year, our section has a task to underwrite 12,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds. If you have the funds, I can sell them all to you without issue." 12,000. Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If I receive 3,200, that leaves me with 8,800. If I exchange at the rate of 100 to 85, let me calculate how much I need. By the way, could you extend me credit for now?" I will go to the bank to convert it into cash and return it to you promptly, if that is acceptable. To be honest, the chief accountant was already troubled by the treasury bonds. If all 12,000 yuan were sold at an 85% discount, it would result in a loss of 1,800 yuan. The pension for Zhao Yao's father accounted for 700 of that, leaving a manageable loss of 1,100 yuan. The critical aspect was turning it into cash. Absolutely. You can't run away from the temple once you've run away from the monk. In recent years, our section has distributed 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds. If you can convert it all into cash, I will not shortchange you. You can keep whatever you can manage to secure. How splendid! Zhao Yao nearly exclaimed with delight. With his memories from a past life, he understood that treasury bonds were now tradable, and the market was located in Shanghu City. Moreover, they did not circulate at face value. Interest was included in the trade. Should he acquire 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds at an 85% discount, it would amount to 25,500 yuan. If he sold them all at the Shanghu market, even at a 5% interest rate, he could fetch 31,500 yuan, resulting in a profit of 6,000 yuan. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Yao asserted, I will certainly convert the entire amount into cash for you. Await my good news. Thankfully, treasury bonds included 100 yuan notes, and 330 sheets were not unmanageable. Zhao Yao loosened his clothing to reveal a combat vest underneath. This vest was purchased from the market, made by the county garment factory as military attire, albeit a defective product that had seeped into the market. The vest was quite durable and, most importantly, replete with pockets, particularly 2 large ones on the chest. Placing the 330 treasury bonds inside, they remained inconspicuous. The chief accountant stared in astonishment. This clothing of yours is exceptional. It can hold a great deal. Even several tens of thousands would pose no issue. Indeed, Zhao Yao replied with a proud smile. Uncle, just wait for my good news. With that, he confidently exited the office of the section chief, leaving the accountant with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Chapter 027. A sudden wealth of 10,000 yuan. For reasons unknown, there was an instinctive feeling that this young man was somewhat unreliable. However, considering that his family was still nearby, it seemed there was no cause for concern. The primary issue was the 30,000 yuan in treasury bonds, which represented a significant burden for the finance department. Sitting on the books, it occupied the small treasury of the section entirely. Every time the salary was insufficient, it was replaced with cash from the petty treasury. Over time, a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan accumulated. If these treasury bonds were not put to use soon, the head of finance would likely find it difficult to continue in his role. However, unbeknownst to the finance chief, Zhao Yao returned home without even pausing for a meal. Grabbing his belongings and riding his bicycle into the city, he headed straight for the train station, where he purchased a ticket to Spring City. Upon arriving at Bai Lu's home, both women were taken aback. Why are you back again? Zhao Yao chuckled. I need to go to Shanghu City. Sister Xiaoxin, could you help me buy a ticket from Spring City to Shanghu City? Huh. Bai Lu was stunned. What do you want to go there for? Zhao Yao's eyes flickered. Someone claimed to have seen my father. I want to go there and search for him. I need to hurry. If it weren't for the difficulty in securing a ticket, Zhao Yao would not have troubled Wang Xiaoxin. Buying tickets had become quite a hassle. In his previous life, he could have easily snagged one on his phone. Without Wang Xiaoxin's assistance, he would have had to procure a ticket upon arriving in Spring City, meaning he would not be able to depart until the next day at the earliest. Don't worry. I'm just going to take a look and will return quickly. Can Sister Xiaoxin help me with the ticket? To find your father. Wang Xiaoxin nodded earnestly. No problem. I'll call my office right away. It must be noted that Wang Xiaoxin's connections were indeed formidable. Just a few minutes later, she returned, beaming. There are no direct tickets, but you can transfer from the capital. The ticket is secured. Once you arrive in Spring City, just ask for the station master. That's fantastic. Zhao Yao grasped Wang Xiaoxin's hand tightly. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxin. You are my benefactor, my angel. When I return, I will treat you to a meal. With that, he dashed out, leaving his bicycle at Bai Lu's home. Outside, he purchased several sausages and a few packets of Huafeng instant noodles. It had been ages since he had indulged in such humble fare. In his previous life, he had been accustomed to extravagant dining with his boss. His satchel also contained a lunchbox with chopsticks and some pickled vegetables from home. In truth, the food on the train during this era was quite palatable and reasonably priced. However, feeling famished during the journey, Zhao Yao made do with instant noodles from his lunchbox. Honestly, Huafeng's 3 flavored noodles were rather delightful. Eating 3 flavored noodles on the train felt like a fortunate experience. As he relaxed during the journey, Zhao Yao immersed himself in his studies. The college entrance examination was manageable, yet Japanese remained a formidable challenge. On the 3rd day, he finally disembarked in Shanghu City and sought out a bank. During the transaction, he was met with another shock. Treasury bonds were not permitted for circulation or trade. In his previous life, he had never engaged with such matters, only having heard tales of others' legendary exploits. Zhao Yao was unaware that, historically, treasury bond regulations allowing free circulation were established in 1987. At that moment, a chill swept through him. What would happen to those 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds if he could not exchange them? Would he have to return them? He felt a pang of frustration. It felt like a wasted trip, and while losing a few hundred yuan in travel expenses was bearable, he was primarily disheartened by the loss of a chance at sudden wealth. He angrily stuffed half a bread roll into his mouth when someone approached him. "Are you looking to sell treasury bonds? Come over here." What was happening? A flicker of brilliance sparked in Zhao Yao's eyes as he realized he had encountered a speculative trader. However, with great skill comes great audacity. Zhao Yao followed the man, who stood just below 1.7 meters out of the bank. The notable height difference of several centimeters, coupled with the man's puffy demeanor, rendered him rather unthreatening. The man led Zhao Yao to a van parked by the roadside. In this era, possessing a vehicle, even a humble van, signified affluence. Young Zhao felt a sense of assurance. Wasn't it said that such transactions were prohibited? Did he dare to engage in this? Of course. The man nodded affirmatively, introducing himself as Jiao Si, a specialist in currency exchange. A mere novice? No. In this age, the term did not apply. He was indeed a currency trader. Zhao Yao, feigning ignorance, inquired about his rates. "How much do you charge?" "I won't sell for less." Accompanying the vendor allowed him to converse fluently in the local dialect. Speaking in one's native tongue could lead to exploitation, especially with individuals of this ilk. Jiao Si accepted the cigarette Zhao Yao offered, questioning its brand. "What is this?" "Smoke this." "Hilton?" Zhao Yao lit it in Jiao Si's hand. "If you wish to proceed, I require formal documentation. I have no desire to be charged with speculation." Speculation is a grave offense, and Zhao Yao was keen to avoid jeopardizing his newfound life. How old was he? Jiao Si found it difficult to read Zhao Yao. "The paperwork is not an issue. If there were no one around, would I dare to exchange currency here?" That was reassuring. Zhao Yao felt somewhat eased. "What rate do you offer?" he asked. "The earliest I have is from 1981, and the most recent is from last year." As he spoke, he produced the treasury bonds, confidently allowing the other party to verify them. The vehicle idled by the roadside, and Zhao Yao felt no sense of peril, having witnessed countless such exchanges. He noted, 4,000 from 1981, 5,000 from 1982, 6,000 from 1983, with the remainder all from 1984. Oh my! Jiao Si's eyes lit up. Accepting at face value? That's impossible. As Zhao Yao began to retract the bonds, Jiao Si hastily amended his statement. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Zhao Yao scoffed. "According to regulations, treasury bonds purchased by individuals accrue an interest rate of 8%. You think I'm a fool?" Underestimating the youth's acumen had been a grave mistake. Jiao Si forced a smile. "Brother, let us not be angry. Let us discuss this amicably." "Humph." Zhao Yao huffed disdainfully. "We'll calculate interest based on the 1984 rate. For the 4,000 from 1981 over 3 years, the interest totals 24%, amounting to 960 yuan. For the 5,000 from 1982 over 2 years, that's 16%, equating to 800 yuan. For the 6,000 from 1983 over 1 year, we're looking at 8%, which is 480 yuan. And for the 18,300 from 1984, Jiao Si grimaced. "Little brother, if you calculate it this way, I have no profit." "Huh?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "It's October. We're soon to commence interest calculations for the next year. That 18,300 at 4% yields 730 yuan. Jiao Si had not anticipated such tenacity from the youth. "If that's the case, I want to proceed." "Not proceeding?" Zhao Yao shook his head. 33,000 is practically a gift of a year's interest to you. This amount is just over 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan is no trifling sum. Even in the bustling metropolis, it represents a significant amount. All right, Jiao Si, being somewhat of a loner, decided to forge a friendship. "Money isn't everything. Just wait for me while I fetch the cash." The 33,300 yuan in treasury bonds would yield a profit of 2,970 yuan. Zhao Yao was pleasantly astonished to receive a staggering 36,270 yuan. He had struck gold. However, rather than foolishly carrying the cash back home, Zhao Yao promptly transferred 25,500 yuan directly into the account of the branch, coupled with the 2,900 he earned from selling fish and vehicles. And after deducting the expenses incurred from his round trip to Hu City, Zhao Yao found himself with a total of 13,470 yuan in hand. He had truly become a person of wealth. Chapter 028. Are you really a fraudster? For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yao contemplated exchanging all his funds into Japanese yen. Over the next decade, the yen would surge from 240 to 80 yen per dollar, tripling its value. Yet, as a reborn individual, earning threefold in 10 years felt rather embarrassing. Putting aside such thoughts, he decided to purchase gifts for his two sisters. Cosmetics seemed lackluster compared to 40 years into the future. Clothing? He was uncertain of their preferences. A down jacket, perhaps? In the clothing section of the mall, he stumbled upon a down jacket that left him momentarily speechless. Positing? How much? 58. 58 yuan was not exorbitant. Just as Zhao Yao reached for his wallet, he suddenly recalled that this 58 represented a month and a half of Bai Lu's salary, which, when adjusted for 40 years hence, equated to 6,000 yuan. Gulp. Zhao Yao wasn't disheartened by the price. Rather, he saw an opportunity. He meandered through the clothing area and noticed a modest sign tucked away in a corner. The style bore little difference from Boziting or Duck Duck, yet the price was significantly lower. The mall's price was a mere 49. Young Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, there were no exclusive down jacket stores in Insong County, and those wearing down jackets during winter had purchased them in Spring City. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? What if I bulk order Yalu down jackets directly from the manufacturer? Gu Jinhua was appointed as the factory director of Yalu in 1984, a time when the company was burdened with severe debts and losses. This small garment factory, with only 50 to 60 workers, was in debt to the tune of hundreds of thousands. As a last resort, Director Gu transitioned to the production of down jackets. However, under the pressure of several major brands, Yalu, which did not engage in advertising, was virtually overlooked. Just as Zhao Yao arrived, the staff at Yalu were elated. Yes. In fact, you can obtain factory prices here. Is that true? Zhao Yao inquired. I desire the most favorable price. I can be your distributor. Distributor. Major brands had only recently adopted the agency system, while the fledgling Yalu had yet to establish such a framework. Their products were primarily sold at mall counters. Rest assured, if you truly wish to become a distributor, we will certainly offer you the best prices. It was a match made in heaven. Zhao Yao presented the introduction letter from the branch. To sell the treasury bonds and prevent being mistaken for a thief, he had requested this letter from the finance chief. He never anticipated it would come in handy here. This is our unit's introduction letter. I hope to obtain the full range of products, with partial credit sales. Without the introduction letter, Zhao Yao could scarcely imagine negotiating credit sales for down jackets. You are too kind. The deputy factory director in charge of sales at Yalu immediately signed a contract with young Zhao. When Zhao Yao produced 12,000 yuan, the other party was utterly convinced. In this era, 12,000 was indeed a substantial sum. I'll send you 600 pieces. We will settle at 30 yuan each. Are you saying that 200 pieces were sold on credit? That's fine. Please have the manufacturer dispatch the goods. Do not underestimate the convenience of door-to-door delivery. If it were Zhao Yao, he would find it bothersome and, moreover, seek to minimize costs. He procured 18,000 yuan worth of down jackets. The manufacturer shipped them home via train while he took the train back himself. It took him a full 8 days to return home, and by then, his down jackets had yet to arrive. Upon disembarking from the train and arriving at Bailu's residence, he called out, Sister Bailu, I'm here to pick up the bicycle. No sooner had he spoken than 2 law enforcement officers emerged, seizing his arms from either side. One in an olive green cap barked, You dare return, lad? Zhao Yao was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am a law-abiding citizen. Have I committed an offense involving treasury bonds? Young Zhao felt a pang of anxiety. He was uncertain whether the documents given to him by Jiao Si were genuine. If they were forgeries crafted by that scoundrel, his life would be irrevocably altered. The officer in the cap scoffed, A law-abiding citizen? If you were indeed one, then there would be no criminals in this world. Tell me, did you not abscond with 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds? Where are they? Confess honestly, and if you return the illicit funds, your sentence may be mitigated. Wait, He mentioned absconding with 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds, not reselling them. The distinction is significant. If they were not pursuing the resale of treasury bonds, then repaying the amount would suffice. The officer coldly stated, "Otherwise, you will languish in prison. 25,500 is enough to keep you incarcerated for a lifetime." 25,500 is not 30,000. Zhao Yao was devoid of doubt. He reached into his pocket, but the officer tightened his grip on his hand. Is it really necessary to be so tense? Zhao Yao offered a wry smile. "I can present you with the remittance slip." "Present a remittance slip? Don't try to outsmart me. You are here in person. What slip do you have?" Bai Lu at the entrance, feeling a pang of sympathy, interjected, "Comrade, give him a chance to explain. After all, he cannot escape." The two officers exchanged glances and eventually released Zhao Yao. Lacking experience, had Zhao Yao been a wrongdoer, he could have retaliated at this moment. The two officers were indeed no match for him. Zhao Yao reached into his pocket and produced the remittance receipt. "Look at this account number. Do you see it? Do you see the name? I have already transferred 25,500 yuan to the account at Erfenchang." At this time, the internal banking system and interbank systems were exceedingly underdeveloped. Thus, bank transfers were conducted via postal services, with mail transfers requiring a remittance slip to be sent in an envelope and telegraphic transfers necessitating a telegram to be dispatched to the recipient. Interbank transfers were even more cumbersome, requiring funds to be sent to the local branch before being transferred. The officers appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You carry this receipt with you?" "Of course. Without a mobile phone, how else could I prove the transaction?" "What more do you have to say? Do you still accuse me of fraud?" Young Zhao stood resolutely, no trace of timidity remaining. Speculation is not the concern here. Rather, Zhao Yao is apprehensive about the authorities investigating the resale of treasury bonds. The trading of such bonds has not yet been liberalized, as evidenced by the date, which is certainly not today's. Upon handing over the treasury bonds to the bank, the funds were immediately transferred. Which swindler would be so foolish? In the absence of evidence in the future, one should refrain from making arbitrary arrests or casting unfounded accusations. However, at the moment Zhao Yao was apprehended, Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin distinctly perceived his unease. Observing him now, he presents an image of utter innocence. This is no longer an era where one can casually accuse someone of fraud, fully aware that such allegations could tarnish a lifetime. Zhao Yao's vehement accusations were unexpectedly undermined by a playful laugh from Wang Xiaoxin, disrupting the tense atmosphere. The two officers, feeling quite awkward, remarked, "We need to verify the authenticity of the remittance slip. If it proves genuine, you shall be free of any wrongdoing." It was a false alarm, and Zhao Yao realized he had narrowly escaped a calamity. If the police were to pursue the matter of reselling treasury bonds, who could ascertain whether the evidence in his possession would prove to be his salvation? "You must accompany us for further questioning. Until your innocence is established, you cannot leave." Even with righteous indignation, Zhao Yao found himself at a loss, as they were merely performing their duties, and thus he complied. Not long after, they encountered students leaving the 5th middle school, with Zhao Yao sandwiched between two officers. This scene startled the class beauty. "Are you truly a fraudster? Did you really embezzle funds? I must have misjudged you. You are a scoundrel." "Why am I a scoundrel?" Zhao Yao retorted. "Is it merely because I indulged in a bowl of donkey meat dumplings?" Initially, Zhao Yao had entertained lofty thoughts, but he was taken aback by the class beauty's blatant distrust. In a fit of rage, he laughed instead. "What? Did I deceive you of your donkey meat dumplings? Pray tell, how many years would one be sentenced for that? 3 or 5? What an absurd turn of events." Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin, trailing behind, were equally astonished by this encounter. The young lady had evidently misinterpreted the situation, and upon observing Zhao Yao, it seemed he had no intention of defending himself. In a brazen manner, he quipped, "I thank you for not offering yourself to me. Otherwise, I might have been labeled a criminal of seduction. You scoundrel." The school beauty stamped her foot in anger, her tears suddenly spilling forth as she turned and fled. The two officers exchanged glances. "A girlfriend? You're merely a teenager. Are you already involved in a romantic relationship?" Indeed, it was rather premature. The youth had yet to even grow facial hair. The older officer sighed. "I actually wanted to explain this to you. Why didn't you give us the chance?" "Huh?" Zhao Yao scoffed. "And now you realize? You've landed yourselves in quite a predicament, a serious one at that. You've delayed my lifelong aspirations." They looked nothing like carefree youths, but rather like streetwise delinquents. "If I struggle to find a partner in the future, I shall hold you two accountable. If you don't assist me, I want to let this rest. And what of the officers who might have been taken for fools? The two officers found humor in the situation. Yet, observing this young man, one could sense a boundless spirit within him. Intriguing. Wang Xiaoxin remarked with a quizzical expression, "You're impressive. 16, and already involved with someone? TSK, TSK. If we don't see each other for a year, will you return with a child?" The two officers could not contain their laughter. The young lady's words were quite sharp. That was quite unkind. Zhao Yao replied, "I am merely 15. The one who ran is 2 years my senior. And she is 3 years younger than Sister Xiaoxin. Oh dear, do not be so rash. I am currently under police protection. Can't you see I have 2 bodyguards with me?" How shameless can one be to refer to the 2 officers escorting him as bodyguards? A few of us arrived at the police station, intending to make a call to the division. To our surprise, no one answered on the other end. Zhao Yao looked at the officers and said, "This is not my fault. Perhaps we should inspect the scene? Even if we go to the police station. There's no vehicle, only a jeep dispatched from the municipal bureau." We proceeded directly to the scene, where the group found the finance department. The head of the department, upon seeing Zhao Yao, wore an expression of embarrassment. "You little rascal, why have you only just returned? You made a transfer without informing me?" "Alas, it's my fault again." Zhao Yao was exasperated. "I don't have the department's phone number. How could I call? Besides, shouldn't you check if the money has arrived?" An officer nearby remarked, "You're overthinking it. The moment you left Insong County, he reported it. He felt deceived, and the matter has stirred up quite a commotion. Since the money has been returned, young Zhao is no longer a suspect. We shall take our leave now." Phew! What a false alarm. We are finally in the clear. Upon returning home, Zhao Yao heard the familiar sound of Sun Yanhong's crying through the door. "Why is my life so miserable? I married a husband who turned out to be a robber, and then I married again, only for him to vanish. Yao, when did you come back? Did you escape from prison? What nonsense." Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. "Is there anything to eat? I'm famished." This statement terrified Sun Yanhong into further tears. "Oh dear, my life is so miserable. Raising a son has turned him into a fraud." Not just Sun Yanhong. Even Auntie was scowling. "I told you. How could a son raised by someone who abandons his family turn out well?" Second aunt retreated a bit, muttering, "What can sprout from a rotten root? What are you saying?" Zhao Yao was exasperated. "Who is a fraud? I am perfectly fine. Why would you call me a fraud? Not a fraud." Grandma, with her smoking pipe, knocked the ashes off the edge of the Kong, pointing the pipe at Zhao Yao. She said, "Just because you say so, does that make it true? People saw you return in a police car, encountering such ignorant farmers." Zhao Yao was fed up. "If I end up in prison, who will take care of you in your old age?" Sun Yanhong wiped her eyes. "But they say you are a fraud. The police have been investigating for days. There are even people watching to arrest you. What is going on?" Grandma chimed in repeatedly. "Enough with the chatter." Zhao Yao waved his hand dismissively. What else could it be but a misunderstanding? After saying this, Zhao Yao ignored her and went to the kitchen, only to find the pot empty. This lazy mother. She has truly surpassed all bounds of laziness. Sighing, Zhao Yao resolved to fend for himself. The 3 sisters returned, and upon seeing Zhao Yao's cheerful demeanor, they felt genuine joy. "Yao, are you all right?" To Zhao Yao's surprise, Wang Lihong was so delighted, it warmed his heart. He had thought Wang Lihong would always regard him with indifference, without a place for him in her heart. However, from this incident, it was clear she considered him family. Family is acceptable. As for the rest, let it be. Zhao Yao nodded. "Of course, I am fine. Do you wish for me to be in trouble?" Uft. Wang Lihong blushed, asking, "What do you mean? Isn't it better to have nothing to worry about? Being together as a family is the greatest blessing." "What blessing?" Zhao Yao shook his head, responding, "I may be fine, but the 3 of you are not." "What do you mean?" Sun Yanhong widened her eyes in concern. "What happened?" Zhao Yao replied, "I believe it is unfeasible for the 3 of you to continue your studies here. The educational standards are so poor that even passing a vocational exam is questionable. Xiao Zhao excels academically due to her father's guidance. As for the teaching quality at the district central school, let's not even mention it. You must move to the city to pursue your education. Teacher Bai has offered to help with arrangements, and I will rent a place in the city tomorrow. Since we have the opportunity to start anew, we must change our fates, including that of our family. In our previous lives, Wang Lixia and Wang Lizhen lived aimlessly. This time, we must transform our destinies. Going to the county to study?" The 3 girls were visibly excited. Sun Yanhong grew irritated, saying, "What will happen to our home? What about me? I refuse to allow anyone to leave. Zhao Yao coldly retorted, if you are willing, then we shall go together. If not, it is not my concern. There is no point in reasoning with a stepmother like you, who is such a peculiar sloth. The three sisters must follow me. I do not want them to end up marrying someone in the countryside, scraping by in hardship. To instigate change, we must first alter their mindsets. They cannot be complacent with their current situation. Xiao Zhao spoke earnestly. They should aspire to work in factories or even in enterprises, living lives of dignity. The three sisters were astonished by Zhao Yao's vision. Could such a future truly be attainable? Wang Lihong shyly remarked, I don't see anything wrong with farming. I don't want to study, it's too exhausting. Indeed, her physical prowess was matched only by her simplistic thinking, often resorting to brawling. Zhao Yao scolded her. Look at your lack of ambition. Studying is exhausting? With just a few years of hard work, you could gain admission to college, or even a vocational school, which would make your entire life easier. It is no wonder you reflect your mother's laziness. You are truly a product of your upbringing. Look at the Du family. They managed to live well while raising 3 or 4 children. Chapter 030. Poverty limits imagination in Erfenchang. The Du family's lifestyle was indeed enviable. Wang Lixia, being classmates with Du Yan, was well aware of their fortunate circumstances. Xiao Zhao remarked, look at how poor our family has become. Uncle works tirelessly. Yet what do we have to show for it? Auntie coldly interjected, my family lacks nothing. At least we are not seen as frauds. Zhao Yao was left speechless by her comments. The third sister, Wang Lixia, rolled a cigarette and offered it to Auntie, lighting it with a match. Wang Lihong chimed in. Uncle S family is doing quite well. They eat meat 2 or 3 times a month. Is eating meat 2 or 3 times a month enough? What does it mean that poverty limits imagination? Is this all there is? In her past life, Wang Lihong either accepted her circumstances or aspired to unrealistic heights, remaining oblivious to her true desires. Despite having meat at every meal, she never seemed satisfied, claiming everything was fine. Zhao Yao held disdain for such hypocritical women, doubting their sincerity. You think a house made of bricks and a few meals of meat equate to happiness? Really? What's wrong with being practical? Wang Lihong shot Zhao Yao a glare, admonishing him to stay grounded and not to think about unrealistic dreams. Women remain oblivious to the insatiable desires that accompany the broadening of their horizons. Xiao Zhao let out a cold snort, declaring, I wish to move to the city, where I will one day reside in an apartment and own a private car, with meat served at every meal. Meat at every meal? Living in an apartment and owning a car? Such aspirations seemed almost fantastical. Wang Lixia and Wang Lijian's eyes sparkled with the allure of such a life. Was it not a dream come true? If you are content to dwell in the lowest strata of life, then you may as well stay with your mother. I shall take her and you 2 sisters to the city. Are you truly going to the city? You won't abandon us, will you? A cough interrupted from Auntie. Let's not discuss fanciful notions just yet. Our diesel supply has run dry, and the tractor is idle in the yard. The tractor, a hand-operated vehicle, hardly consumed much diesel. Huh. Grandmother took a deep drag from her cigarette. My family lacks a tractor, and the pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese are out of feed. We have no money to purchase fodder. Then we need money. Zhao Yang understood. Grandmother, Aunt, I will repay you soon. Just wait for me. Wait for you to marry and have children to repay us? Second aunt slammed her hand on the Kong. Are we to wait for your son to grow up to settle the debt? Are you planning to burn something for me? Oh, coughing. Zhao Yang found himself at a loss for words. His younger aunt nodded vigorously. You speak of going to the city, but where will the funds come from? Is it not from our resources? Repay us. Are you pressuring me for a debt? Zhao Yang suddenly realized he had overstated his position. Others cannot bear to see your good fortune. Moreover, he indeed acted ungratefully, spending money before repaying what he owed. No wonder they were angry. I will repay soon. Zhao Yang asserted. How soon? Just give me a month. Grandmother pointed her smoking pipe at Zhao Yang. If you do not repay in a month, I will move into your home. Ah, Sun Yanhong began to weep again. What will we do? How will we repay amidst the famine? Perhaps you could assist Li Hong in finding a suitor? The bride price could cover the debt. That will not do, Zhao Yang retorted. Those sisters must attend school. Otherwise, I shall wash my hands of you. Are you truly in earnest? Grandmother chuckled wickedly. I knew those 2 children were up to something. A misunderstanding lingered. The old woman truly misinterpreted the situation, yet this group provided no opportunity for explanation. Zhao Yang hastily called out, wait. We will need the help of uncle and the cousins for the move. Initially, They had hoped to share a meal, but upon hearing this, grandmother's face darkened. So be it. They won't even stay for a meal. Off you go. Don't leave. I still need to borrow some money. Everyone had already fled, climbing onto Uncle's cart outside, chattering all the way. Upon returning indoors, Wang Lihong, shy and demure, shyly offered Zhao Yao a bowl of rice. The stepmother, who had recently been wailing, now wore a maternal smile. Zhao Yao felt a pang in his stomach. Quickly taking the bowl, he stated, I will eat in that room. We are preparing to move, after all. I must move to the city. Otherwise, I will have no place to eat. This is intolerable. For the first time, Zhao Yao displayed such assertiveness, leaving his stepmother and sisters unable to refuse. The following morning, Zhao Yao returned to the county to search for housing. Presently, the concept of school district housing was non-existent, yet finding rental accommodation near the 5th middle school proved to be quite a challenge. Unlike the newly developed residential areas 2 decades hence, the old houses in front of Wuzhong are in disarray. The alleyways are strewn with cold dust, and the autumn breeze carries a layer of grime upon one's face and hair. Accompanying Bai Lu in her search for housing, she exclaims, What kind of road is this? Why ruin a perfectly good path with all this coal debris? It's utterly detestable. Fortunately, she has opted for flat shoes. Having studied here, Zhao Yao is well aware that the drainage is poor in this area. During summer, rainwater fails to drain away, leaving standing water in front of the homes with lower entrances. The rainwater even seeps into the courtyards, forcing every family to lay down a layer of winter coal ash at their doorsteps. Each winter, the accumulation rises by 10 centimeters, gradually submerging the courtyards beneath the road. Indeed, the courtyards have begun to sink, with some differences in elevation exceeding a foot. Bai Lu furrows her brow and remarks, It's quite true. In the courtyard of our broadcasting station, the dampness is unbearable. Zhao Yao, curious, inquires, Sister Lu, aren't you recording a program today? How do you have time to accompany me in my house hunt? With a sigh, Bai Lu grits her teeth. I'm merely on temporary assignment, if they need me. I'm utilized for a couple of days, but if not, I'm left out in the cold. If Zhao Yao were merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he would certainly fail to grasp the underlying implications of her words. However, possessing the wisdom of a man in his 50s or 60s, Zhao Yao comprehends the nuances. It seems that certain individuals, having failed to take advantage of Bai Lu, would no longer require her services. Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhao Yao. Sister Lu, will you be returning to teach at the irrigation district school? Bai Lu bites her lip, exclaiming, The most frustrating part is here. The paperwork for my temporary assignment is in their hands, and now that I wish to return, I find myself unable to do so. If I remain here, I want to earn a salary. In truth, neither of them is aware that in a previous life, Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin had both perished, and thus would not face unemployment. The arrival of Zhao Yao, like a butterfly, has subtly altered the course of history. Even more astonishing is the bond that the two women share with their savior, akin to that of blood relatives. No salary. Zhao Yao frowns, suddenly inspired, perhaps. Sister Bai Lu, you could join me in business. Business? Bai Lu gazes at Zhao Yao incredulously. Are you suggesting I sell fish with you? You still need to continue your studies. Discussing such matters seems futile for now. They can revisit the idea when the down jackets return. Indeed, he does require assistance in selling them, but Zhao Yao smiles and suggests, let us focus on finding a place to live. Searching for housing proves to be a daunting task. In this era, there are virtually no real estate agents. Few establishments even advertise houses for sale, necessitating inquiries from one location to another. Surrounding Wuzhong are the campuses of Wuzhong, Yizhong, and Mengzhong, leaving them with only the 7 grain store vicinity. This area serves as a mixed campus for both Erzhong and Yizhong, as well as the primary school for Sanxiozong. If they can secure a residence here, it will resolve the educational needs of the 3 sisters from elementary through middle school, and they can pursue high school at Wuzhong. However, after searching all afternoon, the sky is beginning to darken. Bai Lu feels her feet swelling, exclaiming, You little rascal, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? This is exhausting work. In this regard, you are far less considerate than your father. Chapter 031. How old are you? I have never seen so much money. Listening to Bai Lu recount her father, Zhao Yao could not help but ask, I have been separated from my father for 5 or 6 years, and I am almost forgetting what kind of person he was. Sister Lu, was my father a good man? If so, why did he abandon us? Throughout his interactions with Zhao Yao, Bai Lu regarded him as a mature young man. Yet, upon hearing his words, she suddenly realized that he was still a child. I can assure you that your father was a good man, not only because he was an excellent teacher, but also due to his fair treatment of all students. Furthermore, he was a man of integrity, with no unscrupulous intentions whatsoever. Really? The expression on Bailu's face revealed the challenges she faced at work. The two sisters purchased an array of delicious food and returned to Bailu's dormitory. As Bailu was about to be laid off, Wang Xiaoxin was busily engaged in her duties. They almost entered the door in succession. Oh my, I am utterly exhausted. Sister Bailu, where have you been? I thought he had kidnapped you. The newly arrived broadcaster from the rural station barely spoke Mandarin. How could they possibly have a broadcaster like that? Is that even allowed? Zhao Yao noticed Bailu's expression darken. While washing vegetables, she remarked, let's not discuss it any further. De Yao bought dipping vegetables, lamb soup, spicy dried tofu, and steamed buns. Let us eat. In truth, Zhao Yao had desired to dine out, but Bailu resolutely refused. And in the end, they returned with their purchased ingredients. It was already late October, and local greens were becoming scarce, while imported vegetables were rather pricey. Especially the dipping vegetables. Consuming them after winter would earn one the reputation of being a spendthrift. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxin recalled, Zhao Yao, didn't you say you were going to the spring city to procure vegetables? Looking for a storefront? This indeed reminded Zhao Yao. What a splendid idea. The key is to bring them into the city to study and change the fate of the sisters. However, I currently lack the necessary funds. Wang Xiaoxin, standing nearby, chuckled. I knew it. You, the night owl, only come here when there's nothing else to do. You are not planning to borrow money, are you? Huh. Zhao Yao chuckled awkwardly. I never expected Sister Xiaoxin to be so astute. Initially, I intended to rent a place, but now I've changed my mind. I want to buy a house. Buy a house? Both girls were taken aback. A boy of 15 or 16 buying a house. They themselves did not even have their own homes. Both resided in the dormitory of the broadcasting station. Bailu gazed at him. Actually, we have many questions to ask you. How much did you exchange for the treasury bonds? From what I know of you, if you didn't have money, you wouldn't be considering buying a house. To her surprise, Teacher Bai understood him so well. Young Zhao indeed had confidence. He was borrowing money from the two girls to buy a house, but if it weren't for his stepmother's debts, he would have borrowed from his uncles. Wang Xiaoxin inquired, tell me, how much did you actually earn from this trip to Hu City? Hee. Zhao Yao smiled, not much. Just over 10,000. Over 10,000? The two beauties were astonished. How is it possible to earn so much? In this era, over 10,000 truly constituted a significant sum. To put it in perspective, Bailu earned only 48 yuan a month, totaling less than 600 yuan a year. Over 10,000 exceeded her salary for 20 years. No wonder the two girls were taken aback. Is that for real? Wang Xiaoxin stared at Zhao Yao. You already have over 10,000, so why do you still need to borrow money from us? Zhao Yao replied with a wry smile. Indeed. I have earned over 10,000 yuan, but it has all been reinvested. I procured 600 down jackets. Only by selling them can I generate funds. Presently, I am left with just over 1,000 yuan, which is insufficient for purchasing a house. Bailu gazed at him in bewilderment. Are you certain that down jackets priced at 20 yuan each can actually sell? Shaking his head, Zhao Yao responded, I used 12,000 yuan as a deposit. And then the manufacturer shipped 600 pieces. This is not the total payment. Goodness. Wang Xiaoxin gasped. So, once you sell the down jackets, you could indeed become a 10,000 yuan household? In the southern regions during this era, being a 10,000 yuan household was no longer rare. However, in the economically underdeveloped Yinsong County, where township enterprises were not flourishing, such households were not exactly commonplace. Even if some existed, the majority of their assets were not liquid. In contrast, Zhao Yao possessed tangible cash exceeding 10,000 yuan, which made him a veritable tycoon in these times. Little Zhao shook his head dismissively. What is this some matter? Bailu rolled her eyes in exasperation. I shan't converse with you. How old are you? I have never encountered so much money. Impressive. Wang Xiaoxin raised her thumb in admiration. I am utterly in awe. Just a month ago, you were borrowing money to buy that dilapidated car. Bailu nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the remarkable speed at which he had begun to earn. Invited home for Teacher's Day to watch a movie. She had heard he had dropped out due to financial constraints. Yet, within a mere month, he had transformed into a 10,000 yuan household. The dilemma remained that acquiring a house required a substantial amount of money, and she felt she was not in the same bracket. Reflecting on his circumstances, Zhao Yao inquired, perhaps you two sisters could assist me in finding a place to sell the down jackets? What? Bai Lu exclaimed, both amused and incredulous. You lack even a stall and wish to sell clothes? Who would buy from you? Zhao Yao asserted confidently. They will definitely sell. I have chosen the latest styles. If not for time constraints and the fear of being imitated, he would have sought to replicate the fashionable designs from his past life. Yet, given the current conditions, although down jackets were available, they were all bulky and unappealing. Wang Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. I have not seen any down jackets for sale in Yinsong County. Only in Spring City, and they are indeed quite bulky and unattractive. Thus, Zhao Yao remained optimistic. Once my down jackets hit the market, they will surely fetch a good price. Is that true? Wang Xiaoxin suddenly proposed. Perhaps I can help you find a spot in Spring City, where you could sell them at a higher price. What a splendid idea. Bai Lu nodded vigorously, agreeing that it was best to seek opportunities in Spring City rather than remain in Yinsong County. To Spring City? Zhao Yao's face lit up with anticipation. If that is possible, I would be immensely grateful. Can you truly assist me, Sister Xiaoxin? Bai Lu raised her thumb approvingly. If you can manage to avoid running off with 30,000 yuan, you are trustworthy. Is merely not absconding with 30,000 yuan enough to be deemed trustworthy? Is that even a considerable sum? When he worked as a bodyguard, his monthly salary was 50,000 yuan, though he paid for it with his life. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxin affirmed, I will arrange the stall for you. There is no rush regarding the house purchase. Bai Lu added, if you require assistance, I can lend you 1,500 yuan. Such a large sum. Zhao Yao was taken aback. Teacher Bai, how have you managed to save so much money? Do you not buy clothes or cosmetics? 40 years later, some individuals still struggled to save, as they felt compelled to purchase clothing and accessories. Some even resort to cosmetic surgery, adorning themselves exquisitely. Much like the Aquaman incident, they continuously present themselves for appraisal. Bai Lu shot a glare at Zhao Yao. Do I need makeup? What kind of attire could possibly look unappealing on me? Indeed, Zhao Yao exclaimed, absolutely. Teacher Bai is stunning and truly doesn't require cosmetics to enhance her beauty. Such flattery. Bai Lu blushed. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't bother with you anymore. Humph. Wang Xiaoxin stretched lazily, showcasing her slim waist, unfazed by Zhao Yao's gaze. We have no time for idle chatter. We have a train to catch this afternoon. Let us buy our tickets. Chapter 032. Will you be my boss? To be honest, Zhao Yao had never considered that these two women could assist him with significant issues. Teacher Bai entrusted all her savings to Zhao Yao as seed money. Did she truly acquire it from her father? Zhao Yao chuckled. Isn't Sister Lu unemployed? Let us head to Spring City together. Does Sister Xiaoxin need to take a leave of absence? Forget them. Wang Xiaoxin shook her head. My internship can end at any moment. Then let us all go, since we have nothing else to do. The two women followed Zhao Yao to the train station. The train station in Yinsong County had stood for 50 years, witnessing its rise and decline. In 8 years, it would be replaced by a brand new station. And in 20 years, that station would also undergo renovation. The green train appeared quite endearing, and what was even more touching was the ticket price, only 8 yuan per person. 40 years later, the bus fare in Spring City would still be 2 yuan, covering a distance of 140 kilometers. That is merely 2 cents per kilometer. The journey to Spring City lasted 4 hours, and they arrived well past 9 in the evening. Wang Xiaoxin, accompanied by Bai Lu, was heading home, but Zhao Yao pulled the two women through the square, walking 2 more blocks. Turning into an alley, they entered the Triumph restaurant. At this hour, Uncle and Aunt must have already dined. Let me treat you both, he said. Humph. Wang Xiaoxin scoffed. Feeling affluent gives you confidence, doesn't it? Fine. I'll indulge your vanity. Bai Lu, filled with curiosity, remarked, you seem quite familiar with this place. This street is a hallmark of Spring City, destined to remain unchanged for decades, aside from upgrades. Zhao Yao chuckled. I've been to Shanghu City before. Now let us order. 3 people? What shall we have? The menu was impressive, with the cost of living in Spring City significantly surpassing that of Yinsong County. Zhao Yao smiled gently. Let us have sweet and sour pork, braised cod, a side of dipping vegetables, and a serving of sauce shredded pork. He ordered 4 dishes, prompting Bai Lu to sigh. Spending extravagantly, aren't we? 4 dishes is too much. Too much? Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin barely ate, while Zhao Yao truly indulged. At this stage of growth, he naturally needed to eat well. He escorted Wang Xiaoxin and Bai Lu to the entrance of the provincial family quarters. With a hand around Bai Lu, Wang Xiaoxin pointed to the road they came from. I saw it on our way here. That's the provincial hotel. I'll come find you tomorrow. Little did Wang Xiaoxin know that the provincial hotel required a letter of introduction. The young girl probably had never used one before. Faced with this reality, Zhao Yao had no choice but to navigate through the alley to find a public hostel. How much for a night's stay? He inquired. The receptionist yawned. Do you have a letter of introduction? Without one, you cannot stay. Young Zhao presented 10 yuan, saying, Uncle, could you please assist me? Before he could finish, the 10 yuan vanished from the counter. A double room costs 6.5 for a bed, while a 4-person room is 4.5 per bed. And for a 6-person room, stop. Zhao Yao produced another 15 yuan, stating, I would like a double room, and I prefer not to share it with others. If that is acceptable, I am not accustomed to living with others. The receptionist, beaming with warmth, replied, Certainly. I will escort you there. The conditions at the hostel were surprisingly satisfactory, featuring hot water and a commendable level of cleanliness. The last time he had bathed was in Shanghu City. So Zhao Yao relished a comfortable shower and enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, Wang Xiaoxin and Bai Lu arrived together to seek him out. Both women donned beige long coats, their feet adorned with wedge-heeled shoes, and they wore their hair in ponytails. They resembled a pair of intertwined lotus flowers, capturing the attention of many, and Zhao Yao felt a surge of pride. Yet, he appeared too youthful, resembling a brother being taken out by his elder sisters. Accompanying the two women was a middle-aged man, introduced by Wang Xiaoxin as Chen Ji, a colleague of her father, who had come to assist them with their issues. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Chen Ji visibly relaxed, replying, No need for thanks. You must be Xiao Zhao, a middle school student, around 16 or 17. Zhao Yao answered honestly. I was born in 70, a dog year, started school early, and I'm now in my second year of high school, preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Indeed. A true student. Chen Ji's smile widened. It's commendable to see young talent. Xiaoxin mentioned your diligent work-study approach. Such ambition in youth must be supported. Zhao Yao vaguely understood that Wang Xiaoxin's parents likely believed their daughter was in a romantic relationship. Hence they sent Chen Ji to observe. The four of them proceeded directly to the Spring City department store, which had yet to undergo any restructuring, remaining the finest comprehensive shopping center in Spring City and even in Baishan province. Chen Ji led the trio to the manager, presenting his work ID, and the manager promptly complied. A dedicated stall was established in the clothing section. According to regulations, sales were typically conducted by store attendants, but due to Chen's influence, they could manage sales themselves. Frankly speaking, the ease with which they secured a stall spoke volumes of Wang Xiaoxin's parents' connections. Wang Xiaoxin cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yao, asking, What is there to hesitate about? The store allowed for consignment sales, and there was no need for Zhao Yao to remain present. Surely, he wouldn't abandon his studies just to sell down jackets. Zhao Yao turned to Bai Lu, suggesting, Sister Lu, why not stay and assist? That job can be overlooked. He believed that future positions within the system would not be as favorable, while engaging in business could alleviate certain worries and ultimately lead to financial freedom. Financial freedom? Bai Lu hesitated, inquiring how much that would require. Such grand ambitions. Wang Xiaoxin teased. You little rascal, are you trying to lure Sister Lu away from her job? What will you offer her? Zhao Yao was acutely aware of his aspirations. Given his current circumstances, he needed assistance to amass substantial wealth. He smiled, saying, We will sign a provincial agency agreement with the manufacturer, sharing the profits among the three of us. The two sisters will receive 40% of the profits, while I will take 60%, and Sister Lu will simultaneously earn double the sales clerk's salary. At this point, the distributor system had yet to become mainstream, and provincial-level agencies were scarce. Thus, the two women appeared slightly bewildered, prompting Zhao Yao to clarify. It means I will promote the product in this market as the exclusive distributor. The mall manager gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, The ideas of the youth are remarkably advanced. The benefits of exclusive agency are substantial. One must understand that in the 1980s, resources were not particularly abundant, and securing an exclusive agency assured profitability. Wang Xiaoxin looked at Xiao Zhao with a half-smile. Do you hold such high hopes for down jackets? If you sell a few and run out of stock, you might end up letting Lulu down. How could that be? Zhao Yao replied with a grin. Lulu can take a leave of absence once we stabilize. She can resign at a later time. Observing the trio, Chen Ji felt that among them, Zhao Yao held the dominant voice. Yet it did not seem like a discussion about romance. You scoundrel! Wang Xiaoxin retorted. What do you take us sisters for? Does Lulu care about that little money of yours? Zhao Yao shook his head, asserting, It's not a matter of money. Without rules, there can be no order. As long as there is cooperation, responsibilities and rights must be clearly delineated. This was no small feat. Chunji grew increasingly intrigued by Zhao Yao. Despite being merely 15, he exhibited a maturity and sophistication beyond his years. Zhao Yao continued earnestly. Moreover, Sister Xiaoxin contributes more than I do, and Sister Lulu has been immensely helpful to me. I cannot monopolize the benefits. With discernment, ambition, and vision, Chunji silently gave a thumbs up, recognizing that this youth was extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Bai Lu chuckled. You seem to have thought this through. Do you wish to be my boss? This voice made one blush and their heart race, especially with Bai Lu's alluring smile. The mere thought of having such a captivating boss sent shivers down Zhao Zhao's spine. He collected his thoughts. We are all shareholders. Let us establish a company, and we shall call it Xinglu Fashion Limited Liability Company. What do you think? It seemed the young lad had prepared well in advance, even naming the company. Such a clever little rascal. Wang Xiaoxin narrowed her eyes. Do you feel as though you've sold us, sisters? Was this a long-planned scheme? Hee. Zhao Yao smiled in silence. Collaborating with two beautiful women marked the inception of his post-rebirth career. Shoo. Bai Lu took a deep breath. If that is the case, Xiaoxin, you need not be so polite. Perhaps a 3-7 split? 70% for Zhao Yao, 25% for Xiaoxin, and 5% for me would suffice. What are you saying? Wang Xiaoxin laughed and scolded. You two are enough. Do you really think I am so money-minded? A 3-7 split is fine, but if Lulu and I each receive 15%, isn't giving me 10% tantamount to an insult? Zhao Yao looked intently at Bai Lu. I would like to know. Regarding Bai Lu and my father. Don't act rashly. After all, she has relinquished a golden opportunity. If the company lacks prospects, it would be tantamount to ruining Bai Lu's future. In a modest room, there were small advantages to be found. Accepting it would suffice. This bag, worth over 50, would be unremarkable 40 years hence. All settled. Zhao Yao treated everyone to a meal. Having discerned there were no issues, Chunji refrained from being a third wheel. Chunji chuckled. You young folks enjoy yourselves. I shall not intrude. What is this all for? I cannot accept it. Too polite. Bai Lu's face flushed crimson in an instant. Please do not say that. There's no need for such formality. After finishing a drink, Zhao Yao refilled for the three of them and bowed to Bai Lu. Thank you, Sister Lulu, for your trust. I am exceedingly grateful. This toast is for you. Excellent. Zhao Yao could not help but inquire. Is there truly no need to attend to matters over in Yinsong County? With no collective heating, the house had grown quite cold by the end of October, and the water in the kitchen had turned to ice. In her previous life, Wang Lihong bore no fragrance. Humph. Wang Xiaoxin scoffed. At least a skincare company has an office. Your makeshift operation doesn't even qualify. It felt like embarking on a treacherous voyage. The items were recently purchased from a counter, with receipts to prove their legitimacy, leading others to believe the youth was using them for personal purposes. Clearly, Bai Lu still regarded him as a student and a child, not hesitating to share her living space with him. Unbeknownst to Bai Lu, she sat on the Kong, clad only in her undergarments, drinking water. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yao replied, without Uncle Chen's assistance, this stall would not have been possible. Chuckling, Zhao Yao, despite the teasing, felt a sense of joy. It was a vibrant scene, one Zhao Yao appreciated given his vast experiences. These are merely office supplies. I will need to trouble Uncle Chen again. Please accept them graciously. Laughter erupted among the three. The youth were carefree and devoid of ulterior motives. The earlier distress from being bullied had vanished, and one could see her brows furrowed and eyes wide open. No way. Zhao Yao shook his head. This Kong stove is perilous. If the wind shifts, it could easily lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. He ventured outside to gather firewood, ignited the stove, and placed a piece of coal atop it. Bubbles formed as the water boiled, and Zhao Yao leaped down to find a cup, pouring water. Sister Lu, drink some water. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao Yao, unable to restrain himself, asked, by the way, there is something I'm unsure whether I should mention. That evening, Zhao Yao and Bai Lu took a vehicle back to Yinsong County. After bidding farewell to Chunji, the three arrived at the back of the department store, where numerous restaurants were situated. Wang Xiaoxin shook her head. I'm still a student and need to return to school for my studies. Afterward, I can intern at the television station in Spring City. At present, her monthly salary was that of a third-tier worker, a respectable sum for gifting. TSK. Wang Xiaoxin teased. Sister Lu has invested the most. You must not let her down. or else. Oh dear. Watch your tongue. Speak carelessly again, and I shall break your legs. Now hurry to bed. Depart tomorrow. A handbag. Chunji's expression froze. Young man, if you have something to say, just say it. This charade won't do. Even Wang Xiaoxin and Bai Lu were taken aback when Zhao Yao offered Chunji a handbag. Thus, this company was hastily established. Yet Zhao Yao held high hopes for its future. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lu suggested, "Let us go inside. We can return after breakfast tomorrow." Wang Xiaoxin was merely indulging in a whim, while Bai Lu, having been laid off, sought a temporary livelihood. Wang Xiaoxin chided playfully, "At such a young age, you've encountered quite a bit of mischief. Uncle Chun, please don't be modest. We cannot simply assist without reciprocation." Bai Lu, sitting up from her reading position, remarked, "Behave, and you're still a good child. Drink your water and hurry to sleep." Being able to accept his gift in front of Wang Xiaoxin indicated the unique bond she shared with the Wang family. Indeed, it was late, and snowflakes began to fall. Zhao Yao entered. Although Wang Xiaoxin had contributed the most, without Bai Lu's approval, no one would have supported this venture. Looking back at Bai Lu, who had already arranged the blankets, he noted, "You'll sleep on mine, and I'll take Wang Xiaoxin's. The little girl is being pretentious." Bai Lu paused. "What is there that should or shouldn't be said? Speak your mind. What is there to hesitate about?" Arriving in the county at 10 o'clock at night, I escorted the beautiful lady to her doorstep. At this moment, Teacher Bai truly resembled a quintessential northeastern woman of strength. It seems her recent experiences were merely a trial of fate. Fortunately, I was present. Zhao Yao raised his glass. "From today onward, the Star Road Fashion Limited Liability Company is officially established. Let us, the three major shareholders, partake in a toast." To my surprise, Bai Lu reacted strongly, brandishing a broom and unleashing a flurry of blows that sent Zhao Yao scurrying to the edge of the bed for cover. The woman, hands on her hips, clad in a fitted cashmere sweater, commanded attention. Bai Lu chuckled. "You seem to know quite a bit. I'll just watch you sleep." Her alluring figure on display was enough to leave one parched. After a moment of commotion, Wang Xiaoxin tidied her hair. "What are you staring at, you little brat? By the way, starting a company shouldn't fall solely on your shoulders. I just withdrew 5,000 yuan. Take it to buy a house." The fire in the stove blazed, and the room's warmth became palpable. He could not guarantee that he wouldn't act foolishly. Shedding only his outer layer, he nestled into Bai Lu's bed, enveloped by a delightful fragrance. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoxin. This money comes at the perfect time. I'll secure that house upon my return and settle my debts as well." The two women playfully tussled, and Zhao Yao relished the sight, truly a feast for the eyes. Once they settled down, Wang Xiaoxin declared, "Once the down jackets arrive, we sisters will handle everything. You need not worry." "Haha, let that be an exception," Chunji remarked, clutching his bag under his arm. "For now, merely admiring was intoxicating. No need. I am not tired. Does Sister Lu enjoy heaven on fire?" "Huh." Bai Lu shook her head, saying, "That's just something Xiaoxin brought. I prefer perusing magazines, public speaking and eloquence, Reader's Digest, Anjing. What a splendid array." Upon seeing martial arts, Zhao Yao laughed. "Sister Bai, do you wish to learn martial arts? I could teach you a couple of self-defense moves." "Uft." Bai Lu scoffed. "Keep your eyes to yourself, if you dare to look again. I'll give you a taste of this broom." Chapter 034. This house price is equivalent to my basic salary for 100 months. Hee. Caught in the act. The beauty was overly sensitive, but Zhao Yao remained unfazed. Unabashedly admiring the scenery, he continued, "Sister Bai, why aren't you married? With such excellent qualities. How many men must lose sleep over you?" If Zhao Yao hadn't reacted swiftly, the teacup would have smashed against his face. How violent. With a click, the light was extinguished, and Bai Lu scolded, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll throw you out." That night, Zhao Yao dreamt sweetly, envisioning the beauty of the two women from that day. Awaking to a chilly morning was quite embarrassing. He rushed to the outdoor restroom to compose himself before returning to find Bai Lu already preparing breakfast. In the kitchen, a voluptuous beauty emanated an ethereal aura. Even Zhao Yao himself could not discern the change. It seemed as though, after his rebirth, both his physical and mental states reflected his youthful self. It felt as if he merely possessed an additional segment of past memories, or perhaps it was akin to a grand dream. Breakfast consisted of dumpling soup, a clear broth with perfectly uniform dumplings, offering an unexpectedly delightful aesthetic experience. As Zhao Yao savored his meal, He could not help but extol the culinary prowess of Sister Lu, exclaiming that he had never tasted such delectable dumpling soup in 2 lifetimes. 2 lifetimes, Bai Lu retorted. Cease your flattery. It may be acceptable at home, but if you continue to behave like a rogue in public, you might very well lose a tooth. Concern for oneself is commendable, yet Zhao Yao took pride in it. How thick-skinned could one be? In Sister Lu's presence, nothing seemed excessive. Hands off. A lady. A lady. I am off to view some properties, she declared. Despite her sore feet, Bai Lu insisted, I shall first submit my application for unpaid leave, and then I will accompany you to see the house. The 2 sisters spent the better part of the day searching until they finally stumbled upon a house at the Chilyang store. The dilapidated earthen house, with 3 rooms, appeared rather dismal. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the sign that read Suburban Commune Animal Husbandry Station. To be frank, the house was far from impressive. By the standards of a past life, it would undoubtedly be deemed a hazard. A large open space lay in front, with 2 earthen storerooms at the back, and a decent-sized courtyard between the main house and the storerooms. The massive doors on either side of the storerooms allowed for the passage of horses and carts, accommodating 2 horse-drawn vehicles without issue. 4 sturdy pillars supported 2 thick wooden beams, intended for tethering cattle, horses, mules, and donkeys. The architecture, dating back to the 1950s, was indeed quite antiquated. The walls, made of a mixture of alkali and straw, were peeling, revealing the earthen bricks beneath. Bai Lu frowned. This area is low-lying and far from the city center. It will surely suffer from humidity in the summer. The constant dust and noise from the roadside are quite bothersome. Indeed, the house seemed riddled with flaws, its only redeeming feature being its size. After all, size can obscure many imperfections. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. I find the location quite suitable. With some renovations in the future, it could serve as a commercial property. Bai Lu inquired skeptically. Why would you want to build a storefront here if you're selling down jackets in Spring City? With a sigh, Zhao Yao replied, Xinglu fashion is my trump card. I intend to use the profits from there to find my father. Upon mentioning teacher Zhao, Bai Lu patted Zhao Yao on the shoulder, saying, I once collaborated with the commune leaders on a program. While I'm still finalizing my paperwork, we should seek them out. In small counties, personal connections are of utmost importance, especially when dealing with bureaucratic matters. Familiarity simplifies the process. Within a morning's time, all the necessary paperwork was completed, and it must be said that Bai Lu's identity as a journalist proved invaluable. Not only had they acquired a substantial property, but the adjacent open space was also included in the land use certificate. That was all money. 20 years down the line, every square meter would be worth something. The local leaders even offered to treat the 2 to a meal, but they graciously declined. Upon returning to the house, Bai Lu wrinkled her nose. Do you smell that? It seems to have the odor of horse manure. Ha ha. Zhao Yao laughed heartily, sister. This place has been vacant for 3 or 4 years. How could there still be a smell? Psychological suggestion, perhaps? Bai Lu glared at him. Are you getting carried away? Daring to mock me. You deserve a beating. How could one not feel triumphant? In a past life, he had been embroiled in a tumultuous transition, marrying in a cramped space due to Wang Lihong's interference. Lacking connections, Zhao Yao was assigned to the county garment factory after his transition as a cadre, only to face unemployment a few years later. If it were not for working as a bodyguard, the 2 individuals would still be unable to afford a home. Remarkably, within less than 2 months of being reborn, they have already purchased a house. Presently, Zhao Yao possesses the 500 yuan given by Bai Lu, alongside his remaining 1,000 yuan. Wang Xiaoxin has also contributed an additional 5,000 yuan. Initially, it was thought that there would be a stall fee at the market, but fortunately, that expense was spared. Consequently, Zhao Yao not only covered the cost of the house, but also retained nearly 4,000 yuan in his pocket. Indeed, Rebirth proves to be invincible. The price is remarkably low, and the area so expansive, yet it only costs 4,700 yuan. According to his memories from a past life, it seems that in 7 years, Songgang City will be established, and housing prices will soar. Currently, it is indeed a price dip. No wonder he is exhilarated. The main house measures 12 by 8 meters, while 2 storage rooms are 5 by 8 meters each. The entrance courtyard spans 12 by 6 meters, and the yard occupies an area of 12 by 12 meters. The outer gate has an opening of 8 by 7 meters, culminating in a total area of 408 square meters. Even if compensation reaches 1,000 yuan per square meter in the future, that amounts to 400,000 yuan. Cheap. Bai Lu chuckled. It would take me 100 months of my basic salary, without eating or drinking, to afford it after 9 years. 100 months? Zhao Yao exclaimed in surprise. After the salary reform, the clerical staff earns 52 yuan, right? Bai Lu has been working for several years. How is her salary still so low? It is worth noting that Teacher Bai graduated from a vocational teacher training program in 1980, and during that era, such a diploma held significant value. Bai Lu sighed discontentedly. Let me tell you, I am on a temporary transfer, and according to the standards of my original unit, I earn only 35 yuan monthly. With various allowances, it barely reaches 48 yuan, not to mention some hidden benefits. It is unfair. Zhao Yao frowned. Working the same job, laboring in frontline broadcasting, is even more arduous, yet you earn the minimum wage? Bai Lu shot him a charming glance. Otherwise, would you have easily deceived me? I am not included in the salary adjustments unless what? A flicker of indignation flashed in Bai Lu's eyes as she evidently recalled something. She then turned to look outside. Let us not discuss him. This room needs tidying up. Indeed, it requires some organization, Zhao Yao frowned. If only we could procure radiators. Such a large space. Using a stove is not only dangerous, but also ineffective for heating. How pretentious. Bai Lu pouted. It must be all 4 essentials. That item is difficult to procure. Let us discuss it next year. Difficult to procure? Zhao Yao went to the market entrance, seeking a few vendors. He tidied up the yard and the house, merely giving the main room a simple coat of whitewash. Initially, he planned to cover the windows and doors with plastic sheets. But upon reconsideration, he decided against it for now. He purchased 2 tons of high-quality coal from Shuangyashan, storing it in the backyard. Northeasterners must be well prepared for winter. And Zhao Yao rode his bicycle home. His family of 4 had become accustomed to his sudden appearances. However, this time, he brought back delicious treats and new clothes for them. He had forgotten to buy them on his trip to Shanghu City, but this time in Spring City. The 2 lovely ladies assisted him in making purchases. Chapter 035, Selling Treasury Bonds and Reselling Treasury Bonds. 2 distinct concepts, Uncle. The family was immensely delighted, with Wang Lixiao changing into new clothes to model for Zhao Yao. Brother, do I look good? 3 days younger than Zhao Yao. The third sister shares a close bond with her brother. Zhao Yao nodded approvingly, exclaiming, how beautiful. Clothes make the man. And a fresh outfit certainly brings comfort in a new school, does it not? The younger sister leaped over from the firewall, calling out, brother, look at me. Zhao Yao sincerely praised, my little sister is a beauty. I shall help you find a good husband in the future. Wang Lizhen, feeling bashful, protested. For Zhao Yao was not merely flattering. The young girl was indeed lovely. The 3 sisters were all fair in appearance, although Wang Lihong was slightly sturdier in build. She too possessed an above-average beauty. Their parents had passed down their finest traits to their daughters. Are we really moving to the city? Sun Yanhong asked with a hint of unease. Have we found a place? How large is it? Will it accommodate us? Larger than this house. Zhao Yao replied. It has 3 rooms, a kitchen, and a storage area in the back. The yard is twice this size. It used to be a livestock station, capable of accommodating large vehicles. Is it really that good? The sisters, though still young, brimmed with anticipation for their new life, albeit with a touch of trepidation. Wang Lixia hesitated. Brother, Fu Bo is in trouble. What? Zhao Yao paused, then quickly understood. Is it regarding grain theft? How did you know? Wang Lihong inquired. In his previous life, Fu Bo had been imprisoned for stealing and selling grain from the warehouse. If not for his father's influence, his life would have been ruined. Even so, he was forever barred from a civil service career and had to turn to business instead. Had he not saved Teacher Bai that day, he would have had the chance to warn him. Everything is predestined. The foreign cigarettes he gifted me were far too expensive for his salary. Shoo. Wang Lihong patted Zhao Yao's broad chest. I thought the police had come to our home to inquire about accomplices. Why would they? Zhao Yao stood up. He must have been released on bail. I shall go see him. In both this life and the last, he and Fu Bo were as brothers, sharing the bonds of hardship. In his previous life, Fu Bo was the only one who did not mock Zhao Yao for marrying his sister. Upon Zhao Yao's arrival, the deputy manager of the 2nd Division, Fu Haishan, nodded. My son Fu Bo has only one true friend, and that is you. The others are mere fair-weather friends. Fu Bo, come out. The Fu family resided in a spacious 3-room home, with the entrance leading into the kitchen and storage area. Inside was the living room, which extended to a bedroom. Zhao Yao waved his hand hastily. I am here to see Fu Bo. Uncle Fu, please carry on. Upon entering, he found his good friend curled up on the Kong, smoking. The room was filled with smoke, which was quite pungent. It turned out to be dry tobacco leaves. Zhao Yao stood for 3 seconds before turning to leave, while Fu Haishan could only sigh deeply. With his son in such a state, everyone regarded him with disdain, avoiding him as if he were a plague. It seemed Zhao Yao could not escape the same fate, lost in thought until he entered with a pack of premium cigarettes. He smiled at Fu Haishan and walked directly into the inner room. Such foreign cigarettes were too risky to sell in the city, only appearing in small country shops. With a snap, Zhao Yao tore open the pack, pulled out 2 cigarettes, handed one to Fu Bo, and lit it for him. He lit one for himself, inhaling deeply before exhaling. It's not much different from the cheap stuff. Fu Bo could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears. Yao, I'm finished. I'm ruined. Ruined? Zhao Yao comforted his brother, a blessing in disguise. When God closes a door, he surely opens a window. Hiccuping. Fu Bo inhaled a puff of smoke while wiping away his tears. What does that mean? I haven't read much and don't understand. If there's no door, then just use the window. Zhao Yao responded. Can a living person really die from holding in their urine? Fu Bo took a breath and blinked. But what about me? I find farming too exhausting and learning to sell fish? It's freezing. Zhao Yao chuckled. Doing business is definitely better than working a job. Not only do you earn more, but you also enjoy your freedom. Fu Bo paused for a moment. My mom suggested I open a little convenience store. Does that sound reasonable? Zhao Yao shook his head. Did you know I bought a house? Huh. Fu Bo finally perked up. Wow. I didn't realize you were that impressive. Actually buying me a Good Friend brand. The premium Good Friend costs 2 yuan a box, equivalent to a month's wages for an apprentice. Get out of here. Zhao Yao laughed. The point isn't the cigarettes. The point is that I made money from business to buy the house. Fu Bo exhaled a smoke ring and swallowed. Did you earn that much from selling fish? What are you thinking? Zhao Yao shook his head. Not at all. I earned it from selling treasury bonds. Fu Bo's eyes widened. Seriously? But how did they let you sell them? Selling treasury bonds isn't illegal. Zhao Yao explained. I sold 30,000 yuan worth of treasury bonds and bought a house with the profits. Impressive, isn't it? Uncle Fu, you smoke. The door opened, and Fu Haishan walked in, taking the cigarette Zhao Yao offered. After taking a puff, he asked, Tell me, is reselling treasury bonds really not against the law? Zhao Yao grinned slyly. Selling treasury bonds and reselling them are 2 different concepts, uncle. Indeed. Fu Haishan chuckled after a moment's thought. In the entire irrigation district, only you, Zhao University, could raise a child like this. I knew it. Fu Bo felt rejuvenated. My brother speaks the truth. Humph. Deputy Director Fu snorted, causing Fu Bo to retract his neck in fear. It was obvious he had long endured the iron-fisted education of dictatorship, with bruises adorning exposed skin. Fu Haishan spoke to Zhao Yao with warmth. After Fu Bo got into trouble, you were the only one who came to see him. Thank you, uncle. Oh, please don't say that, Uncle Fu. I can't bear it. Zhao Yao quickly replied. Hey, Deputy Director Fu interjected. You saw the state he's in. He can't work anymore. I hope you can help him in business. Absolutely. Zhao Yao nodded. I came here to ensure he doesn't get stuck in a rut. There are many paths to success. There's no need to hang oneself on a single tree. Had Zhao Yao spoken like this before, Fu Haishan would have scoffed or even thrown him out. But times had changed. Now, aside from business, what else could Fu Bo do? Without passing the political review, nothing could be accomplished in this era. Deputy Director Fu nodded. Well said. I'll help you get some treasury bonds. You 2 brothers can sell them and split the profits 50-50. How about that? Or 60-40. You get 4, I get 6? Fu Bo exclaimed. Is this really happening? Zhao Yao's expression became stern. Uncle Fu, what do you take me for? In our brotherhood, if there's a piece of cake, we share it evenly. I would never take it all. All right. Fu Haishan stood up and clapped Zhao Yao on the shoulder. Await my good news. As he spoke, Deputy Director Fu gave his son a hard slap on the back of the head, then stormed out. Fu Bo, on the verge of tears, suddenly broke into a silly grin. What a character. Zhao Yao chided playfully. In the future, refrain from seeking petty advantages. Strive to earn some respect for Uncle Fu. Fu Bo rubbed the back of his head, gritting his teeth, and replied, Indeed. I am not foolish. 1 bean is tolerable, but 2? Absolutely not. Humph. Zhao Yao scoffed. You ought to say, after indulging in Zhao's tobacco, you never wish to smoke again. Yes, yes. Fu Bo nodded vigorously. From now on, when I strike it rich, I'll indulge in Lianyu, Hilton, and Hong Shuangxi every day. Chapter 36. How much is the rent for this place? Such a spacious yard must be expensive, right? Zhao Yao laughed and chided. Can't you aspire to something greater? Hey, Fu Bo gritted his teeth. If it weren't for foreign cigarettes, I wouldn't need to resort to stealing grain to sell. Just for cigarettes? Zhao Yao was at a loss for words. Don't fixate solely on foreign cigarettes. One day you'll want a foreign car, a foreign house, and perhaps even a foreign woman. Gasp. Fu Bo's mouth fell open. I just realized. You truly are a rogue. I concede defeat. Am I? Zhao Yao feigned innocence. As far as I know, you Haven T shared that little secret with me. How inconsiderate. What? How did you know? Fu Bo was astonished. My dad just got it a while ago. No one knows. Truly, brothers understand each other instantly. In youth, one is unaware of the preciousness of vitality. In old age, one sheds tears over lost opportunities. I merely wish to advise you, don't squander excessively. In truth, Zhao Yao was unaware of when Fu Haishan had acquired the home video recorder. However, he did recall that shortly after the grain theft incident in his previous life, Fu Bo had gathered friends to watch something rather inappropriate. The police had caught them red-handed, tarnishing their reputation irreparably. Even old Fu was implicated, as those tapes had been purchased in Japan by Deputy Director Fu. Consequently, the vibrant and robust Fu Haishan faced disgrace at the peak of his life. Wow. Fu Bo gazed at him in admiration. Brother, you are truly my brother. When the opportunity arises, I shall show you. It is thrilling. Enough of that. Zhao Yao smacked his brother lightly. Be sensible. Such things cannot be shared. If reported, even Uncle Fu would suffer. Wow. Fu Bo jumped up. Thank you for the reminder, big brother. I had planned to let them watch, mainly because I felt too lonely. They resorted to desperate measures to entice those few. The country bumpkin lamented, be prudent. These are turbulent times. If it becomes intolerable, I'll accompany you to watch it. Ha. The two brothers' raucous laughter provoked a commotion from the old dog outside. For the youth of this era, it would be disingenuous to claim disinterest. Yet for Zhao Yao, the video quality was disappointingly poor. Having followed a suave boss in his past life, he had experienced far more. Not to mention the high-definition content. Even live broadcasts available for a price. Thus, young Zhao felt a lack of enthusiasm, lying on his bed unable to sleep. His mind consumed by the images from that day. Every detail of the two women etched in his memory, impossible to shake off despite the fervor of his youth. Early the next morning, Zhao Yao stealthily stepped outside to destroy the evidence. Suddenly, he heard Wang Lihong's voice behind him. Leave that. I'll wash it. Cough. Zhao Yao nearly choked. No, it's not necessary. I can wash it myself. In a state of confusion and embarrassment, I finished my chores and hastily departed. Akin to a thief escaping the scene, I rode my bicycle to my uncle's house and implored, Uncle, I need your assistance. I am moving. Moving? My uncle paused, momentarily taken aback, before his temper flared. Your mother truly raised an ungrateful wretch. Are you intent on severing ties with her? What about your sister and younger sibling? What are you saying? Zhao Yao was momentarily stunned. I meant that our family of 5 is relocating together to the county town. I wish to provide my sisters with the finest education, ensuring they can aspire to higher learning rather than scraping a meager existence in the fields. Realizing his misunderstanding, my uncle's face flushed. This is a commendable endeavor. It deserves support. Please wait a moment. Where will you reside in the county? Do you have living expenses? What about the debts you owe? Zhao Yao replied. Haven T, you heard? The profits from national purchase bonds will be credited in a few days, and I shall repay you all then. Rest assured, I will not be in debt to anyone. Besides, if funds are lacking, wouldn't T moving to the city mean starving? With the assurance of financial stability, my uncle waved his hand nonchalantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Call your second uncle and your cousins. We are moving. As long as finances were secure, there was no hesitation among my uncles and cousins when it came to labor. They were all in robust health and never shied away from exerting themselves. In truth, Zhao Yao's household possessed very little of value. All that could be transported was loaded onto 2 horse-drawn carts, and Zhao Yao generously gifted his 6 clumsy fishing nets to his 2 uncles, dividing them equally. In reality, the possessions the Zhao family could retain were pitifully scant. The worn-out clothes of the family members would only serve as a source of ridicule if kept. Regardless, everything that could fit was loaded onto the carts, and the doors were sealed shut. Had it not been for his stepmother's 2 marriages, surely everything would have fit into a single cart. With one cart trailing the other, Zhao Yao cycled ahead, his youngest sister, Wang Lixia, seated behind him. On the cart, Wang Lizhen appeared either thrilled or frozen, her rosy cheeks and bright eyes gleaming with anticipation for their new life. Wang Lihong feigned calmness, but could not suppress her curiosity. "De Yao, is the school far?" Wang Lizhen chimed in. "Is it as far as grandfather's house? Is middle school farther than elementary school?" The little girl, about to transition from primary to secondary school, was uncertain which distance she preferred. As the eldest brother, Zhao Yao felt a paternal instinct surging within him. "Both schools are not far. They are as distant as our home to the granary." "Is it really that close?" Wang Lixiao at the back exclaimed joyfully. By noon, they had completed their move and settled in. The 3 rooms they now occupied were twice the size of their previous dwelling on the farm. Although the quality of the house was lacking, as it had been constructed in the irrigation area and allocated to teacher Zhao. They finally sat down to enjoy a cup of tea while the 3 girls gazed around, utterly enchanted. His second uncle could not contain his curiosity. "How much is the rent for this place? A yard this large must be quite expensive, nearly comparable to the courtyard of the farm. Imagine pressing soybeans here." "Press soybeans?" Zhao Yao chuckled. "It's not rent, it's purchased." "What?" Everyone was astonished. "You bought it? In the county town?" Only the small leaders in the irrigation area and the heads of the village could achieve such a feat. "Where did you acquire the funds?" Sun Yanhong widened her eyes as Zhao Yao said, "The money I borrowed from friends is partly from my own earnings." "Another loan?" Sun Yanhong blinked rapidly. On the verge of tears. "Why is my life like this?" Uncle coughed, swallowing hard. "Is this really the house you bought? It must cost several thousand, right?" Uncle was quite knowledgeable about the market. Zhao Yao nodded. The total for the house and cleaning was under 5,000 yuan. Under 5,000? Such a casual statement drew the attention of everyone toward Zhao. Wang Lihong, pouring water, forgot to cover the kettle, biting her lip as she stole glances at Zhao Yao. The boy she had kicked countless times was now buying a house. Coughing, Uncle was slightly choked. "Including your previous debts, your family has over 6,000 in external debts, right?" "Yes." Zhao Yao nodded. "I owed over 1,300 before. Combined, it's over 6,000. It's not that much." "Over 6,000 in debt is not much." Uncle and second uncle's families each had 4 strong laborers. They worked tirelessly in the fields all year round, barely earning 4,000 yuan. This meant that a good laborer earned less than 1,000 yuan a year. It merely ensured a slightly more abundant diet, with fish, meat, and eggs consistently at their table. Little cash was left. How long had Zhao Yao been earning? Today is October 21st, the 8th day of the 9th lunar month. It's only been a month and 10 days since he sold popsicles for Teacher's Day, and he can afford to buy a house. Chapter 037. That pig has a far better life than yours. Money can't be made this quickly, can it? Is it true? Second uncle stared at Zhao Yao. "How did you earn this money?" Zhao Yao smiled slightly. "In books, there are beautiful women. In books, there are golden houses. With knowledge, earning money is easy." Seeing Zhao Yao's smug demeanor, Wang Lihong felt an urge to trip him. He was getting too full of himself with just a little money. What does it mean to say earning money is easy with education? There are plenty of educated people who have not made much money, including your own father. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as angering him would bring no benefit. The 3 rustic youths laughed. "Let us go to a restaurant to celebrate your new home." "Humph." Uncle snorted coldly. "You should save some money. It's better to repay your debts. A simple meal at home will suffice." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was shameless to dine out while in debt. "Eat at home." Zhao Yao pondered. "Then I'll go buy groceries. You all can stay and have fun." "Brother, I'll go with you." The 2 younger sisters exclaimed joyfully, and Wang Lihong quietly stood up. "I'll go too." Zhao Yao took the 3 girls to the market, buying fish, meat, chicken, vegetables, and prepared foods. The cooperative's affordable goods required tickets, and the 4 Zhao children were registered as farm residents. Sun Yanhong held a rural household registration, which was known as the Blue Household Registration. Regardless of the type, none had access to various tickets in the county. Do not underestimate the ticket system. With meat tickets, pork costs 7 yuan and 2 jiao per half kilogram. Without tickets, one must pay a high price of 1 yuan and 5 jiao per half kilogram, a significant difference. In truth, the most considerable disparity was not in meat but in grains. Rice could be bought for 1 jiao and 75 fun with a grain ticket. However, outside, rice costs 4 jiao and 1 fun per half kilogram. In the market, yellow box ginseng was priced at 13 yuan each, costing 26 yuan for 2. A sizable carp weighing 3.5 pounds costs a total of 5 yuan and 60 cents for 5 pieces, while meat chickens are priced at 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound, with a 5-pound and 8-ounce chicken costing 8 yuan and 50 cents. Cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans are all priced at 8 jiao per pound. The total for 3.5 pounds of cucumbers, 4 pounds and 3 ounces of eggplants, and 5 pounds of green beans amounts to 10 yuan and 2 jiao. Altogether, the expenditure exceeded 50 yuan, not accounting for condiments and sugar. If purchased with tickets at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the total wundi surpassed 30 yuan. Potatoes, cabbage, and radishes are already available at home, and the pork was gifted by my grandparents. It was from a pig slaughtered during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Part was preserved in lard in a jar, while another portion was cured with brine. When it's time to eat, it can be retrieved, remaining unspoiled for a year, providing a steady meat supply for a family. My sisters were astonished, exclaiming how extravagantly I had spent money. 100 yuan had scarcely lasted. Upon returning home, we busied ourselves, preparing a meal that was the most sumptuous feast the Zhao family had ever had. My uncle raised his glass, proclaiming, "Daya has truly prospered. From now on, live well and don't provoke your mother's ire. You 3 sisters must also be obedient. His hard-earned money is meant for your education. If you don't study well, you might as well return to farming." At present, Northeast industry basks in the last rays of the setting sun, far removed from waves of bankruptcies and layoffs. Factory workers evoke envy among farmers, who long to have their entire families employed in factories. Wang Lisha declared, "I will heed my brother. There is such a disparity between the market and the supply cooperative. City residents pay half the price." Indeed, my second uncle nodded vigorously. Our 2 families toil throughout the year, yet barely earn a few coins. Daya has worked for just over a month, and he can already afford a house. The reality loomed large. Who could ignore it? The gap was too vast, and I regretted not allowing my 2 sons to pursue an education. My cousin, Sun Rin, raised his glass as well, saying exactly, "If I had studied, I could earn that much and buy a house in the city." Laughter erupted as my second cousin, Sun Yi, rolled his eyes, quipping, "He aced his exams. The 4 of us together couldn't even manage the last place." This meal was a joyous occasion for all. After finishing their meal, my uncles prepared to leave. Zhao Yao picked up 2 packs of cigarettes, saying, "Take these and enjoy." Oh, in Yinsong County, aside from the countryside, smuggled foreign cigarettes are secretly sold. The yellow box ginseng brand is quite prestigious, second only to the big Chinese brand at 1 yuan and 80 cents per box. It's undoubtedly a commendable gift. The eyes of my cousins sparkled with excitement. My uncle seized the cigarettes, exclaiming, "What's this? Working hard, yet enjoying both food and drink, and you're still handing things out? We're not outsiders." Hee hee. Zhao Yao chuckled. "Isn't this a housewarming gift? It's only fitting for me to present 2 packs of cigarettes to my uncles as a token of respect. Your son knows how to handle affairs." Sun Yin blushed with joy. "You 2 uncles needn't be so polite. Later, when we turn over the storage room, we'll need your help." Upon hearing this, the 2 uncles took the cigarettes, saying, "While we may not excel in other areas, when it comes to work, we're reliable. Prepare the materials. Let us get to it before the frost sets in. If it snows heavily, we'll be in trouble." One of the 3 rooms served as a storage space, while another housed my stepmother and her 3 daughters. Zhao Yao's room was far more spacious. Early the next morning, Zhao Yao lit the stove, and the coal-burning stove radiated warmth. The heated Kong and the firewalls were too toasty for comfort. The family had brought in some firewood, along with a portion of straw for kindling. As October draws to a close, the chill in the air intensifies, prompting the need for increased warmth in the humble abode. Fortunately, the old house is well insulated, and the earthen walls provide better wind resistance than brick structures. After a hearty breakfast, Bailu arrives with her 3 sisters to facilitate their school transfer procedures. Classmate Zhao, on his bicycle, searches for vendors of second-hand goods. Indeed, in Jiangbei, located in Yinsong County, which is set to become Jingjiang district of the future Songgang city, there exists an abundance of such wares. A river separates this affluent county-level city from the southern Jiangnan, highlighting the stark contrast in prosperity. One can observe the prominent signage at the video hall, emblazoned with titles that some might deem taboo. Cinematic offerings such as torture and the group will soon vanish from circulation. In the prosperous city of Mashi, Zhao finds a brick vendor. "How much are these bricks?" he inquires. The proprietor glances at Zhao, clearly skeptical of his intentions. However, with winter approaching, the vendor offers, New bricks for 6 cents each, and old bricks for 4 cents, delivery included. Zhao contemplates the requirements. 23,000 bricks, 100 bags of cement, 2 tons of sand, and other materials as needed. The cost breaks down to approximately 420,000 yuan for bricks, 800 for cement, and 100 for sand, including 2,000 for miscellaneous supplies and 500 for wood and old windows. He finds himself with less than 4,000 remaining after the house purchase, having spent some on moving and another 2,005. With over 1,200 yuan still in hand, he feels confident that it will suffice to cover the construction expenses. At last, he can establish the storage before the heavy snowfall arrives. When the three sisters return home for lunch, the warmth enveloping the room surpasses the joy of their previous life in Erfenchang. Wang Lixiao exclaims with delight, "No wonder my brother says life in the city is splendid. This winter, my hands and feet shall not suffer from the cold." Wang Lihong scoffs, "Look at your meager aspirations. Have you not noticed? Even the pigs are housed in warm shelters. They live far better than you." Zhao, the pragmatic one, smiles, "You three focus on your studies. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Academic success is paramount." Yet, Sun Yanhong wears a frown, lamenting, "Yao, although we brought several bags of rice and coarse grains, we cannot simply rely on that. I might return to Erfenchang to dig rat holes. Perhaps I can salvage some rice. Come now, are you heading back to dig rat holes or to play cards?" Chapter 038. Yao, just how much do you owe? The rodents in the rice paddies are indeed formidable. They hoard the finest grains for winter, yielding the highest return. The issue lies in the fact that, residing in Erfenchang, one has not seen you gather a single grain. It is the three sisters who clandestinely venture into the fields, stealthily extracting 2 sacks of rice from the rat holes. Those 2 sacks weigh nearly 400 jin, producing a remarkable 300 jin of premium rice. Yet, that has little to do with you. This stepmother is truly outrageous. Zhao chuckles, "Do you think you can dig along the field ridges? Your only responsibility is to take care of the home. Earning money is my obligation, while studying is theirs." Digging into rat holes would disrupt the field ridges, sometimes extending 30 meters, plunging 7 to 8 decimeters deep. Such actions would severely damage the farmland, adversely affecting next year's yield. If caught, one would face fines from the collective farm. Sun Yanhong's face flushed. "I haven't seen what you've been up to these past few days. How do you plan to earn a living?" The fish has long since disappeared. She held back her words about selling Zhao Yao's clothing, believing it unnecessary to burden her mother with such matters. Distrustful of her stepmother, she reiterated, "I told you. Earning money is none of your concern. Let's discuss it once I finish renovating the warehouse." "Renovate?" Sun Yanhong's expression shifted. "Oh dear, don't expect me to lend a hand. My health isn't great. If you can earn enough to support us, I'll stay here. If not, I might as well return to the second field." There was no one else to turn to. Faced with such a lethargic mother, Zhao Yao felt utterly helpless. Frustrated, he rolled his eyes, prompting Wang Lixiao to chime in. "Don't worry, brother. I'll help you keep an eye on things." Yes. Wang Lizhen nodded eagerly. "I can help too. I'm good with numbers." The little girl had matured, showing concern for her brother, which filled Zhao Yao with pride. Wang Lihong muttered, "I can help too." Enough about their mother-s laziness. The sisters' support was more than sufficient. On the 5th day in the city, the various materials Zhao Yao had purchased filled the yard to the brim. After tidying up, his uncle and cousins arrived with a group, driving a horse-drawn cart laden with soil to assist. With ample materials and industrious workers, they set to work. The second-hand windows and doors, along with beams and rafters bought from the flea market, were either reconditioned or painted and looked as good as new. This time, no one approached Zhao Yao for debts. No family was waiting on that meager sum to survive. The previous requests for payment stemmed from doubts regarding the Zhao family's ability to repay, but now they observed the family's flourishing lifestyle. Who would dare to offend him by demanding payment? One must respect those who thrive, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of a biting remark. Within a week, everything was organized with remarkable efficiency. The once dilapidated warehouse was now even more spacious than the main house. The warehouse extended 5 meters into the yard, transforming into a 12 by 12 meter structure, while the yard's area remained 12 by 8 meters. The 3 main rooms remained unchanged, merely receiving new plaster, doors, and windows. And a 1.5 meter low wall adorned the entrance. The renovation cost was minimal, totaling a mere 3,000 yuan for raw materials and meals for the workers. The once impoverished earthen dwelling had been transformed into a prosperous home. Once everything was completed, a lavish housewarming banquet was arranged to celebrate with guests from all walks of life, including his 2 uncles, grandparents, former creditors, and the hard-working crew. 5 tables were set within the newly constructed house, and everyone was filled with joy, except for son Yanhong, who wore a frown. Zhao Yao. Just how much do you owe? Unbeknownst to his stepmother, Zhao Yao's clothing boutique had already commenced operations. He priced his down jackets at 69 yuan, a figure that even surpassed that of Baziting. However, his foresight, honed over 40 years, was not to be underestimated. The styles he selected quickly became bestsellers. Within just 3 days of launching, over 200 pieces were sold. Zhao Yao arranged for the manufacturer to continue shipping while he transferred 10,000 yuan, simultaneously regaining 5,000 yuan in hand. Raising his glass, Zhao Yao proclaimed, "In the years since my father's passing, I am profoundly grateful to my uncles, aunts, grandparents, and all the villagers for their support. This toast is for everyone." Upon concluding his speech, he downed his drink in one swift motion, prompting everyone to follow suit. Subsequently, Zhao Yao retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, leaving all present in stunned silence. They assumed that he had exhausted his funds on purchasing and building houses. Yet with such a grand estate, no one was in a rush for monetary compensation. After all, once he had established himself in the city, no one dared to trouble him. Zhao Yao raised his glass once more. "I extend my gratitude to teacher Bai and sister Xiaoxin. Without their assistance, I would not stand here today. This toast is dedicated to both of you." "Impudent boy," shouted Bai Lu, who had come to present Zhao Yao with money and support alongside Wang Xiaoxin. They were utterly taken aback by the lavish feast Zhao Yao had arranged and his public expression of thanks. Wang Xiaoxin quickly waved her hand, insisting, "You need not be so courteous. I haven't done much to assist you, but I will drink this toast, wishing you all the best in your new abode. Cheers to your new beginnings." Bai Lu echoed, finishing her drink without further comment. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but teacher Bai sensed something amiss in the way son Yanhong regarded her. Logically, this should not be the case. After all, teacher Zhao had been absent for several years. Why the lingering awkwardness? In front of the gathered crowd, when Zhao Yao mentioned repaying debts, both uncles flushed with embarrassment. Memories flooded back of the time when they had crowded into Zhao's home demanding repayment. A month later, not only had the Zhao family not faltered, but they had soared to new heights. Those who had come to collect their debts felt the sting of humiliation, especially son Yanhong's siblings. How could they distrust their own flesh and blood during such a momentous celebration? Coughing to mask his discomfort, the eldest uncle remarked, "Spend the money as you wish. We are not in a hurry. You all need funds in the city, unlike us in the countryside, where expenditures are scarce." In a different time, the trio of Wang Lihong, Wang Lixia, and Wang Lizhen observed this scene with cold detachment. The 3 sisters were astonished that Zhao Yao had orchestrated such an event, striking a resounding blow to the faces of the Sun family. Ironically, it was the Sun family that were the sisters' closest kin, while Zhao Yao remained an outsider. Yet here was an outsider aiding son Yanhong in repaying debts owed to their blood relatives. Grandfather added, "Indeed, we are not in need of your financial assistance." $121.50? Why have you overpaid? Though they claimed no repayment was necessary, each recipient of the money was acutely aware of the amounts exchanged. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yao stated solemnly, "Were it not for everyone's support during our most challenging times, we would not have reached where we are today." Pei Bo, who had come specifically to present his respects, silently gave a thumbs up. The younger brother's performance today left him in awe, demonstrating a level of maturity beyond his years. Zhao Yao, with a beaming smile, declared, "Thus, every penny I borrowed will be returned with interest, a 20% return." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathering at the mention of a 20% interest rate, an amount typically associated with burgeoning usury in the countryside. Zhao Yao continued earnestly, "This sum is trivial. Your kindness is forever etched in my heart. Familial bonds, friendships, and neighborly affections cannot be replaced by money. My goodness, a 20% interest rate. What a reckless child." Son Yanhong's eyes glistened with emotion. "You reckless child, your grandfather and uncle, can they claim interest from you? What interest is there to discuss?" Chapter 039, A Wrathful Outburst for the Sake of a Fair Lady. It is essential to note that the Zhao family owes over 1,300 yuan, and at a 20% interest rate, that amounts to over 200, nearly 300 yuan. In the past, they were reluctant to spend even a dime on vinegar. Truly penny-pinching. After teacher Zhao went missing, how much was the Zhao family's monthly living expenses? Almost 300 yuan, which is close to their annual living expenses. This could nearly buy 2,000 jin of rice or 2,000 jin of flour. For a family of 5, they could hardly consume 2,000 jin in a year. In September, Zhao Yao purchased a piglet weighing 8 jin for a mere 5 yuan. Moreover, how many rounds of cards could they play? How could Sun Yanhong not feel distressed? Upon her words, both the grandfather and uncles felt a bit awkward. Zhao Yao waved his hand. This money cannot truly be considered interest. It is merely a token of my filial piety to you all. As for gifts, I am unsure of what you all would appreciate, and I lack the time as I must prepare for the college entrance examination. The heaviest items to move were the books belonging to Zhao Yao and his father. The 3 sisters' books were not even comparable in quantity. Sun Yanhong grew anxious again. Now that they have a house, they can earn money. What need is there for education? Isn't that akin to throwing money at a duck's head? Such foolishness. Zhao Yao felt utterly exasperated. Yet, observing the indifference in the eyes of those around him, they seemed to share the same sentiment as Sun Yanhong. In their view, the sky was only as large as a palm, devoid of any vision for the future. A life filled with basic sustenance was considered a blessed existence. They simply could not comprehend the aspirations of others. Speaking to them was utterly futile. Nevertheless, Sun Yanhong persisted. Let us live well, and I shall witness it. Come New Year, let us arrange your marriage with Li Hong. Slap. Zhao Yao slammed his palm onto the table. I have stated numerous times that I share a sibling relationship with Wang Li Hong. We shall never enter into a marital union. Truly infuriating. Sun Yanhong's obstinacy was utterly repugnant. Did my father truly find her appearance appealing? Such lack of discernment. As for this matter, I shall no longer concern myself. I will seek my father. Silence enveloped the room. A month ago, the eldest uncle could still wave his hand at Zhao Yao. Once Zhao Yao achieved financial stability and began earning, no one regarded him as a child anymore. Suddenly, the sound of Sun Yanhong's sobbing filled the air. Following that, Sun Yanhong cast a murderous glare at Bai Lu. Then, she cried out in a frenzy. Is it because of this vixen that you refused to marry my Li Hong? All eyes turned towards Bai Lu, who was on the verge of tears. What a nonsensical situation. Wang Xiaoxin, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Zhao Yao? You scoundrel! How dare you tarnish Sister Bai Lu's name? I shall not let this go. As she spoke, she took Bai Lu's hand, grabbed her outerwear and bag, and stormed out. Crash! Zhao Yao was nearly driven to the brink of fury, kicking the table over. Shaking, he pointed at his stepmother. You, Sister Xiaoxin, Sister Bai Lu. Wait. The 3 rushed out, while the 3 sisters cautiously began to tidy up the mess. After a moment, the eldest uncle sighed. Life is so good, all thanks to Dayo. Yanhong, do not provoke him. This entire courtyard was earned by him. If he turns against you, where will you 4 women reside? Sun Yanhong, however, remained unyielding in her ambitions. I am convinced that now that Li Hong is with him, this house and its possessions rightfully belong to me. The grandfather shook his head repeatedly. When a woman takes charge, the walls may crumble. From now on, this household will be ruled by Dayo. Cease your mischief. On the road, Zhao Yao incessantly apologized to the woman. I'm so sorry. It's all my little brother's fault. Today, Sun Yanhong's words were an affront of utmost disgrace to Bai Lu. Bai, in fury, retorted, What have you done wrong? My fault lies in knowing both you and your father, and in being acquainted with your eccentric stepmother. Alas, in her exasperation, Bai Lu suddenly lost her footing and stumbled forward. Quick as a flash, Zhao Yao stepped in, enveloping Bai Lu in his arms. The abrupt situation left them both momentarily stunned. The man clung tightly to the delicate woman, while Wang Xiaoxin watched in disbelief. You. Bai Lu, blushing fiercely, exclaimed, Let go of me, you scoundrel. Ah, you smell delightful. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman made Zhao Yao reluctant to release her. Audaciously, he leaned in closer, inhaling her scent deeply before finally letting go, though not without a lingering touch. As his breath brushed against her sensitive skin, Bai Lu felt her heart melting. That audacious fellow, even in parting, could not resist a playful grasp of her slender waist, relishing the sensation. Zhao Yao, finally relinquishing her, apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Lu. My little brother simply could not restrain himself. My numerous offenses. Oh dear. The beauty stepped on Zhao Yao's foot, her frustration evident as she playfully punched him. You little rogue. This teasing remark, coupled with her bashful demeanor, did not convey anger, but rather a delightful charm. Even Wang Xiaoxin sensed the awkwardness. You two have gone far enough. Bai Lu, with a fierce stomp, strode ahead, daring not to glance back. No one could know that in the moment she was embraced, her entire being had turned to jelly. The aura radiating from Zhao Yao had stirred her senses into chaos. The feeling was utterly overwhelming. Despite their 9-year age difference, this little rogue, a mere boy, had ignited feelings within her heart. As she lingered on the warmth of his touch, she found it truly exhilarating. Unlike her past experiences, where encounters felt mechanical and devoid of emotion, this was an entirely different sensation. Was it merely a matter of physical touch, or something deeper on a psychological level? The naive Wang Xiaoxin remarked, Yalu down jackets are currently the best sellers on the market. The manufacturer has called. The factory director wishes to come personally to observe our successful experience for nationwide promotion. Zhao Yao finally emerged from his reverie. They must think I'm making too much money. With a wealth of experience, Zhao Yao was certain of one thing. The Yalu brand lacked allure in this era. Its success in Spring City stemmed from potent marketing strategies. He anticipated negotiating a distribution contract for Baishan Province or the 3 northeastern provinces. A distribution contract? That sounds rather assertive. Both women could sense the authority in Zhao Yao's words. Bai Lu turned to look at Zhao Yao. The manufacturer won't agree. Why don't they sell it themselves? A good question, Zhao Yao replied with a smile. Their factory has not yet expanded to 100 employees. They cannot hastily assemble a sales team. Partnering with us is their optimal choice. At this moment, Zhao Yao exuded an overwhelming confidence that belied his tender age of 15 or 16. In stark contrast to the gentle and refined teacher Zhao, the youth before them radiated an aggressive demeanor. Despite his tall, lanky frame, he managed to impose a formidable presence upon Bai Lu. Collaboration? Wang Xiaoxin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. We can certainly give it a try. We have resources. After all, the department store is our asset. Impressive. This girl, with her astute insight, truly embodied the essence of self-assurance. A glance at teacher Bai revealed her relegation to the role of a passive observer. Young Zhao raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. We possess the finest resources in the province. We must secure the entire agency." The two young individuals harmonized in their enthusiasm, leaving Bai Lu unable to interject. The young boy, radiating masculinity and charm, carried himself with an air of confidence that belied his youth. Perhaps, bearing the burden of blame for him would not be such a bad thing. Bai Lu felt a flush of embarrassment at her own thoughts. After escorting the two girls home, Bai Lu's grandparents and uncles gathered in the living room, sipping tea. "Great-grandson, sit here," her grandfather patted the edge of the calm. "Don't pay heed to your mother's ramblings. Your grandfather is on your side." Although he had previously been incensed by Sun Yanhong, Zhao Yao had cooled down after experiencing Bai Lu's kindness. "Not a problem, Grandpa." Zhao Yao forced a smile. "What she says is merely background noise." With a few puffs from her pipe, his grandmother remarked, "You're acting like a real man. A man who quibbles with women lacks ambition." "Ahem," Uncle said, "Yao? Your cousins toil in the fields, yet earn little throughout the year. Perhaps you could devise a way for them to make some money." Uncle Air nodded vigorously. "Exactly. They never took to their studies. Help them find a profitable venture." Grandma tapped the bowl of her pipe against the kang's edge. "This is a task Yao must assist with. Don't take their childhood squabbles too seriously. They harbor no ill intentions." Whether or not they had bad intentions was debatable. After all, in their previous lives, the four uncles had often come to Wang Lihong's aid whenever Zhao Yao clashed with her. Whenever Zhao Yao argued with Wang Lihong, the four brothers, along with their wives, would gather at Zhao Yao's home, indulging in lavish feasts and intimidation tactics. I never took it to heart. Zhao Yao helped the elderly lady refill her pipe with tobacco before lighting it. "In our youth, I couldn't match them. But if any of them dares to confront me now, I shall retaliate." Laughter erupted around the room, and Sun Rin scratched his head. "Last time Yao dealt with me, now I am no match for him." Sun Yi shot a glare at his brother. "Aren't we adults? Why are you still getting into fights? Hurry up and earn some money to marry a wife so that our grandparents can cradle a great-grandson sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you'll waste time on trivial matters." This Sun Lao heir was indeed Navi, always preoccupied with marriage and children. He was merely 2 years older than Zhao Yao. At 17, he was rather shy and bashful, hesitating to approach girls. He truly meant no harm. Zhao Yao pondered for a moment. There is indeed a way to make money. I initially intended to install heating in this room, but I couldn't find the materials anywhere. If we set up a factory to produce radiators, it would undoubtedly be profitable. Produce radiators? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Establish a factory? Rural areas do have small workshops, such as rice milling or oil extraction plants. There exists a brick factory that produces radiators, not to mention the technical aspects involved. Grandfather has completely forgotten about his dry tobacco. How much would that require? Hee. Zhao Yao chuckled. It does not necessitate a substantial initial investment. There is a foundry in the irrigation district, originally intended for the repair of plows and various iron tools. However, with the plows now of high quality and seldom breaking, it seems that the foundry has ceased operations. Indeed, it is true. Although my uncle and grandfather hail from the countryside, they are well versed in the matters of the irrigation district. My second uncle nodded repeatedly. It is merely a workshop, not a full-fledged factory, and it is not far from the popsicle factory. What do you mean, Yao? Zhao Yao smiled gently. It's quite simple. Some struggling enterprises now allow for personal contracting. I recall in 1984 when Ma Xingli took the first step in contracting state-owned enterprises, leading the Changshan County paper mill to profitability, doubling its profits. The paper mill, seizing the momentum of reform, became a national star enterprise, thus heralding the era of contracted management, and this is precisely what Zhao Yao refers to. If we can contract the production of radiators and simultaneously establish a plumbing installation company to retrofit heating systems for the common folk, it is bound to be profitable. My uncles and grandfather exchanged glances, originally intending for the four brothers to merely dabble in treasury bonds with Zhao Yao. A single venture could yield a house and help repay over 1,000 in debts, far exceeding their family's annual net profits. However, the notion of producing radiators seemed too far-fetched. At another table, Sun Yanhong muttered, Yao, don't emulate your father's whimsical pursuits. Do we even have the means to open a factory? Zhao Yao felt an urge to retort, what's wrong with my father? What about making radiators? The Kong still smokes. Do not get carried away. Here we go again. The stepmother embodies outdated notions. The tragedies of the past stemmed from a lack of resistance. In this life, no one shall dictate the course of my existence. Zhao Yao waved his hand dismissively. If you are unwilling, so be it. I have my own avenues for profit. The money earned from selling down jackets will eventually be utilized for ventures in Japan. What about living expenses? Selling fish and vegetables requires time I do not possess. If I can establish a factory, it need not be overly profitable, just enough to sustain life. Should you choose to join me, I shall consider a stake. If you fear losses, I will contribute more capital, holding 40%. My uncles will each take 30%. What do you say? Young Zhao has no substantial connections. Only those from his stepmother's family. The three sisters are too young to contribute meaningfully. My uncle gazed into Zhao Yao's eyes. Yao, how have your uncles treated you over the years? Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. Indubitably, my father has been missing for 5 years, and you have treated me as your own. Therefore, uncles and aunts, rest assured, I will never lead you into a pitfall. Grandmother crooked her mouth. How much would we need to invest? Our family lacks substantial funds. Isn't trading in treasury bonds sufficient? Why not procure more treasury bonds and take your brothers to sell them? Is there envy towards the lucrative treasury bond trade? Why should one venture into that realm? Then, after selling at a profit, distribute the earnings among the 4 brothers? The brothers would merely await their share, shamelessly aiming for the high stakes. Clearly, the old lady can discern who is close and who is distant, a trait that Sun Yanhong has inherited. Thus, the stepmother persistently urged him to marry Wang Lihong. Zhao Yao chuckled, remarking, trading government bonds is illegal. Until now, private transactions of government bonds are not permitted. However, I must admit, it was indeed in 1987 when the National Bank allowed private trading of government bonds. The current market for these bonds exists solely in a gray area. Should you procure shopping vouchers and obtain a letter of introduction, I could facilitate their sale. But let us be honest, even acquiring the introduction letter is nearly impossible, let alone obtaining government bonds. The Sun family, being from a rural background, certainly does not engage in such purchases. Who would want that? The interest, which is only returned after 6 years, holds little significance for them. Despite the high interest rates, the common folk traditionally do not act without tangible proof of profit. Especially for families like the Suns, who lead a modest and cautious life, the idea of risk is particularly unappealing. The eldest uncle felt somewhat awkward, inquiring, "Then why were you unhindered last time?" Zhao Yao sighed, explaining, "Last time, The government bonds were acquired under the pretext of providing my father with a pension and compensation. The surplus bonds were entrusted to me for sale by the authorities. If you could manage to acquire the necessary paperwork, I would take the four of you along without charging a single penny in fees. Although having grown up alongside the Sun family, Zhao Yao could not deny that his skills had been honed through their influence. This was indisputable. Hence, guiding them to profit posed no dilemma. Yet, Zhao Yao was not foolish enough to share his own gains entirely with others. If the Sun family truly considered him one of their own, there would be no need for such coercion. The notion of transforming an adopted son into a son-in-law only reflected a lack of trust. It is not merely a matter of flesh and blood. There is a lingering belief that an adopted son is less reliable than a daughter, and less dependable than a son-in-law. The second uncle cleared his throat, stating, "We lack the connections for government bonds. Can we ensure profit from radiator installations? What if we incur losses?" Chapter 041. The average price of 100,000 in government bonds is 90. Zhao Yao's expression turned cold. Are we to refrain from eating for fear of choking, or avoid walking for fear of falling? Should we cease all activities? As a youth, Zhao Yao would never have dared to speak so boldly to his uncles. In his past life, he held no authority in the presence of the Sun family. However, he was no longer the same. I will not persuade you. As I mentioned, I will not engage in this venture. I have my own means of making money. Over the past 5 years, the Sun family had indeed supported this household, but their primary focus had been on Sun Yanhong and her 3 sisters. The 3 rural youths had grown up in a more unrefined manner, and while Zhao Yao was not ungrateful, he found no necessity to sacrifice himself for others' benefit. If you choose not to pursue this, I will seek others who will. I can simply act as an investor. With the end of 1985 approaching, following the Plaza Accord, the Japanese stock market was poised for a lengthy bull run. It appeared to commence in 1985 and continued until the last day of 1989. This 3-year bull market saw the Japanese stock market triple in value. Not wanting to miss out on such a substantial opportunity, Zhao Yao felt the urgency to start earning. The challenge lay in the fact that his foundation was exceedingly fragile. He was genuinely starting from scratch. His initial venture into selling popsicles yielded a modest profit, with the 4 siblings pooling together 7 yuan and 98 cents. When selling fish, even the bags and nets were borrowed from others. Perhaps to outsiders, Zhao Yao appears quite affluent, purchasing and constructing houses. However, in a previous life, such a sum would scarcely suffice for a meal for his employer or a modest gift for a young lady from a family of means. A silence enveloped the room until Sun Rin abruptly interjected, "Let us not burden our cousin. Why should he divide his earnings with you? The pigs you raised. Why should you provide my cousin with half a share?" To his surprise, his elder cousin demonstrated a clearer understanding than his second brother. Zhao Yao chuckled softly. "I understand the reluctance to take risks. Should I venture into the production of radiators, I would still prefer to employ my own kin. Installation requires skilled labor. And in due course, I shall enlist a craftsman to guide you. Mastering the trade could yield substantial profits." The Sun brothers migrated to the city a decade later, relocating for their children's education. They balanced agricultural work with odd jobs, enjoying a lifestyle more leisurely than Zhao Yao's. Grandfather nodded in agreement. "Earning through craftsmanship is the most reliable path. Look at your second uncle. He thrives on his carpentry skills, does he not? In the future, carpentry would indeed be lucrative, though it would take another 15 years. With the reforms in real estate policy, the nation was poised for a construction boom, and as the populace ascended to new heights, fortunes would naturally flourish. Currently, however, the renovation market was lackluster. Selling home appliances seemed more profitable. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yao contemplated embarking on the path of a wealthy entrepreneur, establishing a home appliance specialty store. Yet, given his considerable capital, it would be wiser to remain grounded and pragmatic. The following morning, Wang Lixia hurried back from school. The students from the division sent word. "Fubo wishes for you to return. He said he came to find you, but could not." Fubo had come. It was not surprising he hadn't found him. The county town was neither too large nor too small, making it challenging to locate someone. Zhao Yao pedaled his bicycle towards the 2nd Division. 10 days had passed since his last visit, and it was likely that Uncle Fu had some news. Upon arriving at Fu Bo's home, without a word, Fu Bo tugged him towards his father's office. "Dad, Zhao Yao is here." Fu Haishan greeted Zhao Yao with a smile. "I've procured 100,000 in treasury bonds, averaging 90 yuan each. Is that price acceptable to you?" He then retrieved a large envelope from the cabinet, revealing 10 stacks of treasury bonds. The average price of 90 yuan was plausible, but Fu's final statement hinted at ulterior motives. This was not merely a sale. He hoped for Zhao Yao to acquire them, implying there was profit to be made. The remaining profit margin would belong to Zhao Yao and Fu Bo. Clearly, the price at which he acquired the bonds was not reflective of their value. He was being somewhat opaque. Nevertheless, it was only natural for a parent to reserve some profit for his child. Zhao Yao responded with a smile. As long as the documentation is complete, there shall be no issue. However, the payment will need to be transferred to your account post-sale. Fu Haishan visibly relaxed. I trust you. By the way, I heard you bought a house in the county. Was that from your previous dealings in treasury bonds? Given the confusion surrounding the last transaction, everyone was aware of Zhao Yao's involvement in trading treasury bonds. He intended to have Fu Bo recognize the property, as it would be inconvenient to connect otherwise. It was not merely a matter of convenience. He also wished to verify the authenticity of the purchase while ensuring he could be located, especially considering the significant value of 100,000 in treasury bonds. Zhao Yao nodded. It is imperative. I've been preoccupied with renovating my house these past few days and haven't had the chance to seek out Uncle Fu. By the way, I need to trouble you with something. Fu Haishan subtly furrowed his brow. Had it not been for his son's shortcomings, he would not have regarded Zhao Yao with such interest. Although the boy excelled academically, his familial background left much to be desired. Indeed, in the eyes of old Fu, Zhao Yao still harbored certain flaws. However, at present, both father and son required Zhao Yao for the sale of those 100,000 treasury bonds. Fu Haishan, wishing to avoid offense, replied, Speak freely. If it is within my capability, I shall assist. Zhao Yao smiled. It also pertains to Fu Bo, as I intend to contract the foundry maintenance workshop in the irrigation district. Contracting the foundry maintenance workshop? Deputy Manager Fu was taken aback. He had presumed that Zhao Yao, bold as he was, merely dared to engage in the illicit resale of treasury bonds. To think he aspired to undertake a contract, this was indeed forward-thinking. If possible, I would like to collaborate with Fu Bo to undertake the production of radiators. What do you think? Fu Haishan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and pondered for a moment. There are indeed policies in this regard. Individuals may contract underperforming enterprises or units. However, you both lack formal employee status. Huh? Zhao Yao laughed. I trust Uncle Fu will find a way. Currently, there are scarcely a handful of radiator manufacturers in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Zhao Yao had not conducted any market research. He simply believed he had yet to discover the product. However, he was confident. The market demand was immense. Once produced, it would surely exceed supply. At present, the prevalence of heating in Jiangnan and Jiangbei was minimal, with most relying on stoves for warmth. The majority of households kept stoves in their living rooms or bedrooms. In reality, during this era, the living room and bedroom were often one and the same. Thus, should a stove fail to burn completely, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning loomed large. Zhao Yao viewed this business as a virtuous endeavor, a means to save lives. He earnestly stated, moreover, this business will undoubtedly face no issues. There will be no repercussions. Given his son's previous misdeeds, Fu Haishan naturally wished for Fu Bo's stability. While finding a new job was feasible, it was essential to minimize any negative impact. During this period, Fu Bo must remain occupied, otherwise, trouble might ensue. Hence, old Fu acquiesced. I shall procure the treasury bonds, even if it requires a letter of introduction from you, Uncle Fu. Should any inquiries arise, it would still involve the resale of treasury bonds, which could lead to criminal charges. Gulp. Fu Haishan swallowed hard. Zhao Yao's final remark truly struck a nerve. His son had recently heired, and had it not been for the exorbitant costs incurred, he might well have found himself imprisoned. The reason for seeking Zhao Yao was simply to ensure his son remained engaged and refrained from mischief. Chapter 042. I aspire to undertake greater ventures. Deputy Manager Fu furrowed his brow. Very well. I shall assist you in finding a solution. In this case, let Fu Bo work alongside me on this matter. As for the sale of the treasury bonds, Zhao Yao, exert your efforts. The amount earned is of little consequence. Safety is paramount. After all, should anything go awry with those 100,000 treasury bonds, Uncle Fu would also bear a tremendous risk. It is evident that Fu Haishan is reluctant to let his son bear any risks, yet he still wishes for him to profit from this venture. This sentiment is understandable, for Zhao Yao is no longer a mere boy of 15 or 16. He has endured much and witnessed a great deal. While one cannot claim his grasp on human nature is flawless, he at least possesses a certain understanding. Young Zhao nodded, assuring, Uncle Fu, rest assured. I've reached out to my father's classmate. As long as he remains unscathed, I shall be fine. Should Fu Haishan discover that Zhao Yao's success hinges merely on luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse, he would undoubtedly cast Zhao aside, believing he could manage the transaction alone without his assistance. The truth is, Zhao Yao's claim of sharing half the profit serves merely to embellish his own standing, adding a hint of mystery. As for whether Fu Haishan would place his trust in him, such concerns are trivial. Fu Haishan nodded. No problem. I've already purchased the tickets. You take them. Observe the efficiency with which he operates. However, when Fu Haishan presented the tickets, it was clear there were 4 cards. These had likely been intended for Fu Bo to accompany him. Yet, upon hearing about the risks associated with trading treasury bonds, he had hastily decided to retain those 2 tickets. One could only blame the compactness of the tickets. In his haste, old Fu inadvertently grasped all 4. Zhao Yao feigned ignorance. Uncle, I appreciate your help, but trading treasury bonds is a one-time affair. To claim one is unafraid would be a falsehood. Maintaining decorum before the authorities is paramount. As an individual reborn into this life, countless opportunities to earn await him. He must not jeopardize his future for a trivial gain. He has no desire to find himself imprisoned. Engaging in the radiator business is far safer and wholly legal. That makes sense. Fu, the deputy director, nodded. I shall do my utmost. Fu Haishan personally rode the sidecar motorcycle to escort Zhao Yao back home. Together with his son, they saw Zhao Yao off to the train bound for Spring City. Zhao Yao was well aware that Fu Haishan's primary intention was simply to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Previously, there had been only 30,000 yuan in treasury bonds. This time, however, the amount had escalated to a substantial 100,000. The last occasion had seen warmer weather, and he had dressed lightly, making him more conspicuous. This time, Zhao Yao donned the military overcoat provided by Fu Haishan. Inside, one could not only conceal 1,100 yuan treasury bonds, but potentially another 1,000 without raising suspicion. After a safe journey to Shanghu City, Zhao Yao first found accommodation at a hotel. He procured a new outfit from a shopping mall. As the clothes he had brought were suitable only for a small northeastern town and consisted entirely of cotton, the weather in Shanghu City was currently quite warm. Thus, after dressing appropriately, he strolled through the streets undetected, appearing as just another uneducated youth. His careful appearance was intentional. Zhao Yao wished to avoid any unwanted attention. Near that same bank, he spotted the idler Jiao Si, aimlessly loitering outside. Once the coast was clear, Zhao Yao approached casually. Brother, you seem rather free. Jiao Si jumped in surprise, but upon recognizing Zhao Yao's face, exclaimed, Ah, Brother Zhao, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a call? I would have come to fetch you. I wouldn't dare let you come unprepared. Who knows what traps might be laid? Zhao Yao smiled and said, I missed you, brother, so I thought I'd come to see if there are opportunities for fortune so that my little brother can share in the bounty. As he spoke, Zhao Yao produced a cigarette and offered it, both of them inhaling deeply. Das Honghua cigarettes? How extravagant. Jiao Si chuckled softly. What is this? Do you have more vouchers? Zhao Yao gestured towards his car, and they both entered. Jiao Si's eyes sparkled. You're quite cautious, little brother. How much did you bring? 50,000 or 60,000. No matter the amount, I can handle it. Can you really? Zhao Yao chuckled. I brought 50,000. With a snap of his fingers, Jiao Si exclaimed, no problem. Don't mention 50,000. I could easily take another 100,000. As long as my little brother is generous, I will gladly engage in this transaction with you. Show me what you have. It was no wonder Jiao Si was so elated during their last transaction. Zhao Yao had left him with ample profit margins. Typically, those who resell treasury bonds are meticulous, as their earnings hinge on minute interest rates. However, Zhao Yao was different. He had relinquished an entire year's worth of interest last time, a sum exceeding 2,000 yuan, akin to the annual salary of a division-level official. Haha, Zhao Yao chuckled. This 50,000 is from 1981, with an interest of 12,000 yuan. As he revealed the treasury bonds, they still bore the warmth of his body. This 30,000 is from 1982, with an interest of 4,800 yuan. And these 20,000 are from 1983, with an interest of 1,600 yuan. One must admit, the treasury bonds obtained by Fu Haishan were indeed of high quality. The 1982 bonds held the most value, implying the highest interest. It seemed that old Fu had gathered treasury bonds from various sub-accounts of the irrigation district. This 100,000 in treasury bonds will yield 8,000 yuan in interest for you over the year. Is that sufficient? How generous. Jiao Si rejoiced. Brother, are you setting a trap for me? Do you not trust me? He was overjoyed. Indeed, the scalping business was lucrative, yet such grand transactions were rare. Typically, in dealings of 100,000, the counterpart would demand a greater share of the profits. However, Zhao Yao was different. Rest assured, brother. I believe in the principle that one cannot stand without trust. Let us go collect the money. After calculating, they exchanged a total of 118,400 yuan. Zhao Yao hesitated, ultimately wiring 104,200 yuan to Fu Haishan. Knowing full well that old Fu had set up a trap, yet he felt no need to alter his principles. After all, whatever Fu Haishan did would not change his own conduct. There would always be opportunities for him to earn, but if his integrity was tarnished, the more he earned, the greater his greed would grow, inevitably leading to trouble. Besides, making 28,400 yuan from the 10,000 in treasury bonds was a substantial profit. He pocketed 14,200 yuan, which was an additional gain. Had old Fu not handed over the treasury bonds, young Zhao would not have reaped this profit, and he was content. Jiao Si accompanied him to wire the money, observing Zhao Yao with a peculiar expression. You write the remittance slip in front of me, and you're not afraid I'll come to collect? Haha. Zhao Yao smiled. Didn't you say that honesty is paramount? It is precisely because I trust you that I chose to write it in your presence. I believe we should not confine ourselves to these trivial dealings. I envision far grander enterprises ahead. Far grander enterprises. Jiao Si was momentarily taken aback. Pray tell, is there a business more lucrative than trading foreign currency and treasury bonds? It is indeed a venture where money begets money, seeking profit with stability. Earning tens of thousands in a year is absolutely feasible. The disparity is evident. While those in Yinsong County are astonished at their monthly earnings of a few thousand, Brother Huang Niu has already begun to rake in hundreds of thousands, even millions. He certainly wouldn't disclose to Zhao Yao the true extent of his annual earnings. Chapter 043. The Fate of Zhao Yao and Brother Jiao Si. Zhao Yao smiled and said, I wish to visit Tokyo and broaden my horizons. Could you assist me in obtaining a passport, dear brother? A passport? Jiao Si paused. You don't mean to attempt illegal immigration, do you? What are you thinking? Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. My family resides in Yinsong County. We are respectable people. Otherwise, how could I procure 100,000 in treasury bonds? Acquiring 100,000 in treasury bonds indeed requires substantial connections, especially for bonds issued years ago. Without the right contacts, how could a young man like him manage it? It could not possibly be theft. My parents work in sensitive positions, making the passport application quite troublesome. This reasoning seemed quite plausible, as political scrutiny is indeed stringent nowadays. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could lend a hand. But if it's not feasible, I can wait until I enroll in university to apply for a passport. Jiao Si was taken aback. You are still in high school? I assumed you were at least 25 or 26, given your youthful appearance. Zhao Yao produced his student ID. See, I am being forthright with you. Please don't play any games with me, dear brother. I prefer a straightforward approach. In truth, if Zhao Yao were to approach Wang Xiaoxin, she could likely assist him in obtaining a passport. However, Zhao Yao was reluctant to divulge all his secrets to anyone. Regardless of who it is, knowing only part of his secrets is sufficient. Otherwise, he would truly feel insecure. The demise of his former boss had taught him that no one should be entirely trusted. Who knows what the future may hold? Currently, he has two income streams, one through Brother Jiao Si and the other through selling down jackets. He aspires to add a third through Fu Haishan. The ideal scenario would be for these three streams to develop concurrently, without interference or communication among them. Just as the ancients spoke of a clever hare having 3 burrows, young Zhao wishes to have 3 avenues for wealth. Jiao Si gazed deeply at Zhao Yao. I believe you, but obtaining a passport is somewhat complicated. It requires coordination with various parties, and at least 50,000 is needed. 50,000. Without hesitation, Zhao Yao produced 20,000 and placed it in Jiao Si's hands. As long as I can reach Tokyo and profit in the stock market, this amount is trivial. My brother doesn't have more funds at the moment. Here 2,000 to start. There's no rush. Take your time with the application. If you have any news, contact me. Use this number to reach me. Not having a phone is truly inconvenient. Young Zhao had considered installing a landline at home, but that would be too conspicuous. In Yinsong County, Only the affluent have telephones. Moving from Eensong Farm to the county and then installing a phone? He would surely be reported. The common folk of this era are very vigilant. Unfortunately, Zhao Yao's wealth cannot withstand scrutiny. Trading treasury bonds is bound to lead to imprisonment. Is he truly just a boy of 15 or 16? Brother Jiao Si weighed the 20,000 yuan in his hand and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly generous. I have seldom admired anyone, but I must say I am impressed by you. To casually produce such a sum is something that only a rare individual could accomplish. In this era where millionaires are few and far between, you seem entirely unfazed." Jiao Si was genuinely astonished. "I don't wish to pry into your background, rest assured. I will procure a legitimate passport for you, one that is not a mere counterfeit." With a chuckle, Zhao Yao replied, "That would be most ideal. I certainly do not wish to be intercepted while attempting to leave the country, only to be sentenced to years for smuggling." Jiao Si paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. "You rascal, I had thought you were genuinely innocent, but it appears you are not as simple as you seem. To have flipped 300,000 in treasury bonds within a month, I admit I underestimated you. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is handled properly." Zhao Yao's casual remark carried an unmistakable hint of menace. As a seasoned speculator, Jiao Si, acutely aware of such nuances, picked up on it immediately. "You mentioned we have ample opportunities. I must inquire, what lucrative ventures await us in Japan?" "Ah," Zhao Yao exclaimed, gazing at Jiao Si with surprise. "Why would you think that? Am I not allowed to seek out beautiful women there? I hear the ladies possess a uniquely captivating charm. In a previous life, the boss had a penchant for enjoyment, showing no discrimination towards race or complexion as long as they caught his eye. Consequently, Zhao Yao, accompanying him, also enjoyed the benefits." "Humph," Jiao Si scoffed. "Do not flatter yourself. I can see that your eyes lack any lustful intent. Despite the carefree nature of your past life, you remain untouched by emotion. You simply play and then let go, devoid of any entanglements." With piercing insight, the speculator stated, "Your gaze is filled with the glimmer of coins, much like mine. Only wealth captivates you, not desire." It was evident that Jiao Si had a sharp sense of discernment. In Zhao Yao's perspective, desire was merely an animalistic impulse. True wealth was the mark of a man. Jiao Si was not mistaken when he urged, "Speak honestly with me. If there are indeed profitable ventures over there, let us pursue them together. Your passport will be on me, and I will not charge a cent in fees." "Really?" Zhao Yao said, seizing the 2,000 yuan and unceremoniously tucking it into his coat. Jiao Si, momentarily in shock, grasped the implication. "Is there truly a profitable opportunity?" Zhao Yao confirmed, "If you trust me, prepare the funds. Make sure you have enough money ready, and secure your passport to await our departure. I can only divulge so much. Remember this. If I reveal too much, you might run off to Japan on your own, leaving me out of the equation. It is essential to maintain an air of intrigue while keeping you in suspense. Our money must be exchanged for yen and spent in Japan," he added. Were it an ordinary person, such vague statements would likely elicit skepticism, perhaps even a push out of the vehicle. Yet, not just anyone could thrive as a speculator. After a moment of contemplation, Jiao Si declared, "Although you have not specified the nature of the business, I believe this is an opportunity, and I trust you. The connections between individuals can be quite peculiar, reminiscent of the prior transaction between Zhao Yao and Jiao Si. It was indeed a venture fraught with peril. Should he be reported, Zhao Yao would become the unluckiest of reincarnated beings." At this juncture, Jiao Si chose to place his trust in Zhao Yao, declaring, "Exchanging yen is my area of expertise. It will not cause any delays. Whether you require yen or dollars, I can accommodate your needs." Zhao Yao responded earnestly, "Since you have faith in me, I would advise you to opt for yen over dollars." "How intriguing." Jiao Si's eyes sparkled with interest. "I had assumed you only dealt in treasury bonds, yet it appears you possess knowledge of foreign exchange as well. In your estimation, to what extent will the yen appreciate? Will it breach the 200 yen mark within this year?" As for whether the yen would surpass the 200 yen threshold, Zhao Yao was uncertain. He shook his head, stating, "I am neither a fortune teller nor a prophet, and I cannot predict the exact timing of such an appreciation. However, I am acutely aware of the devastating impact brought about by the Plaza Accord on the Japanese economy. Those who harbor skepticism towards Japan's economic prospects are certainly not the mainstream opinion of this era. Yet, they do exist. After all, Japan is an export-driven economy. Some economists have posited that Japan's economy may enter a downer. Consequently, my assertion is not shocking. the yen will appreciate by more than threefold. As for when it will reach that threshold, I estimate it will take no more than a decade, possibly even 5 or 6 years. It seems that a decade from now, the yen, currently at 240 or 245 to the dollar, may transform into 80 to the dollar, representing a genuine threefold appreciation. Chapter 044, caught off guard and inflated again. However, Zhao Yao refrained from being overly precise, as Jiao Si was exceedingly shrewd. If he were to be too exact, suspicion would inevitably arise, making it preferable to speak in vague terms. Threefold. Jiao Si's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly dare to dream. As a scalper, Jiao Si naturally had his own judgments regarding the appreciation of the yen. However, Zhao Yao's audacious thoughts genuinely astonished him. Gulping, Jiao Si confessed, to be honest, the boldest notion circulating in our circles is merely a doubling. It is quite common. The vast majority underestimate the impact of the Plaza Accord on Japan. Many believe that after the initial pain of yen appreciation, Japan will experience a powerful resurgence. With a smile, Zhao Yao replied, none of that matters. You simply need to understand that we are heading to Japan to reap the benefits. Reap the benefits? Jiao Si nodded vigorously. I believe you. Just for your audacious idea. I have made my decision. From now on, I shall only hold yen and not dollars. Rest assured, I will take care of your passport. I will strive to secure it for you before New Year's Day. To speak candidly, Zhao Yao had been troubled by the prospect of traveling abroad, given the sensitive nature of his father's situation. If he had passed away, it would have been one matter, but now he was merely missing. Thus, acquiring a passport would be fraught with challenges, particularly in the political scrutiny stage. Even reaching out to Wang Xiaoxin was fraught with difficulty, which is precisely why he sought the scalper Jiao Si. Whether the matter could be resolved remained uncertain. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Yao expressed gratitude. Thank you, my brother. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Jiao Si shook his head. As the host, how could I possibly allow you to treat me? Come, let me treat you to Western cuisine. In his previous life, he had traversed the world alongside his employer, serving as the most trusted personal bodyguard. Zhao Yao, having savored the exquisite culinary offerings of the world, found himself rather indifferent to Western cuisine. However, with brother Jiao Si's exuberant enthusiasm, he felt it was impolite to decline. They arrived at the finest restaurant in Shanghu City, where brother Jiao Si was taken aback during the ordering process. The seemingly unsophisticated Zhao Yao exhibited remarkable poise, conversing fluently in French. Brother Jiao Si was left in a state of astonishment. Brother, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. How can one not be curious? You are clearly a youth from the rural Northeast, yet you display such dazzling finesse. Surely, a Western restaurant belongs only in the Spring City? Were it not for my slight professional decorum, I would be inclined to investigate your background in detail. Zhao Yao, aware of his overexposure, had deliberately chosen to present himself in this manner. If he wished to masquerade as an individual of intricate lineage, a touch of uniqueness was imperative. What was this uniqueness? In his previous life, he had traversed the world with his employer, encountering numerous languages. Not merely French, but also Russian, German, English, and even Japanese. He possessed a smattering of knowledge in each. However, his proficiency was primarily conversational. To read and write was a challenge, rendering him a proverbial linguistic illiterate. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Yao remarked, a few days ago, I visited a Western restaurant with 2 sisters, hence I picked up a little. Please forgive my clumsiness. One must not be overly ostentatious, else one might unwittingly court disaster. In his former life, his employer had always paraded through towns, necessitating local dignitaries' hospitality. And what was the outcome? A demise shrouded in mystery. Unexpectedly, the waiter raised his thumb in approval. Sir, your French is exceptionally authentic. I can even detect a Parisian accent. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. Flattery was ubiquitous. A modest display was acceptable, but excessive flamboyance could border on self-destruction. Were certain individuals from Insong County to discover this, they might first suspect him of being a spy. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yao waved his hand dismissively. You may attend to your duties. Please bring the dishes promptly. Do you have any 1982 Lafite? The waiter bowed. You are quite knowledgeable. 1982 is renowned as one of the finest vintages in recent years. Unfortunately, we do not have it, but we do offer wines from other estates. In truth, Zhao Yao had merely mentioned it in passing. If not, then so be it. Brother Jiao Si, wide-eyed, inquired, you even know which vintage of Lafite is esteemed? No wonder they say Northeasterners are adept at drinking. Zhao Yao flashed a grin. Flattery. In truth, I prefer white wine. The reason I did not order red is that I noticed the price. It was over 1,000 per bottle. Quite exorbitant. I'd rather indulge in matai. I don't know. Brother Jiaoxi shook his head. I also enjoy white wine. The matai from the 1960s is quite good. Matai from the 1960s? What do you mean? Zhao Yao queried. Those who can savor matai from the 1960s must be extraordinary, indeed. You truly embody the essence of Versailles. Even the smallest glimpse of your prowess is daunting. Oh, the scalpers. Truly, there is nothing simple about this. Otherwise, they would have been collected long ago. How could one be idling in a car on the street, awaiting patrons? Both harbored unspoken reservations. Zhao Yao chuckled. Brother, you are being rather excessive. If we are to discuss wine appreciation, we must acknowledge the connoisseurs of Shanghu City. The individuals surrounding me are more inclined towards gulping down their drinks rather than savoring fine wines. They prefer to indulge in large quantities. And when we attempt to appreciate these fine reds, they truly lack flavor. In this life and the previous one, Zhao Yao has never held a fondness for red wine, favoring instead the crispness of white. However, accompanying his boss for social engagements, he often finds himself in the position of consuming various spirits on behalf of his superior. What an age we live in. The year is 1985. Is it a crime to desire a taste of the 82 Lafite? Observing Zhao Yao deftly wielding his knife and fork, delicately sampling a beer, I am utterly impressed. He is far more formidable than I initially perceived. The youth is shrouded in mystery, and my resolve to collaborate with Zhao Yao has only strengthened. After their drinking session, Zhao Yao returned to the hotel. He remains financially constrained, otherwise, numerous lucrative opportunities would present themselves to him. Alas, profit is elusive without investment. Nevertheless, having resolved his passport issue today, Zhao Yao is indeed in high spirits. He first procured a train ticket home, and then ventured into a shopping mall to acquire several gifts. This time he donned a new outfit. Appearing less conspicuous in the small town of Insong County, though the quality was undeniably excellent, Zhao Yao, across his lives, has not placed much emphasis on daily necessities. Yet his employer is a man of discerning taste. Being in his boss's company requires one to uphold certain standards, and gradually, Zhao Yao has been molded by this expectation. During a brief interlude while shopping for clothes, he wandered over to the Yalu down jacket counter. Sir, here we have Yalu down jackets. Feel free to try any that catch your eye. One would expect a bustling atmosphere during the peak season for down jackets. Yet the store was surprisingly quiet. Despite the sales assistant's enthusiasm, she was a far cry from the typical demeanor of a state-run store employee. Starkly contrasting with the attitude of the sales representatives at the adjacent Duck Down and Bozading, whose arrogance was palpable. Zhao Yao nodded, inquiring, Yalu down jackets? How much do they cost? The attendant warmly responded, 39 yuan. Such a lackluster approach, merely engaging in a price war without focusing on quality or innovative styles. Too expensive. I'm just browsing. Zhao Yao thought to himself, secretly amused. No wonder that the big boss is heading to Spring City for a market assessment. It is likely his best performing outlet. Understanding the competition strategies undoubtedly offers an advantage in negotiations. Upon exiting the mall, Zhao Yao sought out a public telephone booth to make a call. Sister Xiaoxin, has the owner of Yalu departed? On the other end, Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed. Don't even mention it. That scoundrel is indeed trying to reclaim his agency rights. He plans to expand his product line beyond just our counter. I just had a fierce argument with Bai Lu. How outrageous it must be to provoke Wang Xiaoxin to such an extent. To expand his products. Leveraging the groundwork laid by the three siblings. How shameless. Is he attempting to bully a young girl? The youth from the countryside is infuriated. Wang Xiaoxin muttered. I just got home. If you had called a bit earlier, I would have still been out. Fuming, Zhao Yao replied with a smirk. Let me share some news with you. Their sales in the outer provinces are dismal. The reason for vying for the agency rights lies in the fact that Chun City is the only place where the market has been opened. Initially, I did not wish to be overly aggressive, but given the blatant dishonesty displayed, one cannot expect civility in return. In Shanghu City, their products are priced the lowest, yet remain unsold. Sister Xiaoxin, this matter rests upon you. It is imperative to adopt a firm stance and maintain an iron grip on them. At this moment, Zhao Yao yearned to return and directly partake in the negotiations. The audacity of the other party to bully us is nothing short of reckless, and a grudge has undoubtedly been formed. Zhao Yao remarked with a cold smile. The market has been developed by the three of us. If he wishes to partake, that is acceptable. Mutual benefit can certainly lead them to earn substantial profits alongside us. However, if they seek to seize the agency rights and cut off our avenues for profit, that is utterly unacceptable. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yao's assertiveness was striking. Throughout their interactions, he had appeared somewhat soft, lacking in masculinity, and even a bit mischievous. Yet now, his words exuded an air of dominance. Wang Xiaoxin sighed. I wish it were that simple, but if we resort to unyielding pressure, it could lead to significant complications. I do not want my parents to be implicated in this, you understand. Concerned about being accused of coercive tactics? Worried about tarnishing her father's reputation? Zhao Yao chuckled. I understand. We should ensure that our pursuit of profit does not adversely affect Uncle Wang and Andy. Does it truly not affect them? Came Bai Lu's voice from the other end. But how shall we proceed? For the two young women, who lacked business experience, this was indeed a formidable dilemma. We can adopt an alternative negotiation strategy. Inform him that we are aware of the shortcomings of this down jacket. Is it not about creating some commotion? Who fears whom when it comes to such matters? Zhao Yao, possessing memories from a past life, was somewhat familiar with the tactics of business warfare. If they wished to reclaim dominance, then so be it. He would represent brands like Yaya or Bozading and expose the flaws in their products, thereby tarnishing their image significantly. Product flaws? Is that for real? Can he truly uncover them, or is he merely bluffing? On the other end of the phone, the two women exchanged glances in astonishment. Yet Zhao Yao remained resolute. This will also lead to after-sales issues and returns. Ask him if he can bear such consequences. Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin were taken aback, unable to fathom Zhao Yao's overwhelming assertiveness. It almost seemed as though he were employing a heavy-handed approach. Was this truly the boy they had come to know? The two women simultaneously recalled the scene of their rescue. They had initially thought him merely a youth, enamored by beauty. It now appeared otherwise. He was cunning indeed. Zhao Yao coldly stated, if he cannot, then he should comply. If he insists on confrontation, we shall pursue the matter further, addressing the impact on our reputation and demanding compensation. That seems rather ruthless. But is there any other way? None. With a determined bite of her lip, Bai Lu seized the phone. Are you certain you can exploit their vulnerabilities? Indeed. Zhao Yao sneered. It must be solvable. I can reveal its flaws to you right now. However, the vulnerabilities Zhao referred to were not issues that could be addressed at present. They were technical problems that could only be resolved after years of experience in the garment factory. Yet, such is the nature of many things. Knowing the errors but continuing to sell is unequivocally a fault of one's own. Take, for instance, certain food additives. Everyone is aware of their toxicity. However, in small doses, they do not affect human health. To discuss toxins without considering dosage is to act unscrupulously. The issues Zhao Yao discovered within this brand were indeed unscrupulous. These are technical problems well known among industry insiders. Yet until a solution is found, production must continue quietly. If exposed, the public would undoubtedly demand refunds. The two women listening to Zhao Yao's articulate discourse exchanged astonished glances. Both realized the youth on the other end of the line was indeed in a precarious situation, akin to having a festering wound on one's head while feeling the ground crumbling beneath their feet. It was brazenly coercive. However, recalling the grievances of the day, Wang Xiaoxin gritted her teeth and declared, I believe you. Tomorrow, I will negotiate with him. No. Sister Bai Lu and I will head to the hotel right now to confront him. The young girl was undeniably infuriated, indicative of the extent of that fellow's transgressions. Yet, one could empathize. A nearly bankrupt factory facing a chance of revival would compel anyone to fight for survival. The young girl grew increasingly animated. I cannot afford to waste a single day. If he engages with other distributors, we will be in serious trouble. Await my good news. After hanging up, Zhao Yao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He noticed the proprietor of the public phone booth regarding him with an expression akin to that of a ghost. Zhao Yao shot him a glare. What are you staring at? The owner quickly retorted, I wasn't staring. I wasn't. That will be $53.50. Thank you. Spending that much on a single phone call felt exorbitant, and for a fleeting moment, Zhao Yao contemplated installing a phone at home. However, he dismissed the thought. Drawing attention could lead to trouble, especially with Sun Yanhong being a ticking time bomb in the household. One misstep, and who knows what chaos could ensue. Finally aboard the train, Zhao Yao settled down with a book, determined to continue his study of foreign languages. He firmly believed that his current business endeavors were merely a starting point. The future held promise for expansion and strength, potentially surpassing his former employer. Furthermore, he yearned for vengeance on behalf of himself and his boss, and to locate his father, or at the very least, discover his whereabouts. He was resolute in his quest for strength. As he immersed himself in his reading, a petite woman sat beside him, her presence accompanied by the cloying scent of cheap perfume, prompting Zhao Yao to frown. Perhaps he was being a bit discerning. In his previous life, he had been accustomed to fragrances worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. In this life, he had yet to encounter perfume. But the natural fragrance of young women like Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin was in a league of its own, far removed from such inferior scents. With a sidelong glance at the woman beside him, he noticed her hand resting on his thigh. Across from them, a man squinted, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yao. Was he ensnared by a seductive trap or confronted by a thief? Zhao Yao found himself in a perplexing situation. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, was this the kind of encounter he had to face? Most passengers on the train were asleep, yet the woman's hand became increasingly audacious, encroaching upon his vulnerable areas. Chapter 046. A stroke of fortune or a stroke of misfortune. Being a youthful and impassioned lad, it was impossible for Zhao Yao to remain unresponsive. However, he was acutely aware that this was not a fortunate encounter, but rather a perilous predicament. The intent of the assailant was not to offer him service, but to distract him. With her other hand beginning to delve into his coat, her intentions were clearly to pilfer. The audacity of the thief was remarkable. Zhao Yao, ever discreet during the journey, was puzzled as to why he had become a target, given that he carried over 10,000 yuan in cash. Even after the wage reform, that sum represented 300 months of a primary worker's salary. In 40 years, the starting salary of a university graduate would also amount to 1 million. How bold of this thief! A glimmer of mischief flashed in Zhao Yao's eyes. He leaned against the window, concealing his face with a book, while pressing down on his coat to obscure the woman's hands beneath. He thought to himself, do as you wish. Had it not been a public setting, he might have seized her hand for his own indulgence. After all, he had been holding back since his rebirth. He was not a man of ascetic desires. Nevertheless, he did not wish to squander his first experience in such a public arena. Yet, if the woman desired to continue, he did not oppose. Regardless of the outcome, it promised to be exhilarating and delightfully unconventional. The woman, unaware of the obstacles she faced, indeed made contact with his vulnerable area, but her efforts were thwarted. She could not penetrate further. Was she to tear his clothing? With a subtle glance, she signaled to her accomplice, who rose and handed her a sharp knife. While her delicate fingers caressed Zhao Yao's sensitive area, her other hand stealthily advanced, seeking to make a cut. Unexpectedly, her fingers, clutching the blade, were seized by Zhao Yao. She struggled to escape, but her efforts were in vain. Zhao Yao feigned slumber, even allowing a snore to escape his lips. The woman ground her teeth in frustration, realizing she had encountered a clever adversary. A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of her accomplice as he approached. Zhao Yao abruptly lowered his book, fixing a cold gaze upon the burly man. What is this? When subtlety fails, do you resort to brute force? Neither of them anticipated that this seemingly mere child would exude such a commanding presence. In that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. In his past life, Zhao Yao had seen combat and taken lives. This petty thief was merely a street thug, too timid to strike with genuine force. The woman continued to struggle. Let me go, you ruffian. It turned out that not only had he captured her hand above, but her other hand was also ensnared between his legs. Zhao Yao grinned wickedly. You think you can take what you want and simply walk away? This is my first encounter with such amusement. Dear lady, please continue. Dear lady. The female thief seethed with indignation. If you don't let me go, I'll call the police. A thief crying out against theft? Zhao Yao's smile was enigmatic. Go ahead. Shout until your throat is raw. Do you think anyone will believe you? As he spoke, he produced his student ID, leaving the two thieves astounded. This individual was actually a high school student. Who would believe such a thing? He seemed nothing short of a seasoned rogue. Yet it was the woman who had unwittingly leapt into the trap. The burly male thief bared his teeth, exclaiming, You're asking for death. I'll beat you to a pulp. As he spoke, he deliberately limped a few steps forward, to which Zhao Yao coldly retorted, Isn't that Huang the Lame who got himself locked up? Who are you trying to intimidate? Zhao was well acquainted with the tale of Huang the Lame. It was said that he had left a shadow over the notorious film No Thieves Under Heaven. The man before him lacked finesse. At best, he was merely a thug, currently playing the role of an assistant to the female thief. Are you from the ghost team? The Southern Support Team? Or perhaps the remnants of the Northern Advance Team? The two thieves were taken aback. Who on earth are you? No sooner had the words left their lips than three more figures rose behind them. Goodness! They truly had crossed paths with a band of thieves. Even if Zhao Yao possessed extraordinary skills, facing 5 criminals would be a futile endeavor. However, retreat was not an option. The more one cowered, the bolder they became. Humph. Zhao Yao replied icily, "What business is it of yours who I am? Just stay put and don't bother me. Can't you see I'm enjoying myself?" To be honest, the thieves had not anticipated encountering such an eccentric youth. In the past, they would have surely resorted to violence against a mere lanky boy. They would have beaten him half to death and fled without a second thought. Yet, following the downfall of Huang the Lame and the nationwide crackdown, they dared not act too recklessly. The male thief, maintaining a grim demeanor, warned, "Let us not interfere with each other. Let us keep things civil." Zhao Yao sensed their hesitation and knew there was nothing more to discuss. He narrowed his eyes. "Stop with the incessant chatter. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat? I may not look like a tiger, but my aura is enough to intimidate." The strange intensity of the youth left the thieves bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Leaning back, Zhao Yao commanded, "Let her serve me well, and I might turn a blind eye. If you irritate me, we shall part ways in chaos." Who was he? Despite presenting his student ID, he hardly resembled a typical student. In comparison to the thieves of the 1980s, who were considerably more naive, he was indeed a peculiar enigma. The thieves found themselves ensnared in confusion, unable to comprehend Zhao Yao's demeanor. One of the men pointed at Zhao Yao, yet found himself utterly powerless against him. Turning back to his seat, the woman, whose hands were restrained, yearned to escape, but found it impossible. Her accomplices were of no assistance. All she could do was cater to Zhao Yao's peculiar whims. With no other recourse, the woman lifted Zhao Yao's military coat and slipped inside, reasoning that outsiders could not see her actions, thus sparing her any shame. Zhao Yao reveled in his newfound pleasure, though he was aware that his time was limited. Just then, the conductor came around to check tickets, prompting the thieves to rise and retreat. Reluctantly, Zhao Yao released the female thief. What a pity! He had yet to fully satisfy his desires in this rebirth, and now they were leaving. Uncertain if the thieves had disembarked, Zhao Yao continued on his way. Eventually arriving in Spring City, he made his way directly to the same hotel as before, where, by chance, the same attendant was on duty. Once again, he handed over 20 yuan and secured a room for himself. Then he rose and made his way to the department store, arriving just as the two young ladies were engrossed in their sales. After bidding farewell to their customers, the two women excitedly gazed at him. "What brings you here?" "Hey," Zhao Yao replied with a faint smile, "I missed you both. I was so restless that I couldn't sleep, so I traveled all this way to see my dear sisters." "Heh," Wang Xiaoxin scoffed lightly. "How honest of you. You aren't planning to sell government bonds again, are you? Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" Zhao Yao awkwardly laughed. "But I returned safely, didn't I?" "Humph," Wang Xiaoxin persisted. "Is the money you earned from selling down jackets not enough for you? If it isn't, we can always share." "What nonsense." Zhao Yao scratched his head. "This time, my brother asked for my assistance with a batch of government bonds. Naturally, I stand to gain as well. After all, I've spent all my funds on buying a house and other matters recently. As for the money from selling down jackets, you two sisters have managed it well. It will be of great use." Bai Lu playfully chided, "You're quite the cunning one. Regardless, refrain from engaging in any illegal activities in the future. The down jackets are selling well, and the resulting profits should suffice." Zhao Yao chuckled. "So, have they been completely subdued by you two?" Chapter 047. Expansion. Wang Xiaoxin proudly smiled. "Absolutely. Besides, with such a clever and quirky brother like you assisting us, capturing them is a piece of cake." "That's splendid." Zhao Yao expressed satisfaction. "Have the agency contracts been re-signed?" Wang Xiaoxin shook her head. "They claim that we are taking advantage of our size to bully them, labeling our terms as oppressive, and refuse to sign the contract. They also mentioned that after this winter, they would establish their own sales points." "Heh, this was anticipated," Zhao Yao remarked coldly, recalling that small factory. "I believe they are merely biding their time this winter, while I, Zhao, am accumulating my first pot of gold. So too is Yalu. In this entrepreneurial era, more agents can be found at trade fairs, and at that point, we will no longer have control over them." The two women stared blankly at the young man, astonished by his foresight. Wang Xiaoxin shot a glance at the youth. "How did you come to such conclusions? Are you some sort of oracle?" Clearly, The two women had also surmised his thoughts, and Zhao Yao smiled. I'm just making educated guesses. Haha. Bai Lu laughed. Just kidding. The contract has been partially signed. They only agreed to terms up until the spring festival, after which they refused to negotiate. The profits shared with Wang Xiaoxin were not without merit, as the mall's manager personally intervened to meet with the Yalu owner. This helped the trio secure the agency rights for Spring City, and even for Baishan Province. Wang Xiaoxin felt a sense of pride. They are unwilling to part with the prime locations in the department store, yet they cannot afford to offend us either. The department store is a purely state-owned enterprise. Decisions regarding prime stalls rest solely with the manager. As long as the Yalu owner isn't foolish, he wouldn't dig his own grave by relinquishing such a lucrative position. As a fledgling factory, surpassing brands like Duck Duck and Boziding is purely a matter of timing, location, and favorable circumstances. Wang Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow. He is adopting a strategy of delay. That's fine. We hold the initiative. If he chooses not to sign with us in the future, we can still sign contracts with other manufacturers and earn substantial profits. Zhao Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting, I believe we should prepare for the unforeseen, or perhaps even establish our own line of down jackets. What do you think? Both women were taken aback. The thought of running a factory had never crossed their minds. Their greatest achievement thus far had merely been selling goods in the marketplace. After all, one hailed from a distinguished background, while the other held a formal job. Yet, they had both been persuaded by Zhao Yao to venture into the realm of down jacket sales at the department store. Bai Lu shook her head, stating, Our current capital is insufficient to support the establishment of a factory. It is wiser to remain grounded. Let us first set up distribution points within the province to sell down jackets across the region. A wise woman, who has reached this point through her own efforts, is indeed remarkable. Unlike the more radical Zhao Yao, teacher by preferred stability, were it not for the near calamity at the radio station, she would not have decisively turned to selling down jackets. Wang Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Sister Bai is right. We must not aim too high. The pressing question now is where to initially promote our product. Once we begin to profit, everyone will be pleased, and our energies will be unified. Zhao Yao contemplated. The second largest city in the province is naturally Jinfan County. Jinfan County, the sister city of Spring City, known for its chemical industry and mountainous terrain. Excellent. Wang Xiaoxin replied. Let us seek out the largest shopping mall there and secure the best booth for our down jackets. Zhao Yao concurred. Bai Lu and I will head to Jinfan County. Please keep an eye on the booth here. We must learn to let go. This seemed to be the most prudent arrangement, particularly as Wang Xiaoxin still had her studies to attend to. However, the eager Wang Xiaoxin interjected, I want to go too. I can ask my father to write a letter to the manager of the department store there. Really? Zhao Yao paused, surprised. Does Uncle Wang have acquaintances there? In truth, Zhao Yao wanted to express that seeking connections through official channels could have repercussions. Wang Xiaoxin shot him a look. You underestimate him. My father worked as a frontline journalist for 10 years. His network is beyond your imagination. Upon realizing this, Zhao Yao was overjoyed. This is splendid news. Something we could only wish for. The following morning, Wang Xiaoxin, Bai Lu, and Zhao Yao set off for Jinfan County, laden with merchandise. With Wang Xiaoxin's father's letter in hand, they encountered no obstacles along the way. They secured the best booth at the finest department store. The manager greeted them with a warm smile, saying, This is the best attendant from the clothing department. She will assist Comrade Xiaoxin in selling goods. Thank you very much. Wang Xiaoxin, with her sweet smile, responded, I truly appreciate your help. Let me treat you to a meal. The manager chuckled. Since Vice Minister Wang has previously aided the mall's promotions, I cannot accept such a small favor. We can dine together once your niece earns a fortune. Zhao Yao was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of Wang Xiaoxin's father's position. Residing in that neighborhood and engaging in publicity, he was indeed a notable figure. The significance of his position dawned on Zhao Yao, explaining Wang Xiaoxin's confidence. With such an identity, navigating through Baishan Province would be a breeze. He felt incredibly fortunate to have rescued such a gifted individual. Wang Xiaoxin took her handbag from Zhao Yao and placed it on the manager's desk, sincerely stating, Thank you, uncle. This is a commemorative gift from Shanghu City. Representing our brand, please accept it. The gift was procured in Spring City, an idea proposed by Zhao Yao, while Wang Xiaoxin was reluctant to give a present. The manager's expression changed abruptly. I must express my disapproval of Comrade Xiaoxin. How could you act in such a manner? This contradicts Deputy Minister Wang's principles. However, I shall not press you. I will report back to our esteemed leader. Thus, the acceptance was settled. After bidding farewell to the manager, they exited the department store. Wang Xiaoxin felt a twinge of disappointment. I thought he wouldn't accept it. Oh, dear girl. Bai Lu chuckled. If it were Zhao Yao and me, he would certainly refuse. But you are different. You are the daughter of his former leader and a younger generation. After all, with her experience in the workplace, Bai Lu's interpretation was entirely different. Wang Xiaoxin's spirits lifted. So, he doesn't see me as an outsider? Oh my, I'm famished. Continuing south from Jinfan County, the trio traversed 6 prefecture-level cities and administrative offices in Baishan Province over the course of a week. Eventually, they arrived at the Western Hanhai Administrative Office, the poorest region in Baishan Province. It also had the largest administrative division, which would later see a prefecture-level city carved out from it 7 years hence. In a previous life, Zhao Yao had visited here to procure materials for the woolen textile factory, which had once thrived, rivaling the textile factory in Jinfan County, but ultimately fell into decline. The current Hanhai Administrative Office appeared quite dilapidated. The falling snow had transformed into a grimy yellow-black hue. This was snow tainted by dust and coal ash, landing in a filthy state on the ground. Such snow was unsuitable for a snowball fight, for one might not recognize their companions after the play. They would all resemble muddy little monkeys. The 3 rented 2 rooms at the administrative office's guest house. The disparity was evident. Zhao Yao could only afford to stay in a hostel, while Wang Xiaoxin resided in the official guest house. Despite its unassuming name, it was the most prestigious hotel in Hanhai. After their baths, they descended to dine, where Wang Xiaoxin lamented, "Why is it so dirty?" The little girl wore a white down jacket, a gift from Zhao Yao, who had brought back presents for the 2 girls from Shanghu City. It was not that Zhao Yao was enamored with foreign brands, but the domestic offerings from Dede, Bazading, and Yalu were rather lackluster. The fabric was monotonous in color. Wang Xiaoxin glanced at Zhao Yao. He gave it to me. I truly don't know how much it cost. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. A girl at the adjacent table leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxin and inquired, "Comrade, where did you buy this down jacket? How much was it?" The jackets gifted to the 2 girls were imported goods purchased in Shanghu City. The girl's down jacket was a traditional puffy style that exaggerated her figure significantly. Her dimensions appeared to double. The girl then turned to Zhao Yao. "Comrade, your uncle's family has 4 strong laborers and no students. So your grandparents do not require elder care at the moment." "Lu Jia," Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed in frustration, "that little brat is not learning well, trying to act all mischievous. Watch out, or I'll spank you." It is hardly more than a mere tickle, yet one wears a sorrowful expression. Merely 6 years my senior. And as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. A man 6 years older brings double the gold bricks. This fellow, perpetually engaged in salesmanship, left the 2 women speechless. Without coal, everyone must be freezing. Yet, I am unconcerned, as my vigor remains unyielding. Remarkably, he even seeks to procure coal from this region. Such a sight is unprecedented. What a pity! To marry Wang Xiaoxin, such a radiant and vibrant young woman, would indeed be a blessing. Presently, I am without living expenses, relying solely on my own earnings. Do you believe I can match the income of a family of 4? Zhao Yao's expression turned cold. My father is a worker at the branch, and we reside there. The branch provides us with living expenses. Noodles paired with pickled vegetables suffice. Especially as this year's pickles have been personally fermented by Zhao Yao. Is it a disdain for the clothing, or for the person delivering it? Nevertheless, after this commotion, the 3 have grown more harmonious in their interactions, for their roles have become clearer. Zhao Yao was genuinely vexed. He had never encountered such behavior. With everything being funneled back to her family, laughter erupted throughout the restaurant, as this youth was indeed quite the fabricator. The issue lies in the significant age difference. Not that Zhao Yao cannot accept it, but that Wang Xiaoxin cannot. "How much is it?" Zhao Yao replied coolly. 70 yuan for 2 tons of coal, our family's living expenses for 2.5 months. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yao looked bewildered. Does Sister Xiaoxin truly dislike the gift I presented? What is it now? Am I to deliver coal today, and what tomorrow? Are we to send away all our rice and oil? We are not that affluent. Wang Xiaoxin, amused yet irritated, retorted, "By the time you grow up, I will have become an old woman. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall give you a piece of my mind." To be precise, it was Zhao Yao's living expenses, as Sun Yanhua and the others did not possess a household registration at the branch. As usual, the kitchen bore no remnants of food. and Wang Lihong prepared a bowl of noodles for Zhao Yao. The stepmother was solely concerned with money. Zhao Yao shook his head. This time, I assisted someone else in selling their labor. I haven't earned much myself. Here, Zhao Yao supported a family of 5, including 4 students and 1 indolent mother. In the absence of coal, Zhao Yao's room was devoid of warmth, truly frigid. The young woman shook her head. I still prefer this white one. Or perhaps this comrade's pale yellow would suffice. How much is it? I shall purchase it. Youth carries its own burdens. Yet Zhao Yao was unwilling to concede. Really? I will not shy away. I merely wish to engage with my hands. Oh, how rough. So very rough. Zhao Yao boarded the train home, returning after 9 o'clock at night. His father had been gone for 5 years, living expenses provided by the branch for the family, having lived together in a previous life for such an extended period. Zhao Yao could sense the concern woven into Wang Lihong's words. The pickles she fermented were entirely different, delicious, complementing the meal without being overly salty. Sun Yanhong appeared somewhat awkward. A few days ago, I visited your maternal grandfather's home. Witnessing them burning straw was distressing, so I had them bring the coal instead. Why is it so cold? Haven't you lit the fire? It felt as if this were not her home, but rather her family home was the true abode. Young Zhao smiled. I am an agent. Tomorrow I will be selling down jackets at the department store. You should come and choose. There is surely a style that suits you. A purely sibling relationship, young Zhao mused in vain. By the time the 3 returned to Spring City, all of Baishan province would be firmly in their grasp. She always regarded the Sun family as her own, yet perceived herself as an outsider. Sensing her own guilt, Sun Yanhong murmured, Your uncle has also lent us a hand. What is wrong with giving him some coal? Wang Lihong softly replied, The coal at home has been taken by uncle. Burning corn cobs doesn't generate much heat. Summoning her courage, Wang Lihong ventured out to check the door, only to find Zhao Yao outside. Where have you been these days? Why have you only just returned? Zhao Yao's expression shifted dramatically. This is a home, not a charity. Is coal meant to be given away? 2 down jackets, marred by unsightly dirt and snow, were still appreciated by someone. Observing Zhao Yao enjoying his meal, Sun Yanhong hesitantly inquired, How much did you earn this time? Wang Lixia couldn't help but exclaim, That's indeed a bit excessive. The coal shed is spotless. Not a single piece left. Zhao Yao, having been ousted by the Sun brothers long ago, was indifferent to such rebukes. Wang Xiaoxin, with a smile that was neither here nor there, glanced at the girl before turning to Zhao Yao. What do you mean by that? The barking of the 2 black dogs startled the household when he knocked on the door. Get lost. No one expected Zhao Yao to respond in such a manner, leaving Wang Xiaoxin blushing fiercely. Uncle's living conditions are far better than ours. Why would he come here for coal? For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated abandoning these 4 women and heading to Beijing to find his father. Perhaps due to his frail physique, Zhao Yao felt perpetually unsated. Sun Yanhong shot him a sharp glance. What's the matter? Is it just a bit of coal? How much could 2 tons possibly cost? It must be said that Wang Xiaoxin's father's connections played a pivotal role. His stepmother, stubborn as a cold duck, retorted, What is wrong with sending some coal to your grandparents? We can always buy more later. Yet, the woman struggled to articulate her feelings. I just returned from running errands. Is there any leftover food? I'm hungry. As she pondered while cooking, Sun Yanhong seemed perpetually distracted. Despite having dined with 2 women at a restaurant just hours earlier, she still craved food upon returning home. After all, November had already arrived, and Zhao Yao found it difficult to sleep in the cold. The violent temperament was etched into every Northeast girl's bones. Excessive. Zhao Yao suppressed his fury. For your grandfather? How can their stove burn coal? Are they planning to modify their stove now? Perhaps it's meant for your uncle's family? Resigned, he had no choice but to step outside and gather some straw to burn in the stove. Although Wang Lihong felt quite angry, she remarkably refrained from countering Zhao Yao. Bai Lu stifled a laugh. I thought so too. You just wore that a week ago, and now you want to sell it? No wonder they're upset. It was evident that he was not entitled to enjoy the benefits of the distribution. He owed Sun Yanhong a debt of gratitude, primarily for the care she had provided over 5 years. The thought of truly abandoning these 4 women was something he could never bring himself to do. Zhao Yao was not devoid of feelings. Otherwise, in his past life, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself for his employer. Alas, to encounter such a muddled stepmother was indeed his misfortune. Chapter 049. The heart of a small man measuring the belly of a gentleman the next morning. His second uncle unexpectedly paid a visit. Upon seeing Zhao Yao, he was taken aback. When did you return to Yao? It's so early, Zhao Yao replied. I came back last night. Is there something you need, second uncle? The second uncle forced a laugh, saying, I'll take care of it, yet his words remained unspoken. Sun Yanhong, standing nearby, muttered, I've given your big shed to you, second uncle. What does that imply? Are we to dismantle our own shed? That seems rather excessive. Suddenly, Zhao Yao's expression turned icy. What else can you part with? Do you realize how cold this house will be without that shed? Moreover, we need the shed to sell goods. In front of her maternal family, Sun Yanhong's demeanor shifted dramatically. What goods? You should sell yourself instead. Don't expect me to lend a hand. My life has been full of hardships. As she spoke, tears welled up, lamenting the burden of having such a troublesome second uncle and a stepmother reminiscent of Voldemort. Zhao Yao found himself at a loss for words, truly questioning how he had managed to live with Wang Lihong for so long in a previous life. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Zhao Yao turned to the second uncle. I want to say anything about the coal you've taken away, but from now on, no one is allowed to touch anything in this house. This is my property, and it's not related to anyone else. With our coal gone, how are we supposed to survive the winter? What were you thinking? Today, Zhao Yao showed no mercy to his uncle, leaving the second uncle feeling embarrassed. He could only respond, what is there to discuss? Let us go, I'll help you fetch coal. In truth, not just any cart could transport coal. Coal carts were specifically designed for that purpose. The second uncle followed along, merely assisting in loading the cart and then unloading it upon return. This winter was exceptionally cold, and Zhao Yao had purchased 2 more tons of coal. Using less was simply not an option. During lunch, Zhao Yao reiterated, from now on, no one is allowed to give away anything from this house as gifts. This is my purchase, and no one has the authority to decide otherwise. If you find anything unsatisfactory, then feel free to leave. The 4 women remained silent, while Sun Yanhong, as if deaf, lit a cigarette. Zhao Yao was momentarily taken aback. She was smoking a yellow box of ginseng cigarettes. Goodness. A pack cost 3 yuan in 1985. That was 1/30th of a monthly salary, equivalent to smoking a 100 yuan pack of cigarettes 40 years later. How extravagant. Moreover, Sun Yanhong had quite the smoking habit during the dry season. She could smoke over 20 cigarettes a day. With such feeble, filter-tipped cigarettes, even 2 packs a day wouldn't suffice for her. A pack costing 3 yuan. 2 packs would amount to 6 yuan, totaling around 80 to 90 yuan a month, surpassing the salary of an assistant director. This was truly living large. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yao demanded, who bought you those cigarettes? Does smoking require oversight? Sun Yanhong retorted, so what if I smoke? What is your problem? You ungrateful wretch. I raised you for 5 years. You raised me? Zhao Yao finally erupted. It was the subunit that supported me, along with you 4 women, for 5 years. I didn't spend a single penny from the Sun or Wang families. Stop claiming you raised me. The 3 sisters were taken aback. Zhao Yao's relationship with his mother had become utterly irreconcilable. Each encounter ended in an argument, and Zhao Yao grew increasingly assertive. Zhao Yao declared, I'm not extravagant enough to smoke such cigarettes. It wasn't that Zhao Yao couldn't afford that pack. He was acutely aware that if he actually bought cigarettes for Sun Yanhong, she would send them back to her family, the 4 brothers of the Sun family, including the 2 uncles. If both my 2 aunts and my grandparents all smoke, it truly becomes an unbearable burden. A single pack a day is insufficient, amounting to over 400 yuan a month. It's maddening. Wang Lihong, with her neck stiffened, retorted, I bought the cigarettes. What's wrong with my mother wanting a pack? Didn't you say you would earn money for us to spend? What's changed? What do you mean by changed? Zhao Yao was infuriated. What kind of family is this? Spending 1 or 2 yuan daily on cigarettes. Smoking this way consumes our tuition and pocket money. I work tirelessly to alter our fate. Yet Sun Yanhong and the others have begun to indulge in life. No wonder it is said that those who are pitiable must have their own detestable traits. Such individuals could be reborn 10 times and still never achieve success or fame. They are akin to those who consume next year's poverty alleviation seeds, only seeing the immediate gains. Little Zhao exclaimed in anger, enjoying good cigarettes, are we? From now on, you can ask her for tuition. The money I earn is for university costs. I will cover normal living expenses, but excessive spending, I'm afraid I cannot afford it. Sun Yanhong gritted her teeth in hatred, glaring daggers at Zhao Yao. With a whiny tone, she lamented, I told you, you're an ungrateful wretch. You're unhappy even after I bought you 2 boxes of cigarettes. How can I expect you to support me in my old age? My life is so miserable. Zhao Yao, unwilling to endure her lamentations, rose and rode away on his bicycle as snow fell outside. Battling against the wind and snow, he finally arrived at the second division, feeling much of his anger dissipate. Fu Bo greeted him with delight. You're back. If you hadn't sent the money early, I would have thought something happened to you. What are you talking about? Zhao Yao chuckled. Do you think I'm a child? Fu Haishan, sitting on the Kong, grinned. Aren't you just a child? I never expected you to handle this matter so efficiently. Well done. It was a lie to say he hadn't been worried. Deputy Director Fu had lost sleep over it for several days. Until the money arrived. Let us see. A total of 90,000 yuan in treasury bonds. With the arrival of 104,200 yuan, you two brothers can split it. Zhao Yao shook his head and smiled. The money that arrived is all yours. My share has already been set aside. The ticket to go was bought by Uncle Fu, while I purchased my return ticket. The other expenses are on me. What? Fu Haishan exclaimed. How much did you sell for in total? Did selling treasury bonds yield such a profit? Zhao Yao smiled gently. A classmate of my father works at the bank and offered me a preferential rate. However, he said the state does not permit private trading of treasury bonds. So I want to be allowed to do it again. Yet, Fu Haishan took Zhao Yao's words lightly, calculating in his mind that the profits were substantial. Just as Zhao Yao had anticipated, Fu Haishan indeed laid a trap. The treasury bonds he collected from the division were priced at 80 yuan. The 100,000 yuan in treasury bonds cost 80,000, yet they were sold to Zhao Yao for 90,000. Consequently, Zhao Yao distributed 14,200 yuan to them, meaning their family earned over 20,000 yuan. As for how much Zhao Yao earned, who could say? After the wage reform, old Fu earned merely 82 yuan a month. Over 20,000 was equivalent to 300 months of his salary, far exceeding his lifetime earnings. Zhao Yao was oblivious to Fu Haishan's thoughts. Uncle Fu, how is the matter with the casting workshop progressing? Fu Haishan furrowed his brow. I indeed made contact with you. And we need to bear the workers' wages and management fees, which amount to approximately 3,000 yuan. An annual payment of 3,000 yuan to the irrigation area management department. Do you believe this can still yield a profit? The combined wages of several workers and the profits total 6,000 yuan. This implies a monthly cost of 500 yuan, a sum that is sufficient to deter anyone. In 1985, there were 770 township enterprises in Insong, employing 610 individuals, with a total output value of 11.45 million yuan. This indicates that the average annual output value of a township enterprise is less than 15,000 yuan. Chapter 050. The first encounter with the young boss. Additional update 14. For the contracted workshop, Zhao Yao would remit 3,000 as pure profit, which would be a significant gain for the irrigation area. However, Zhao Yao did not share this sentiment. If possible, I will sign the contract immediately. Is this how contracts are signed? Fu Haishan cast a deep glance at the youth. The contracting fee is 3,000, plus approximately 3,000 for wages and management fees, totaling 6,000 a year, which must be paid up front. Most people cannot produce this amount at once. Zhao Yao nodded, no problem. But there must be a penalty clause for breach of contract. Whoever defaults must compensate 10 times the contract amount. What on earth is this lad aiming to achieve? Fu Haishan pondered briefly. As long as it complies with regulations, these are not issues. It felt as if Fu Haishan, in the role of an authority figure, was negotiating a contract with him. Young Zhao harbored some doubts. Uncle Fu, won't you negotiate with the irrigation area? Hee. Fu Bo replied proudly. Brother, my father has been promoted. Cough. Fu Haishan shot a glare at his son. Be steady. Uncle has been reassigned to the irrigation area, where he will oversee the management department, which means I can make decisions. No wonder. Zhao Yao rejoiced. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Let Fu Bo come work with me. The two of us will surely amass great wealth in the future. With Fu Haishan's position in the irrigation area, this repair factory is bound to be profitable. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yao, Fu's promotion was largely due to him. Old Fu had leveraged Zhao Yao's capabilities to resolve a significant issue that had plagued the irrigation area, entirely resolving the treasury bond matter, thus paving the way for his advancement. Fu Bo shook his head. Can we truly make a profit? I think it's best to refrain from this endeavor. I shall not participate. With his father's promotion, Fu Bo had resumed his previous carefree demeanor, no longer that timid suspect. However, abstaining from participation did not mean his father would not secure his future. Zhao Yao smiled. That is fine. I'll get started on my own. Are you truly going to do it? Fu Haishan said earnestly. Zhao Yao, you must think carefully. Today is November 16th. It was indeed November 16th. He had already been reborn for 2 months and 1 week. Young Zhao was momentarily dazed, busily neglecting the passage of time. Old Fu remarked, "The soonest we can commence production and have products ready is by the end of November or even early December. Who do you intend to sell your radiators to?" It was indeed the case. Had it been 2 months earlier, they could have sold. Now, in the depths of winter, who would undertake such plumbing renovations? Zhao Yao felt he had been overly fanciful, but recalling his dreams, he affirmed, "There will surely be products." "Thank you for the reminder. Uncle Fu, rest assured, I will make a profit." Profit is assured. It is merely a matter of how much. A modicum of confidence remains. Fu Bo, are you truly unwilling to collaborate with me? United we stand, brothers in arms. Huh. Fu Bo shook his head. "My father assists you out of our fraternal bond, never intending to partake in your profits." This fellow has indeed become eloquent, a sign of progress. Xiao Fu grinned. "Moreover, your assistance has brought my family a profit of 20,000. No, over 10,000. This foolish son." Fu Haishan nearly choked in disbelief, inadvertently revealing too much. Clearly, Zhao Yao had overheard, yet he merely chuckled, dismissing the matter. Young Zhao maintained an excellent disposition. "All right, whenever you come over, consider yourself a stakeholder." The rustic youth brimmed with confidence, convinced of the enterprise's promising future. After all, he possessed the extraordinary advantage of rebirth. "I must trouble Uncle Fu. I need to sign the contract." The maintenance workshop in the irrigation district housed 5 technicians, each earning a salary of 42 yuan. Currently, the profits generated by the workshop were insufficient to cover their wages. Consequently, Xiao Zhao contracted the maintenance workshop, alleviating the financial burden of the 5 workers while also generating profits. This was a notable achievement for Fu Haishan. "No problem. Let us head to the irrigation district. I will escort you to the workshop." The 5 workers had arrived early, oblivious to their impending fate. Rumors circulated of someone wanting to take over when Fu Haishan entered with Zhao Yao. The masters were taken aback. "He is contracting the maintenance workshop?" It was no wonder they were incredulous. Xiao Zhao was far too young, still a mere child. The newly appointed Fu Haishan nodded. "Let us get acquainted." "Ah, yes. You are the son of Zhao University. What does 3 Earths mean?" Fu Haishan paused, mockingly retorting, "That character is pronounced Yao, akin to the character for rumor. You are utterly unlearned." Rocking back and forth. After all, this young lad would be the one determining their wages from now on. The masters chorused, "We have met Zhao Yao the boss." That sufficed for their acquaintance. Fu Haishan then addressed Zhao Yao. "This is entrusted to you. Anyone who disobeys shall not receive their wages. Should there be any disturbances, send for me." Regardless, Fu Haishan's declaration was quite empowering. Young Zhao expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. Safe travels." "Indeed." Fu Kachang nodded. "I will set the contract signing for New Year's Day. This is as far as I can assist you. Best of luck." Immensely grateful. Zhao Yao had not anticipated such a generous gift from Fu Haishan. By scheduling the contract signing for a month and a half later, it essentially granted him an additional month and a half. As he observed Fu Haishan departing, hands clasped behind his back, he turned to find several masters smiling at him. It was evident they regarded him as a child, hardly as a boss. The art of war states that a leader must embody wisdom, trust, benevolence, courage, and strictness. The maintenance workshop marks the new beginning for Zhao Yao, distinctly different from selling down jackets or meddling with treasury bonds. This is the inception of his career, albeit with merely 5 individuals. With a total investment of only 6,000 yuan, it represents his first foray into a tangible industry. Thus, it must be cherished and pursued with utmost diligence, even if it is merely a trial run at being a boss. Zhao Yao proclaimed, "From today onwards, you shall receive not just your wages from the irrigation district. Upon meeting production and sales targets, additional income awaits." Is that true? We've only heard of this fellow managing his own wages, and now there's extra income. The 5 workers found it hard to believe, as they simply could not fathom the possibilities. Before the young man stood 5 companions, pondering how to generate income. It is worth noting that the repair shop had been perpetually operating at a loss, and even wages in the irrigation district had begun to lag. Boss Zhao proclaimed, "If we achieve our targets, each person can earn an additional 1 yuan per day. Failing to meet the goals will result in only receiving the base salary." "What?" exclaimed Chong Hai, nearly 40, his eyes widening in disbelief. "An additional yuan on top of the base salary for achieving the targets? Is that true?" While earning 1 yuan a day may seem modest, one must consider that a month typically consists of 4 weekends, with at least 25 working days. That amounts to 25 yuan, more than half of a month's salary. For workers who have consistently received a fixed wage, this is indeed a substantial sum. Cumulatively, it totals 67 yuan, comparable to the salary of an assistant manager. Could this be possible? Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively. If I cannot achieve this, you are all free to leave. It began to feel plausible. The youngest among them, Chun Weihong, only 26, inquired, what is the target? A pertinent question indeed. Our daily expenses exceed 30 yuan. First, we must remit 6,000. Then there are taxes and additional costs. Annually, our expenses amount to around 10,000 yuan, which, in Zhao Yao's view, is already minimal. Therefore, regardless of what we undertake, our average daily turnover must exceed 250 yuan. A profit margin of 20% should be attainable. After deducting 30 yuan in expenses, we should net over 20 yuan daily. This is our bottom line. For Boss Zhao, the crucial aspect is not merely how much we earn, but rather learning to operate as a business owner. Chapter 051. What is a life of privilege? This is it. Boss Zhao asserted, as long as we surpass this threshold, each individual will receive an additional 1 yuan in performance pay daily. If we exceed the daily average by 50 yuan, each person can earn an extra yuan in performance pay. The prospect of additional earnings illuminated the eyes of the 5 workers. In theory, there was a base salary with no upper limit. The young boss appeared to be exceptionally promising. Yet, the question lingered. Was this merely hot air? Or could it truly be accomplished? Boss Zhao maintained a serious demeanor, stating, if our average daily turnover falls below 150 yuan, each person will see a deduction of 5 yuan from their monthly pay. A system of rewards and penalties? The young man before them seemed far from easily swayed. Yet, did he truly dare to impose fines? The 5 individuals exchanged glances, pondering the familiar equipment in the workshop. What shall we do, boss? What shall we undertake? The prospects of plumbing were not promising. Boss Zhao contemplated. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Let us first produce 100 ice carts, 100 pairs of ice blades, 100 ice monkeys, 100 pull carts, and 100 pairs of couplet engravings. Ice carts, ice blades, and ice monkeys are understandable. But what is the significance of couplets and engravings? In truth, during a train journey, one sought to avoid dozing off, lest one be robbed of the money concealed in their possession. How dire the circumstances! The boss agreed, 6 yuan and 40 cents. How about a few bowls of rice? It is imperative to keep track of the amount of material used, the quantity of cast iron, and the number of standard components employed, particularly in the northern regions, where heating stoves are essential. Such innovations are bound to incite a revolution. The so-called smokeless stove operates on the principles of microaerodynamics, utilizing deep well extraction or side suction. Aside from shredded potatoes, everything else is pricier than in the county. Even the ice carts, ice blades, and ice monkeys that generate immediate cash seem inconsequential in comparison. The official stance is that this specialty has also found its way into the hands of the populace. This creates an illusion of an absence of smoke. Hence it is referred to as a smoke-free stove. It feels somewhat lacking, primarily because he has grown accustomed to the consumption levels of his previous life. This craft should be the domain of carpenters. Why then must one resort to iron plates for engraving? Zhao Yao's words flowed more effortlessly. There are auspicious phrases, foreign currency, and engravings of the god of wealth and the door gods. 6 dishes for 6 yuan and 40 cents seems extraordinarily economical, does it not? Having watched similar videos in his previous life, one could easily amass considerable profits. Remarkable. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes and turned to leave, heading towards a nearby supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Yao presented the blueprint. Although we have applied for a patent, this document must be handled with care and not disseminated outside. It is essential. This blueprint was sketched by Zhao Yao during his return journey on the train. Even with market release, mass production would be unfeasible, hence he hopes to earn some quick money. A patent project? The 5 individuals were taken aback. Patented products are indeed rare in this era. In truth, such items would be out of place if sold 40 years hence, signifying a time that was ill-fated for its emergence. Each of the 5 was a heavy smoker, diligently engaged in their work, and he felt the urge to express himself. For those in the technical field, a patented product is undoubtedly worthy of exploration. Each cost must be meticulously calculated before determining the selling price. Zhao Yao found himself at a loss. Asking them to produce engravings seemed somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, the campaign against the four olds has waned, and no one has yet imposed restrictions on the burning of paper. It can be freely done. When people wish to burn paper, they simply lay banknotes atop and press them with a money stamp for imprinting. A bowl of rice costs 2 dimes, which is more affordable than in the city. Anything pricier would likely send people home to eat. They began to paint the god of wealth and door gods, even starting to depict foreign currency. It is now evident that investment yields returns, and he firmly believes that the integrated smoke-free heating stove will find a vast market. The 5 craftsmen immediately immersed themselves in the production design of the smoke-free heating stove. Having been reborn, what means do they have to earn money without resorting to plagiarism? What defines a life of privilege? This is it. Currently, there are no foreign banknotes, only blank yellow paper. Yet, it is already mid-November, and the market release for the smoke-free heating stove is all too brief. Nevertheless, Zhao Yao continued, upon completion, we shall create water jacket stoves, small boilers, and radiator sets, integrating them with iron stoves. Unexpectedly, these technicians became even more intrigued by the patent project. Little Zhao lit a cigarette and ordered a plate of spicy dried tofu, a plate of small fish sauce, a serving of sauerkraut and vermicelli stewed with pork and shredded potatoes. He then recalled that this is 1985, and 6 yuan and 40 cents equates to 4.5 days of a worker's salary. The Chinese are particularly adept at perceiving opportunities at a glance. Previously, there were 3, all of whom fell into the trap of credit, a persistent issue in rural areas. It seems that in this way, the yellow paper possesses the essence of banknotes. The thrill of appropriating creativity from 40 years in the future is exhilarating. This product is said to be designed by a first-class design institute, not to mention the personal patents. Shanghai could not help but inquire, do you really possess a patent project? 40 years hence, how much would this meal cost? Please bring 12 bowls of rice. What would be the total? Nearby, there exists a modest eatery, the sole establishment of its kind in the irrigation district. This reflects a certain cultural characteristic. After all, safeguarding rights can be quite troublesome, particularly during the production phase. When Zhao Yao uttered those remarks, the 5 individuals had already ceased to acknowledge him. If one employs others for labor, tasks must be assigned. These are the duties at hand. Zhao Yao nodded. It is a patented project. The smokeless heating and heating integrated stove will undoubtedly alter everyone's perception of cooking stoves. Young Zhao, in earnest, proclaimed, this integrated stove will significantly ameliorate the severely polluted atmosphere. Hence I have applied for a patent. Such claims are increasingly absurd. The craftsman had never engaged in this before, akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Is it truly feasible? Shanghai exhaled softly. Do you have blueprints? As the 5 commenced their endeavor with the integrated stove, Zhao Yao took it upon himself to procure paper and pen to draft couplets. Ultimately, I possess a patented project, a smokeless heating and heating integrated stove, and for each completed sample, a bonus of 10 yuan shall be awarded. However, the landscape has transformed. In the majority of urban areas across the nation, the predominant architecture consists of single-story dwellings. 8 yuan and 80 cents, is it? Subsequently, I purchased a large front door, priced at 5 yuan and 40 cents per unit. The principle behind the downward airflow creates a fluid negative pressure zone, effectively drawing away the cooking fumes. The sharp pepper and dried tofu cost 80 cents, while the small fish sauce is 1 yuan and 80 cents, and the sauerkraut noodles stewed with pork cost 3 yuan and 50 cents, with stir-fried shredded potatoes at 30 cents. Production of samples is now commencing. The reason this was not undertaken sooner was the fear of imitation and theft. In truth, there is not a shadow of a ghost above. It is merely a ruse. Yet Zhao Yao yearns to pilfer future profits and believes they will surely be embraced by all. After some contemplation, he first purchased 2 packs of Ingchun cigarettes, the premium variety at 3 yuan and 10 cents each. When Zhao Yao's stomach growled, he realized that the 5 were still engrossed in their tasks. Is it not more disheartening to have a meal for less than 10 yuan than to indulge in a bowl of spicy hot pot? Young Zhao is a person of discernment. How much for the local spirits? 1 yuan and 50 cents per 2 taels? To his surprise, the loose white liquor is indeed 1 yuan and 50 cents per 2 taels, quite exorbitant. A bottle of Insong raw liquor costs merely 1 yuan and 50 cents. What is the price by the pound? 80 cents? Then let us procure 1.5 pounds to round it off. Here is 10 yuan for you. Prepare it immediately, and I shall summon others to dine. This is indeed a dining establishment. In the company of several gentlemen, the specifics of the meal matter little. Enjoying a few drinks, boasting, and discussing women encapsulates the essence of male camaraderie. Chapter 052. Indeed, accumulating virtue and kindness brings forth blessings. Upon returning to the repair shop, a few individuals were still engrossed in their research. Distributing a box of cigarettes to each, Zhao Yao beckoned. Let us proceed to dine. I shall not orchestrate the meal. And it appears you are not particularly ravenous. Regardless of hunger, who among the workers organizes the meals? It incurs no expense. Young Zhao casually remarked, starting tomorrow, we shall establish a communal kitchen. If anyone has surplus rice, I shall purchase some, provided it is not overly expensive. As for the pricing of supply, do not harbor any illusions. However, the workers in the irrigation district possess rice paddies at home. The rice they cultivate, aside from what is surrendered as tax, leaves them with ample reserves. Purchasing their rice requires no ration tickets, and one need not worry about acquiring inferior grains. Shaojing rice is cultivated using well water, while Song rice is irrigated with water from the Songhua River. The flavor of the former is vastly different from that of Song rice. As Xiao Zhao walked, he remarked, we also have potatoes and cabbage, along with fish and meat. Today marks the auspicious beginning of our venture. Let us enjoy some wine. Indeed, the spread was abundant, with 4 dishes being quite sufficient, especially with the addition of wine. A bowl of peanuts was added, along with scallions, pickled cabbage, and heart of cabbage provided by the owner. Together with the homemade soybean paste, these constituted 6 dishes. The 5 individuals present seemed to pay little heed to the meal, engrossed instead in examining the blueprint. Likely, they were too preoccupied to savor their food, reminiscent of a scene 40 years hence, where people would be absorbed in their phones while dining. It appeared that they had finally deciphered some strategies, prompting Wang Jiangwo to lift his head. He glanced at his young boss. With our current equipment and raw materials, we can indeed produce this item. It may be time-consuming and labor-intensive. I estimate we won't complete even one in a day. That is already impressive. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. The first prototype will naturally take a bit longer. If we can produce it within 3 days, there will be a bonus. The eyes of the 5 brightened. Their young boss was quite generous. Xiao Zhao emphasized, we must strive for excellence and pursue perfection. Once we commence formal production, the assembly line will operate, and you will be chosen as team leaders, capable of mentoring apprentices. The group was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Zhao Yao would allow apprentices. However, taking on apprentices would inevitably affect efficiency, which is why private enterprises typically do not permit it. Xiao Zhao stated, apprentices must pay tuition, bring their own provisions, and supply firewood. The quality coal here cannot be used for cooking. The necessary benefits would not be lacking, but the established rules must also be upheld. Regulations must be set from the outset of entrepreneurship. Otherwise, once bad habits form, they can be troublesome. Luo Jianxi chuckled. There are indeed those eager to learn, though the authorities do not permit it. If the boss does not object, I will allow them to come. There would be no issues with provisions such as rice, oil, salt, and tea. Charging for these would also pose no problem, so rest assured. The 1980s marked the last glorious era of Northeastern workers, characterized by stable incomes and elevated status, with farmers and merchants alike feeling envious. However, as the 1990s approached, conditions changed. Business performance deteriorated, leading to bankruptcies and layoffs. Those were bleak memories. Zhao Yao nodded. Let us accept more students, who will eventually become formal employees. We guarantee to teach them thoroughly. Since this would involve tuition fees, a sense of professional ethics would be necessary for instructors. Shifeng set down his wine glass and assured, rest assured, not everyone can become an apprentice. We understand this. That is good to know. Zhao Yao pondered a realization. Operating a training school could be quite lucrative. It seemed that throughout the early years of the new century, establishing training schools remained a highly profitable industry, which excavator brand excels. It appeared that this era marked the beginning of such inquiries. Why could he not create an educational hub himself? This era was splendid, with plentiful opportunities for profitable ideas. Cheers to everyone. The more Zhao Yao thought, the happier he became. May our venture be met with great success. The 5 raised their glasses in unison, to a prosperous opening. Chen Weihong downed his drink and could not help but ask, Xiao Zhao, how long do you intend to operate this? The workers collectively fixed their gaze on their boss, for this was a matter of their futures. Concerning matters of destiny, while Xiao Zhao's financial contributions are substantial, one must ponder, does he possess a promising future? Trust me. Zhao Yao chuckled, stating that within 2 years, You shall be grateful for today. Words are of little use. Let us raise our glasses. Having served in the military, Xiao Zhao believes that actions speak louder than words. However, in order to accept apprentices, certain formalities must be observed. Given his connections in Yinsong County, navigating these bureaucratic procedures is akin to climbing a mountain. After their meal, it was past 7 o'clock, and Zhao Yao informed the group. Those who remain to keep watch will earn 1 yuan per day. Safety first. Alternatively, how about the 5 of you take turns? All 5 nodded in agreement. No problem at all. While the future of this night watch may seem daunting, the assurance of payment makes it a joyous endeavor. By taking turns, the 5 could earn an additional 6 yuan per month. Why not embrace such an opportunity? 6 yuan is considerable. It could procure 8 jin of meat or a fine cigarette. A single pack at the front gate costs just over 5 yuan. By the time Zhao Yao returned home, it was nearing 9 o'clock. Fortunately, the house was warm, yet he contemplated stepping outside. He found an open convenience store and picked up the public telephone. Are you still awake? I thought both of you had gone to bed. He tentatively dialed. On the other end, Bai Lu chuckled and chided. If we were asleep, would you not be waking our parents? It seems I must seek accommodation elsewhere. Otherwise, I would be an endless source of inconvenience. Indeed, it is quite inconvenient, as Wang Xiaoxin's parents hold considerable status. The constant influx of visitors makes it inappropriate to impose for an extended period. Zhao Yao responded with a smile. Sister Bai Lu, why not search for a place? The company will reimburse the rent. Speaking with financial clout has its advantages, and Wang Xiaoxin teased, you nouveau riche. Hurry and tell us what's the matter. We need to sleep. Such a good-natured spirit. Zhao Yao replied, I truly have a matter to discuss. I need to establish a factory and train employees, which requires some official procedures. I wonder if Sister Bai Lu and Sister Xiaoxin could lend a hand? Goodness. Wang Xiaoxin sighed. You really have a flair for drama. What kind of factory are you setting up? How many employees do you intend to train? The young woman seemed surprisingly unfazed. Zhao Yao explained. It's essentially a hardware factory, starting with about 10 trainees, though I anticipate more in the future. Xiao Zhao was uncertain about how many apprentices he could attract or how much tuition he could collect. Until the formalities were completed, charging fees would be illegal. As with production, the regulatory environment in northeast China is stringent, starkly contrasting with the lax conditions in the south. Sister Xiaoxin replied, technical training appears feasible? I will need to inquire about the policies. If all is well, I shall assist you. Really? Zhao Yao was overjoyed. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxin. You are my savior. My fairy sister. Humph. You charm her, with your flattery skills, Bai Lu remarked. Are you still the same student from back then? Bai Lu felt as if she hardly recognized Zhao Yao anymore. Wang Xiaoxin proudly declared, the deputy director of the Yinsong County Publicity Department was once my father's secretary. As long as we adhere to the policies, I can make a call on your behalf. Indeed, acts of kindness yield their rewards. And Zhao Yao believed that by rescuing the 2 women, he had garnered this fortune. Had he not aided Wang Xiaoxin, he would not possess such formidable connections. He is indeed a prominent figure in Yinsong County, capable of accomplishing anything within the county, provided he is willing to lend a hand. Zhao Yao was immensely grateful. Thank you. Sister Xiaoxin, I shall treat both of you to a meal soon. In chapter 053, that's your father, not someone else's. Go away. Wang Xiaoxin playfully reprimanded. You haven't even returned the favor for the clothes we gave you. Do you not realize how bothersome that is? Whenever we walk outside, people keep asking how much the clothes cost, and if they are for sale. Indeed, when giving gifts, one must always offer the finest. The 2 women felt profoundly indebted to Zhao Yao for his assistance. As the saying goes, one should repay kindness with kindness. Sister Xiaoxin praised, your taste is commendable. I must admit, we are even starting to believe that perhaps opening a factory wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Zhao Yao replied with a smug smile. I also think it's a splendid idea. Let us not forget that I have learned the art of design from my father. I possess a foundational appreciation for aesthetics. Over there, Bai Lu frowned, sensing that the rustic young man was taking advantage of Wang Xiaoxin. That's your father, not someone else's. However, Wang Xiaoxin paid no heed to it. Zhao Yao felt a sense of pride. Little brother may not claim to design clothing, but I can certainly make modifications. Zhao Yao was indeed being modest. In his past life, he had worked in a clothing factory as a sample maker. To put it plainly, he would dismantle new garments and replicate their designs. The rustic young man remarked, this matter requires careful consideration. As for the factory, I would greatly appreciate Sister Xiaoxin's assistance. Humph. Wang Xiaoxin huffed. What a trivial matter. Stop dawdling. You can rest assured, I will take care of it. Having strength makes a remarkable difference. Navigating those procedures was exceedingly cumbersome for Zhao Yao. In Yinsong County, it is a society built on connections and without personal networks. One must endure a long wait. Alternatively, one could pay to expedite the process. But the real question is whether one is willing to spend money and whether others are willing to accept it. Suddenly, Zhao Yao said, I am designing a product and wish to apply for a patent. I wonder if Sister Xiaoxin could assist me? Oh my! Wang Xiaoxin exclaimed, you've truly become adept. You can even design a patented product? It seems you've been quite busy. What does become adept even mean? Wang Xiaoxin's exaggerated reaction left Zhao Yao both amused and exasperated. I've been quite fulfilled. How boastful! Wang Xiaoxin retorted, once Bai Lu and I return, I will help you with those procedures. I will also take a look at your patent project. If it's viable, I will assist you in applying for the patent. A true expert. Zhao Yao rejoiced, thank you, Sister Xiaoxin. Indeed, he had yet to apply for the patent on that integrated stove. He merely wished to intimidate those 5 masters, fearing they might steal the technology and venture out on their own. In truth, Zhao Yao was overthinking. New products require new markets and promotion. Until actual benefits materialize, these individuals would never resort to theft. Just as he was about to hang up, Wang Xiaoxin suddenly said, in a while, I will have something I need your help with. What do you mean? Zhao Yao protested. What do you mean by help? The matters of you 2 sisters are my matters. And if you mention help again, I might just get annoyed. Haha, came the laughter from the other end. Are you afraid I'll make you work hard? TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Yao replied melodiously, you underestimate me, don't you? For my 2 sisters. I can carry both of you at once. What? Wang Xiaoxin was taken aback, while Bai Lu laughed and scolded. What a delightful fantasy. To aspire to become Zhu Beiji, one must first attain the rank of Marshal Tianpeng. Hee. Sister Xiaoxin is unfamiliar with the 2-person turn performance and does not know the tale of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Teacher Bai, with his down-to-earth demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. He had been playfully teased. Wang Xiaoxin, flustered and enraged, exclaimed, you little rogue. How dare you tease me? I shall have you flattened by 2 heiresses. If only one could carry 2 at once. Devoted to the task until death, one would find it worth the toil. After having teased the 2 charming ladies, classmate Zhao felt elated. Upon returning home, he intended to retire to his room for some rest. Unexpectedly, Sun Yanhong called out to him, Dayo, come here. When a stepmother summons you, it is often concerning money, and Zhao Yao was on high alert. What is it? The 3 sisters were all studying, and if the stepmother were to refrain from causing any disturbances, it would create such a harmonious family atmosphere. Sun Yanhong inquired, what have you been up to all day? What kept you busy? Why do you ask? Zhao Yao sighed in relief. I cannot simply squander time. I helped a friend establish a factory. I must earn money to provide for the family and support my sister's university education. Based on his past experiences, it was wise to speak cautiously in front of this troublesome stepmother. If he were to claim it was his factory, she might come knocking the very next day, potentially accompanied by his uncle and cousins, ready to plunder the establishment. Upon mentioning university, Sun Yanhong expressed her disdain. Does the factory even require workers? You promised to find jobs for your uncle and cousins. Precisely. Zhao Yao nodded. If they come, there will be work for them. And the factory will also accept students to teach them skills. Students will pay tuition, and once they complete their training, we will secure them employment, offering them wages as apprentices. Oh, Sun Yanhong's eyes lit up. Let us send 4 of them. Young men loafing around at home is not ideal. How much can you pay them? All about the money. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. The apprentice wage is 28 a month, and they must bring their own provisions for lunch. Such generous terms. Sun Yanhong nodded. Then let them go. Learning skills at the factory will also help them in finding partners. The constant talk of partners left Zhao Yao speechless. 40 years later, he and Wang Lihong would be pressuring their own children to find partners, resembling this very scene. No wonder it is said that one inevitably transforms into the very figure one despises. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Yao pondered. Since he was going to apply for a patent, he should not limit himself to just one design. The integrated stove he had previously sketched was the simplest. Now he aimed to create a commercial version of the integrated stove, suitable for large-scale cooking in restaurants, as well as a simple home boiler for heating and a small wood-burning boiler. These designs did not require high-pressure technology. and he was confident that once they hit the market, they would find a ready audience. In truth, Zhao Yao had not anticipated that his memory would remain so vivid after his rebirth. All the experiences from his previous life unfolded before him like frames in a film, enabling him to replicate those blueprints flawlessly. Truly, heaven had bestowed its favor upon him. He also owed gratitude to his estranged father for imparting the fundamental skills necessary for life. In his past life, he had failed to fully harness his talents, but in this life, he would not squander them. He immersed himself in drawing until the clock struck 1. The door creaked open, and Wang Lihong entered. Carrying a bowl of noodle soup. It's quite late. Have a bite to eat and rest early. You wouldn't want to wear yourself out. Especially with university on the horizon. It was unexpected to witness such tenderness from Wang Lihong. In their previous lives, these two individuals grew up together, eventually sharing 40 years of life until old age. Never had Zhao Yao witnessed such tenderness from her. At this moment, he found himself slightly flustered. Cough, cough. Zhao Yao, it's nothing, I'm not hungry. Oh, it smells delightful. I must admit, I am a bit hungry now. Observing his disjointed speech, Wang Lihong smiled, her smile enchanting. The three daughters inherited their stepmother's beauty, which likely attracted their father, a connoisseur of aesthetics, to form a new family despite the presence of three burdens. Casting a glance at his drawings, Wang Lihong could not resist inquiring, "What are you working on?" Zhao Yao took a sip of soup before replying. "These are the blueprints for a patent application. Why are you still awake at this hour? And what about the others?" There was no need to ask about the stepmother. Her life revolved solely around sleeping. The main issue was the lack of entertainment options. The radio was the only appliance in the Zhao household. Young Zhao could not afford a television yet, as all his funds were invested elsewhere. Wang Lihong blushed. "We are a bit behind. We're all studying diligently and won't let you down." Surprised by the sisters' dedication, Zhao Yao felt that all their efforts were worthwhile. The greatest fear was unreciprocated investment. Chapter 054. Why are cows flying in the sky? Zhao Yao was immensely satisfied. To change one's fate, one must first change oneself. The efforts we make today will yield rewards in the future. The youngest brother, despite being the younger sibling, emanated an aura of a big brother. Strangely, Wang Lihong was not averse to this, a notion unimaginable before. Every time they were together for more than 3 minutes, it invariably ended with Zhao Yao collapsing. "I trust you." Wang Lihong's eyes sparkled. She was determined to keep a close watch on her sisters and ensure they studied well. "That is wonderful." Young Zhao chuckled. "Since you are working so hard into the night, I will make sure to buy more meat and fish. I will also get more soy products and eggs to guarantee a nutritious supply." The youngest, Wang Lizhen, has entered her teenage years, so nutrition must keep pace. Having been a father in his past life, Zhao Yao would not skimp on food. Wang Lihong paused. "We have plenty at home. Since moving here, everyone has been eating well. There is no need to spend extravagantly. Indeed, children from impoverished backgrounds mature swiftly. The young lady before him was merely 17. What was there to save money for? The gifts from their grandfather and uncle included radishes, potatoes, cabbage, pickled vegetables, spicy stir-fried cabbage, and garlic eggplant. With little meat left, the gifts had dwindled, yet the young girl appeared quite content. "You don't need to work too hard outside. It's quite sufficient to eat whatever is available at home," she softly remarked. Zhao Yao shook his head. "Before I took charge, I paid no mind to the meager meals everyone had to endure, but now, I am the head of the family." Upon declaring himself the head of the household, young Zhao felt a surge of confidence. Speaking with conviction, he declared, "What we eat and wear is all at my discretion. By the way, have you all tried on the clothes I bought for you?" After returning home, he had been so flustered by Sun Yanhong that he hadn't even had a moment to appreciate the gifts meant for the four of them. Wang Lihong nodded repeatedly. "We've all worn them. They are wonderful. Although they are a bit too eye-catching, we were surrounded by curious students at school. How could they not be intrigued? They are all imported products." Zhao Yao purchased down jackets for his stepmother and three sisters, the same brand he chose for Wang Xiaoxin and Bai Lu. Observing the situation, he remarked seriously, "In school, one should not stand out too much, but one must never allow oneself to be looked down upon." The demeanor of the once self-centered boy had evidently transformed, and Wang Lihong could perceive this change clearly. Previously, he had lived in a world of his own, fostering a sense of disdain for himself. But now Wang Lihong found herself respecting her brother, acknowledging that he was indeed worthy of respect. Absolutely not. Who would dare? This was the Wang Lihong she recognized, exuding an aura of confidence. Zhao Yao chuckled lightly. By the way, let us think ahead. Tomorrow we shall go shoe shopping. The fit must be perfect, hence I refrained from purchasing them elsewhere. In his previous life, living off the meager allowance provided by the family, the four sisters had always dressed modestly, which had led to ridicule and a lingering sense of inferiority as they grew up. However, in this life, Zhao Yao emphasized, of course, while we dress well, we must also excel in our studies and avoid being dismissed as mere ornaments. Wang Lihong momentarily lost herself in thought, realizing that her brother was beginning to embody the qualities of a responsible man. The young woman bit her lip and replied, understood. I should rest now. I'll head back to my room. The sudden gentleness emanating from Wang Lihong caught Zhao Yao off guard, leaving him to wonder if something was amiss with her. Nevertheless, a touch of tenderness was certainly preferable to the brashness of others. Unbeknownst to him, his own transformation had instigated a ripple effect, influencing everyone around him, a true manifestation of the butterfly effect. That night, Zhao Yao tidied up and went to bed, waking up early the next morning. He first poured a bit of water into the furnace to suppress the ash, then removed all the damp residue. After placing some straw and firewood atop, he added a few chunks of premium Shuangyashan coal. This was the finest coal available, with large coal priced at 9 yuan per ton and medium coal at 12. Shuangyashan coal cost 343 yuan per ton, with shipping fees of 80 yuan for half a ton. Typically, one would purchase half a ton or even 200 kilograms of Shuangyashan coal annually for kindling, while using larger coal for bulk and high-grade coal for burning. Zhao Yao, however, indulged himself by acquiring only Shuangyashan coal. After lighting the stove and boiling a kettle of water, he rinsed 3 bowls of rice and placed them in the pot to cook. If this were an integrated stove, it would significantly reduce space and eliminate the need for a separate kettle. He then opened another pot lid to warm the pig feed, before taking a bucket outside to nourish the pigs. Returning inside, he began preparing the meal, realizing that it was too late to slaughter pigs for the new year. He aimed for May of next year instead. He sliced a piece of salted cured meat to stir fry with black cabbage and prepared shredded potatoes, deeming these 2 dishes sufficient. While he was cooking, Wang Lixia came to assist with the fire. The third sister was the most diligent, while Wang Lizhen stood shyly at the door, hesitating to speak. Zhao Yao smiled and asked, what do you need? Is there anything you cannot share with me? Wang Lizhen spoke softly. The midterm exam results have arrived, and the teacher is calling for a parent-teacher meeting. I would like you to attend. Parent-teacher meetings had not been held in a long while, and it was no wonder the younger sister was reluctant for their mother to attend, especially after the stepmother had previously attended such meetings at the secondary school. The result led to a quarrel with teacher Bai. Had it not been for Zhao Yao's intervention, the stepmother would have brought harm to Bai Lu. The Sun family, regardless of gender, is adept at fighting. The stepmother's laziness stems from being coddled by her parents and elder brother. Misled by her ex-husband, she refrains from work, as she is a beauty. However, when Sun Yanhong engages in a dispute, her beauty transforms into that of a fierce demon. Reflecting on the stepmother's embarrassing moments, Zhao Yao chuckled. How delightful. I could not ask for more. Such coyness, is it due to unsatisfactory exam results? Indeed. Wang Lizhen responded timidly. I did not perform well. Out of 76 students, I ranked 54th. The teacher remarked that even if I managed to enter junior high, my future would be bleak. Zhao Yao paused. Nonsense. Among our sisters, you are the most intelligent. It's merely that you are still adjusting after transferring schools. Lizhen is indeed the brightest, having been the only one to gain admission to university in her previous life. Living in Zhao Yao's household, she endures daily scrutiny and pressure from her brother-in-law, who also serves as her elder brother. The young lad from the Santu clan began to scrub pots. From now on, I shall tutor you. We must rely on our studies to alter our fates. Not attending university would be a lifelong regret. Let us not leave any regrets in this life. The earnest young man declared, trust me, I can elevate your grades in the shortest time possible. Zhao Yao was confident. His qualifications were more than sufficient to teach. By the end of the semester, his younger sister could place in the top 3, or even claim the top spot. Is that true? Wang Lihong, hiding in the corridor, exclaimed with bright eyes, can you tutor me as well? Zhao Yao replied earnestly, I have stated it before. The 4 of us will study together. Do not forget, I am an academic prodigy. Being your teacher is no challenge at all. Humph. Wang Lihong scoffed. Why are there cows flying in the sky? With that, the girl burst into laughter. At that moment, Zhao Yao recalled that this sister was only 2 years his senior, merely 17. Still a child, she had previously adopted a tough demeanor, likely due to her feeling inadequate as a man. She had to step up as the pillar of the family, given the lack of security that compelled Wang Lihong to take on such a role. Chapter 055. We are orphans yet. Wang Lihong, being a girl, had disguised herself as a tomboy. Moreover, she had a rather peculiar stepmother. Ultimately, she bore too much pressure, which led to her distorted personality. Giggling, Wang Lizhen beamed with joy. I believe in my brother. He will undoubtedly improve my grades rapidly. Wang Lixia nodded vigorously. I believe it too. Humph. Wang Lihong snorted. I believe it as well. The kitchen echoed with the cheerful laughter of the four sisters, a sound that seemed to mark the first in 5 years. After breakfast, Wang Lihong and Wang Lixia departed early, while Zhao Yao donned a new outfit. He went to school with Wang Lizhen at 9 o'clock. The current San primary school appeared somewhat dilapidated. The school buildings were yet to be constructed. The houses were made of red bricks and gray tiles, with mud walls. The playground was compacted earth. Wang Lizhen's teacher, surprised by the youth of the attending parents, remarked, You must be his brother, right? Where is your father? Zhao Yao sighed. We are orphans. Teacher, I can be her guardian. I have already begun to earn a living. Upon hearing this, the teacher suddenly realized that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds, not anticipating that the student was indeed an orphan. The teacher felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. I was unaware of your needs. Please do not hesitate to express them. Zhao Yao had intentionally provoked this guilt. Within the school, there existed a discrimination against the impoverished and the weak. However, those who dared to discriminate against orphans would inevitably face repercussions, especially teachers, who would never dare to show disdain for orphans, lest they suffer consequences. The teacher earnestly stated, From now on, I will pay more attention to Wang Lizhen, hoping to improve her grades before the entrance exams, so she can at least qualify for the first high school. Agreed. Zhao Yao smiled. You need not feel guilty, teacher. Guilty? Even if I were, you shouldn't voice it, should you? The child's words were indeed harsh. Yet what could one expect from a 15 or 16-year-old? The teacher had no choice but to endure it. Zhao Yao asserted seriously, My sister Lizhen is quite intelligent. She merely needs time to adjust to her new environment. Trust me, she will undoubtedly rank in the top 10 in the final exams and will surely qualify for the second high school. The teacher did not anticipate that the youth would not only speak bluntly, but also make such grand claims, which seemed overly ambitious given Wang Lizhen's dismal academic performance. Nevertheless, the teacher could not bear to dampen the boy's spirit. An orphan, indeed. Very well, let us strive together. We must persevere. As the parent-teacher meeting concluded, the teacher gently patted Wang Lizhen's hair, sighing softly, You dear child, why did you not inform me that your father is no longer here? In the future, do share any concerns with me. I shall stand up for you against anyone who dares to bully you. Zhao Yao paused momentarily. Lizhen, has someone been bothering you? If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I shall break their legs. Zhao Yao was filled with righteous indignation. After his father's disappearance in his previous life, he had always been self-absorbed, never caring for his younger sisters. In this life, he vowed to change. I will ensure they understand that only I am permitted to scold my sister. No one else shall lay a finger on her. As the elder brother, he fulfilled the innate desire of a young man to protect his family. Wang Lizhen, 2 years younger than Zhao Yao, perfectly satisfied the yearning of a boy to assume the role of an older brother. Prior to her entrance exams, she stood by Zhao Yao's side. They were not merely siblings, but also teacher and student. The bond they shared was ineffable, steeped in affection. The previously gentle youth suddenly erupted. The teacher was taken aback. Do not be foolish. I will certainly keep a close eye on classmate Lizhen. I will not allow anyone to bully her. If any orphan in my class is mistreated, it would spell the end of my teaching career. Zhao Yao instantly transformed into a harmless demeanor. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your efforts. Please rest assured, I will take responsibility for Lizhen's academic progress. She will be in your care at school. Please allow me to take my leave. Once outside, Wang Lizhen could not help but inquire, Brother, why do you say we are orphans? We have a mother, and I still have a father. Zhao Yao glared. Our father is gone. Thus, we are undoubtedly orphans, without question. Have you not heard of the term orphaned and motherless? It describes families like ours. It is indeed a formidable challenge for 3 young girls to acknowledge their father. After all, Zhao Yao's father disappeared shortly after remarrying Sun Yanhong. As for the man in prison, let us forget that irresponsible figure who is unworthy of respect from his own children. Wang Lizhen felt a moment of confusion. But my sister says, after all, he is our father. There are no parents who aren't. Huh? Zhao Yao retorted angrily. What are you talking about? What do you mean there are no parents who aren't? Filial piety is reciprocal. Every relationship is mutual. By the way, has anyone been bullying you at school? Have they been tormenting the two sisters? Wang Lizhen shook her head. At first, there were indeed some bullies. But then my elder sister nearly sent them scattering. Truly, she is quite the tough girl. At this thought, Zhao Yao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Protecting his younger sister should have been his duty as an older brother, yet it was Wang Lihong who stepped up. Since then, they have kept their distance from me and no longer dare to bully me. The second sister merely refrains from bullying others. While it is said that the eldest sister has become a formidable figure at school, Zhao Yao mumbled, I knew it. A woman who dominated him for 40 years in the last life. How could she possibly be bullied at school? If she doesn't bully others, we should be grateful. It is truly splendid that the three sisters have not faced any bullying. Zhao Yao led Wang Lizhen to the first middle school. The second middle school is a key institution in Yinsong County, while the first is a regular one. With Bailu's connections, he could only arrange for the two sisters to be together, which, in fact, was a reasonable arrangement. The academic level of the two sisters was quite challenging here. As the school day ended, the two sisters emerged together. They spotted their brothers approaching with smiles. What brings you here? Haven't you gone home? Zhao Yao nodded. We promised to buy shoes. Let's go get some for you. The three sisters had new shoes, but they did not match their attire. While this was already quite good, it was not sufficient in Zhao Yao's eyes. The four siblings arrived at the second department store, the finest in Yinsong County, offering a comprehensive selection of goods. The first floor housed groceries, candies, and electronics, while clothing, shoes, hats, and fabrics were found on the second floor. During this era, cloth shoes were quite common, especially those with felt soles that provided warmth. Of course, the most fashionable were the suede shoes. In rural areas at this time, children typically wore cotton shoes made by their mothers. However, Sun Yanhong was far too lazy. Zhao Yao had never seen her craft a single pair of shoes. Despite being a woman raised in the countryside, she was utterly inept in domestic tasks. The sisters received their shoes from their grandmother and aunt, while Zhao Yao wore his father's. As he grew taller, his father's shoes became too small, necessitating the purchase of ready-made ones. He opted for the cheapest, known as cotton water Ula rubber shoes, costing 5 yuan a pair. These cotton water Ula shoes indeed kept one warm, but they had the unfortunate drawback of causing foot sweat. Many who wore them ended up suffering from athlete's foot. Chapter 056, The Origin of Breakdancing Pilai Emotion, 34. The counter even displayed cotton leather shoes priced at 30 to 40 yuan, but they came with heels. Truly exorbitant. A cadre's monthly salary was hardly sufficient amidst such scarcity. 40 years hence, this pair of shoes would scarcely cost a few hundred yuan, merely the equivalent of a civil servant's salary for 3 to 5 days. Such leather shoes are deemed unsuitable for school, as incurring the ire of teachers could result in a humiliating walk barefoot out of the classroom. Today's educators possess a formidable authority. Should they be provoked, they may resort to physical discipline and subsequently summon the parents. Alas, the unfortunate student might even find themselves the target of a combined reprimand from both male and female teachers. In the 1980s, the status of teachers reached its zenith, only to gradually decline thereafter. It is likely that the generation who endured such corporal punishment grew up desiring to shield their children from similar fates, leading to various forms of antagonism towards educators. Zhao Yao approached the athletic shoes section. Let me have a look at those sneakers. Find a pair suitable for the three of them. The attendant, noting the sisters' elegant attire, brightened up, recognizing them as affluent individuals. Imported down jackets, indeed, make one acutely aware of the superficiality of societal judgments. Having encountered numerous individuals, the attendant discerned, we have Daqing and Huili shoes. Which do you prefer? Zhao Yao responded. Something appropriate for winter. It must be warm and then comfortable. Let us give them a try. Wang Lihong cast a glance at the price tag and tugged at Zhao Yao's sleeve, whispering, it's too expensive. A pair costs 30 or 40 yuan. We can make do with our 8 yuan cotton shoes. What are you saying? Zhao Yao shook his head. I can afford a pair of shoes, regardless of what I wear. I am just a modest man. It matters not to me. In my past life, I was bound by the constraints of my employer's expectations. In this life, I shall embrace my freedom to live authentically. However, his sisters had different standards. Girls must dress splendidly to keep undesirable boys at bay. It seemed evident to Wang Lihong that Zhao Yao was alluding to their biological father, the one incarcerated. Zhao Yao continued, "Seeing you all dressed so well, he wouldn't dare approach to greet you." The sisters were taken aback by Zhao Yao's unexpected comments, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The elder sister affirmed, "This lad is indeed hinting at our biological father." Wang Chong was sentenced to 15 years for robbery in 1977, when Wang Lihong was merely 9 years old. She was well aware of her father's true nature, though she had previously lacked a rational perspective. Influenced by both her father and mother, Wang Lihong lived a tumultuous life. The attendant chuckled, "This young man makes a valid point. We must ensure that those impoverished boys do not approach you." A pair of Dacheng shoes and 2 pairs of Huili cotton shoes cost over 100 yuan, truly an extravagant expenditure. The 3 sisters were astonished. Yet Zhao Yao spent without a second thought, executing the transaction with remarkable nonchalance. This act left the sisters utterly captivated. They had never witnessed such liberality in Zhao Yao's spending habits before. Wang Lihong could not help but remark, "You two remember. Don't mention the cost when we return home, or mother will scold us." The younger sisters nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest assured, we won't say a word." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lihong added, "Zhao Yao, you should buy a pair as well. Given your frequent outings, this pair does seem a bit unrefined." Zhao Yao shook his head. "No, precisely because I am often out and about. I need to appear somewhat less conspicuous. Otherwise, it would be perilous to attract the attention of thieves. Upon returning from Shahushi, I was indeed targeted by thieves. Had I not been vigilant, I would have lost all my money." Zhao Yao suddenly recalled the female thief, whose visage was quite fair. Regrettably, their encounter had been only half complete, leaving him in an exceedingly uncomfortable state. Bah! How shameful to even entertain thoughts of a woman. The crux of the matter, however, was that he was still quite young. Not yet having celebrated his 15th birthday, such matters were best left aside. Exiting the department store, Zhao Yao accompanied the 3 sisters to the opposite side. This was the entrance to the second light market, where numerous exits led to small eateries. It was the sisters' inaugural visit to a restaurant, and they felt somewhat anxious. Zhao Yao, on the other hand, greeted the staff with confidence. "Please prepare us some spicy shredded pork and a portion of stir-fried liver. Additionally, 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Wang Lihong abruptly grasped Zhao Yao's hand, exclaiming, "That's enough." Immediately, as if scalded, she swiftly withdrew her hand. "Tch." Zhao Yao inwardly scoffed, thinking how pretentious she was. After all, she had been the one to cause him countless tumbles throughout their childhood. Now, she was so sensitive that even the mere touch of hands felt electric. At that fleeting moment of contact, Zhao Yao's heart fluttered. It was merely a reflex. He nearly retaliated. Zhao Yao waved his hand dismissively. "Let us stick with those 2 dishes for now, and bring us 4 bowls of rice. 8 would be excessive." One must admit, the chef's culinary skills were remarkable. The 3 sisters' eyes sparkled with delight as they devoured the food. Zhao Yao beckoned again. "Please add a portion of stir-fried bean sprouts with garlic shoots." He encouraged them to take their time, insisting there was no rush, as they had ample time before afternoon classes. The sisters could sense that, when outside, Zhao Yao truly embodied the role of a family patriarch. Even Wang Lihong felt that Zhao Yao resembled an elder brother more than a younger sibling. The meal had cost a total of 5 yuan and 35 cents. With the spicy shredded pork priced at 1 yuan and 20 cents, the stir-fried liver at 1 yuan, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes at 80 cents, and the stir-fried bean sprouts at 70 cents. 3 bottles of soda cost 45 cents. The 4 of them were thoroughly satiated as they stepped outside. The brisk wind swirling around them. Clad in down jackets, they felt rather distinguished compared to those on the street in military coats and cotton-padded jackets. In Yinsong County, those wearing down jackets were a rarity. Among 30 individuals, one would scarcely find a single person dressed in such attire, and even fewer students donned them. Upon reaching the cinema's crossroads, the first middle school and the third primary school were situated nearby, one to the left and the other straight ahead. In Yinsong County, it was best to avoid directional references, as the streets were rather disorganized. The cinema played the recurring theme of pillicking with its catchy tune. The 3 girls could not resist glancing toward the theater, having previously only watched films outdoors. Since arriving in the county, they had not yet experienced a movie, especially not this infectious song. The impact of love was inescapable. The comfort of affection was irreplaceable. Indeed, feelings were the essence of his spirit. Wang Lihong instinctively hummed along. stirring something within Zhao Yao. The young lady possessed a lovely singing voice, but in her past life, she ultimately became a trivial woman. Perhaps it was he who had marred Wang Lihong's blossoming life, rather than the other way around. Had she not married him, perhaps she could have flourished in her singing career? Shoo! Zhao Yao waved his hand. Let us purchase tickets. We shall watch a movie tonight, the 7 o'clock showing, too early, and I won't make it back. It seems that the film Pinnacle ignited a fervor for breakdancing among the youth. Various competitions were held across the country, and it appears that Hong Lei embarked on his artistic journey through breakdancing. Do we really wish to watch a movie? Wang Lihong's eyes sparkled. But mother. To watch a film, one must always consider the mother. How exhausting life is for Wang Lihong. A sister is like a mother. Encountering such a peculiar mother, this young lady bears even greater burdens. Was it not also the pressure from Sun Yanhong that compelled her to act out in the military in her past life? Emotions surge forth, my heart overflowing with feelings. The power of love nurtures life. The impact of emotions is undeniable. The melody compels one to sway, resonating with the rhythm of a disco tune. It possesses such infectious energy that everyone finds themselves moving to the beat. Is it merely a film we are about to see? What a trivial matter. Zhao Yao retrieved 2 coins. Little sister, go buy the tickets. The comfort of love cannot be replaced. In truth, emotions embody my very soul. Chapter 057. Fighting is a man's affair. Wang Lihong's eyes widened. How much is a ticket? 2 coins. 50 cents. Wang Lixia tugged at her younger sister and fled. It's exorbitantly priced. How annoying. In truth, the plot of this film is rather mediocre. Yet as history shows, mediocre films can yield remarkable songs. This film features not just one song Ching, but also Please Wait For Me, Drunk With Happiness, Endless Love, and Shake 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 sung by children. From the loudspeaker emanated Shake Shake Shake. I stand at the edge of the horizon, casting loneliness towards the stars. At this moment, Wang Lihong had forgotten the youth beside her, singing along with the music. The film was released just days ago in November, and surprisingly, Wang Lihong had already mastered the song. Due to its proximity to the school, the loudspeaker only played during lunch and dinner hours. This means Wang Lihong learned it within that time frame. Truly a prodigious talent. Confronted with the helplessness of time, she could only wish for someone to care for her youthful sorrows. There were many ticket buyers, and the sisters finally squeezed inside. Observing Wang Lihong lost in the film, Zhao Yao found himself appreciating her profile. Truly beautiful. It is hard to imagine that Sun's lineage could produce a beauty like Sun Yanhong. And the union of that criminal with Sun Yanhong birthed 3 enchanting young women. The whims of fate. Zhao Yao momentarily lost his focus, failing to notice Wang Lihong's cheeks flush. The young lady was not inherently a tomboy. She too harbored poetic and picturesque sentiments of youth. Yet, with her father imprisoned and her mother remarried, Zhao Yao's perpetual icy demeanor and haughty sarcasm significantly wounded her self-esteem. Thus, a tomboy was born, using aggression to teach the proud Zhao Yao a lesson. With the rhythm of my music, sway, sway into carefree joy. Shake, shake, bringing forth boundless laughter. The 2 young ladies returned, breathless. We got the tickets. The 7 o'clock show is sold out. Is 9 o'clock acceptable? What could possibly be wrong with that? Just look at the hopeful expressions in their eyes. If I were to say no, they would be heartbroken. How could I bear to cause you sorrow? Zhao Yao smiled and said, hold on to them. Prepare dinner early tonight. I shall return to a ready meal. The 3 girls beamed with joy, as if celebrating a festival. How easily they find satisfaction. Merely to watch a film, perhaps it is the shadows of a life once lived. Too dreary to possess any vibrancy? Let us sway and dance to reclaim the exuberance of our youth, and to revive the whimsical charm of our childhood. Wang Lizhen nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, absolutely. I shall help my sister stoke the fire. Among the 3 sisters, the youngest was as indolent as their stepmother. Yet her willingness to ignite the flames revealed her fervent desire to watch the movie. Zhao Yao, with a serious countenance, asserted, we cannot emulate our mother, who lacks both the means and the time to indulge in cinema. He began to critique their mother, inciting Wang Lihong's simmering resentment. Strangely, today she felt no inclination to retaliate, perhaps swayed by his shoes, meal, and the allure of the film. Though the elder sister was reluctant to concede, she found herself disinclined to take action. She recalled Zhao Yao's captivated gaze as he admired her profile. How embarrassing. Zhao Yao clenched his fists and declared, remember, to alter our fate, we must first transform ourselves. Transform ourselves? Is it merely for the sake of watching a movie? Wang Lizhen felt a wave of confusion. Even Wang Lixiao was perplexed. They had yet to comprehend what future lay ahead. The notion of change had never crossed their minds, as no one had ever imparted such wisdom to them. Now, Zhao Yao resolutely proclaimed, "We must dedicate ourselves to our studies. We shall all strive to gain admission to university. Let us persevere together." The three sisters echoed in unison, "Let us persevere." Humph. Wang Lihong's face flushed deeper. How had she been so easily swayed? Such foolish enthusiasm for perseverance was utterly embarrassing. She resolved to make him pay for this humiliation later. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 boys approached, having come from the ticket booth, accompanied by 2 girls. One of the boys, draped in a military coat, clad in bell-bottom trousers, and sporting long hair, strutted forward, sizing up Zhao Yao with evident disdain. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he taunted, "Wang Lihong, we initially thought it somewhat disgraceful for boys to strike girls. But now that your brother is here, it wouldn't be considered bullying, would it?" Although Wang Lihong was 2 years older than Zhao Yao, she stood a good deal shorter, making her appear more like a younger sister beside her brother. Bullying? Zhao Yao glanced at Wang Lihong, inquiring, "What is the situation here?" Wang Lixia, gritting her teeth, replied, "They are seeking revenge for the beating I received from our elder sister, and now they have enlisted the help of these delinquents. You need not concern yourself. My sister and I can handle this." Both sisters were champions in their age group for wrestling, and it was hard to imagine their prowess based solely on appearances. These 2 petite girls possessed the fighting spirit akin to Chun-Li from Street Fighter. But now, Zhao Yao slowly removed his down jacket, asserting, "Fighting is a man's affair. Though you 2 are formidable, I wish to convey that I am not weak either." For the first time, the sisters beheld Zhao Yao adopting a nonchalant demeanor, albeit rather slender, seemingly no more robust than the nearby concrete utility pole. The 8 youths erupted in laughter. If the wind were any stronger, it could very well blow you away. Indeed, he appeared exceedingly frail, especially amidst a sea of thick winter coats, rendering him almost invisible, as if he could be swept away by a mere gust. Huh, that slick-haired fellow is merely posturing before his peers. Let us take him down a notch. Among these ruffians, 5 boasted broad shoulders and robust builds. A group of individuals, each with a cigarette perched upon their lips and sporting facial hair, clearly do not belong to the ranks of students. 2 of them, burdened with backpacks, appear to have been on the receiving end of Wang Lihong's wrath. Among them stands one who, despite his seemingly inconspicuous appearance, has caught Zhao Yao's vigilant gaze. An unsettling aura surrounds him. Is he a veteran or a recent release from incarceration? Zhao Yao is not attempting to forge a bond, but rather seeks to understand his opponent to avoid engaging in an unprepared battle. The man, running a hand over his buzz cut, acknowledges Zhao Yao's keen observation without uttering a word about his past, whether as a soldier or a prison inmate. In this era, buzz cuts are hardly fashionable unless one is a discharged soldier or a parolee. A few delinquent youths begin to jeer, "You little brat. Do you even know who you're talking to?" The infamous Chun Urge, also known as the Fool. Is he truly a fool? Zhao Yao's alertness sharpens. Chun Urge? Shouldn't you be serving time in prison? The term fool when applied to Chun Urge is not an insult, but a title of respect within the underworld. In northeast China, those labeled as fools or madmen, especially the reckless youths, are undoubtedly formidable characters, known for their unrestrained violence. They charge forward heedlessly, caring little for the consequences. Those with even a modicum of sense would refrain from such reckless behavior. A burly figure points a finger at Zhao Yao, demanding, "What are you saying? Looking for death? Are you? I'll grant you that." This evokes memories of a past life, where the escaped Chun Urge had ambushed and robbed farmers of their grain. During that encounter, Sun Run, alone on his way home, was stabbed by Chun Urge. Had it not been for Sun Ren's formidable skills and resilience, he might very well have perished on the spot. The aftermath was evident. Sun Run, severely injured, could no longer perform strenuous labor. Hence, Zhao Yao recognized him, never anticipating an encounter in this setting. "Grant me what?" Zhao Yao retorted with a sneer. "You lot are nothing but worthless scum. He is destined to rot in prison." The expression on Chun Urge's face shifted dramatically, a flicker of menace igniting in his eyes. In a chilling tone, he declared, "You seek death. What are you waiting for? Strike him down." While others might view violence as a means of release, Chun Urge's demeanor radiated a bone-chilling intent, laced with murderous intent. Zhao Yao turned to Wang Lihong, urging, "Call the police." A glimmer of disdain flashed in Wang Lihong's eyes. There's no need. I can handle this myself. I can't afford to lose face. In the eyes of the Sun family, calling the authorities after a brawl is akin to seeking parental intervention, utterly humiliating. The Sun family is sufficiently powerful, including the formidable Sun Yanhong. What are you thinking? Zhao Yao admonished. Listen to me and call the police. He is a fugitive. I saw the wanted poster at the police station. Is that true? The three sisters were momentarily taken aback. But Wang Lixia's quick reflexes kicked in as she grabbed her younger sister and fled. Wang Lihong took a couple of steps before pausing. I'll keep an eye on him for you. If it gets out of hand, I'll step in. The fierce spirit of the woman resurfaced, just as it had in their previous life. Despite often bullying Zhao Yao at home, no one dared to cross him in public, for she would fiercely protect him. Feeling a warm surge of gratitude, Zhao Yao realized that, regardless of circumstances, his sister was truly his staunch defender. The boys across from them chuckled. This won't do. Relying on a woman for courage? Are you even a man? Exactly. Another individual boasted. What a disgrace to the gentlemen, my brothers. First, let us take down this weakling. The one with an open shirt remarked. Later, we shall have our fun with this woman. That tigress is truly a sight to behold. The assailant, expecting an easy target in Zhao Yao, was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of his counterattack. Seizing the young man's wrist with one hand, Zhao stepped forward, positioning his right foot between his opponent's legs. In a swift motion, he executed a lightning-fast turn, violently throwing the open-shirt fellow to the ground. Oof! The impact was so severe that it nearly knocked the breath out of him. The fallen adversary lay there, bewildered, entirely unaware of how he ended up on the ground. Not to mention any memories or lethal skills from his past life. Even in this life, the training from his uncle and cousins paled in comparison to Zhao Yao's prowess. As one youth, just downed, another lunged forward without hesitation, only to be met with a brutal kick to the chest from Zhao Yao. The force of the blow caused him to double over, clutching his chest. In an instant, Zhao followed up with a soaring kick that connected squarely with the young man's forehead, sending him crashing backward to the ground with a thud. The sound of his head hitting the snow-covered ground echoed. Had he landed on the pavement, it would certainly have been fatal. Zhao Yao, showing restraint, had aimed for the forehead rather than the jaw. A kick to the latter would have surely left the boy either dead or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, two had already fallen. A third young man, brandishing a stick, emerged from nowhere and swung it menacingly at Zhao Yao's head. How brazen to bring a weapon to a fight against a woman. Zhao Yao deftly dodged, causing the opponent's elbow to rest on his shoulder, rendering the stick harmless. In that moment, Zhao's elbow struck with tremendous force against the adversary's ribs, nearly shattering them. The young man let out a pained howl, dropping his weapon and losing all fighting spirit. Zhao then delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. It was only then that the wooden stick fell to the earth, which Zhao Yao promptly seized. With the third assailant down, everyone except for Chen, the fool, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the three men wailing on the ground. They were astonished by Zhao's unexpected might, and behind him, Wang Lihong was equally taken aback. In the past, when training with Zhao Yao in wrestling, she had never realized he possessed such fighting capabilities. Had he been concealing his true prowess all along? The young lady felt a surge of excitement. Girls who train in wrestling often harbor a chivalrous spirit, idolizing martial arts masters. Previously, Zhao Yao had seemed too effete, earning her disdain. But today he appeared transformed. Chen, the fool, bellowed, fools. Let us all attack together. The three young men charged at Zhao Yao simultaneously, who wielded the stick with skill. Their wooden and iron clubs clashed against his, creating a fierce contest of strength. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Yao's might surpass that of his adversaries. Struck by Zhao Yao's powerful blow, his hands went numb as three iron rods clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, Zhao Yao executed a swift side kick, sending the assailant on his right crashing to the ground. He then stepped forward, forcefully stomping down on the opponent's waist. But at the last moment, he restrained his strength. Otherwise, that kick would have caused considerable trouble. The second assailant aimed a strike at Zhao Yao's temple. But Zhao Yao retaliated with the rod, forcefully plunging it into the man's chest, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Fortunately, the thick cotton jacket he wore absorbed the blow. Otherwise, the rod could have pierced through. Even so, the impact nearly made him retch. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yao's rod surged upward like lightning, striking the youth's head with a resounding crack. Blood splattered as the boy's eye was split open, nearly blinding him in one eye. Zhao Yao himself was taken aback. Goodness. Just reborn, with a plethora of joyous life awaiting him, young Zhao certainly did not wish to spend his days behind bars. The third assailant lunged at Zhao Yao's side, landing a kick on the back of the young man's trousers, causing him to stagger. Zhao Yao instinctively leaped to the right, swinging the rod backward. The blow landed squarely on the man's face, resulting in a bloody nose and the loss of 3 front teeth. Only 2 adversaries remained, one of whom was Chun Heir, whom Zhao Yao regarded as a formidable foe. Surprisingly, he possessed agricultural skills. A tuft of hair on Chun Heir's face trembled. You are seeking your own demise. Initially, he had considered sparing Zhao Yao's life, but now he was resolute in not letting him go. Before he could finish speaking, he took a few cautious steps forward, arms hanging at his sides. Beside him, Wang Lihong gasped, "Be careful, Yao. He has 2 daggers, armed with deadly weapons." Without hesitation, Zhao Yao bent down to pick up the 2 iron rods from the ground. He was not one to underestimate the situation. "Come on, let us see whether your shortness brings you peril or my length grants me strength." Before he could finish, the man unexpectedly turned and fled. What was going on? "Wait," Zhao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. "Where are you running off to? We were just about to engage in a 300-round duel." At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. "Drop the weapons. Hands on your head, squat down." Ah, so it was the officer. Zhao Yao hastily discarded the 2 iron rods. No wonder the fool fled. They were merely defending ourselves. These thugs were bullying a girl, and he had simply shouted in protest and come to her aid. Suddenly, he realized that this fellow was rather talkative. He had never encountered a suspect so loquacious. Typically, individuals faced with authority would either tremble in fear or flee in terror. Yet this one continued to chatter. The weapons were brought by them, and I suspect that the one who ran is a fugitive with a murder charge. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the officer replied coldly, "Silence. You all come with me to the station." Chapter 59. What is this? Are you counterfeiting money? Inside the station? He had no time for that. He still wanted to watch a movie tonight. Suddenly, Zhao Yao recalled, "I am Zhao Yao. 2 months ago, I assisted the police in apprehending 2 fugitives. It happened in the family district of the broadcasting station. Here is my student ID. Zhao Yao?" The police officer paused for a moment, glanced at the student ID, and suddenly broke into a smile. He clapped Zhao Yao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's you. What a coincidence. I've heard you are to be recognized as a courageous youth. Is that true?" Zhao Yao responded, taken aback. "No one has informed me." The officer chuckled. "It's likely to be announced soon." "Oh dear, it's you lot again. You know, it's one thing to neglect your studies, but to get expelled from school and still come back to cause trouble? Come on, follow me." It seems that regardless of the time, one must always strive to do good deeds. With the label of a courageous youth, the 2 police officers let Zhao Yao go, taking the others directly to the police station. After spending half the day busy at home, Zhao Yao hurriedly rode his bicycle toward his small factory. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. What should have been a group of 5 had now swelled to 14 or 15. Among them were Wang Lihong's 2 uncles and 4 cousins, Run, Yi, Zhong, and Xiao. Yet, only 5 craftsmen were actively working, while the others stood by, watching in silence. As Zhao Yao entered, the craftsmen quickly paused their tasks. "The boss has arrived." "Greetings, boss." The apprentices also chimed in, "Hello, boss." The 2 uncles appeared somewhat awkward, opening their mouths, but ultimately failing to utter a word. The voice of the cousins was almost a whisper, resembling the sound of a mewing cat, while the 2 younger cousins greeted him warmly. "Hello, boss." In that moment, one might wonder if the uncles and cousins felt any regret. Had they chosen to invest alongside Zhao Yao, they too could have been bosses rather than mere apprentices. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Zhao Yao nodded. "It's great to see everyone here. Allow me to explain the rules. The tuition is 50 yuan, with a term of 1 year, and after completion, you will have the opportunity to stay on here." The notion of having to pay for tuition cast a shadow over the faces of his uncles and cousins. In their eyes, Zhao Yao was still that little boy, sniffling and weeping, whom they had once bullied. Now, he was demanding payment from them. The eldest uncle hesitated for a moment. "We're too old to learn anything new. We wouldn't be able to grasp it anyway. Is there any work we can do that doesn't require spending money?" Haha. Zhao Yao smiled. "Indeed. You can work here as temporary laborers and earn a wage." His uncles and cousins lacked experience in factory work and were perplexed by many things. Zhao Yao patiently explained, Second uncle, I believe you have other skills. Come here and take a look. Wrap this wood around the roller and help me create a woodblock printing press. A printing press? Sun Hongbing furrowed his brow. How would I know how to make such a thing? Zhao Yao laughed. It's quite simple. Just press the woodblock onto the roller, and it becomes a printing press. Second uncle was a carpenter by trade, and in this era, carpenters had true craftsmanship. Carving dragons and phoenixes was no challenge for him, let alone a mere woodblock. To him, it was just a matter of creating something intricate, like a god of wealth or a guardian spirit. However, when he caught sight of the foreign currency, he was stunned. What is this? Are you trying to make counterfeit money? Oh dear. Zhao Yao chuckled. Second uncle knows about counterfeit bills. But this is not counterfeit. It's the currency used in the underworld. Look here. It states, Bank of the Underworld rather than People's Bank. There is quite a difference. Moreover, consider this. The highest denomination of banknotes is merely 10 yuan, and I do not even possess that. The smallest denomination is 50 yuan, escalating to 100, 1,000, 10,000, and even up to 1,000,000. If these are deemed counterfeit, to whom could they possibly be spent? In truth, Zhao Yao contemplated visiting a printing factory to produce such currency. However, when he arrived, he found that they paid him no heed whatsoever. In 1985, local state-owned enterprises were thriving, and resources were scarce throughout the nation. Consequently, businesses across various regions operated at full capacity. Indeed, even subpar products could find buyers. Only establishments like repair shops, devoid of any merchandise, faced decline. Eventually, the notion of Yangliuking New Year paintings sparked an epiphany in young Zhao. Relying on others was futile. If assistance was not forthcoming, he would toil to provide for himself. His second uncle let out a sigh of relief, saying, This poses no issue, although we require poplar wood, which we have at home. As he spoke, he gestured with 3 fingers, a universally recognized sign indicating the need for money. Zhao Yao smiled and inquired, How much for your poplar wood? I will purchase as much as necessary. Of course, we cannot limit ourselves to a single set of printing plates. Given the extensive use and consumption, we shall produce over 5 sets. Engraving and printing is, after all, a time-honored technique, having been passed down for millennia. A few years prior, young Zhao had even taken it upon himself to carve military insignias, utilizing illustrations from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms affixed to old tire rubber. He fashioned carving tools from steel saw blades to meticulously create each military stamp, later using ink or even fountain pen ink to imprint them onto paper or skin. Perhaps this was the inception of tattooing in its earliest form. The satisfaction of imprinting on one's hand was immense. The principles of more complex engraving remain the same. They are fashioned into cylindrical shapes for ease and speed during printing. His second uncle rubbed his nose and remarked, Your design requires multiple colors, necessitating color registration, meaning multiple print runs. Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, indeed, color registration is essential. Examining the blueprints, his uncle furrowed his brow, stating, According to the colors you've indicated, at least 6 will be required. Do not shy away from the complexity, Zhao Yao urged, nodding eagerly. The final printed product must be vibrant. What vibrancy? Isn't that a bit excessive? His uncle replied candidly, admitting that this aesthetic did not align with his taste as an old carpenter. The furniture crafted today employs branding irons to etch designs onto solid wood, and merely varying the heat intensity can create a profound 3-dimensional effect. That is true craftsmanship. What lies before them relies heavily on flamboyant colors, appearing gaudy in comparison. His second uncle grimaced slightly. Essentially, a single set will require 30 plates. Collectively, that amounts to a considerable amount of wood. Isn't it merely money? Zhao Yao responded. How much will it cost? Your efforts here yield a wage well above that of an apprentice. My cousins also incur training fees. After all, they are utilizing resources here. His 2 uncles and several cousins rolled their eyes in exasperation. You are solely fixated on money. Zhao Yao chuckled. It is not impossible to proceed without payment. Or perhaps you could assist me for free. How about the factory provides meals, drinks, and cigarettes? His words elicited irritation among the group, as they were there to earn, not merely to lend a hand. Indeed, would it be acceptable for me to exchange my coal for your poplar wood? Did you not mention that you do not recognize money? It is not that Zhao Yao disregards kinship. Rather, in Insong County, aside from that woman and her 4 offspring, the individuals before us are the ones he holds dearest. Nevertheless, it is imperative to establish rules in advance. Without such regulations, Having relatives in the factory could lead to endless complications. Sun Hongbing chuckled awkwardly and shook his head, saying, "We're all family here. What does money matter?" The poplar was also purchased with money. Initially, I intended to craft small stools for sale, which could have yielded considerable profit. Chapter 060. Who dares to move if the head of the household does not hold the rice bowl? This is not a mere fabrication. Every year during the agricultural off-season, my uncle engages in carpentry to earn money. However, working as a carpenter is inconsistent. One may hardly earn anything substantial in a month. Yet, discussing this is merely a means of seeking a favor. My uncle said, "If you wish, I can transfer it to you. Just give me 100 yuan for the wood, and I will have your brothers deliver it." 100 yuan? Chang Hai spluttered. "How much wood can that buy?" 100 yuan could fill a large truck, couldn't it? "My family has both poplar and pine," I remarked, "but I believe birchwood is the best for carving." "Oh." Sun Hongbing was taken aback, not anticipating such a revelation. As a carpenter, it is quite normal to have timber at home. Yet many acquire it through less than legitimate means. Although that wood may have aged, timber without proper documentation is still sold discreetly. If someone were to report it, those materials could indeed lead to imprisonment. Unexpectedly, Master Chang also wished to sell. "We have old birch wood, totaling over 3 cubic meters. If you want it, have someone bring it over. 50 yuan will suffice." This price is indeed a tearful clearance, considering that acquiring timber nowadays is quite challenging. One must apply for logging permits from the authorities before purchasing raw wood. Otherwise, indiscriminate logging could lead to legal repercussions. However, old timber is not regulated. And while there are few in the countryside with such resources, they do exist. Sun Hongbing's expression changed dramatically. "What business is it of yours regarding matters between us? He is my nephew, not a stranger. Is this really about money between us?" In truth, it is precisely about money, yet it is always cloaked in pretense. Little boss Zhao Yao found amusement in the unfolding drama, albeit my uncle's acting left much to be desired. It is a blend of emotion and finance. If he gives me more money, that is his choice. It is an act of filial piety towards my uncle. What does it matter if I give you money? The double standard is glaring. Zhao Yao chuckled. "Uncle, I too believe that birchwood is superior for carving compared to poplar." Sun Hongbing grew agitated. "What are you saying? Poplar is a second-rate timber. Have you not heard that stripped poplar surpasses aged yellow elm? Is 100 yuan really worth such a fuss?" Zhao Yao silently scoffed. He truly found this intolerable. He, being well-fed, does not grasp the hunger of the underprivileged. 100 yuan is undoubtedly a substantial sum in this era. It equates to the salary of a mid-level official for a month and a half, which would be over 5,000 in 40 years' time. Uncle Sun snorted disdainfully. "I can't believe you once worked with me as a carpenter. Enough of this. 80 yuan. You brothers hurry and bring it all over." Chang Hai, with a knowing glance at Sun Hongbing, signaled that he understood. It became clear that old Chang was assisting him in negotiating a lower price. It seemed he had discerned that my uncle's asking price was excessively high, thus employing this tactic deliberately. However, acquiring timber has become quite cumbersome. And post the catastrophic fire of 87, it has grown increasingly complicated. Zhao Yao chuckled lightly. "Let us proceed. After all, we are not strangers. My apologies, Master Chang. In the future, when I furnish my home, I shall rely on your birch wood, so please set some aside for me." "That is settled," Master Chang replied, nodding repeatedly. "Whenever you require it, I shall deliver it to your home, no matter the distance, regardless of the availability of birch wood." The attitude displayed by the employees exemplifies their dedication to their employer. Master Chang gestured toward the young workers. "Do you think these youngsters are capable? If so, let them commence work today." Zhao Yao nodded resolutely. "They must be capable. My uncle oversees the kitchen in the village. Please take care of lunch and dinner here. A hearty meal is essential for labor. It is not in my nature to quibble over a meal or two." They brought along grains, vegetables, and firewood, determined to ensure everyone was well fed. Each meal must consist of 4 dishes, with at least one containing meat. Uncle Sun paused. 4 dishes per meal seems excessive. Doesn't he it? What kind of living standards are we accustomed to? At home, we manage with 2 dishes and a soup. Uncle Sun remained considerate of his nephew, despite their lack of blood relation. Zhao Yao shook his head. "I do not wish to calculate expenses when it comes to food. I hope everyone will work here with dedication. The benefits and wages I offer are substantial. Should anyone lack commitment, I kindly ask them to depart. We must draft a set of regulations. Even a small enterprise can be well structured. Initially, The intention was to make quick profits. But it is now evident that a long-term strategy is required. Young boss Zhao Yao stated earnestly, every screw incurs a cost. Even a handful of firewood represents an expense. I hope everyone regards this place as their home and conserves its resources. Let us cherish one another. His uncle and cousins exchanged peculiar glances at Zhao Yao. The young lad indeed displayed a certain charm, resembling a miniature entrepreneur. Treasure this employment in this factory. Let us commence work, following the instructions of the 5 masters, including the carpenter. Remember, learning a craft requires diligence. After all, you have paid for your education. Do not let your investment go to waste. Understood, boss. The young workers chorused, recognizing that mastering a skill could enable them to traverse the world. The long winter months would otherwise be spent idly at home. But here it was different. Although they paid to learn, this was the foundation for earning a wage. Zhao Yao turned to Master Chong. From today onward, you shall be our factory manager. Our current production task is to create several roller printing machines. I entrust this to you all. Master Chang's muscles tensed with determination. Rest assured, boss, we shall complete the task with quality and efficiency. With everything arranged, Zhao Yao rode his bicycle home. Night had fallen, and snowflakes danced in the air. The village lights flickered along the roadside, yet they were sparse, lacking the vibrancy of the illuminated villages 40 years hence. Presently, rural areas suffer from inadequate electricity supply, not to mention the high prices. The unified urban-rural electricity rate stands at 168 yuan per kilowatt-hour, which is 3 cents more expensive than rationed flour. This implies that the common folks' lighting consumes a portion of their daily sustenance, such as noodles, steamed buns, and oil cakes. Moreover, this standardized pricing does not account for the additional costs of line losses in electricity distribution. Often, the losses incurred from the power lines are more costly than the electricity bill itself. In remote villages, these losses are even more pronounced, forcing one to endure in order to illuminate their homes. Upon returning home, it was already past 7, almost 8, and his mother was surprisingly waiting for him to dine. Upon seeing her brother enter, Wang Li's hen, who had been studying by the heated bed, jumped up with eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "Brother, you are back. I am starving." "Humph. If you're so hungry, why don't you hurry and get the bowls and chopsticks?" Wang Li Hong, who was also studying, retorted, "You're all lazy. Why haven't you starved to death?" In the presence of her elder sister, the little girl dared not retaliate. The older sister had a quick temper and would resort to physicality at the slightest provocation. The younger sister hastily gathered the books from the heated table and obediently set the dishes on the table alongside her 2 sisters. The table was quite old, with seams that had begun to separate. A warmth enveloped Zhao Yao's heart as he smiled and said, "From now on, you needn't wait for me to eat. After all, you sisters have evening classes to attend. My schedule is unpredictable, and I cannot guarantee when I will return." When their father was alive, everyone would wait for him to sit at the table before they could eat. Unexpectedly, his stepmother had perpetuated this tradition, making herself the one to wait upon. Sun Yanhong shook her head, saying, "Didn't you declare yourself the head of the household? Who would dare to eat before the head has served the meal?" Despite her laziness and gluttony, the rules she brought from her family were quite significant. The room was warm, the heated bed slightly too hot, truly warming the heart. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yao found himself rather fond of this feeling. The stepmother lifted her eyelids, served Yao some rice. "By the way, are you all going to watch a movie?" Traders, Wang Li Hong and Wang Li Xia simultaneously turned their gaze towards Wang Li's hen. The little sister, startled by their looks, shrank back. "I was just saying that I wanted Mom to fry some seeds to enjoy while watching the movie." Zhao Yao chuckled. Watching a movie is hardly a heinous crime. Eating seeds in the cinema is inconvenient due to the shells. Once we enter the city, we ought to maintain a certain level of decorum. But we can certainly prepare some popcorn. Transitioning from the irrigation area to the urban district, many things require adaptation. While watching an outdoor movie in the village, one could casually snack on seeds without any care. However, the cinema was a different matter. Soybeans should be avoided, as they could cause quite a ruckus. And one might even be ejected. All 3 sisters found his remarks amusing, though Sun Yanhong felt slightly uncomfortable. "But we only bought 4 tickets, right?" Suddenly, Zhao Yao realized his mistake. "It's too inconvenient to go out at night. You should go see it during the day tomorrow." That was more reasonable. And Sun Yanhong's expression softened a bit. "Forget the movie tickets. Just use that money to buy me a pack of cigarettes." Having grown accustomed to these rolled cigarettes, She feared she would find it difficult to adjust back to traditional ones. Zhao Yao laughed and casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Here, enjoy. Is this Weichun brand, not the ginseng in the yellow box? The quality has really dropped. Sun Yanhong grimaced. What is this poor cigarette? Oh well, I'll make do with it. The restrictions imposed by not being biologically related were evident, even in smoking. As Zhao Yao continued to remain oblivious to her grievances, he chose to ignore her petty complaints. If one were to bicker with a stepmother, they might as well abandon all aspirations, for harboring resentment would only lead to despair. Wang Lixiao was discontent. Mother, what are you saying? 3 boxes of yellow ginseng cost over 4 yuan each. That's more than 100 yuan a month. What family can afford that? The revelation shocked them all, even Wang Lihong. 100 yuan is what was spent on festive goods last spring festival, and it was less than that. The younger sister remarked, moreover, when uncle comes, you give him all your cigarettes. My brother isn't a banker. With a swift motion, Sun Yanhong brought the broom down onto the Kong, startling the younger sister. Shut your mouth. I've only raised a few ingrates. No one cares for me. People respect you. Yet dogs bark at the ugly. Now that your brother is earning money, you side with him, abandoning your own mother. The drama unfolded yet again. It was truly incomprehensible. Why stir trouble when life is good? Is it menopause? Surely it cannot be so premature, for she is not yet 40. Zhao Yao offered Wang Lixiao a piece of fried dough. As long as it wasn't Zhao Yao cooking, the dishes lacked meat, only a hint of fat. A bit of fried dough in that fat was deemed a culinary delight. Observing her foster son openly favoring the second daughter, Sun Yanhong's anger intensified. With a stern visage, she inquired, Zhao Yao, I heard from the old maid. What is this? Are you not allowing her to acknowledge her father? Regardless of the circumstances. He is her biological father, and he will return soon. I must go visit him. With a crash, Zhao Yao slammed his chopsticks on the table. Can you cease this nonsense? Go see him. What kind of man is he? You want to visit him? The stepmother was utterly unprepared for her foster son's sudden outburst, leaving her speechless. Xiao Zhao scoffed. Indeed, he fathered these 3 daughters. But how long did he actually raise them? To be frank, that man named Wang is hardly worth a glance from me. He is not a man, not just because he is imprisoned, but because in the countryside, he indulged in gambling and debauchery. If it weren't for my grandfather's intervention, he would have sold his 3 daughters. These are tales I heard from my grandparents. Even more revolting is that upon his release, he incessantly begged his 3 daughters for money. A grown man, doing nothing but causing endless distress until he was met with a fatal accident.
They say he was involved in a staged accident. Would the 3 of them dare call him father? Does he have the face for it?
Wang Lihong glared at Zhao Yao, though her resolve was somewhat lacking. She refrained from assaulting him, a notion once unfathomable. The eldest daughter did not defend herself, causing Sun Yanhong to sense a waning strength in the atmosphere. Hesitantly, she said, What are you talking about? Your father is gone. It doesn't change the fact that they have a father. Regardless, they bear the Wang surname. He is old Wang's offspring, not from the Zhao family. Huh? Zhao Yao retorted with a cold laugh. Does he even deserve to be called father? Do you have any idea how much trouble this man will bring upon them? When it comes time for exams, they will face scrutiny. Many schools will not allow them to enroll. Even my own education will be affected. And you still wish to visit him? The 3 sisters remained oblivious to the impending repercussions on their academic futures. Hearing Zhao Yao's words, the 3 sisters were momentarily bewildered. Their impressions of their father were limited to his incessant shouting and scolding. Unable to confront their mother, he often vented his frustrations on the 3 siblings. And scars still marked Wang Lixian's body. The young man grew increasingly agitated. Bring him back to eat his words? I declare this. This house is mine. Our family bears the Zhao name, not the Wang clan. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should leave this household. The room fell silent. The 4 women stunned by Zhao Yao's assertiveness, which bordered on tyranny. Even more perplexing was the eldest sister's demeanor. In the past, Wang Lihong would have rushed to defend their mother. However, today she remained silent. Not out of fear of Zhao Yao's earlier display of strength. Fear was a word absent from her vocabulary, but because she suddenly recognized that Zhao Yao was considering the family's welfare. He was advocating for his sisters, and his words held merit. It was their mother who seemed to be acting irrationally. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Yao stood up. Let us go watch a movie. It's almost time. The 3 sisters quickly tidied the table and donned their coats. Just before they exited, Zhao Yao asked, Wang Lihong, have you ever thought about applying to an art school? What? Wang Lihong was taken aback. Apply to an art school? I don't know anything. Is it too late to learn now? The adopted son conversed with the eldest daughter as if it were the most natural thing in the world, inciting a simmering resentment in Sun Yanhong. The girl reaching outward was not a mistake. She was already leaning towards outsiders. Zhao Yao, now clad in a down jacket, replied, "If you want to learn, it is never too late. Our father left behind a substantial legacy, including instruments and sheet music. Most importantly, he left me behind. I can teach you music." Crucially, art students apparently faced less stringent political scrutiny, so they wouldn't necessarily be disqualified due to their father's past. Moreover, the cultural requirements for art schools were lower, presenting a genuine opportunity. Thus, Zhao Yao encouraged her, "With your talent, you could apply to the music department and potentially become a music teacher or even a singer. Please give it serious thought." Today, Wang Lihong did not join her mother in her folly, allowing Zhao Yao to perceive her potential. She was far from being the mindless troublemaker. Biting her lip, Wang Lihong hesitated. "Can I really do it?" Chapter 062. The ceiling of life is only this high. Zhao Yao replied earnestly, "You absolutely can. Among us 4 sisters, you possess the greatest artistic talent, while Liz Hen excels in academics." With memories of a past life, Zhao Yao was determined to prevent a tragic repetition. Their previous existence had been fraught with suffering. He was resolved to seize this opportunity to alter his sister's destinies. Whether Li Xiao wanted to pursue something depended on her future direction, but it was imperative that they establish goals. Having aspirations and pursuits was vital, provided one did not merely rely on wishes. In their former life, the youngest sister had succumbed to laziness, and despite Zhao Yao's rigorous education that led her to university, her post-graduation life remained bleak. Thus, a complete transformation was essential. The eldest sister must prepare for high school entrance exams in the upcoming semester. If she lacked a goal now, it would indeed be too late, for she had to gain admission to the best high school. Zhao Yao could distinctly see Wang Lihong's previously muddled gaze brighten, igniting a flame of ambition within her. "This is a flicker of hope, a blaze of desire. I want to give it a try." One can only imagine the effort Wang Lihong exerted to finally utter these 4 words. "Done." Zhao Yao snapped his fingers, reassuring her, "Sister, rest assured. With me by your side, your future will be radiant. The only condition is that you must work diligently. On the day you achieve fame, your entire family will rely on you." "Is that true?" Wang Lihong felt incredulous, astonished that Zhao Yao held such high expectations for her. The young woman bit her lip and softly declared, "If I truly make money, I will repay you 100-fold for the expenses." "What are you saying?" Zhao Yao paused momentarily. "Don't ever utter such words again. We may not share blood ties, but we are siblings." Their father was nowhere to be found, and the 3 sisters were the closest to him. In this lifetime, Zhao Yao was no longer the little boy living in his own world from a past life. From the day their parents united, this bond would never waver. Siblings. Due to Sun Yanhong's influence, the 3 sisters always felt a certain distance from Zhao Yao. Even after his marriage to Wang Lihong, their relationship remained somewhat awkward. This was not what Zhao Yao desired. "You two remember this. We are siblings. The closest people in this world. The closest." The eyes of his 2 younger sisters sparkled. Who wouldn't he wish for a brother who could shield them from life's storms? This bond was unchangeable. What are we waiting for? If we don't leave soon, the movie will begin. Once outside, Zhao Yao led the 3 sisters into a small shop. They purchased 4 bottles of soda, a few large pieces of bubble gum, and a bag of soy milk biscuits, popping candy, and Kangle nuts. After a moment's thought, they also bought some mint candies. Wang Lihong softly remarked, "That's enough. It's too extravagant." "Hey," Zhao Yao shook his head. "In the future, when we're busy with studies, it won't be easy to go out, so let's enjoy ourselves. Joy is paramount." The 4 sisters truly reveled in their happiness as they approached the cinema. Thunderbolt Love is a tragic tale with a grim conclusion. However, the sisters were clearly not focused on the storyline. The songs in this production were nothing short of masterpieces, created by renowned lyricists and composers. In the front row stood dozens of people. Wang Lizhen inquired, "What are they doing? Why aren't they sitting if there are seats available? Is it because they don't have tickets?" The little girl's thoughts were quite unique, and Zhao Yao chuckled and shook his head. Beside him, Wang Lihong softly explained, "They are recording. They want to capture those songs to listen to and sing at home." One could sense the deep envy in her words. In 1985, being able to afford a tape recorder didn't necessarily mean one was wealthy. However, their living conditions were undoubtedly superior to those of the Zhao family. The cheapest recorder was still over 200 yuan, equivalent to a year's salary for an apprentice before the wage reform. Most people truly could not afford it. Zhao Yao playfully asked, "Sister, how many of the 5 songs have you learned? How did you manage it?" Wang Lihong blushed. I run over here every day after dinner to listen to him sing at the gate. When it's time for class, I dash back into school. So far, I've only learned 2 songs. Impressive. To learn so much just by listening. You have an extraordinary gift. The young lady bowed her head, apologizing to Zhao Yao. I'm sorry, Zhao Yao. I won't listen to music like that anymore. I will study diligently. For the first time, in this life and the last. Wang Lihong unexpectedly offered an apology. Did she mishear? Zhao Yao chuckled. Sister, you did nothing wrong, so there's no need for an apology. Remember, your ambition is to become a singer. Singing is your innate talent. Trust me, you will one day shine as a superstar, for you have me by your side. Although his words were heartwarming, the 3 sisters felt that Zhao Yao was merely boasting, too inclined to exaggerate. The stars of the 1980s were truly not so relatable, adorned with the aura of artists and living in a realm far removed from the common people. They bore no comparison to the plethora of stars that flood our screens today, preening for attention. As the movie ended, it was already past 11:30. The youngest sister chirped excitedly, "That dance was absolutely stunning." The second sister, with a dreamy expression, declared, "I want to learn." Learn breakdancing? Xiao Xiao laughed. It won't hinder your studies. What's the harm in learning? The 5th grader and the second-year middle schooler had the privilege to indulge in such pursuits. Meanwhile, Wang Lihong continued to sing, for her talent was truly undeniable. Zhao Yao wished not to stifle the young lady's gift, for in his heart, they had shared a tumultuous love in their past life, even if their union had been forced. After living together for over 40 years, how could feelings not have blossomed? Moreover, they had a child as the fruit of their love. The notion of marriage in this life was no longer a consideration. Yet, the bond of kinship between them remained unbreakable. The following day was Sunday. Zhao Yao rose at the usual hour, knocking on the door to rouse the 3 sisters. He handed several papers to Wang Lijun, saying, "You will complete this. Once you finish, I will grade it, and you can revise any mistakes. Yinsha, this one is for you. One must endure hardships to rise above others." Zhao Yao understood this well. "This is the music sheet left by our father. Lihong, you will start by learning the xiao." Their father had left behind several instruments, a 2-stringed eru, a bamboo flute, a harmonica, and a suona. This would suffice for a musical introduction. Wang Lixia hesitated before asking, "Brother, do you think I could apply to a sports academy? I heard they teach dance. Recreation is fine, but pursuing it as a career is another matter." Zhao Yao shook his head. "Remember, those who turn their interests into professions often end up regretting it." The second sister was sensible and diligent, yet she had been burdened by family in her past life, toiling tirelessly. "If you work hard, you could become a white-collar worker in the city." Zhao Yao's words were almost fantastical, leaving the 3 sisters bewildered. Such images felt distant to them. Even the term white-collar was new. Imagine working in an air-conditioned office in a skyscraper versus dealing with trivial matters all day long. Air conditioning. It seemed impressive, yet they had no idea what that entailed. Wang Lixia, a bit confused, asked, "Do we really have a chance?" Zhao Yao nodded. "Absolutely. The stronger our abilities, the greater our options. If one only dreams of marriage, they'll spend their lives doing menial jobs for meager earnings, and their life ceiling will only reach so high." Chapter 063. Wang Xiaoxin to attend a matchmaking event? Feeling that Dia was casting veiled glances from the bed, the 3 sisters refrained from confronting him. They were no longer naive children, and they understood the implications of such interactions. Classmate Zhao sighed, "Just look at teacher Bai Lu. From an educator to a radio host, she aspires to even greater heights. Do you wish to become someone like her?" The 3 girls nodded in unison, despite Sun Yan's intense animosity towards teacher Bai, a sentiment rooted in jealousy. Among the girls in the irrigation district, who wouldn't envy the combination of beauty and intellect that Bai Lu possessed? After Bai Lu's untimely demise in her past life, many from the district spontaneously gathered to bid her farewell. Gazing at the pile of papers in her hands, Wang Lizhen lamented, "Why are there so many papers? When will I ever finish?" Zhao Yi glared, "If you can't finish, then don't eat. This new year, no new clothes or pocket money for you." The younger sister was clever, as if laziness bred intelligence. Had it not been for the severe oppression in her previous life, Wang Lizhen would have fared worse than a stepmother. Experienced Zhao Yi declared, "If you don't place in the top 5 for the finals, You will wear your old clothes and shoes. No meat for you, and no movies either. If you enjoy such a life, so be it. Wang Lijian's face paled at this harsh ultimatum, and she obediently left with her papers. Little girls were most frightened of Zhao Yao, both in this life and the last. It wasn't the fear of Zhao Yao's physical aggression, but rather the memory of her cousin and sister's fierce reprimands that terrified her. The moment she witnessed Zhao Yao stand up after being thrown down was etched in her mind. Once the younger sister departed, Wang Lixia glanced at her own papers, contemplating Zhao Yao's words, and quietly exited as well. Under Zhao Yao's guidance, Wang Lihong began to learn how to play the flute. After explaining the fundamental principles, Zhao Yao started cooking amidst the noise. Despite the cacophony, her first attempt produced sound, indicating her potential for learning. Dinner was served promptly at 6 in the Zhao household, after which everyone busied themselves with their own tasks. Zhao Yao headed to his small factory, where workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Chang Hai, assuming a managerial role, organized the work with precision. The sample of the integrated stove was nearing completion, and Zhao Yao meticulously examined it, pointing out a few imperfections. It was already quite impressive, and Zhao Yao expressed his satisfaction. For our first sample, I hope we can all strive for excellence and create a flawless product together. Progress was also swift on his uncle's side. Indeed, the Sun family had a penchant for wealth. However, the men of the Sun family were anything but lazy, each one more industrious than the last. Zhao Yao owed his resolute and courageous character to the influence of the Sun family throughout both lives. His uncle's carpentry skills were remarkable, producing carvings of exceptional quality. The four cousins were all lending a hand, and the factory was beginning to run smoothly. Zhao Yao rode his bicycle back, making a stop at the department store. How much is the Qingzhou brand tape recorder? What about the Yanwu model? The prices range from over 100 to 4 or 500 yuan. A single cassette recorder for just over 100 was acceptable, while the cheapest imported Sharp model cost 746 yuan. Original soundtracks were priced at 10 yuan per box, and after the wage reforms, a secondary worker's monthly salary could only afford for cassette tapes. Suddenly, a salesperson exclaimed, "Buy the Sharp recorder and receive an imported Sony blank tape as a gift." Zhao Yao's eyes lit up. How much for this model? Initially, I intended to support domestic products. However, reflecting on my past life where Wang Lihong was by my side, it seemed she had never indulged in luxury items. Despite his monthly salary being 50,000, Wang Lihong was solely focused on saving money, leaving Xiao Zhao with a sense of indebtedness towards her. The sales clerk was taken aback when the young man inquired about imported goods, as he hardly appeared to be a potential buyer. Nevertheless, the clerk upheld professional integrity. A Sharp Xingbao 575 recorder was priced at 352 yuan, which included 10 blank tapes, within 20 discount on purchasing genuine magnetic tapes. Each genuine tape would save 2 yuan. Thus, it was a worthy investment. 352 yuan. The clerk's monthly salary was merely 42. This implied that one would need to forego sustenance for 33 months to acquire one. Zhao Yao requested the clerk to issue a receipt. Install the blank tapes, and I shall review the genuine magnetic tapes. A compilation? Surely pirated, right? Lower the price. Many might not comprehend, yet Xiao Zhao understood. There was no compilation available for original box tapes. The clerk felt slightly guilty. These few models are genuine, but indeed, these boxes are of dubious origin, priced at 5 yuan each at the minimum. Alright, use Shuzhen selections from Chinese opera. To pursue vocal studies, one must possess a modicum of professionalism. Zhu Feng was, that is me, Golden Shuttle and Silver Shuttle, and the North Wind Blows. Cheng Fong Yuan Stars and Munan in Summer, all genuine. Zhen and I's Pearl of the Orient tape contained The World Always Greets You in Loneliness Again. Teresa Tang's Sweet Honey tape included an unforgettable day in love in my heart. Su Rui's soundtrack Farong Bus featured If the Wine Could Speak, The Same Moonlight, and Please Follow Me, which astonishingly was pirated. Zhou Feng's album Charm of the Eyes comprised The Pear Blossoms Bloom Again, Until This Day Next Year, and Finding a Kindred Spirit, which was last year's best-selling audio tape. Additionally, Accompany Me, The Night is Dim, and The Heart of a Child were pirated. Zhang Chang's debut album Tokyo Night and her second album Shy Girl, Qian Baihui's Tears of Love Letters and They Only You totaled 1,500 yuan. Spending money like water, I pondered and decided to purchase 2 rolls of film, one Fuji 135 color film and a box of 120 black and white film. On the way back, I called Bai Lu. "Sister Lu, I need your assistance." Bai Lu chuckled on the other end. Are you short on cash? If so, just let me know. Business is thriving here. Zhao Yao replied with a smile. In a while, I might need some funds to procure a batch of raw materials. Acquiring raw materials? Bai Lu inquired in astonishment. What for? Xiao Zhao responded. I will discuss it later. For now, I hope you and Sister Xiaoxin can help me find vocal training materials. Both of you graduated from art schools. Regardless of the institution, you should have relevant textbooks. My sister wishes to apply to an art academy and needs the materials, preferably with teaching tapes. I purchased a recorder, believing it will be beneficial for her. Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. You must have accumulated several lifetimes of fortune to encounter Sun Yanhong and her daughter. Everyone knows how Sun Yanhong views Zhao Yao. In the second division, it is hardly a secret. It is well understood that Zhao Yao serves as the bridge for the 4 women in the family, and without him, Sun Yanhong would have no choice but to return to the countryside. The reason for Zhao Yao's marriage to Wang Lihong lay in a deep-seated desire to transcend his identity as a peasant. Unlike 4 decades later, in this era, rural household registration truly rendered one inferior. Teacher Bai remarked, I will assist you in procuring cassette tapes. Let Xiaoxin handle the textbooks. By the way, I have a guitar at home. You may take it. As I recall, you can play. Zhao Yao was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Sister Bai. I am indeed in need of musical instruments. He then inquired, Sister Xiaoxin asked me for help. Could you possibly divulge what is happening? Bai Lu chuckled. Xiaoxin's grandparents are arranging a suitor for her in the capital, and they will be arriving in a few days. She wishes for you to pose as her boyfriend to thwart the matchmaking. Such a melodramatic scenario had befallen him. Zhao Yao gritted his teeth, declaring, Who dares to encroach upon my territory? I shall ensure they regret it. On the other end of the line, Bai Lu laughed heartily. Her laughter akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. It was captivating. Merely her voice stirred a longing within him. The jealousy of his stepmother was not unfounded. Sun Yanhong was indeed beautiful, and had she the art of adornment, she could rival Bai Lu. Yet her voice left much to be desired, and 40 years hence, the smoky timbre would dominate the music scene. Presently, however, such a voice was no longer in vogue, and even the stepmother found it unappealing. Teacher Bai jestingly chastised him. You rascal, do you truly consider Xiaoxin to be your type? Dream on. I must attend to customers now. Await my good news. Was Xiaoxin truly going on a blind date? A peculiar sense of heartache enveloped him. In truth, Zhao Yao was acutely aware that there was no possibility between him and Wang Xiaoxin, yet discomfort lingered in his heart. In his previous life, alongside his employer, he had engaged in numerous romantic charades, yet his intrinsic possessiveness remained profound. He vividly recalled every detail of the day he rescued the 2 women in his subconscious. They had already become his own. Now that Wang Xiaoxin was to attend a matchmaking session, it felt as though a colossal green hat had been placed upon his head. The sensation was as revolting as it was palpable, and Zhao Yao's mood soured abruptly. Upon returning home, he found the house eerily quiet. Peering through the window, he noticed the 3 sisters diligently working on their assignments. How splendid! Sun Yanhong lay on the Kong, exhaling clouds of smoke. This was her daily routine. Knocking on the door, the girls turned their gazes toward him. Zhao Yao beckoned. Come here, all 3 of you. The sisters exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to expect. Upon entering Zhao Yao's room, they were taken aback by the sight of a tape recorder. My heavens! Brother, is this yours? They exclaimed. It was not merely an imported model. Even domestic tape recorders were rare commodities, often costing a year's salary and out of reach for an ordinary household. Zhao Yao chuckled. I did not purchase it. Did you buy it instead? However, this recorder is designated for the eldest sister's studies. While she is not using it, we may listen, but her education takes precedence, understood? A hint of disappointment flickered across Wang Lijin's face, yet she nodded repeatedly. Understood. As long as I can listen to music. A tape recorder. Wang Yinxia's face was filled with envy. I also want to take the entrance exam. I also want to enroll in the art department, and I also want a tape recorder. This girl was practically bursting with ambition. Zhao Yao retorted, Oh, come off it. Your singing is a torment to the ears, while my sister's voice brings forth the beauty of music. Brother, you are being too harsh. Wang Yinxia gritted her teeth in frustration, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhao Yao, wishing she could knock him down. Wang Lihong was utterly frozen in disbelief. Is the tape recorder really for me? For my studies? Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is for your educational purposes. No need for doubt. As long as you 3 sisters are willing to study diligently, I I shall procure whatever you need. In that moment, the three young girls perceived the boys as towering figures, feeling as if they had transformed into parental guardians rather than mere youths. Zhao Yao declared earnestly, I have stated that we sisters must gain admission to university. We must alter our destinies. Sun Yanhong peeked through the door and immediately burst into tears, lamenting. My life is so miserable. I married a convict. My second husband fled. Just when my son could take charge, he turned out to be a spendthrift. Could she really cry over such trifles? The three girls remained silent, and Zhao Yao felt a sense of helplessness. What else could be done? Surely, they couldn't send her back to the second field, despite the overwhelming urge to do so. The woman, with tears and snot streaming down her face, exclaimed, How much does it cost to study? Isn't that akin to smashing a duck's skull? Always appearing to disrupt the joyous moments. She was truly an unusual mother. Zhao Yao chose to ignore her and said, Let us focus on studying. I have bought several boxes of blank tapes. Tonight, shall we go record some songs? Absolutely yes. Wang Lizhen chirped excitedly. The young girl adored such playful activities. After all, she was only 13, at the perfect age for merriment. Wang Lihong's eyes reddened as she gazed deeply at Zhao Yao. I'll go study first. What time is the movie ticket? Zhao Yao replied. The show is at 2 in the afternoon. The earlier we go, the sooner we return. We'll still have daylight after the movie. Mother, please stop crying. You always weep even when good days are upon us. Don't you feel despondent? After experiencing a rebirth, Zhao Yao's worldview had shifted. What is truly anti-scientific? Wasn't the heliocentric theory once deemed heretical? What if crying leads to unforeseen troubles? We will go watch the movie together this afternoon. I will buy your ticket. Even the most dramatic displays of despair and distress were futile. Sun Yanhong felt a deep sense of defeat, spotting the cigarette in Zhao Yao's hand. She snatched it away angrily and stormed off, exclaiming, I have raised a brood of ingrates. In truth, the cigarettes Zhao Yao smoked were merely cheap springtime brands. To him, the price of cigarettes was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of smoking. Spending excessive amounts on them was truly unwarranted. Gentle music began to play in the room, with doors to both bedrooms wide open, allowing the melodies to flow freely. The Zhao family finally acquired a stylish, modern tape recorder. Zhao Yao also took out his books to begin studying. He knew there would always be opportunities to earn money. However, he was uncertain if he would possess the same vigor for studying next year if he missed the entrance exam. Even now, he could sense an increasing focus on financial matters. If he could not concentrate, what would it matter even if he gained admission to a mediocre university? His objective is to seek clues about his father at the university and in the capital city. Simultaneously, he aims to infiltrate the circle of his former employer to locate the vile individual responsible for both his and his employer's demise, along with the illegitimate child. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave grievances unavenged. Zhao Yao cannot aspire to be a saint, nor is he one. In the afternoon, the family of 5 went to the cinema, with Zhao Yao leading Wang Lizhen to the front. He positioned the dual cassette recorder near the loudspeaker and commenced recording. Just then, unexpectedly, Wang Lihong approached. The older girl, flushed with excitement, unabashedly leaned against Zhao Yao, reflected in the screen's light. The infinite affection in her eyes startled Zhao Yao. Even during their previous life as a married couple, Wang Lihong had never regarded him with such a gaze. He could only pray that their paths would not cross again in the future. After the film, Wang Lihong cradled the dual cassette recorder as if it were a rare treasure, listening to the melodious music along the way. She felt as if she were walking on clouds, brimming with happiness. Observing her daughter's silhouette and then glancing at Zhao Yao ahead, Sun Yanhong smiled. It was a smile of cunning triumph. Perhaps in her eyes, Zhao Yao's thoughts were entirely consumed by Wang Lihong's beauty, drawing him ever closer to her goal. As for the notion of furthering their education, that was merely a delusion. That night, the 4 sisters studied until 1 in the morning, filled with hope for the future. Life was so beautiful, yet only Sun Yanhong seemed content with the status quo, even wishing to regress. However, the 4 children all glimpsed the promise of tomorrow's sun. At midnight, Wang Lihong prepared corn porridge, saying, Big Yao, drink a bowl to warm your body and soul. It feels as if the older sister is becoming increasingly considerate. Young Zhao felt an illusion that his sister was weaving a web of affection. Chapter 65. This bed is prepared for you. The next morning, Zhao Yao went to the factory early. He placed the large paper he had brought on the makeshift rotary engraving press. The printed results exceeded all expectations. Remarkable. His second uncle beamed with pride, asking, "How about it, Zhao Yao? Isn't my craftsmanship impressive?" Chang Hai smirked, "Oh please. The essence of these works lies with the boss's skill. Just look at the intricacy of his drawings." It seemed that Director Chang and the second uncle were like a pair of delightful adversaries. Whenever they crossed paths, they would bicker, even though their work did not interfere with one another. Old Chang sneered, "And you? You're merely a helping hand to him." "Boss, when do you plan to start printing?" Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm heading to Spring City right away. Once I procure the materials, I will commence printing." According to young Zhao's memory, there was a paper mill under the Hanhai administrative office. However, in this era, wealth did not guarantee access to goods. Especially for a young lad like Zhao Yao, no one took him seriously. There was a risk of being mistaken for a speculator, which would be utterly unjust. Young Zhao asserted, "I need to prepare the foreign currency. Oh, and I need to take a photo." The camera was borrowed from Fu Haishan. Utilizing a seagull camera from the irrigation district's publicity department, one black and white and one color. Currently, the quality of domestically produced like film remains unsatisfactory, and Zhao Yao is reluctant to see his patent plans fail. Thus, he pursues perfection diligently, capturing a total of 36 color photographs and 16 black and white images. Reluctantly parting with the camera, he returns it and rides his bicycle back to the county. He brings all his belongings directly to the train station, purchasing a ticket to Chun City. By the time he arrives, it is already past 7 in the evening, and to his surprise, Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin are waiting for him. With concern, Zhao Yao remarks, "I had mentioned I would go to the hotel by myself. Why did you come to fetch me? It's freezing. I would be heartbroken if I caught a cold." Wang Xiaoxin playfully kicks him in the rear, retorting, "You are so full of nonsense. Did we not agree that I would visit you in a couple of days?" It seems that Xiaoxin has become increasingly feisty, though her kick is rather gentle. Compared to Wang Lihong, Wang Xiaoxin's action resembles a playful flirtation. "Are you so impatient? I am curious to see what kind of patent has you so eager," Zhao Yao chuckles. "It's not just a patent. I also need to procure a batch of paper and some colored ink for printing upon my return." "Is that for real?" Both women are astonished, with Bai Lu widening her eyes. "You really know how to stir things up. What exactly are you planning?" Wang Xiaoxin, unable to contain her excitement, insists, "Come with me home. I need to interrogate you thoroughly." The home they refer to is Bai Lu's newly rented place, just a street away from the department store. It is a 2-bedroom apartment, measuring 55 square meters, suitable for one person, albeit with 2 quilts on the bed. Zhao Yao feels a twinge of unease. What is going on? Has Bai Lu found a boyfriend? Does she no longer want me? Bai Lu, exasperated, retorts, "What are you thinking? Could you please consider something reasonable? Xiaoxin is living with me." Oh, he had forgotten. In this era, cohabitation before marriage is virtually unheard of. If one dared to do so, they would be drowned in spittle. There is a real danger of being accused of immoral relationships, which could have dire consequences. During the severe crackdown in '83, some faced gunfire due to their romantic entanglements. Thus, Bai Lu insists, "Aside from attending school, I spend all my time here. Look at this room and this bed. It's prepared for you." "Is that true?" Zhao Yao feels elated. "Oh my goodness. Prepared for me? If I get to stay here, I want to hold back. I want to be returning." Although he is merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he now behaves like a mischievous rascal. The 2 girls, feeling exasperated, pounce on him, pinning him to the bed and giving him a playful beating. However, this level of roughhousing is entirely different from the experience of being thrown around by Wang Lihong. The beating Zhao Yao endured from Wang Lihong last year was sufficient for these 2 to last a lifetime. Before long, the 2 girls tire themselves out, panting softly. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao revels in the moment, his eyes blissfully glazed over, almost on the brink of ecstasy. Wang Xiaoxin retrieves Zhao Yao's military bag, extracting blueprints from within. With his legs pinned, Zhao Yao cheekily remarks, "Not that little guy, but the bigger one." The blueprints in his military bag depict samples of foreign currency notes, specifically the design schematics for an integrated stove series, which Zhao Yao has carefully rolled up, encased in a wooden shell, a creation of his second uncle. 3 individuals unfurled the blueprints across the bed, gazing at the intricate lines. Wang Xiaoxin felt a touch of dizziness. The young lady, with an expression of wonder, exclaimed, "Such complexity. Did you truly draw this? Your handwriting is quite impressive." Bai Lu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is his script." "How long did it take you to create all this?" For a student of the arts, the blueprints were undeniably beyond her comprehension. My goodness, Xiaoxin exclaimed, her admiration palpable. I am nearly in awe of you. You are indeed a prodigy. Zhao Yao, brimming with pride, retorted, if my two esteemed sisters have fallen for me, it is evident that I am a man of exceptional talent, adored by all. Enough of your nonsense. Wang Xiaoxin waved her hand, playfully slapping Zhao Yao. Though the gesture was rather lighthearted, had it been Zhao Yao from his previous life, he would have embraced the moment with warmth and tenderness. In this life, however, he refrained, fearing he might startle the two ladies. After all, times have changed. Yet, he felt a profound sadness. Zhao Yao lamented with a woeful expression. You've scolded and slapped me. Do you intend to starve me as well? A burst of laughter erupted from the two ladies, and Bai Lu adjusted her disheveled attire, noting that the mischievous boy's gaze was rather misplaced. Were anyone to walk in at that moment, they would surely assume the trio was up to no good. In truth, it was merely Zhao Yao who had been playfully tormented by the two ladies. Wang Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed crimson, recalling the playful antics that had led to countless intimate moments. She had essentially offered herself on a platter, allowing the young man to take liberties with her. Every boundary that ought not to be crossed had been breached. Every area that should remain untouched had been explored. This fellow was nothing short of a rogue. His actions covert and brazen, while the two ladies remained oblivious. Yet, they were painfully aware of the implications, particularly disliking his unabashed gaze. Even the most modest of loungewear had its limits, and after such frolics, their modesty was inevitably compromised. Bai Lu pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The rice is done cooking. We just need to stir-fry a couple of dishes." The two ladies had put considerable effort into preparing the meal, with the ingredients already partially cooked. However, upon observing Wang Xiaoxin's cooking technique, Zhao Yao stepped forward to seize the ladle. "You should not be the one cooking," he declared. "Let me take over. I fear you may inadvertently poison us." Wang Xiaoxin, her teeth clenched in irritation, retorted, "You scoundrel. After all I've done for you, you dare say such things? I shall ignore you from now on." The youth, though humble in his culinary skills, had indeed honed his craft over 40 years in his past life, and even Bai Lu could not help but praise him. "Well done, Zhao Yao. Your skills rival those of a professional chef. Even if you were to abandon selling down jackets to open a restaurant, I believe you would thrive abundantly." Zhao Yao beamed with self-satisfaction. "Of course. As they say, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. If my esteemed sisters appreciate my cooking, it signifies that success is but a stone's throw away." Chapter 066. Help me locate my father, and I shall devote myself to you. Zhao Yao felt a restless yearning within, yet found himself unable to take any concrete action. Indulging in idle chatter was the least he could do. Fortunately, he had saved the two ladies, or else his nonsensical ramblings might have landed him in trouble. Wang Xiaoxin sighed dramatically. "Are you still the charming young man I once knew? I cannot even bear to let you drink this Maotai. I fear you may become unruly. You appear to be quite the little rogue." "Oh my, is that truly Maotai?" Zhao Yao chuckled heartily and bowed deeply to Wang Xiaoxin, solemnly declaring, "Sister, I was in the wrong. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid, but I assure you, I am no coward. I am a true hero, standing tall and unyielding. If I were to unleash my inner wolf, I would not require liquor for courage." His audacity was becoming increasingly outrageous, leaving the two women speechless. However, they understood that the young man was not truly lewd. Had he been so, they would not have escaped their predicament back then. He maintained composure in a situation that would have led others to seize every opportunity for indulgence. Bai Lu informed Zhao Yao, "Thus far, we have sold 15,000 down jackets across the province. If you require funds, feel free to ask. The money is readily available in our accounts. The procurement price is 30 yuan per piece, while the selling price is 68 yuan. After deducting operational costs, we net a profit of 25 yuan for each jacket. With 15,000 pieces sold, the pure profit amounts to 375,000 yuan. Within the confines of Xinglu Fashion Limited Liability Company, Zhao Yao holds a 70% share, while Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin each own 15%. By this calculation, after accounting for his expenditures, Zhao Yao has amassed a considerable sum of 262,500 yuan. Although this amount is less than half of his previous annual salary before his untimely demise, it is indeed a substantial fortune in 1985. The Airzong County Second Light Industry Store is a collectively owned enterprise, occupying 200 square meters with a workforce of 22 employees. In the year of 1985, its total revenue was merely 392,000 yuan, yielding a meager profit of only 4,000. Yet, starting from Teacher's Day with the 7 yuan and 98 cents pooled together by the four sisters, Zhao Yao has, in just 72 days, accumulated 262,500 yuan by November 20th. This does not even account for the few thousand he spent on housing or the over 2,000 for household expenses. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth is nothing short of miraculous in 1985. Curiously, Zhao Yao seemed unfazed, stating, "I do indeed require funds for a new batch of raw materials, and let us not forget the taxes." Wang Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow. "Actually, there are some tax exemption policies. We could potentially avoid or reduce our taxes." Zhao Yao shook his head. "While we are in business to profit, we are also individuals with aspirations. What good would it do us to save on such a trifling tax?" The two women were taken aback by Zhao Yao's response. Seeing him in a new light, they had assumed he was merely a money-driven individual, but he proved to be quite the opposite. It is worth noting that since 1984, the state has implemented an 8-tier progressive tax rate for private enterprises. For income exceeding 200,000 yuan, a staggering 55% tax must be paid. If the company were to pay taxes in full, Zhao Yao would owe over 30,000 yuan. However, if classified as a youth or a school-affiliated enterprise, he would be exempt from taxes. In essence, Zhao Yao's principled stance could cost him over 50,000 yuan in personal income tax. What does 50,000 yuan represent? It could buy a courtyard house in the capital. Wang Xiaoxin gave him a thumbs up, regardless of whether you speak in jest or with sincerity. "I raise a glass to you for that statement." In truth, Zhao Yao yearned for the three of them to share a drink and perhaps let something unfold. Yet the two women refrained from drinking entirely. He knew they were capable of holding their liquor, but today it seemed deliberate that they only allowed him to partake. The enjoyment of drinking alone is rather fleeting. As they set down their chopsticks, the three began to delve into Zhao Yao's intriguing patents. Wang Xiaoxin and Bai Lu were utterly amazed, as they had not anticipated that Zhao Yao would produce such an array of peculiar inventions. Particularly, the concept of the foreign currency note struck them as a stroke of genius. Bai Lu expressed her astonishment, asking how he had conceived such an idea and whether he required specific materials for its creation. Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively, stating that he needed colored ink and copperplate paper, or alternatively, high-quality white paper. Suddenly, he recalled the scarcity of domestically produced copperplate paper in this era, as it was predominantly imported, rendering the costs exorbitant. He pondered the potential selling price of the foreign currency notes. White paper would suffice, but he would also require substantial quantities of yellow paper, along with red and colored paper for printing couplets and auspicious characters. "Impressive," Wang Xiaoxin remarked, shaking her head in admiration. "You are quite shrewd. Thankfully, we made some money selling down jackets. Otherwise, how would we procure these materials?" She expressed doubt about whether he could sell the products once printed. Zhao Yao reassured her with conviction, "Rest assured, they will certainly sell. Honoring our ancestors during the new year is a cherished national tradition, and it embodies our cultural beliefs." Young Zhao envied the present generation, noting that in 40 years, even burning paper offerings might become a challenge. His only concern was whether the raw materials he procured would suffice. If others sought to obtain supplies from him, he feared he could not meet the demand. Wang Xiaoxin found his youthful confidence rather irksome and shot him a disapproving glare. Zhao Yao had hoped to share intimate moments with the two lovely ladies. Yet by just past 9, he found himself confined to his small bedroom while the two women retired to the other room to sleep. The following morning, at breakfast, Wang Xiaoxin, her cheeks flushed, attempted to speak several times, but only murmured unintelligibly. Zhao Yao chuckled. "Are you about to confess your feelings to me, Sister Xiaoxin? Get lost." Wang Xiaoxin retorted, her annoyance quickly dissipating into laughter. The young woman then explained, "My grandparents want me to go on blind dates, and I need a decoy. Don't misunderstand. It's merely a ruse. You can pretend to be my boyfriend to fend them off, and in return, I will help you find your father. How does that sound?" Zhao Yao was taken aback. "Are you saying you can help me find my father in the capital? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Wang Xiaoxin, her smile fading, responded earnestly, "My grandparents reside in the capital, and my family may return there at any time." Suddenly, Zhao Yao understood. She was a descendant of a prestigious family in the capital. Although his background was modest, he had once served as a bodyguard for a member of such a family in a previous life. The whims of fate were indeed peculiar in his past life. His intersection with the capital's elite had arisen from an unexpected event. After saving his employer, he had been regarded as a trusted confidant. Now, in this life, his connection to the prominent family in the capital was rekindled by saving the very girl before him. Raising his bowl of kanji, he said, "I beg of you. Sister Bai Lu knows more about my father's situation than I do. I trust you are already aware." "What do you mean by that?" Bai Lu exclaimed, rolling her eyes in irritation. "That's quite an unpleasant way to phrase it. Are you implying that I am more informed than you? It sounds as if you are casting aspersions upon yourself. I would very much like to turn this bowl of kanji upside down on your head. If you could assist me in locating my father, regardless of whether he is alive or deceased, I would offer my life in return." With a sharp clatter, Wang Xiaoxin's chopstick struck Zhao Yao's forehead. Why does the speaker in front take on such a preposterous tone, only to change so drastically behind? "Should you dare to take advantage of me again, just wait and see." Despite uttering only a few words, nothing particularly harsh was said. It must be acknowledged that the girl remained too kind-hearted, utterly ensnared by the shameless Zhao Yao. Chapter 067. If I were to be caught, my life would be over. Even Bai Lu could hardly bear to witness the situation. If the two genuinely had a chance, it might not be impossible. Yet, the disparity between them was vast, 6 years. To be precise, by the time Zhao Yao reaches the legal age for marriage in 7 years, Wang Xiaoxin would already be considered a late-blooming youth. Given the Wang family's status, it would be utterly inconceivable for them to allow Wang Xiaoxin to wait for so long. Furthermore, Zhao Yao's identity truly did not match up to Wang Xiaoxin's. Having spent considerable time with Wang Xiaoxin, Bai Lu came to realize just how formidable the girl's background was. Her father, a dignified official of the 5th rank, was merely undergoing practical training sent by the Wang family. Zhao Yao feigned a heartbroken demeanor. "Sister Xiaoxin, your words truly wound me." Wang Xiaoxin pretended to strike him, but then despondently sat down. "I shan't bicker with you. Remember to call me when you receive the call to help me out of this predicament." The young lady genuinely detested blind dates, and Zhao Yao could perceive her aversion. It seemed she lacked the ability to refuse. In a previous life, her employer also appeared to be involved in a family-arranged marriage. "Humph," Zhao Yao scoffed. "What era is this to still be arranging marriages? If it were up to me, I would send him packing." In truth, his boldness had surged since his rebirth. In his past life, Xiao Zhao had been neatly arranged as well. Alas, Wang Xiaoxin's expression darkened. "Go buy yourself a suitable outfit. Right now, you appear as a mere child. How can you help me deceive them?" It was undeniable that Zhao Yao was far too youthful. With only a faint stubble gracing his chin, no matter how one looked at it, he did not resemble an adult. "Your hairstyle must also change. Make it appear more mature, and if all else fails, perhaps some makeup?" Instantly recalling his previous life, Zhao Yao felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of those glamorous men. He quickly shook his head. "Forget it, no makeup. Isn't that merely portraying an old man? You want me to act like a young heartthrob? I can portray an elderly gentleman just fine. I just need to mimic my father, and that would suffice." What is a young heartthrob? The two women were perplexed by Zhao Yao's unfamiliar term. In truth, if he were to play an older character, Zhao Yao wouldn't require makeup at all. He possessed the spirit of a man over 50, and he could embody that aura perfectly. He handed over 2 film rolls and all relevant documents to Wang Xiaoxin. "These are for you. Please give a call to the gentleman in Yinsong County. My business is currently operating without a license, and my sales are illegal. Should I be apprehended, my life would be over." In this era, the consequences of economic crimes were severe, potentially leading to imprisonment. If one were to be ensnared for 10 years, that would spell the end of their life as they knew it. "TSK. Wang Xiaoxin curled her lip. "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you merely have the audacity to tease us sisters, yet you are nothing more than a hollow shell. Rest assured, I will speak with Uncle Zhou about your situation. There is no cause for concern. People are inherently different. While Zhao Yao may regard matters of great importance, others remain blissfully indifferent. If Sister Xiaoxin were his girlfriend, he would have to strive for 2 decades less in this lifetime. With the wisdom of past lives, Zhao would not shy away from external assistance." Wang Xiaoxin remarked, "You don't intend to evade taxes. It's merely about production and sales, right? The state encourages private enterprises. Besides, yours is merely a partnership, isn't it? It's really not that complicated." That was indeed the best scenario. After their meal, the trio ventured to the Baiwa building. The down jackets were still in high demand, and the two were busy selling them. However, this time, They did not come for the jackets. They were there to purchase ready-to-wear garments for Zhao Yao. Unfortunately, Zhao was rather slim, though tall enough. The clothes seemed to hang off him like they were draped over a rack, far too large. Wang Xiaoxin grumbled in frustration. Is it too much to ask? Can't you gain a little weight? Or perhaps wear a couple more layers of fleece? Zhao Yao chuckled helplessly. I wish I could, but gaining weight isn't instantaneous. If I had the time, I could even design my own outfits. In his previous life, it took a year of military service for Zhao to truly bulk up. The army's hearty meals helped him gain 30 pounds in just 1 year. It was said to have set a record. I can certainly create something more stylish. Once I wear it, Sister Xiaoxin will be smitten at first sight. The two women had grown accustomed to his exuberance. To them, Zhao Yao was merely a child. Eventually, they procured several pieces for him, a Zhongshan suit and a suit, although both appeared somewhat antiquated. Zhao then treated himself to a stylish jacket. After selling over 10,000 down jackets, the trio had transformed into affluent individuals. It was only natural to adorn themselves. They even bought the finest shoes, one pair costing over 700 yuan. As Zhao tried them on, he shook his head. This is pure intelligence tax when it comes to shoes. Local brands are far superior. This is just throwing money at a problem. Giggling, Bailing couldn't help but tease. You're starting to sound like Sun Yanhong, uttering such words. Those shoes look quite dashing on you. Oh, and don't forget to change your underwear and thermal wear. She added. What is there to be shy about? Just head to the changing room. Who is going to care? Zhao Yao smirked. Honestly, I'd be fine with my two sisters seeing. Just be careful not to dirty the new clothes. They generously outfitted Zhao with 3 new sets of clothing, along with shoes and a dozen pairs of socks. He had never been so extravagant, even during his wedding in his past life. However, these garments were unsuitable for returning to Yinsong County. They were all stored in Bailing's rented room, which appeared somewhat cramped. Zhao Yao furrowed his brow. Now that we have money, we should buy a house. Buy a house again? Bailing was taken aback. Did you not just purchase one? Besides, you don't even live here. Why buy a house here? Zhao Yao shook his head. Actually, we should consider buying 2 houses, one for Sister Bailing and one for the company. Housing prices are incredibly low now. Let us get a place for Sister Bailing nearby, and I would prefer a larger bungalow in the vicinity. To purchase a home is to seek investment value. This is the simple notion held by the esteemed Zhao Yao. Wang Xiaoxin paused momentarily, exclaiming, that sounds great. I too desire to acquire a residence of my own. Yet there are none available for sale. The buildings here are all owned by institutions, available only for rent, with no properties on the market. How could I forget? In the 1980s, before the housing reform, the majority of real estate in Spring City was owned by the government. Zhao scratched his head. Surely there are some bungalows? Wang Xiaoxin contemplated. Well, the other day when I was at the provincial station for a program, there was a house for sale. It's located near Hongqi Street, and the owner, having recently secured policy approval, is in urgent need of funds to travel abroad. It seems to be a property from a wealthy merchant prior to liberation. Zhao Yao chuckled. What are we waiting for? Let us go buy it. Wang Xiaoxin shot him a glare, realizing suddenly that Zhao Yao was quite impetuous, eager to act on every thought that crossed his mind. Of course, the 3 of them went to view the property, which was impressively spacious. The owner, dressed in a fashionable manner, boasted, my ancestors were dignitaries from the 1930s. A few years ago, these 17 rooms were restored to the original owner, covering half an acre. 500 square meters? That's remarkable, exclaimed Zhao Yao. Hongqi Street is the core area of Spring City, and possessing such a vast area indeed suggests the family was once affluent. In this era, the size of one's dwelling is directly linked to one's status. The distinctions between clerks, deputy directors, and department heads are stark. Chapter 68. Using nephew's tools to repair a hand-pulled tractor and still need to pay? Presently, Hongqi Street appears somewhat dilapidated, at least in Zhao Yao's eyes. However, the size of this house is undeniably impressive, with a bluestone foundation and brick walls, topped with gray tiles. Yet, due to years of neglect, many areas of the roof are covered with tar paper, likely resulting in leaks during the summer. After all, it is a residence that has stood for 60 to 70 years. The courtyard alone occupies over 100 square meters. In the center lies a flower bed, home to a century-old tree that casts a vast shade, nearly enveloping half the courtyard. Is there still a toilet? If plumbing is to be renovated, it will require a substantial investment. Are we really considering this purchase? Bai Lu glanced at Zhao Yao, instantly grasping his intentions. Teacher Bai chimed in, without centralized heating. You'll have to rely on stoves, and an outdoor toilet is truly inconvenient. The owner grew anxious. There's no need for pretenses. My house 1T lack buyers. I'm simply in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, I would never part with it for just 45,000. 45,000 yuan. A civil servant's monthly salary is 52 yuan. That is the equivalent of 900 months' wages. It would take over 70 years of working without food or drink to afford this home. Suddenly, Zhao Yao recalled. In the capital, a sihiyuan was only a little over 10,000, right? What? Wang Xiaoxin was taken aback, wondering how this country bumpkin knew that. A fact she herself was unaware of. In truth, Zhao Yao had learned from a collector in his past life who mentioned purchasing a sihiyuan for 10,000 in 1985. It was likely a minuscule space, and during that period, the disparity between cities was not as pronounced. However, this revelation truly disheartened the owner. 43,000. That is my final offer. If you believe sihiyuan in the capital are inexpensive, then go buy one there. The owner's retort was sharp. He was undoubtedly a formidable negotiator, not one to be trifled with. As they were about to leave, Zhao Yao asserted, 40,000. If you agree, we can settle in cash immediately. If not, we shall take residence in an apartment. It's winter. The owner was genuinely desperate for cash, and indeed, 40,000 was a considerable sum. 40 years hence, the sum of 400,000 is rather comparable. However, the amount of 40,000 truly pales in significance for the three individuals involved. A mere 500 square meters for just 40,000. When Hongqi Street undergoes redevelopment in a decade or so, even at a valuation of 3,000 per square meter, it would yield 150,000. Bai Lu shook her head. Yao, I have no intention of purchasing a home. Are you truly set on acquiring this courtyard? Indeed. Zhao Yao nodded earnestly. Ladies, I wish to buy it under the company's name. When it appreciates in value, we shall all reap the benefits. Otherwise, I would be troubled. How commendable. The two women nodded in agreement, while Zhao Yao took charge of the decision-making, leaving the financial transactions and paperwork to the ladies. Nevertheless, Bai Lu preferred residing within the building, as the courtyard presented numerous inconveniences, though those details were of little consequence. As Wang Xiaoxin remarked, her father's 10-year career as a frontline journalist had indeed cultivated a vast network of connections. He had initially specialized in financial reporting, thus having engaged with various enterprises. The Wang family, despite their disdain for such connections, inadvertently benefited Zhao Yao. The products he procured were all at the most favorable factory prices, delivered right to his doorstep. Zhao Yao returned home, thoroughly satisfied, bringing with him the complete set of teaching materials from Wang Xiaoxin. This included textbooks for examinations at several major art institutions post the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, notably a significant portion dedicated to vocal training. Initially, there was an intention to procure video materials for him, but the absence of a video recorder rendered that impossible. With a heart full of gratitude, Zhao Yao presented his bountiful acquisitions to his sister. Here, all for you. Heavens! Upon seeing the surprise, Wang Lihong's delight grew with each passing moment. The glimmer in her eyes reflected her profound emotions. She never anticipated that this younger brother, whom she had often scolded over the past 5 years, would exhibit such thoughtfulness. At a loss for words, the young woman pondered how to reciprocate Zhao Yao's kindness. Embracing the precious materials like treasures, she returned to her room with a beaming smile. In the blink of an eye, after being away for 3 days, Zhao Yao returned to the factory. The workers were performing adequately, though Chang Hai seemed hesitant, his gaze frequently darting towards the back. Understanding the unspoken cues, Zhao Yao approached only to find his uncles repairing their own hand tractor. Zhao Yao's expression darkened. Uncles, have you informed anyone about repairing your tractor with my equipment? Did you pay for it? The two uncles appeared taken aback. We're using our nephew's tools to fix our own tractor. Do we really need to pay? Of course. Zhao Yao retorted decisively. Chang, come here. You have 2 choices. Either cover their expenses or deduct the cost from their wages as maintenance fees. There's always a first time for everything. And today, his uncles had crossed the line. Young Zhao, the proprietor, intended to set a precedent, ensuring everyone understood the rules, regardless of the factory's size. Humph. Zhao Yao snorted coldly. Moreover, how shall we account for their wages during private work? Should it be deducted from yours or theirs? Chang Hai suddenly perked up. Their wages for these past few days 1T even covered the repair costs. However, they had only spent half a day on personal tasks. Being a factory manager was no easy feat, especially with several relatives of the owners in the mix. In speaking of Chang Hai, he is an outsider. How can one assess both intelligence and emotional quotient? Zhao Yao scoffed. We shall compensate for the deficit with their 6 salaries. A factory is a factory, not a private residence. You may come to my home to gather coal or whatever else you desire. But to take anything from the factory is tantamount to stealing public property or embezzling funds. The expression on the elder uncle's face changed dramatically. Zhao Yao, how dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are addressing? Do you believe I won't take you down? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront Zhao Yao. Over the years, Sun Hongxiang had disciplined Zhao Yao, albeit always under the guise of wrestling practice. With a wave of his hand, Chang Hai summoned a group of apprentices and several workers. He stated coldly, "This is our boss. To strike him is to slap our own faces. Our boss has made it clear that this is a factory, and factories have their own rules. Do not bring your home manners into this place." Zhao Yao was taken aback by Chang Hai's assertiveness. At that moment of confrontation, he had mentally prepared himself for the fallout. If things escalated, they could part ways. After all, he owed no favors to the Sun family. An apology to the boss would suffice to settle matters for today. Otherwise, he would be dismissed, never to return. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The 2 uncles and 4 cousins were astonished by the factory manager's formidable stance. After all, he was merely the manager of a small, privately employed factory, a fact they had underestimated. Yet, he had managed to subdue them completely. Would they dare to engage in a physical confrontation? Even if they were strong enough, taking on so many would be futile. The elder uncle addressed Zhao Yao. Well, you've grown wings and no longer recognize family. Have you? No wonder your mother claims to have raised an ingrate. We are leaving. We shall not work for him any longer. As he turned to leave, the second uncle remained rooted to the spot, as did the cousins. After walking a considerable distance, the elder uncle halted, only to realize that even his son had not followed. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for him to treat you to a meal? All the fines you've incurred over the past few days have been for nothing, do you understand? Unexpectedly, Sun Rin shook his head. Father, you should return. I wish to work here and learn a trade. In this era, very few who had worked in a factory could return to farming in the countryside, unless they were exceedingly foolish or lazy. I believe using factory resources for personal endeavors is inherently wrong. If everyone did so, wouldn't the factory go bankrupt? To his astonishment, Sun Rin displayed such awareness. He was indeed teachable. Zhao Yao welcomed the opportunity to guide his cousin, for after all, brothers in arms and sons in battle are bound by blood. They had grown up together, forging a bond closer than that of outsiders. Sun Yi also chimed in. This situation is indeed our fault, as is the previous incident when we removed coal from the De Yao family. If the factory were to take our firewood now, what would you do? Based on his experience, Zhao Yao could discern that both cousins were sincere. The eldest cousin remarked, I've heard that the factory regulations in the county are even stricter. Yet you still encourage us to learn a trade and work in the factory. The rules of my cousin's factory are intolerable to us. At least we aren't facing imprisonment like my uncle. It is indeed a stark contrast. The 2 cousins' awareness brings a sigh of relief to Zhao Yao. The bond among the 4 brothers and Zhao Yao, forged through 5 years of camaraderie, is peculiar, akin to the brotherhood found in the military, yet reminiscent of fellow apprentices. In a past life, as long as they did not quarrel with Wang Lihong, their rapport with Zhao Yao was quite amiable. Whenever something arose in the Zhao household, they were invariably the first to arrive. My uncle was taken aback, while my second uncle sighed. If they wish to deduct our wages, so be it. We still want to work here, as long as you do not expel us. Zhao Yao steeled his resolve. Chang Hai is the factory director, and I must heed his authority. Thus, the decision-making power now lay firmly in Director Chang's hands. My uncle hesitated, gritting his teeth, before returning reluctantly. With a sullen demeanor, he remarked, You have no ambition. If you refuse to leave, I shall. Help me load the tractor. I need to drive it back. What are we to do? The tractor was in disarray, beyond the capability of even a horse cart to transport. This handheld tractor, an obsolete product from the irrigation district, was quite aged. It was no wonder my uncle brought it in for repairs. Chang Hai maintained a stern facade. You gentlemen are relatives of the owner, by dismantling the owner's machinery. How can you expect others to respond? At that moment, old Chang exuded the authoritative presence of a factory director, revealing an unexpected depth of wisdom. Young Zhao was still too inexperienced. No one regarded him as the principal owner. Director Chang, however, understood the stakes. While you start at the first level, Others may take advantage of the situation. We cannot compromise on rules. Penalties must be enforced. Should we not assist him with the installation? Money has been received. We must provide adequate service, mustn't we? It's not a trivial matter. Zhao Yao, though unversed in the ways of ownership, had certainly witnessed the workings of industry. Regardless of the enterprise's scale, Old Chang skillfully commanded respect. With a hint of nostalgia, Old Chang remarked, "Speaking of which, this gentleman is our very first client." Laughter erupted amongst the crowd, and Zhao Yao was pleasantly surprised by Chang Hai's ability to ease the tension. In an instant, the previously charged atmosphere dissipated, and everyone began to pitch in. Before long, they had repaired Sun Laodao's tractor. With a roar, the tractor sped away. Chang Hai turned to Zhao Yao. "What shall we do next?" Zhao Yao smiled. "We will have 2 people on duty, rotating among us. Let us tidy up the storeroom. Raw materials will arrive in a day or 2. We must not show favoritism in our work, whether it pertains to overtime or benefits. With everyone taking turns, earnings will be equitable, and complaints will be minimized. Once we have the materials, we can commence printing currency and auspicious couplets. We must prepare for the new year." Is this truly the beginning? December has yet to arrive, and the lunar calendar is still in early October. Before we even celebrate the Lantern Festival, are we to begin producing currency? Young Zhao declared, "Once production starts, we cannot remain idle here. If we lack manpower, we should hire some temporary workers. We can enlist women for printing, as the skill required is minimal and the wages are low." The workers visibly perked up at the prospect of involving their family members. Even if not family, hiring outsiders could foster goodwill. Once our products are ready, we must promote them. We encourage everyone to engage in sales, offering a commission of 5% on sales revenue. A commission of 5% on sales? That figure is indeed substantial. In her previous life, Wang Lixiao earned a mere 1% commission from selling furniture, making a profit of 5 yuan on a 100 yuan sale, and it was strictly cash transactions, with no credit extended. As November drew to a close, the weather turned frigid, rendering the ink difficult to work with. Everyone secured the holes, and the windows and doors were covered with plastic sheets. Concurrently, 6 integrated stoves were crafted, and 3 lengthy firewalls were constructed. The exceptionally long flue directed smoke outdoors, then ascended at an angle. The firewalls and integrated stoves enveloped the equipment in a manner that created an almost perfect thermal environment. Consequently, no matter how low the temperature outside dropped, it posed no issue. On the 3rd day, raw materials arrived at the factory, with 5 trucks, each carrying 141 loads, arriving in a grand procession. The warehouse, which had once housed 2 combined harvesters, was now brimming with supplies, as the harvesters had been appropriated by the subfield. No one anticipated that Zhao Yao would return with such a bounty of raw materials. The quietly returning elder uncle and second uncle were momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume. "So much to Yao. Who are you planning to sell this to? If it doesn't sell, how much will you lose?" Zhao Yao chuckled. "What power do I possess? The owner is a comrade of my father's collective, and I'm merely managing on his behalf." It became clear why such a substantial amount could be procured. Zhao Yao had influential backing. No one doubted Zhao Yao. After all, who would extend such credit to a boy without a father? Who would dare to entrust such a vast quantity of goods to such a young lad? Zhao Yao offered no further explanation. "The boss pays our wages, and we must devote ourselves entirely to production." The shifts were organized into 3 teams, with female workers on the day shift and male workers covering the evening and night shifts. Knowing that there was a boss behind, Zhao Yao put the minds of his elder and second uncles at ease. Otherwise, it would be quite the scandal to work for a nephew. From this day forth, the second uncle was tasked with overseeing safety inspections at the factory, ensuring fire safety at all costs. The second uncle hesitated. "I can't manage that. Can't do it." Zhao Yao glanced at Sun Ren and Sun Yi, recognizing the importance of safety in production. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ren offered, "I'll take care of it. I'll work alongside the second uncle to ensure safety inspections. We must assist in this matter. If something goes amiss, my brother could face dire consequences." With his elder cousin stepping up, Zhao Yao patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you." The elder uncle, who had been silent until now, cleared his throat. "Come on now. What can you 2 do? I have experience with the commune's regulations. I understand the rules. I'll assist with the inspections. From today onwards, smoking is prohibited within the factory premises." Zhao Yao was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Sun Hongxian. "Thank you, uncle." Effective immediately, Master Sun will serve as the safety inspector. Anyone found smoking in the factory will incur a fine of 100 yuan and will be dismissed. With flammable materials everywhere, failing to ensure fire safety could be fatal. Shanghai declared loudly. Did everyone hear that? From now on, all personnel entering the factory must leave cigarettes, lighters, and matches in the changing room. The stove will have a designated person in charge. Chapter 070. A tiger skin to make a flag. All right. Zhao Yao nodded. I entrust the management here to you. Let production commence now. I wish to see the first batch of samples. Prior to venturing into the Spring City, a batch of samples had been produced. However, Zhao Yao remained apprehensive. After all, a change in paper inevitably introduces some discrepancies. The team endeavored to produce, and this rotary printing technique is fundamentally straightforward, devoid of significant technical challenges. After printing over 100 sheets, proficiency increased and the quality of the prints improved markedly. Finished products began to accumulate in piles. Alongside several rotary printing machines, some designated for printing banknotes, others for couplets, and yet others for images of deities such as the god of wealth and the door god. By day's end, the products resembled a small mountain. Uncle glanced at the scene, feeling somewhat dizzy. Yao, shouldn't we pause for a moment? Who will you sell all this to? It was evident that both uncles and the stepmother shared a similar disposition, being siblings of the same mother. And all three had a penchant for breaking the mold, characterized by their retrogressive tendencies. Upon entering the building, Zhao Yao inquired at the front desk. Excuse me. I am looking for Lord Zhou from the publicity department. Zhao Yao smiled, pleasantly surprised to encounter Hao Jingting here. Thank you, Lord Zhou. Thank you, Sister Jingting. However, their acquaintance was not profound, and hearing Zhao Yao's words, they would not delve further. He located the county government compound, which was constructed 70 or 80 years prior. Oh, Lord Zhou inquired curiously. Do you know each other? Is it true that at 15, you started your own factory? Did someone send you to impersonate them? Now, he could proudly sell and even penetrate the market on your side. Neglecting to exchange pleasantries with Sister Jingting, Zhao Yao strode directly to the desk. Hello, I am Zhao Yao, a friend of Wang Xiaoxin. The individual at the desk, who held a respectable position as the assistant to the county magistrate and deputy minister of the publicity department, escorted Zhao Yao out, facilitating his passage with ease. Rumor has it that the building was erected by Russians, and it indeed bore a slight Russian architectural flair. Consequently, he had no choice but to plunge into commerce. Now, his ability to manage a factory relied entirely on the fortune brought by his rebirth. However, such thoughts were best left unspoken. Zhao Yao chuckled wryly as he served a piece of sweet and sour pork to Hao Jingting. Registration aligned with the Gregorian calendar birthday on the household registration book. And fortunately, there was no stipulation. Wait, you haven't yet celebrated your 15th birthday. Otherwise, there would be no need for Sun Yanhong's name. Upon entering, he discovered a young man, around 30, seated behind the desk. Completing the formalities was hardly an issue, and upon returning home, he contacted Wang Xiaoxin, only to learn that she had already made the necessary calls. Finally, with matters settled, a weight lifted from his heart. The front desk uncle scrutinized him from head to toe. You are Zhao Yao? Lord Zhou called and instructed you to go upstairs to find him. It's not the publicity department, it's the county government assistant. The county government compound lacked security, allowing for easy access. Zhao Yao knocked on the door, and a voice invited him in. With a clear passage throughout the day, all procedures were finalized. The light industrial market was a different realm, boasting a daily foot traffic that far surpassed that in front of his home. Hao Jingting looked at Zhao Yao in astonishment. I had no idea you were only 15. Zhao Yao, with an unwavering confidence, responded, Sister Jingting, how could you bear to strike me? Sighing, Zhao Yao remarked, our family's circumstances are not particularly favorable. Thus, I strive to establish a factory to earn a modest living. Hao Jingting smiled gently indeed. He once sold fish on my territory. Has he now turned to selling industrial goods? Come, let me assist you with the formalities. Fortunately, Zhao Yao had prepared in advance, bringing along his stepmother's household registration. Assuming another's identity to take over companies and enterprises suited Zhao Yao perfectly, without Hao Jingting by his side. He believed it would take him half a year to complete the paperwork for just those dozens of seals. As they stepped outside, Zhao Yao couldn't help but inquire. Sister Jingting, this is quite an elevation, isn't it? Otherwise, how could your market administrator possibly assist me with such matters? Hao Jingting shrugged. There are plenty of things one need not worry about. Am I so idle? This reasoning left her momentarily astonished. You can operate a factory. And you still claim the conditions are unfavorable? The young woman, not an ordinary person, was well aware of Wang Xiaoxin's status. Even more surprising was how Jingting sitting upright beside him. The restaurant named offered anything but commonplace dishes. Zhao Yao chuckled. Let's first transport the goods home. After all, I have a greenhouse, don't I? Young Zhao earnestly remarked. Why would you not trust my honesty? How Jingting keenly picked up on it. Sister Xiaoxin? You are assisting Wang Xiaoxin? Zhao Yao's heart stirred. Sister, you are astute. How could I manage on my own? Assisting Sister Xiaoxin, cough cough. It was indeed astonishing to Zhao Yao, given her youth. Previously, with Wang Xiaoxin as promise, Zhao Yao still felt apprehensive. No wonder how Jingting was skeptical. Be honest with me. It's reassuring since the paperwork is already underway, so there is no harm in being truthful. If the greenhouse at home were to sell, the products produced would likely suffice for Zhao Yao's lifetime. Am I akin to a character who consumes only porridge? Should I remain entirely oblivious to you? You rascal, not being forthright. Enough is enough. Hoisting a tiger's skin to raise a flag. One must not be overly ostentatious. Subtlety is the true path. No wonder the butcher remarked that Hao Jingting was no ordinary individual. There was no alternative. Being so young made various formalities quite difficult to navigate. After the issuance of strictly prohibit officials from engaging in business, some indeed found ways to exploit the loopholes. Unable to extricate himself, Hao Jingting was infuriated enough to scold him. You scoundrel! Are you asking for a beating by acting so intimately with me? This lady is Comrade Hao Jingting from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. She will assist you in handling all the formalities. Once everything was in order, Zhao Yao grasped Hao Jingting's hand and headed to the restaurant. In truth, this was a candid revelation. 2 months prior, Zhao Yao's family situation had indeed been dire. Hao Jingting bit into her piece of meat with determination. How dare you deceive me? This little rascal is hiding something from me. After all, he had staked all the money earned from selling down jackets on this venture. Was making a phone call truly that simple? Zhao Yao still felt a bit anxious. A lad of 15 or 16, Mr. Zhou was decidedly uninterested. He scrutinized Zhao Yao from head to toe. You are a friend of Xiaoxin? Huh, you are so young. Just days prior, Xiaoxin had made a call. Had Zhao Yao been a bit older, Assistant Zhou would have surely engaged in some pleasantries. Although he held a deputy director position, he appeared to be around 30. In truth, Mr. Zhou was also taken aback by the youthfulness of the boy before him. You may purchase here first. I will attend to the formalities tomorrow. If the paperwork cannot be completed, that would be a genuine predicament. Situated merely a street away from the county government, it is rumored that the esteemed master chefs have all received accolades. Indeed, the telephone proves to be quite effective. Zhao Yao hurriedly ascended the stairs, seeking out the office of Lord Zhou. I am exceedingly grateful to Sister Jingting for her assistance. Otherwise, my goods would have been on sale, rendering me an illegal operator. Zhao Yao lifted his teacup and remarked, let us not dwell on such matters. Starting tomorrow, I shall venture into the market to sell my wares. Will that place still be mine? Hao Jingting scoffed, her tone laced with derision, with those shifty eyes. You think you can escape? Go ahead, but mark my words, taxes are inevitable. Given that this is a Wang family enterprise, no one in Yinsong County would dare to disregard it, not even Hao Jingting. It is essential. Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Sister Jingting. The imperial grain and national taxes shall be accounted for in full. All is in readiness. We merely await the favorable winds. Chapter 071. Engaging in established business rather than novel ventures. On November 26, 1985, the 15th day of the 10th month, Zhao Yao felt it was an auspicious day. He borrowed his grandfather's donkey cart and transported various papers to the light industry market. Truth be told, it was somewhat premature to sell these items. Yet it was imperative to advertise in advance to ensure everyone was aware of their availability. Not only were there foreign currency notes, but also brand new integrated stoves and ice blades among other goods. The butcher's wife, Yin Shi, looked on in amazement. I must say, Xiao Zhao, you truly have a flair for the theatrical. Are you solely dabbling in foreign trinkets? How can this be foreign? Zhao Yao replied innocently. Sister-in-law, you are mistaken. This is genuine domestic product. Domestic product? Yin Shi laughed heartily. Your sister-in-law is correct. If it's all flash and no substance, what else could it be? Ignorance is indeed frightening. Zhao Yao offered no explanation, as another person chimed in. This is my first encounter with such a novelty. Zhao Yao responded with a grin. Only innovative products can yield profits. Those who follow trends merely sip the broth, while those who lag behind are destined to incur losses. Indeed, Yanxi busied herself. There's wisdom in that statement. Unbeknownst to the women, they had procured a heap of pork belly. The cut situated between the hind legs of the pig. This piece, pale and devoid of fat, does not render oil and is difficult to sell. Yanxi spread out a slab of lard, placed the intestines atop it, and then positioned the pork belly over the intestines. She then rolled the lard tightly, akin to the meat rolls that would be sliced 40 years hence. Is it truly possible to prepare it this way? Zhao Yao watched, wide-eyed. Sister-in-law, your technique is remarkably adept. Hee. Yanxi beamed with pride. My sister-in-law is quite skilled. This piece is well frozen. Allow me to show you a cross-section. As she spoke, she sliced through the meticulously rolled lard, and lo and behold, it appeared as white as snow, glistening and smooth. It was even more tender than the 4 peaks observed by the 2 women the other day. Anyone who saw it would never suspect that it contained pork belly. I am utterly astonished. If I were to purchase lard, I would be ensnared in an instant. Huh. Yanxi raised an eyebrow. If this gesture were made by Wang Xiaoxin, it would surely convey flirtation. Yet, when sister-in-law performed it, it bore a subtle invitation. With a proud smile, she declared, whatever the endeavor, one must excel in it. However, little brother, should you come to buy lard, I shall certainly provide you with the finest. In an era of inadequate soybean oil supply, lard constituted a vital component of cooking oil. Thus, lard and fatty meat always sell out first, a reflection of the adage that haste makes waste. Yanxi, brimming with pride, exclaimed, isn't my wife remarkable? When it comes to business, I, Shigu, must admit I am outshone by her. Even Xiao Hao pales in comparison. The butcher referred to Xiao Hao as Hao Jingting, a formidable presence in the market. Xiao Zhao grinned. Hao Jia, what brings you here? Ha. This loud exclamation startled Yanxi, who looked around in panic. Realizing he had been duped, you've gone astray. Yanxi's wife glanced at Zhao Yao, saying, brother, do not be so dismissive. It is far wiser to sell familiar goods rather than untested ones. The latter is a pitfall. Introducing novelty can draw blank stares from those unacquainted with it. Indeed, experience reveals truth. Selling well-known products is undoubtedly a sound strategy. Decades later, unscrupulous merchants would twist this wisdom into a mantra of exploiting familiarity. Zhao Yao raised his thumb in approval. Sister-in-law, you are absolutely right. I am in complete awe. His sister-in-law shook her head. No, I admire those with education, who articulate their thoughts eloquently, unlike your brother. In just a few sentences, Yanxi had blurted out a torrent of words, revealing his rustic nature. Pa! Yanxi declared, wielding a sharp knife against the pork. Rough men are what women desire. Silly fools. That's a knife, not a broomstick. Laughter erupted among the crowd, watching Yanxi being chased around by his wife wielding a cleaver. Serves him right. No one can withstand the fury of a rough-and-tumble wife. It must be said that Yanxi's wife was correct. Zhao Yao's products were indeed quite novel in the market. To what extent? They were nearly ignored. Just past the 15th day of the lunar month, with 2.5 months until the new year, who would purchase couplets? As for the iron stove for cooking, no one seemed to have faith in it. The uncle selling frozen autumn pears remarked, everyone at home uses brick stoves. Who uses iron ones? Exactly, echoed the brother selling grains. Brick stoves retain heat better and stay warm long after the fire has died down. Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. What you both say is true. However, this stove contains water, which has the highest specific heat capacity, ensuring the longest heat retention. What specific heat? A jumble of words, leaving everyone bewildered. In this era, how many in the marketplace truly understand that water has the highest specific heat? It appears that promoting new products is indeed a formidable task. The sister selling beef shook her head. Forget it. Once the fire in the iron stove goes out, the temperature drops immediately. How can it compare to a brick stove? Explanation was futile. They simply could not grasp the concept. Nowadays, collective heating is rare, especially since only the old 8 buildings have apartments. The widespread installation of water jacket stoves in single-story homes likely began in the 1990s. This suggests that Zhao Yao is a pioneer, a trailblazer in this industry. Typically, such pioneers either reap enormous profits or perish on the shores of failure. It seems a change in strategy is necessary for tomorrow. The open-air market has kept Zhao Yao outside all morning. The northwest wind howled, and despite his thick clothing, the chill penetrated him. It was bitterly cold. The large pancake nestled in his arms radiated warmth. Yet in such frigid conditions, Zhao Yao felt no appetite. As he chattered his teeth in the cold, his cotton gloves had long since succumbed to the frost. However, one must absolutely refrain from breathing warmth onto one's hands, as the moisture can lead to frostbite. Only a fool would attempt to warm their hands with breath during the harshest winter, unless they have no regard for their own appendages. Once frostbite occurs, the ensuing chilblains can become a recurring nightmare, rendering one vulnerable to the cold. Just as I pondered retreat, several individuals adorned with large hats approached. "Are you Zhao Yao?" Taken aback, Zhao Yao replied, "Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Is there something you need?" One of them scoffed, "Don't play the fool with us. Surely you are aware of the matter at hand." This dialogue felt too familiar. It resembled the typical interrogation of a suspect. "Come with us." What does this mean? Zhao Yao's heart sank. They say that if one has done nothing wrong, they need not fear the knock of the devil. In truth, he had indeed transgressed, having engaged in the illicit trade of treasury bonds on 2 occasions. If this were to be uncovered, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. There seemed to be nothing else amiss. So he resolved to follow them. Better to face the music than remain trapped in indecision. At worst, he would merely be an unfortunate time traveler. A few years in prison could still leave him a man of integrity, but what to do about the current situation? Zhao Yao said, "Please wait a moment. I need to have someone tend to my stall." To his surprise, they replied, "We are taking everything. These could very well serve as evidence." Zhao Yao chuckled in disbelief. "What are you talking about? All my transactions are legitimate. How could they possibly be deemed as evidence? Kindly assist me in contacting Sister Jingting." The butcher forced a smile while the man in the large hat coldly retorted, "No contacting others to collude." Chapter 072, The Dangers of Ignorance. "Do you know why I am called Zhao Yao?" They offered him no opportunity for defense, which was, after all, to be expected. Collusion. Zhao Yao steeled himself. He would simply comply as he was ushered into the county office, a surprising development indeed, as such matters were typically handled with great gravity. Nonetheless, after enduring the cold outside for a while, stepping into the pre-examination room was a relief. Even without heating, the atmosphere felt warm. A powerful overhead light illuminated Zhao Yao's face. The brightness of a 500-watt bulb was surprisingly comforting. It seemed that Zhao Yao might be the first to utilize this light for warmth. It rivaled a heating lamp, narrowing his eyes to peer past the blinding light. He could hardly discern the 3 faces behind it. Unable to see them, he thought, "What do you intend to do? I am merely a legitimate businessman, without time to engage in idle chatter with you." "Humph." One of them grunted, "Confession leads to leniency, while resistance brings severity. Don't you wish to explain your 2 visits to Shanghu City?" "What are my visits to Shanghu City?" Zhao Yao understood. It was indeed that matter that had surfaced. Where had it all gone awry? As for the individual in Shanghu City, Jiao Si, he was undoubtedly secure. Zhao Yao remained composed. "I traveled to exchange treasury bonds intended for my father's pension for cash. Is there anything wrong with that?" It's a perfectly reasonable explanation. The issue, however, was the looming threat behind him. A young woman spoke up. "Fu Bo has already confessed that he acted under your instruction. He went to Shanghu City to trade treasury bonds. What else can you possibly say?" Good grief. So it was Fu Bo who had stirred up this trouble in Shanghu City. No wonder he had distanced himself. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucrative venture. Just how many treasury bonds had old Fu acquired? Surely no less than 100,000. How intriguing. Zhao Yao replied with a calm demeanor. "What does his actions have to do with me? He is neither my son, nor am I his father. How could he possibly be under my command?" "You are maligning an innocent person. I sensed last time that Fu Haishan and his father were not honest. It was likely old Fu's idea to take advantage of a brother and vent some mischief. You claim to be a good person." A youthful voice admonished him, "Be honest. We have a complete record of your crimes. Confess, and you may receive leniency. Otherwise, we will impose severe penalties on economic criminals." Zhao Yao tapped the cold iron armrest of the interrogation chair, reminiscent of his time in the military. It was not due to any crime, but rather for simulated interrogation training. Little did he expect to find himself seated in such a chair again, this time as a suspect. Zhao, not a child, asserted, "The economic crimes you speak of have absolutely nothing to do with me. I have not engaged in the trafficking of treasury bonds. I cannot admit to such accusations, as it would lead to considerable trouble. I merely exchanged treasury bonds for cash, and I was assisting the government." Had he been a typical 15 or 25-year-old, he would not have remained so composed. He was well prepared. "They provided me with the proper documentation. Do you wish to see it? Here it is." The opposing party did not anticipate that this young man would be such a formidable adversary, coming equipped with documentation. Not only did he possess the introduction letter from the irrigation district, but also the legitimate paperwork from Shanghu City regarding the acquisition of treasury bonds. The state prohibits the black market circulation of treasury bonds. Who facilitated the acquisition procedures for you? The transaction of treasury bonds was non-existent in Insong County, nor even in Baishan Province. It was no wonder they clung to the case. 30,000 plus 100,000 treasury bonds represented a substantial illegal transaction. If confirmed, it could result in a decade-long imprisonment. The Economic Investigation Department had a significant case on their hands. Be honest and do not conceal anything for him. Otherwise, your charges will be escalated. He finally recognized the voice. It belonged to the individual who had previously attempted to defraud him. Last time, they had failed to apprehend him. And now they returned with a different accusation, albeit against the wrong target. Zhao Yao sneered. You think a legitimate bank would require my assistance in concealing anything? I am fully aware of the risks of selling treasury bonds. He had already formulated plans for the worst possible outcome. Can you not employ some common sense? Who could possibly exchange 130,000 treasury bonds for cash on a personal level? Feeling increasingly emboldened, Zhao Yao continued. Who cares who is behind the light? What gives you the right to interrogate me? Has your brain turned to mush? A sharp clap echoed through the room as the other party, visibly agitated, retorted. Be honest with me. Don't make me resort to tactics. They had never encountered such audacity, particularly from a mere teenager. Resorting to tactics? Perhaps it's best to refrain. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Who would one turn to for justice after being wronged? Zhao Yao scoffed. Pay attention. There is a household register in the materials. How peculiar that anyone would carry a household register when they go out. In reality, he had tucked the household register inside his vest during the paperwork process yesterday, busy with his obligations and forgetting to leave it at home. It is quite apparent that my birthday approaches in just a few days. Do you grasp the significance of this? Those individuals truly failed to comprehend. Speak to me properly. What is the matter? It's my birthday. Should I prepare a bowl of noodles for you? What a lack of quality. Your professional standards are severely lacking. Allow me to enlighten you. Before the age of 16, one does not possess full civil capacity. Mocked by the youth, the young man grew slightly irate. What will happen from now on? Before the law, all are equal. So, as long as I do not commit heinous crimes such as murder or arson, I bear no legal responsibility? If you cannot even understand this, what gives you the right to interrogate me? This is Zhao Yao's trump card. In truth, he feels fortunate to have been reborn in 1985 rather than 1983. Had it been that year, even if he were under 14, becoming entangled in such matters would have been quite troublesome. However, times have changed. After 1984, the delineation between business and speculation became significantly clearer. The three individuals behind the lamp hurriedly checked the household registration, and upon seeing it, they were utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, the prodigy before them had yet to celebrate his 15th birthday. The young man slammed his hand on the table. Is this household registration genuine or fake? Born on December 12, 1970? I seriously suspect this is a forgery. Zhao Yao chuckled. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Do you know why I am called Zhao Yao? Why? The three behind the lamp were thoroughly led by the nose by the young lad. Little Zhao smiled slightly. Because my destiny comprises metal, earth, water, fire, wood, earth. Yao combined with the earth in Zhao results in precisely 4 earths. What nonsense is this? How could the big hat comprehend such matters? Stop your nonsensical rambling. Zhao Yao replied. I have always suspected that my father is not my biological father. Otherwise, why would he abandon me? Encountering such a buffoon for the first time, they found his rambling utterly off topic. Little Zhao continued unabated. If you assist me in locating my biological father, I shall be most grateful. I would even call you father. The three behind the lamp exchanged glances. Encountering a 30-something ruffian might be understandable. But facing a lad, not yet 15, transforming into a ruffian was a profound disgrace for them. Moreover, there was truly no justification for detaining such a young child for 48 hours. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and one individual stepped outside. Zhao Yao had exceptionally keen hearing. He discerned the outsider saying, "Hurry and release him." Chapter 073. A chaotic path ahead, a terrifying reflection. The one who stepped out inquired, "Why?" "We have evidence. He indeed sold treasury bonds, and he has admitted it himself. Bang. Someone received a kick. I told you to release him, so do it. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? He is still just a child. I see you are desperate for merit. Silence descended outside, and shortly thereafter, the individual returned. He returned all the materials to Zhao Yao. Go out and complete the formalities. You are free. Zhao Yao finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He understood that his age had played a minor role in this. Someone must have come to rescue him. This was his lifeline. Who could it be? It could only be Hao Jingting. It seems the meat-selling brother has done him a tremendous favor. Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Thank you, three of you. I was freezing outside. It is tolerable in your room, especially with that powerful lamp. What a mischievous fellow. Three individuals behind the lamp nearly drove him to exasperation. What does it mean to take advantage of a situation? It refers to none other than our dear classmate, Xiao Zhao. With a grin, Boss Xiao Zhao remarked, allow me to warm myself. A bit of hot tea would be splendid. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. With that, he sauntered out. Outside, indeed. Hao Jingting awaited him in the director's office. You incorrigible rascal, always causing me trouble. You dare to sell anything, even treasury bonds. Zhao Yao chuckled innocently, sister. You cannot blame me. The irrigation district has gone mad over unsold tickets. Even my father's pension is in the form of treasury bonds. Is that true? Hao Jingting was taken aback. That's outrageous. Zhao Yao, however, remained silent, knowing it was due to his desire for a little extra without needing cash. Xiao Zhao shook his head. That is why they sought a child like me to help them convert it into cash, as our local bank does not accept such transactions. It wasn't until 2 years later that trading was permitted, and even then, it was not a nationwide allowance for free exchange. It seemed only banks in a few cities allowed treasury bond transactions. To make a living, I ventured to Shanghu City hoping for good fortune, and unexpectedly, I made a sale. In truth, they should have been grateful to me. Yet, who knew that being a good person would bring such misfortune? The young lad, though not of considerable age, spoke with a sharp tongue. Nearby, Fu Haishan's lips twitched. Zhao Yao, you truly are too much. Fu Bo spoke carelessly, revealing what Zhao Yao had tried to conceal. You're aware? Zhao Yao chuckled. Uncle Fu, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't talking about you. Oh, come now. Isn't it obvious what you meant? Hao Jingting felt embarrassed for Fu Haishan. The actions of the Fu family were indeed lacking, drawing disdain from others. The old Fu, with audacity, remarked, Fu Bo did not find a way out and was caught. He is currently in Shanghu City. Not everyone possesses the halo of a protagonist. Zhao Yao mused to himself, really? What shall we do then? Fake. Utterly preposterous. Even a fool can see through it. The youth's words did not match his heart. At least he was not overly anxious, yet he did not seem to revel in their misfortune. What to do? Fu Haishan, with a sheepish grin, asked. Didn't you say your father's classmate is over there? Could you assist in bringing Fu Bo back? Had it not been for his son, and had his own greed not led to this predicament, the old Fu would never have had the face to beseech Zhao Yao. It was simply too humiliating. The pair had acquired a batch of low-priced treasury bonds, not wishing to allow Zhao Yao to profit from the price difference. Thus, they sent Fu Bo and his companions to Shanghu City for independent trading. To their astonishment, the controls there were exceedingly strict. Zhao Yao laughed. Uncle Fu, what you say is beyond my comprehension. To be honest, my trip to Shanghu City was merely a stroke of luck. Regret washed over Fu Haishan this time. He and his son had greatly offended Zhao Yao. However, with his son apprehended there, he, a mere mid-level cadre, truly felt powerless. After all, this was Shanghu City. Now they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Seeking Zhao Yao's assistance. Uncle Deo has treated you well, although asking felt humiliating. What was embarrassment compared to the fate of his son? The factory signed contracts under your stepmother's name and even granted a month and a half of leeway. The implication was that that month and a half could amount to 600 or 700 yuan. The old Fu underestimated Zhao Yao. For someone reborn, 10 times 600 or 700 yuan hardly drew attention. Ahem, Fu Haishan said with difficulty. I realize this small favor is hardly worth mentioning. The last proceeds from the treasury bonds have all been given to you. I desire not a single cent. In the room, there are not only Fu Haishan and the industrious Hao Jingtong, but also several gentlemen donning large hats. The group appears almost deaf and mute, feigning ignorance, clearly indicating that Fu Haishan possesses considerable connections here. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so openly. Zhao Yao's mind raced with thoughts. At this moment, it would be quite inappropriate to fall out with Fu Haishan and his son. Fu Haishan has already issued a warning. The contract has yet to formally commence. Yet production on his end has already begun. To create discord for oneself now would be exceedingly troublesome, and he could easily breach the contract. Sighing, Zhao Yao said, "May I borrow the phone for a moment?" The previously motionless gentleman finally stirred, gently sliding the phone towards him. "Feel free to use it." It was evident that the other party was keen to ascertain Zhao Yao's background, wishing to know whom he intended to call. Zhao Yao was unperturbed as he sought to trouble Diao Si. That fellow could brazenly operate as a scalper in the streets. It was impossible for him to lack confidence. Before the gathered crowd, he directly dialed. "Sigu, this is Zhao Yao." Diao Si burst into laughter on the other end. "You rascal. It's been so long since you last came. I thought you had forgotten about me. What's the matter? Another batch of treasury bonds?" "Indeed, you dare to ask." Zhao Yao replied. "I've encountered some trouble. There are people here alleging that I am reselling treasury bonds. Although I only deal with legitimate banking institutions. They refuse to acknowledge it." "Refuse to acknowledge it?" Diao Si instantly grasped the situation. "Who dares to dismiss it? Let them come to me. Are they truly so audacious? Does my esteemed self require their recognition?" The countenance of several present darkened, having been scolded in front of so many. However, the audacity displayed by Diao Si served to highlight the issue at hand. Zhao Yao chuckled. "Everything is resolved now. It is not that your documents protected me, but rather that my youth spared me from further trouble." The gentleman who had just passed the phone coughed discreetly, prompting Hao Jingtong to smooth things over. "You impudent lad. Do not speak nonsense. I was the one who explained on your behalf. Otherwise, your age would certainly have brought you trouble." Zhao Yao glanced at the opposing party. "Really, everything is fine." The individual on the other end nodded solemnly. "It is indeed fine. You may leave at any time." The call was not initiated by us, but rather at his request. He gestured towards Fu Haishan, emphasizing the need to clarify this matter. As for Diao Si from Shanghu City, it is difficult to ascertain his true nature. In any case, he is not someone this side can afford to provoke, akin to a 7th-rank official before a prime minister. Old Fu wore a pained expression. "Diao, please assist me. This is an official letter from over there. It states that the District Economic Investigation Division has detained Fu Bo." The Economic Investigation Division of the district? They were also the ones who just apprehended little Zhao. That cannot be right. The Economic Investigation Department seemingly only came into existence in the mid-1990s. Zhao Yao knew this because the manager of the garment factory he worked for had been taken down by the Economic Investigation. It was said to be the first case after the establishment of the department. How could there have been an incident in '85? Where did the issue lie? Little Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. If his rebirth were to trigger a butterfly effect, how would he navigate through life? Without the advantage of foresight, the path ahead appeared shrouded in chaos, invoking a profound sense of dread. Chapter 074. What wrong with honoring ancestors? Yet, it is futile. Contemplating now holds no significance. Can one truly restart the quest? The very act of rebirth is a tremendous fortune. To desire too much invites divine retribution. Hush. Zhao Yao spoke into the phone. "Brother C, my companion has been taken in. He merely assisted the officials in selling some treasury bonds. Could you possibly extricate him? I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it handsomely in the future." A few individuals in the room cast him peculiar glances. A boy of 15 or 16. A high school student. What clout could he possibly wield? Could he genuinely secure Fu Bo's release? It is essential to note that the other side is the Economic Investigation Department of a certain district in Shanghu City. The title of department there holds the same rank as the head of Insong County. Here, the various departments of the county bureau merely refer to themselves as sections, which are of a lesser echelon. On the other end, Diao Si scolded, "You fool. You only bring me trouble. What are these favors you speak of? Provide me with the contact information, and I shall inquire." The call ended, leaving the atmosphere somewhat oppressive as everyone awaited the outcome. Fu Haishan hurriedly poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Zhao Yao. "Drink up, Diao? Truly parched." Zhao Yao took a sip to warm himself and then inquired, "Uncle Fu, how did you allow Fu Bo to run into trouble? Why bring up the unmentionable? Is it not greed that has befallen us?" Everyone present understood the situation. Did the boy comprehend it? While others regarded Zhao Yao as a child, Hao Jingting did not. She was merely challenging Uncle Fu. What would happen if something went awry with such a large quantity of treasury bonds? "Did you know I nearly encountered an accident on my way back? I thought to myself that a man ought to take on some responsibility. Hence I did not mention it to you. 5 thieves sought to rob us. Had I not practiced, I might have never returned. This was not mere boasting. Though it was somewhat exaggerated, nonetheless, the undertones were directed at Fu Haishan. Everyone noticed this, and Fu Haishan's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue, red, and white. The young lad was venting, and how Jingting sympathized with Zhao Yao. The cause and effect were evident. It was indeed Fu Haishan's doing. Initially, he had urged Zhao Yao to take the risk of selling the bonds, and once profit was apparent, he abandoned the boy to act independently. How shameless. No wonder the youth would confront him. Old Fu gritted his teeth. Yes, I should have considered it more carefully. In truth, Fu Bo accompanied others on a business trip. When the incident occurred, only Fu Bo was apprehended, as the treasury bonds were in his possession. It is better to listen than to speak. Allowing Fu Bo to accompany others was merely a fade, as the young one had a secret mission. Indeed, cleverness often backfires, and Fu Haishan's vision is rather limited. He is merely concerned with petty gains, revealing his small-mindedness. No wonder Fu Bo met with misfortune in the past. Zhao Yao sighed. What is the need for such actions? Brother C has received word that by the end of next year, treasury bonds will be freely tradable. Those bonds, after all, are not in private hands. There is no need to be in such a hurry to convert them into cash, is there? Those who entrusted their treasury bonds to Fu Haishan are undoubtedly not anxious. The issue lies in Fu Haishan's eagerness for profit, which has led to this predicament. Now, no matter what Zhao Yao asserts, Fu Haishan can only acquiesce, as his son's safety rests in his hands. Old Fu never imagined he would find himself speaking humbly to a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Even Hao Jingting could no longer bear to watch. You insolent brat. Say no more. By the way, did you engage in any mischief today? Zhao Yao shook his head in response. I failed miserably. I was told today is the Xiaoyuan festival, a day deemed inauspicious for any ventures. Yet, I chose today to sell goods, foolishly hoping for a prosperous opening. Wasn't that merely setting myself up for frustration? In front of those few individuals wearing large hats, espousing such superstitions, perhaps only I, Zhao Yao, could dare to do so. Nevertheless, the lad truly encountered some misfortune. Not only did he fail to sell anything, but he also nearly found himself imprisoned. Serves him right. Hao Jingting chided with a playful tone. Who told you to sell those items? Just a few years ago, that was considered feudal superstition. Ah, Zhao Yao replied with a slight smile. Sister, you mentioned it was merely a few years ago, and indeed, back then, burning paper offerings for the deceased was frowned upon. However, the currents of history are relentless, and the essence of our culture remains the most fundamental need of the people. What could possibly be wrong with honoring our ancestors? I merely sought to elevate the form of ancestral worship. Though she had known Zhao Yao for over 2 months, Hao Jingting found herself increasingly impressed by the youth. His eloquence was remarkable, far beyond that of an ordinary 15 or 16-year-old. Zhao Yao continued, otherwise, think about it. If they only burn some yellow paper, isn't that just a mockery of the spirits? The individuals in large hats were clearly unable to tolerate his words any longer, and fortunately, at that moment, a phone rang. One of the large hats answered, It's your call. Zhao Yao took the phone. See good, this is Zhao Yao. On the other end, Jiao Si cursed. What kind of reckless friend do you have? Blabbering nonsense inside. No wonder Fu Bo got into trouble. That fellow cannot control his tongue. In a past life, he was a thief, and his subsequent gatherings ended in disaster, all due to his mouth. Compared to his father, Xiao Fu is far too naive. Jiao Si continued angrily. If it weren't for your sake, I would not have intervened. Now that the individual is out, the treasury bonds have been confiscated. Hush. Old Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that his son was safe. To be honest, Fu Haishan never anticipated that Zhao Yao would wield such influence. On the other end, Si Gu explained, he lacked the necessary permits for illegal transactions. When will he be brought back? Casting a glance at Fu Haishan, the latter hastily mouthed, Someone is coming to retrieve him. Zhao Yao responded, Someone is on the way. Thank you, Si Gu. I will treat you to a meal later. Jiao Si snapped back, Get lost. If it weren't for Si Gu, I wouldn't bother with this troublesome matter. Troublesome matter? Zhao Yao quickly deduced. Is it because my passport hasn't been processed? Or is it because of my father? Jiao Si muttered, Don't mention it. It's embarrassing. I'll hang up now. Just let your people come directly to pick him up. Once the call ended, no one had anticipated that what everyone considered a monumental issue was perfectly resolved by a single phone call from Zhao Yao. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Zhao Yao shifted. The youth before them seemed transformed. No longer was he the carefree, unserious boy, but rather a figure who now appeared noble and substantial. The child who had just been speaking confidently fell silent all of a sudden. The matter he had asked Yao Si to handle was indeed the passport. The embarrassment stemmed from the passport not being processed. The question remained, given the current levels of information blockage, how could they know his background? For a considerable period, understanding the situation of individuals from afar would be a challenge. To ascertain the circumstances of an individual during their time away, one must often resort to conducting inquiries. This method, known as external investigation, demands considerable human and material resources. Fu Haishan, probing gently, inquired, "You refer to him as Brother C? Did you not mention he is a comrade and classmate of your father?" Coughing lightly, Zhao Yao came to a realization and nodded. "Indeed, Brother C is my father's classmate. He is a generation younger than my father, addressing him as uncle, hence I call him brother. Is that a problem?" "No problem at all. How could that be?" No one anticipated that today, a mere youth would seize the reins of conversation. Exiting the county bureau, Zhao Yao and Hao Jingtian were met with a knowing smile from her. Who would have thought? "You little rascal, you have quite the connections. Not only are you close with Wang Xiaoxin, but there's also Brother C. Planning to obtain a passport? Traveling abroad?" Chapter 075, Transforming the Lives of the Four Sisters. Fong Buffa lives again. While selling fish, Hao Jingtian felt pity for young Zhao and chose the best spot for him. It appears that young Zhao is far from ordinary. Hee. Zhao Yao grinned. "I've heard that Japanese films are quite entertaining. I wish to see them." Hao Jingtian's face briefly flickered with a mix of embarrassment and anger, soon replaced by the realization of the youth's innocent demeanor. Surely, she thought, one so young could not fathom such matters. "Sister Jingtian," she cleared her throat. "Are treasury bonds truly going to be freely traded now?" No longer questioning herself, Zhao Yao sought to tease the young lady. If even Fu Haishan possessed such films, how could Hao Jingtian have missed them? "Brother C has influential contacts," Zhao Yao replied earnestly. "He mentioned that discussions regarding policies in this area are underway. Otherwise, he would not dare to acquire treasury bonds." He appeared every bit the good child. Could it be that his earlier statement was genuinely innocent? Contemplating Zhao Yao's age and family background, the young woman still felt he had no opportunity to encounter such matters. Surely, Brother C was the one luring him into temptation. "Humph." Hao Jingtian, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, urged, "Hurry back now. The donkey must be hungry, gnawing on tree bark." After a long day of hardship without selling a single item, Zhao Yao finally returned home with the donkey cart, unloading it before leading the donkey to the pig pen, providing it with fodder and warm water. Only then did he return to the house, which felt remarkably warm, akin to transitioning from the Antarctic to the equator. Sun Yanhong's eye sparkled. "How did it go? How much did you sell? What was your profit?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "Not a single item sold. I didn't bring back a dime." "Ah." Sun Yanhong stood momentarily stunned, then collapsed to the ground, pounding her thighs and weeping uncontrollably. "My life is so wretched." Once more, Zhao Yao glared. "How many times must I tell you, stop crying? What else with the mourning? I'm not dead. You didn't weep like this when my father had no news." Today, having been duped by Fu Haishan and his son, and subsequently interrogated at the county bureau, his pent-up negative emotions had finally erupted. The rural youth exclaimed in anger, "Are you not afraid of bringing misfortune? My inability to sell goods is because of your tears." Sun Yanhong, incensed, sprang to her feet. "You wasteful brat. The goods you produced are unwanted. Who do you blame? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" Yet, Wang Lihong firmly grasped him, saying, "Dayo has been frozen for an entire day. Don't cause more trouble. Let's eat. I will prepare some hot wine to warm you up." The two young ladies hurriedly began to tidy up, and the dishes soon filled the room with a steaming aroma, the true essence of home. The young lady consoled Zhao Yao. "Your item is rather peculiar. It will require some time to adapt to the market, and things will gradually improve." Wang Lixia brought forth a large bowl of noodles, topped with 2 poached eggs and garnished with vibrant red river shrimp, alongside finely chopped green garlic sprouts. "I made you hot soup noodles. After spending a day outside, these will surely warm you." In their past life, the couple had never seen Wang Lihong so understanding. She would only fuss over trivial matters all day long, similar to Sun Yanhong. How miraculous is the transformation of fate. This exemplified the bond of sibling affection, and Zhao Yao felt a warmth in his heart as he lifted the large bowl and began to eat. He remarked while eating, "Sister, Find out the thick cotton pants of old Wang. I need to wear them on the outside. It's too cold. Just standing for a while makes me feel frozen. As he spoke, he sniffled, referring to the thick cotton pants belonging to Wang Lihong's father. Wang Lihong paused for a moment and softly replied, "It's unlucky. Don't wear his. Otherwise, you should rest tomorrow and not go. I will make you a pair of cotton pants. Wearing them on the outside will surely block the wind." At that moment, Wang Lihong seemed far from a 17-year-old girl. She appeared more like a married woman tending to her husband. Suddenly, Zhao Yao exclaimed, "I have an idea. Tomorrow I will bring coal and cook on-site with a stove. I refuse to believe it. Can a living person be stifled by urine? Can goods be sold this way?" The sisters exchanged glances, and Wang Lixia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How about I accompany you to sell goods?" Little Zhao shot her a glare. "What are you thinking?" "I have a plan. You should obtain a lawyer's license when you return. The four sisters must all strive together. They absolutely cannot repeat the life of the previous generation. In the future, the eldest sister will pursue the arts. I will engage in commerce. The youngest sister will focus on technology. And you will serve as the guardian of our household. You will wield the weapon of law to protect us. Your responsibilities are significant." Huh. Wang Lixia had not anticipated being assigned such a task by her brother in the blink of an eye. The young girl felt a bit dazed. Is that lawyer's license difficult to obtain? It is said that the legal examination is among the most challenging in the world, comparable to medicine. But Zhao Yao refrained from sharing this with the girl, not wanting to frighten her. "It's quite manageable. Don't forget, you have your brother. By the way, little sister, come here. Show me your homework. Bring me Lixia's homework as well. I need to check your assignments." When it was time for the homework review, the three sisters stood before Zhao Yao, including Wang Lihong, who surprisingly felt a bit anxious. It was reminiscent of being in front of a teacher, particularly that of a wayward student. Wang Lixian's paper. What is going on? You can't even answer such simple questions. These three types of questions are essential for the small entrance exam every year. The youngest sister, with her charming looks and sharp mind, is simply lazy. Once she overcomes this flaw, university will be a certainty. Zhao Yao, the diligent teacher, insisted, complete 100 of each type of question. Write a 600-word essay. One each evening, self-assigned. My strength is surely waning. Brother, can you lessen the workload? I can't finish it. Can't finish. Zhao Yao chose to ignore her. Lixia, the curriculum for the second year has intensified. You must concentrate more on your studies. His younger sister, though possessing admirable character, lacked a penchant for learning, a malady that required remedy. Teacher Zhao pointed out errors on the paper, stating, "This mistake stems from carelessness. Carelessness is the nemesis of education. Pay attention. A single misplaced decimal point could result in significant loss. Do you understand?" The admonishment from Zhao Yao left his sister quite convinced. "I will change." He was equally unreserved with Wang Lihong, asserting, "Chemistry is quite simple. What I have provided are past examination papers, along with potential questions for next year's midterm." Wang Lihong's countenance, after being reprimanded by her brother, resembled the red scarf of a young girl. It was only during study sessions that she displayed such docility. At other times, had Zhao Yao spoken to her in such a manner, she would have surely retaliated. Young teacher Zhao continued his relentless discourse, with only 6 months remaining. "You must master these problems thoroughly. There are no foolish students, only ineffective teachers," as their father often remarked. If he could return to the era of his sister's schooling, it would be a disservice to have been reborn without altering their destinies. Simply striving for personal university admission held little significance. It was imperative to transform the lives of the four sisters. Zhao Yao was resolute in his determination. Thus, he earnestly declared, "As for solidifying the foundation, that is a matter for the 3 years of high school." The three sisters, reprimanded, appeared utterly flustered. Once Zhao Yao donned the mantle of a teacher. His commanding presence was unparalleled. Even Sun Yanhong, who vehemently opposed studying, shied away from his brilliance. Nevertheless, Wang Lihong mustered a retort. "Isn't high school 2 years long?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "High school has now been extended to 3 years. Your father has caused you delays. Otherwise, you would have already entered university." This fellow was insufferable, seemingly relishing in belittling old Wang and their mother. Yet the three girls could not help but find merit in his assertions. They were no longer the naive children of yore, but rather sensible young women. Upon entering the county seat, they discovered an entirely different world from that of rural life, gaining greater insight and understanding. Upon learning of the political scrutiny involved, their disdain for their father deepened. when old Wang fell into disgrace. Wang Lijun was already 6 or 7 years old, and she had begun to form memories. Having such a father brought profound humiliation upon the three sisters, rendering them unable to hold their heads high in front of their peers. After finally moving to the city, they had shed the stigma of being the children of a convict, only to find their mother intent on bringing him back. How could the girls bear such a burden? Instinctively, they aligned themselves with Zhao Yao. However, Zhao Yao's rigorous teaching style was truly formidable. The three girls obediently commenced their studies, persevering until the early hours of the morning. Wang Lihong still prepared a late-night meal, and the following day, Zhao Yao, as anticipated, gathered coal and other supplies and returned to the market. This time, he truly set up the stove. By midday, a tall chimney from the stove towered above the supply and marketing cooperative building, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. On the stove lay several potatoes and a few pieces of dried fish, the enticing aroma gradually wafting through the air. Particularly, the scent of grilled fish attracted a multitude of onlookers. Yin Shi, the butcher, and his wife could not help but inquire, "Did you not mention your intention to pursue academic studies? Why have you returned to sell this?" Zhao Yao nodded. "I have run out of funds. Yesterday, I expressed my gratitude to my elder brother for his assistance. He sliced a piece of meat, which I grilled for my sister-in-law. It was utterly delectable. Is that true?" Yin Shi's wife swallowed hard and sent a piece of meat over. Leaning closer to Zhao Yao, she whispered, "Has everything been settled from yesterday?" "Indeed." Zhao Yao smiled in response. "Otherwise, would I still be out here?" "That is a relief." Yin Shi's wife nodded. "You truly have a knack for creating chaos. You nearly got yourself in over your head." Looking at the stove before Zhao Yao, one could see dried fish, potato slices, steamed buns, and 2 pieces of meat. There were even a few cloves of garlic, which attracted the attention of Hao Jingtian. Frowning at the scene, she asked, "Have you begun bartering today? Why are you indulging in food?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "It is both cold, and I am hungry. I thought to prepare something delicious for myself, while also warming my body. Would you care to try, Sister Jingtian?" Transforming from a paper seller to a cook seemed rather peculiar. Before Hao Jingtian could respond, another vendor of frozen pears and persimmons remarked, "This boy is so fickle. He is neglecting his proper duties." "How is that neglecting one's duties?" Zhao Yao scoffed. "A good meal is never too late. Why the haste? When I start bartering, you shall only be there to observe." Laughter erupted from many present. "This lad boasts excessively. Who would purchase your gaudy items?" Indeed, the currency he spoke of was extravagant, prompting many to shy away. The vendor of live chickens shook his head. "Who goes to a grave to burn paper and would dare to burn this? It is rather frightening." Zhao Yao's expression grew serious. "It is only by burning this that our ancestors may receive the funds, and in turn, bless you all with prosperity." "That mischievous boy is at it again." Hao Jingtian stifled a laugh, promoting superstition. "Hey!" Zhao Yao disregarded her comment. "Burning blank yellow paper is merely adhering to old customs." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of grilled potato and offered it to Hao Jingtian. "Sister Jingtian, try this." Upon taking a bite, Hao Jingtian's eyes lit up. "I must admit, this is quite delicious. But do be cautious. Fire safety is paramount." Zhao Yao passed her another piece of grilled fish. "Fear not, I am more careful than anyone. This is all I possess." A customer, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached. "Do you sell this meat? How much?" Zhao Yao was momentarily taken aback, but Hao Jingtian replied, "Yes, everything here is for sale." The customer pointed at the meat. "I desire some. How much does it cost?" "Is this a jest?" Zhao Yao was momentarily stunned. "A slice of grilled meat is 30 cents, potatoes are 3 cents each, and buns cost 10 cents apiece." The meat was purchased at $1.60 per pound, roughly yielding over 10 slices per pound. The potatoes were gifted by his uncle or freshly dug from the field, costing him nothing. Even if he had to purchase them, they would amount to only 3 cents per pound, with 2 or 3 potatoes per pound. The buns were bought at 5 cents each, making 10 cents for half. In truth, even Zhao Yao himself was bewildered as to how he had transitioned into a purveyor of barbecued goods. The barber chimed in. "I would like 2 slices of grilled meat and a bun. Do you have scallions? Any sauce? It would be unparalleled if I could sandwich it." "Barbecue is barbecue." Zhao Yao decisively responded. "Of course, I have that. I prepared it for my lunch, and you may have it all." In the blink of an eye, the lunch brought by Zhao Yao had sold out, astonishingly netting him $4.70. Holding this money, Zhao Yao felt a bit dazed. He had originally intended to sell paper offerings, couplets, and door gods, along with the god of wealth. Yet, he had transformed into a purveyor of barbecue. Observing that nothing else had sold, he had ended up selling all of his lunch items. After some contemplation, he realized that generating additional income wasn't such a bad idea. In his previous life, he had experience with family barbecues and still vividly remembered the ingredients. He turned and entered the supply and marketing cooperative behind him. Subsequently, he visited a herbal medicine company, spending $5 on seasonings. Then he purchased lamb, beef, and pork, spending another $15 on raw materials. He closed up shop early, settled matters at home, and then made his way to his small factory. The workers had yet to clock out, and before several employees, he presented a newly drafted blueprint, saying, "Construct for me a multifunctional barbecue stove." The barbecue stove itself was quite simple. It was essentially a rectangular box with a series of holes drilled into it. Each hole served as a rack, capable of roasting potatoes, eggs, or corn. However, in this era, buying corn in the depths of winter was out of the question. Eggs seemed to be unavailable as well, so potatoes and sweet potatoes would suffice, along with steamed buns. An extension for skewers would transform it into a pure barbecue box. Shanghai, who was guiding the construction of the barbecue stove, inquired, "Boss, how are our sales faring?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "It's still too early. There really are no buyers. However, I believe that once we enter the 12th lunar month, things will improve. For now, I need to sell some barbecue. My stock of potatoes is limited. If anyone has surplus potatoes, please sell me some. Sweet potatoes and carrots would also be welcome. Does anyone have dried fish? Or could you help me procure some?" The scarcity of raw materials limited the variety of items available for roasting. Nonetheless, he believed that the market demand was modest. As long as there was something to grill, there would surely be a market for it. Someone replied, "My father is going to catch fish at the ice hole today. He'll bring them to the boss, no need for payment." For rural folks in this era, fishing at the ice hole was rarely done with the intent of selling at the market. More often, it was given away to be eaten. How could a small business owner ask for money for fish? Another apprentice chimed in, "Exactly. My family has planted 7 mu of potatoes. And our root cellar can't hold them all. I'll bring the boss 2 sacks later." Chapter 077. Outdoor Barbecue in the Harsh Winter? One word, cold. The 5 master chefs and several apprentices worked alongside Zhao Yao to disassemble the barbecue stove, each responsible for a part, which would later be put together. Everyone was busy, while Zhao Yao went out to find several hundred bicycle spokes, returning to polish them anew. The repair shop had been manufacturing castings for some time and had acquired some scrap metal, including many bicycle rims. Zhao Yao had managed to gather all the spokes. They worked tirelessly until past 3 in the morning, finally completing the multifunctional barbecue stove. After conducting a fire test, it performed quite well. Zhao Yao loaded the stove onto a donkey cart and headed home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 6 in the morning and daylight had broken. He had been busy all night. As Zhao Yao entered the house, covered in snowflakes, Wang Lihong hurried over to help him remove his coat, while saying, "As you instructed, I have cut the meat into small pieces and marinated it with your prepared seasoning. What do you intend to do next?" In the 1980s, in Insong County, barbecuing was quite unheard of. Thus, Wang Lihong was perplexed as Zhao Yao entered the kitchen. The marinade prepared by the 3 sisters was quite decent. Zhao Yao nodded. "Those items aren't selling well, so I have decided to make barbecue." "What?" Wang Lihong exclaimed, startled. "You're not selling it? What will happen to those goods?" "What can we do?" Zhao Yao replied. "No need to worry. Once we reach the 12th lunar month, all will be well. The New Year goods must be delivered before the festival." "Is that so?" Wang Lihong found herself both amused and exasperated. "What about the meat we have now?" "Skewers." Zhao Yao explained, demonstrating as he spoke. "Just thread the meat on his skewers. 5 pieces per skewer will suffice. It's not a technical task. It's quite simple." Upon seeing Wang Lijuan thread 2 pieces at once, he cautioned, "Do not exceed that. Any excess will incur losses. By the way, did the white flour I sent yesterday rise?" Wang Lihong shook her head. "If we intend to sell grilled buns, we should purchase them instead. The buns we make at home are inconsistent in size and difficult to sell." For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yao even suspected that Wang Lihong was the one who had traversed time. Although she was merely 2 years his senior, being only 17. How could she possess such knowledge? In truth, Zhao Yao overlooked a crucial point. The family's leavening often failed, resulting in inconsistent outcomes. Sometimes the steamed buns emerged as dense lumps, which were certainly unfit for sale. "I'll heed your advice. Zhao Yao conceded. I'll go to the breakfast stall and buy 100 buns. What? Sun Yanhong gasped in shock. What are you thinking? If you buy so many and can't sell them, you'll incur significant losses. And what happens to the leftovers? They'll spoil. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes. Everything you touch seems to falter. Do you expect me to merely bide my time and wait for death? The two women often clashed, yet Wang Lihong gently interjected. Mother is not entirely wrong. You could start with 20 or 30. Zhao Yao felt a slight imbalance in his mindset. As someone who had been reborn, he was experiencing repeated failures. Aside from making a little profit selling down jackets, his entrepreneurial ventures were struggling, and he was on the brink of bankruptcy. How humiliating. Wang Lihong suggested, there are several breakfast vendors at the market. If they sell out, we can buy more. Wang Lihong's comment caused Zhao Yao to blush. At over 50 years of age, why did he still possess such a childlike mentality? He failed to notice how increasingly juvenile he had become. The young lady remarked. The potatoes are all thoroughly washed, each one carefully selected, uniform in size. In the corner of the kitchen lay a vegetable cellar, a vertical shaft over 3 meters deep, from which tunnels extended in all directions, storing around 500 to 600 pounds of potatoes, along with over 800 pounds of cabbage, and more than 100 pounds of radishes and carrots. These winter vegetable reserves were originally meant to sustain the Zhao family through the cold season. If Zhao Yao were to sell them, he would likely deplete the stock in just a few days. Zhao Yao brimmed with confidence in his business acumen. However, retrieving items from the vegetable cellar was quite laborious. The entrance was relatively small, with a diameter of only 80 centimeters, and there were no ladders. One had to climb down step by step using footholds carved into the wall. For boys, this was manageable, but for girls, it posed quite a challenge. Moreover, when one retrieves vegetables online, it is imperative to coordinate. Someone must tug the basket with a rope from above. Those below must clear the way, retreating to the side openings, for should the basket fall, it is no trivial matter. Zhao Yao observed Wang Lihong's bloodshot eyes and remarked, You haven't slept all night either? You have my sympathy. Wang Lihong shot him a glance. Aren't we all doing this for the sake of our family? What does it matter if it's hard or not? After everyone had dined, they gathered around the table to skewer the meat. Zhao Yao had crafted over 300 skewers from repurposed bicycle spokes. Suddenly, Wang Lijuan let out a cry of pain as her finger was inadvertently pricked. Sun Yanhong, reclining and puffing out smoke, scolded, Your hands are clumsier than your feet. Can you accomplish anything? Asking you to do some work seems to require some capital. Zhao Yao pulled Wang Lijuan to the outer room. Make sure to wash it well. Be careful not to get it infected. Clearly, the task of skewering meat required a modicum of skill. Zhao Yao reminisced about his previous life, recalling the tools used by internet celebrities for skewering meat, which seemed rather easy to make. He decided to ask his master to craft one for him later. For now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. With over 300 skewers completed, there was still marinated meat remaining. He thought, what the heck, I'll take it all. What if it isn't enough to sell? After all, it won't spoil in winter. After having lunch, Zhao Yao hurriedly drove his donkey cart to the market. Having learned to be more prudent today, he refrained from setting out too early. It served no purpose, and by the time he set up his stall, it was already past 10 o'clock. Everyone at the market turned their gaze towards Zhao Yao, exclaiming, Oh, Big Yao has changed his gear again. Though accustomed to it, they were still captivated by the boy's antics. Yin Shi, grinning, remarked, Look, my brother is quite the innovator. Each day is a new look. What exactly are you selling? Yan's wife interjected, Mind your own business. What my brother sells is his concern. At least he is willing to experiment. Amidst the myriad of comments, Zhao Yao remained unperturbed. He lit the stove, placing potatoes and carrots inside, and laid the dried fish atop. Once everything was in order, he dashed to a nearby breakfast shop to buy 20 steamed buns, slicing them and placing them on the stove. Despite the lack of complete spices, the aroma quickly wafted through the air, particularly the tantalizing scent of the grilled fish, which was utterly tempting. The allure of grilled meat is inherently tied to its fragrance. And as the savory scent enveloped the surroundings, people began to approach. How much for a skewer? Zhao Yao, well prepared, replied, 30 cents per skewer, potatoes 6 cents each, and steamed buns 10 cents apiece. The larger dried fish are 30 cents, the smaller ones 20 cents, and loaches 5 cents each. The food enthusiasts were astonished by the offerings, having never encountered such delicacies before. A vendor selling fried melon seeds called out, First, give me 10 skewers, 3 large fish, and 2 steamed buns. Also, a potato, Do you have any wine? The fried seed seller, stationed by the stove, had warm food readily available. Meanwhile, the vendor of frozen pears and persimmons hurriedly rushed to the barber shop, hardly in the mood to eat. Yanxi remarked, "If only we could have 2 tails of warm wine with this, it would be perfect. Just imagine enjoying skewers while sipping wine on a snowy day. How delightful." There were indeed those who appreciated good food. Yanxi's wife retorted, "Just yesterday, you mocked my brother. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yanxi waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely offering my brother some constructive suggestions. Ignorance comes from a lack of experience." He chuckled heartily. Zhao Yao chuckled, "Isn't it rather cold outside? Drinking isn't very convenient, is it? Let us dine first." Chapter 078. It turns out at ascent yours. To be frank, amidst the biting cold, dining outdoors while barbecuing indeed requires a fair bit of spirit. However, a true food lover remains undeterred by such trifles. The first brave soul dares to indulge in crabs, followed closely by another, exclaiming, "What a delightful aroma! What delectable treats await!" In truth, Zhao Yao's prices are rather steep. A grilled bun costs a mere 10 cents for 2 halves. A pound of flour yields 7 buns, which can be sold for 70 cents. One could purchase 4 pounds of standard flour, but should one opt for premium flour, only a pound and 8 ounces could be procured. Potatoes are priced at 3 cents per pound, meaning one could buy 2 pounds for the cost of a single grilled potato. Although meat skewers appear inexpensive, they contain very little meat. A pound of meat can yield at least 15 skewers, selling for $4.50, which, at the retail price of meat, reflects a profit margin exceeding 50%. Zhao Yao is, in fact, quite reasonable. In 40 years, meat skewers would command at least triple the profit. In the midst of his endeavors, a sorrowful figure, clad in mourning attire, entered the supply store. Shortly after, he emerged, grumbling, "What a dreadful place. They don't even have paper for burning." Young Zhao, preoccupied with his tasks, overheard his wife, Yanxi, exclaim, "Why is there no paper? Isn't there some on the donkey cart?" "What? Selling paper for burning from a donkey cart? What do you have? How much do they cost?" The arrival of business prompted Zhao Yao to quickly respond. "Printed ghost money for 30 cents a roll, finally printed ghost notes for 30 cents a stack. Look here. We have everything from 10 to 10,000 yuan. Surely, your elders will be well off with these." The merchants observed him. Zhao Yao was the youngest vendor in the light industrial market, barely 16 years old, and everyone hoped he would thrive. The ant selling bean buns remarked, "This is quite good. No need to hammer money into shape. It's all printed for you." The noodle vendor added, "Indeed. When I return to the grave, I'll use this for my elders." Whether it was heeding advice or lacking options, one customer ordered 10 rolls and 10 stacks, inquiring about the higher denominations. At last, business was booming. Zhao Yao shook his head vigorously. All denominations are priced the same. Filial piety knows no bounds. What a commendable sentiment. The customer nodded. "Wrap it up for me." Nearby, the vendor selling frozen pears offered, "I have a bag for you." Once the customer departed, Yanxi gave a thumbs up. "My brother has finally struck gold. He's even happier than when I sold stuffed oil." Laughter erupted among the merchants, and Zhao Yao beamed. "Thank you, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts for your support. 1 skewer for each of you. Do savor the taste." Indeed, gratitude was in order. Without the collective support, the new offerings may not have been accepted. By midday, the potatoes and meat skewers Zhao Yao brought were completely sold out. He had purchased buns twice, totaling 50 sold. However, the day's greatest triumph was not merely these sales, but rather the substantial purchase of ghost money by a client hosting a funeral. Following this, more customers returned, demonstrating the strength of repeat business. They spent a considerable sum, totaling $7 or $8. Clearly, some were willing to take a chance. By 3 in the afternoon, the market had thinned out considerably, and Zhao Yao began to gather his belongings. Unexpectedly, Wang Lihong arrived. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at school?" While assisting him, she continued, "The last 2 classes were self-study, so I thought I'd come lend a hand." "Oh dear, have the potatoes all sold out? And the meat skewers too?" Zhao Yao nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I need you to keep an eye on me while I buy the meat. Then I'll head home to prepare the skewers, and I must also purchase some seasonings. Perhaps fortune is finally smiling upon me. Business has been exceptionally good today." This thought filled Zhao Yao with confidence. "I also need to buy a few hundred spokes. There aren't enough at home." Wang Lihong replied, "Go ahead. I'll take care of things here and drive the donkey cart back. Here is my bicycle. Remember to return early." You're becoming more and more like a devoted housewife. Zhao Yao thought, shaking his head vigorously. This is my sister. This is my sister. This is my sister. He recalled how, in a past life, he had been oppressed by a wife for an entire lifetime, and he was determined not to repeat that fate. The gentleness before him felt like a trap, and he continuously admonished himself. He purchased beef, lamb, and pork, intending to prepare them as he did the previous day, slicing and dicing them meticulously. Make sure to wash the skewers thoroughly and be cautious, he reminded her. I know, Wang Lihong replied, rolling her eyes. Zhao Yao grinned. The spokes need to be polished at the factory, and I must create a tool for threading the meat. It would be a great misfortune to injure myself. The butcher's wife, smiling amiably, inquired, Who is this young lady, Yao? Your wife? She is so beautiful and youthful. Zhao Yao's expression soured. Sister, please don't speak carelessly. This is my biological sister. To his surprise, Wang Lihong murmured, We aren't really siblings. What did she mean? Zhao Yao paused, confused. He hastily discarded the meat and pedaled away on his bicycle. He genuinely worried that something might transpire between him and Wang Lihong in this lifetime. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. After all, they had endured a lifetime of strife together in a previous existence, and he wished to avoid that fate in this one. In the vast expanse of China, a nation renowned for its bicycles, purchasing other items might prove somewhat challenging, but acquiring bicycle spokes was straightforward. Each wheel contained 36 spokes, and with 50 wheels, that amounted to 1,800 spokes. At any recycling point, countless spokes awaited, and Zhao Yao managed to procure over 2,000. Even among scrap metal, bicycle spokes were the least expensive. He was drawn to some pipes near a recycling station. How much for these pipes? These are from an oil field unit, various pipes that have been phased out. They are all imported goods, designed to withstand pressure. Currently, the price of scrap metal was low, but those water pipes held potential value. In the future, should he install plumbing, these pipes would undoubtedly come in handy. The owner of the recycling station glanced at him. 30 cents per pound. Bicycle spokes were merely 8 cents per pound, so the pipes, being finished products, seemed reasonable at 30 cents. All right, reserve them for me. I will return tomorrow, he declared before riding back to his factory. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised by his apprentice, who had managed to gather over 200 pounds of fish, both frozen and dried. Additionally, there were over 1,000 pounds of potatoes and more than 200 pounds of carrots. As it turned out, the community had not yet fully tapped into their potato harvest, as they often grew them in their own gardens, sometimes inadvertently planting more than intended. One autumn, the harvest was bountiful, yielding thousands of pounds without difficulty. With such an abundance, my second uncle suggested, You should return home for now. Tomorrow, let your cousin bring it to you. All right, Zhao Yao chuckled. I appreciate the help from my cousin. Sun Zhong flashed a grin. What is there to be polite about among family? This sentiment warmed the heart, as if one were transported back to the sweltering days of summer. However, my second uncle hesitated. Zhao Yao, is there actually a market for this? If there is no buyer, perhaps we should halt production? It was understandable for him to worry. As the finished products were piled high, if they remained unsold, it would pose a significant problem. We must continue, Zhao Yao replied without hesitation. Once we enter the 12th lunar month, things will be fine. The 12th lunar month? My eldest uncle inquired tentatively, How much did these materials cost? Zhao Yao responded, I didn't spend a dime. To be candid, this is my friend's factory, and I'm merely managing it on his behalf. It turned out it wasn't his own. For no apparent reason, both uncles sighed in relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Chapter 79. This eating habit is quite unbecoming. To claim that they were not anxious for Zhao Yao would be disingenuous. However, more than that, there was a sense of shame. 6 gentlemen from 2 families were laboring for an orphan, one without parents. The villagers had previously pressed upon the Sun family, and now they learned he was not the owner. There was indeed a sense of liberation, a chance to breathe freely. Young Zhao, the boss, smiled. We are all earning wages, but if we sell, I could earn a commission. So let us aim for higher sales. You can sell as well. Don't hesitate to take your share. The eldest uncle was taken aback. If these do not sell, will you have to compensate the owners? Zhao Yao nodded. Indeed. If these do not sell, our house may have to be used to settle debts. Using the house for debts? The eldest uncle furrowed his brow. Fortunately, the house at the second farm is still intact. It might serve as a fallback. What are you saying? Zhao Yao shook his head. Currently, selling barbecue is quite good. Let us strive to sell more and recoup those losses. How much barbecue do you need to sell? To be honest, everyone felt Zhao Yao was somewhat unreliable. Just then, Fu Haishan arrived. Oh, Uncle Fu, why are you here so leisurely? Fu Haishan surveyed the area. I heard there are fire hazards in the factory. So I came to check. Zhao Yao, with so much production, can you sell it all? Zhao Yao smiled. It's hard to say at this moment. If I sell, I can make some profit. If not, I may face bankruptcy and be burdened with debt. Although the collaboration during the rescue of Fu Bo was pleasant, Zhao Yao was acutely aware that this man had ulterior motives. He could not speak candidly with him, lest it lead to unforeseen complications. Fu Haishan frowned. The factory and equipment are rented. Be very cautious. Otherwise, your Uncle Fu will be held accountable. Is it safe? Zhao Yao replied. Rest assured, Uncle Fu. If absolutely necessary, I'll mortgage my house to you. Fu Haishan frowned. What are you saying? You and Fu Bo are good brothers. Uncle Fu wouldn't he do that? Just be sure to prioritize safety. After seeing off Fu Haishan, Zhao Yao felt somewhat uneasy. He sensed that Uncle Fu had something on his mind, but did not express it. Moreover, his demeanor was not particularly pleasant, and he did not mention whether Fu Bo had returned. However, such matters were of no concern to him, as all the factory workers were busy assisting him with preparations. After meticulously cleaning the bicycle spokes and sharpening them to a fine point, Zhao Yao, with the strength of many, managed to complete the task before darkness fell. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the delectable aroma of stewed meat wafting from within. Wang Lihong, her cheeks flushed, fidgeted with her hands as she stood to the side, announcing that their mother had requested meat and had therefore stewed a piece of beef. In the main room, Sun Yanhong overheard and exclaimed, "What is the matter? Is it wrong to eat meat? We agreed to improve our meals, didn't we? Buying so much meat and only cooking a single piece. What is the issue? This is for making money, not for enhancing our lives." Faced with such a mother, Zhao Yao found himself at a loss for words. To make matters worse, his stepmother continued her rambling. Why earn money if you're not going to eat? If you don't eat now, when it comes time to pay someone back, you won't have anything left to enjoy. Clearly, her fear of losing money and not having food was insurmountable. With a resigned smile, Zhao Yao thought, let her eat. It's just a piece of meat. However, when the bowl of meat was presented at the table, he was taken aback. No way. They stewed the entire piece of beef? How ruthless. Wang Lixiao softly confirmed, indeed. Zhao Yao found himself speechless. The beef was not supplied on a ticket system, and its price was purely inflated. Out of consideration for acquaintances, it had cost him 2 yuan per jin, and he had purchased 5 jin for 11 yuan. The thought of 11 yuan worth of beef being stewed was difficult to fathom, especially coming from a stepmother who had always been indolent. Could greed truly alter everything? What did 11 yuan represent? It equated to a quarter of a monthly salary for Bai Lu. In 40 years, that would translate to 1,200 yuan. To spend 1,200 yuan on a single meal, merely for stewed beef. If considering the beef alone, 5 jin would amount to 200 yuan in 40 years. Yet, recalling that this stepmother once consumed 4 yuan worth of his daily wages in cigarettes, what could he do? Zhao Yao had lost his temper. Stop staring. Just eat. It's already cooked, and wasting it would be a shame. With nothing more to say, the 3 sisters savored the beef, relishing its flavor. Sun Yanhong, however, hastily shoved 2 or 3 pieces into her mouth, chewing with grease dripping and soup splattering, nearly choking in the process. In truth, Sun Yanhong was quite beautiful. Even at 37 or 38, having given birth to 3 daughters, she retained a certain charm reminiscent of youth. Yet, her manner of eating was rather unseemly. Could you not behave like this? Zhao Yao picked up a ladle and served 10 pieces of beef into Sun Yanhong's bowl, saying, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it away from you. Once cooked, it can't be skewered. She continued to focus on her bowl, not lifting her gaze. Consumed by her task, humming like a pig in a sty, Zhao Yao found this sight uncomfortable, so he took a few bites before stepping outside to begin skewering meat. The 3 sisters set down their chopsticks, each having consumed only a few pieces of beef, resorting instead to potatoes. It was not that the girls lacked an appetite for meat, they simply recognized Zhao Yao's displeasure. All 3 sisters joined Zhao Yao in his room to assist with the skewering. Wang Lixiao whispered, brother, don't be upset. In the future, just lock this room when you buy meat. If you eat like this every day, it will surely wear you down. 11 yuan for beef, surely. A family like Wang Xiaoxin's would not indulge in such extravagance? Perhaps this is what is referred to as a fated meal, a pure source of misfortune. Zhao Yao chuckled lightly, assuring, no worries. Eating is not a problem as long as we avoid calamities. Rest assured, your brother is capable of earning. Indeed, he proved quite adept, selling 330 skewers that day, priced at 99 yuan, along with 50 steamed buns at 5 yuan, and potatoes, carrots, and dried fish totaling 11 yuan and 50 cents. His earnings soared to 124 yuan and 2 cents. The cost of the skewers, requiring less than 30 pounds of meat, amounted to 62 yuan, while the steamed buns and potatoes cost under 5 yuan. The fish, being leftovers, incurred no cost. The barbecue seasoning was estimated at less than 5 yuan, excluding taxes and the cost of fodder for the donkey, excluding the leftover fish. The profit for the day reached 43 yuan and 50 cents. In essence, Zhao earned in one day what Bai Lu would make in a month. With an additional 1 yuan and 50 cents to spare, the four sisters busied themselves late into the night, preparing 500 skewers and over 100 fish, all meticulously threaded. Sigh. Wang Lixia lamented, 5 pounds of beef can yield 80 skewers, selling for 24 yuan. The second sister spoke in a hushed tone, not wishing to provoke their elder. The eldest sister shot her a glare. Have you finished your homework? Tomorrow. You'll do it at school, and then come help after class. Regardless, she was their mother, and Wang Lihong chose to refrain from further comment. Yes. Wang Lizhen nodded. I'll head over at noon. Humph. Wang Lixia scoffed. You just want to mooch lunch, don't you? You're as greedy as the one in that room. How unfair. The youngest sister retorted, teeth clenched. I refuse to be like her. I want to learn from Dad Zhao. Chapter 080. Why the sudden change? The following morning, having made ample preparations, Zhao Yao set out once more. To his surprise, patrons were already waiting. Oh dear, why are you so late? I'm starving. It was a worker from the garment factory's storefront, a familiar face to Zhao. This lady had a penchant for delicacies and was indeed quite capable herself, having self-taught sewing and even opened a shop, offering sewing classes. However, that was merely a memory from a past life. Zhao quickly reassured her, don't worry. It'll be ready in no time. To avoid overwhelming customers, he had already ignited the stove at home. Master Chun from the barber shop remarked, exactly. My son had your skewers yesterday and insists on having more today. Hurry, give me 20 skewers. The return of customers surely attested to Zhao's culinary skills. All right, sister, send me 30 steamed buns. The lady from the snack shop peered in, and upon hearing Zhao's call, replied, coming right up. The aunt selling bean buns chimed in. Young man, roast me 2 steamed buns and 1 potato. Huh. Zhao smiled. Auntie, why not just roast bean buns? Bring them over, and I'll roast them for you free of charge. How could I impose? She protested, though her actions belied her words. She sent over a dozen bean buns. While the noodle vendor scoffed, all bean buns, how will that child make a profit? The aunt retorted with a laugh. Do you think I am as naive as you? These bean buns are for Zhao. Once roasted, they can be sold. No need for pleasantries. The fried bean cakes are undeniably delicious. However, I regrettably forgot to bring a pan along. My young friend, how do you concoct your seasoning? It is truly delightful. I attempted to replicate it at home, yet I could not achieve the same flavor. How could you possibly recreate it? They procure their spices from the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Yao sourced his seasonings from a traditional Chinese medicine shop, grinding them into powder to take home for his culinary creations. This is his secret recipe, if disclosed. It might lead to a swarm of people selling skewers, reminiscent of the fishing days. Zhao Yao chuckled and assured, it's quite simple. Just toss in all the seasonings. Regardless, the recipe must remain undisclosed. That would be foolish, wouldn't it? Yen Shi scolded, what were you thinking? You're inquiring about my brother's ancestral secret recipe. If I divulge it, what then? Indeed. Everyone chimed in. Even the children were deceived. How could one survive? Death would be preferable. The inquirer nearly cried from the reprimand. I never intended to learn. Just then, someone called out, hey kid, 20 skewers of meat, 5 fish. The grilled fish is absolutely delightful. The inquirer was completely ignored as Xiao Zhao became thoroughly occupied. Fortunately, Wang Lihong arrived on her bicycle, accompanied by Wang Lixia. Yen Shi's wife exclaimed, here to lend a hand? Xiao Zhao was puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be in class this afternoon? Brother, you've forgotten. It's Wednesday. We have self-study this afternoon, so here we are. How wonderful. Xiao Zhao was indeed feeling overwhelmed. The two sisters assisted together. The skewers are ready. Please take care. 2 yuan, thank you. The second sister managed the cash, while Wang Lihong tended to the fire, and Zhao Yao grilled the skewers. The barbecue stall was thriving, drawing an impressive crowd. With popularity comes the allure of money. What is the meaning behind this? Zhao Yao, while grilling, explained, these are ancestral paper offerings. Using these demonstrates sincere respect. Someone chuckled, burning your paper offerings shows sincerity? What about burning yellow paper? A nitpicker, Zhao Yao remained unperturbed. Filial piety knows no bounds. Sincerity is what counts. This child is truly eloquent. Bring me 10 rolls of that, and 10 stacks of whatever that is. A person of wealth. The three siblings busily enjoyed themselves, genuinely reveling in the experience. By the end of the afternoon, the results were astonishing. Even Zhao Yao was taken aback by the success. 500 skewers of meat and over 100 fish were completely sold out. They generated a revenue of 170 yuan, derived from 35 kilograms of meat. However, this amount excluded 5 kilograms of beef skewers, with the overall cost of various meats totaling 77. The fish cost no more than 8 yuan, yielding a profit of 85 yuan from these two categories. Additionally, 200 steamed buns and 100 potatoes were sold, along with 5 to 6 kilograms of carrots and over 2 kilograms of garlic, netting over 40 yuan in profit, approximately 20. In total, the barbecue earned 105 yuan, a substantial profit. Today's sales of paper money and the like were also quite impressive, generating over 40 yuan, despite the modest quantity. Nonetheless, that was achieved through 5 batches of customers. Zhao Yao's goal was to spread the word. He hoped for word-of-mouth promotion to create an advertising effect. Ice monkeys, ice knives, and ice carts also made a profit, amounting to 11 yuan. Indeed, where there is traffic, there is profit. It is truly remarkable. As he began to pack up his stall, Hao Jingting noticed, "Oh my Deo, you have such beautiful sisters too." Both sisters blushed deeply, feeling shy to be complimented on their beauty so openly. Fortunately, they were girls. Had it been a boy giving such praise, Wang Lihong would have lost her temper long ago. Zhao Yao chuckled and replied, "I have 4 sisters, my elder sister and younger sisters. And there's also a little sister at home. They are like my family's investment bank." What does that mean? Hao Jingting was puzzled. What do you mean by investment bank? Zhao Yao, filled with pride, explained, an investment bank, as the name suggests, ensures that there are no losses in the future. When daughters marry, one can receive a bride price. I am like a construction bank, because when my son starts a family, I will have to buy him a house and support his marriage. When did this notion arise? Yanxi laughed, saying, "It is said that raising daughters is a financial burden. How did it turn around for you?" Zhao Yao replied earnestly, "Think about it. Who marries without paying a bride price? Who dares to pull a fast one? I want to let that slide." What nonsense! Wang Lihong and Wang Lixiao were taken aback by Zhao Yao's candidness. The two sisters, their faces flushed, lowered their heads to eat lunch. Young Zhao took a bite of the grilled bean cake and asked, "Sister-in-law, did Shiga give you anything when he married you? If he didn't, you should demand it." With this remark, everyone understood the metaphor of the construction bank and investment bank. Hao Jingting laughed. "You're quite young, yet still so traditional, wanting this and that. My parents simply brought 2 pounds of melon seeds and a pound of sugar, and when their belongings were combined, they became a family." Uft. Zhao Yao laughed. That's ancient history. Times were tough back then. Nowadays, how could one marry without giving a little money? Would you have the audacity? The conversation grew increasingly absurd, sounding less like youthful banter and more like seasoned wisdom. Hao Jingting pointed at young Zhao. "When you find a wife, I will definitely tell the bride to demand 3 rounds, 1 sound, and 72 legs." Giggles ensued. Young Zhao, busy with his tasks, quipped, "Sister Jingting, you don't want anything? Then don't let others take advantage of you. How about letting me marry you instead? Get lost." Hao Jingting laughed in anger. "Dare to take advantage of me? Do you believe I'll find you tomorrow?" Being teased by a mere 15 or 16-year-old was quite amusing. Xiao Hao was 6 years older than Zhao Yao and the same age as Wang Xiaoxin. Yanxi gave a thumbs up. "Young Zhao, you're impressive. Even the market boss dares to tease. I'm in awe." Suddenly, Wang Lihong slammed something down. "Have you bought the meat? Keep an eye today. Don't let anyone stew it again." Why did the mood shift so abruptly? Zhao Yao scratched his head and replied, "You all go ahead. I'll go buy the meat." Chapter 81. Women in love and women in marriage are 2 different beings upon returning home. This time equipped with the tool for threading meat skewers, it became much more convenient, and efficiency was greatly improved. However, Sun Yanhong kept coming over to inspect the meat, making Zhao Yao feel uneasy. Wang Lixiao whispered, "There's over 5 pounds of meat here, and we Haven Tea even consumed a pound together." Their mother alone had eaten 4 pounds of meat. Could that possibly be healthy? It certainly seemed excessive. She had consumed 4 pounds of beef over 3 meals last night. This morning, and at noon. Wang Lihong's expression darkened. It's fine. It won't kill her. In the end, Sun Yanhong could no longer contain herself. Dayo, the aroma from your car is quite enticing. Why don't you grill some for us? Wang Lihong, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. That meat is meant for sale. It's not something we can just consume. Who knows how much he could lose? Let him earn a bit more and lose a bit less, can't we? Sun Yanhong, infuriated, retorted. What is wrong with me wanting to enjoy a bit of his barbecue? Ungrateful wretches. I've raised a bunch of ingrates, and now they're defending him. Who knows what will happen in the future? Zhao Yao chuckled. All right, let us keep the peace. Today, we want tea cook. I'll prepare a barbecue for everyone. Come on, lend me a hand. The lingering scent of barbecue in the car was undeniable, yet Sun Yanhong, being rather lazy, would have to muster the energy to step outside for a whiff. It was likely she caught the aroma while going to the restroom. Setting up the grill in the yard, Zhao Yao placed the grilling ingredients out. Instead of store-bought buns, he utilized the large pancakes from home, skipping the grilled potatoes. As they often consumed them at home, he opted for meat, knowing that his stepmother craved it. In truth, Wang Lizhen also desired to partake. Wang Lihong and Wang Lixia had already savored the taste. Only the youngest sister, experiencing this unique fragrance for the first time, exclaimed, "Brother, you're incredible." The little girl drooled, causing a drop to fall onto the charcoal, immediately producing a wisp of smoke. Oh, Wang Lizhen blushed, while Zhao Yao laughed. Go put on some warm clothes, but not a down jacket. Sun Yanhong swallowed hard, still reminding her youngest daughter. The enticing aroma of the barbecued meat wafted through the air, as Wang Lihong draped a cotton coat over her mother. Sun Yanhong, oblivious to the temperature, fixated on the skewers cooking on the grill. The sight of her salivating mirrored that of her youngest daughter, truly a testament to their shared bloodline. Finally, after grilling 20 skewers, Zhao Yao placed them onto a plate. In a swift motion, Sun Yanhong snatched the plate away, declaring, I'll have a taste. Lizhen, wait for the next batch. Was it really necessary to snatch skewers from her daughter? It was not as if they had never shared food before. This scene reminded Zhao Yao of a past life, when Lizhen would compete with his daughter for snacks. You two are quite the pair. Zhao Yao reassured the youngest sister. It will be ready soon. Meanwhile, Wang Lihong and Wang Lixia began to exhibit a semblance of maturity. The barbecue master, Zhao, worked swiftly, ensuring each person received their skewers. Just as Zhao Yao was about to indulge, he caught sight of his stepmother, gazing longingly at the skewer in his hand. So soon? Zhao Yao offered the skewer. Take your time. No one is competing with you. It wasn't tea, just the skewers. They were even drinking. What a change in temperament. Wang Lihong approached. Dayo, eat this. I'll keep an eye on the grill. Go ahead. I'm not hungry. Once again, Sun Yanhong astonished Zhao Yao by consuming a staggering 200 skewers. The four sisters together barely managed to finish 100. It was utterly absurd. Sun Yanhong, unable to bend over from her feast, continued to eye the 2 remaining skewers with glimmering eyes. Words failed him. Zhao Yao picked up the last 2 skewers and extended them to her. Here, go ahead. Humph. Wang Lihong snatched them away and handed them to Zhao Yao. You've barely had 10. You should eat them. You've worked the hardest. Thud. Sun Yanhong suddenly collapsed onto the ground, pounding her legs and exclaiming, Oh, how bitter my fate is. You wretched scoundrel. After all these years of raising you, now you wish to part ways with me. The 4 sisters had long grown accustomed to such antics, paying her no heed as they busily tidied up their possessions. The cold ground proved unbearable for Sun Yanhong, who, after enduring for merely 30 seconds, sprang to her feet and dashed into the room. What a peculiar person. Wang Lizhen whispered, Be cautious, brother. Huh. Zhao Yao paused in confusion. What do you mean? His younger sister, anxious, glanced at her 2 older sisters, who both turned their eyes skyward. Wang Lizhen finally remarked, Don't you think we're a bit short on meat? Mother is returning to grandfather's house tomorrow. She must be taking it with her. That explains it. Zhao Yao gritted his teeth. I knew it. I thought she intended to stew it. Out of a total of 10 pounds of pork, she had taken 3 or 4 pounds. How could I not notice? Fortunately, she hadn't taken it all, leaving him with 5 or 6 pounds, ensuring there would still be skewers for grilling tomorrow. Little Zhao sighed. I figured if she wanted to stew it, that would be fine. We could all share the meal. But taking it away feels a bit excessive. He resigned himself. Well, it is what it is for today. If she takes more tomorrow, I shall not be pleased. Zhao Yao was never one to be stingy, yet dealing with someone as troublesome as Sun Yanhong was truly exasperating. What kind of family is this? Such consumption is simply intolerable. It's one thing to eat, but to give it away? Let it be known. This meat is the raw material. Without it, how could they manage their barbecue stall? Wang Lihong suddenly suggested, you could consider opening a shop. The one at the market entrance is up for lease, with a monthly rent of 60. The sister's unexpected thoughtfulness genuinely astonished Zhao Yao. In truth, it was the perspective of an outsider. Everyone could see that selling skewers outdoors was impractical. It was far too cold. Eating while sniffling might be bearable for a meal or two, but over time, especially as winter approaches, who would come to eat? Selling skewers for a day would barely cover the expenses. Meat stored in the shop wouldn't be at risk of being stolen. And we could still help you prepare the skewers. They say the butterfly effect exists, yet could it truly be so apparent? Zhao Yao found it difficult to comprehend. In his past life, Wang Lihong had been so finicky while they were together. Yet, the current Wang Lihong was the epitome of a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. The disparity was striking. He overlooked a crucial detail. A woman in love is a different creature from one after marriage. The young lady in love undoubtedly embodies the finest aspects of life. However, the married woman is distinct, particularly in relation to her husband. Zhao Yao nodded. I will inquire tomorrow. If feasible, I shall rent the shop. After all, the back and forth was inconvenient. The donkey cart belonged to grandfather. The next day, Zhao Yao visited the dog meat restaurant, which appeared rather dilapidated. It seemed on the verge of becoming a hazardous building, which explained its lack of business. Little Zhao, the proprietor, was unconcerned. His barbecues could be prepared outside. This space served merely as a storage room. Sir, is your shop for lease? He inquired. The owner, preparing to slaughter a dog, replied, it's posted on the window. Clearly, the proprietor did not regard little Zhao highly, given his youth. How much? Zhao Yao, undeterred by the owner's demeanor, pressed on. How much time is left on the lease? How are the utilities paid? Are you truly interested in leasing the shop? The proprietor straightened his back. 1,200 in cash. Are you interested in taking over the store? Oh, you're the one with the skewers. Finally recognizing Zhao Yao, the owner's attitude shifted a full 180 degrees. Chapter 082. The stall owner transforms into a shopkeeper in the realm of the light industry market. Zhao Yao had become somewhat of a legend, the youngest vendor around. Yet the most resourceful, he sold the most peculiar items. He was the first to boldly offer funeral supplies in the market, while others hesitated, still recalling the events of the past 2 years. Moreover, he was also the first to sell barbecued goods in Yinsong County. Thus, little Zhao had earned a certain notoriety within the market. The owner explained earnestly, rent is due every 3 months, with the next payment on December 8th for the following quarter. As the date approaches, you'll need to prepare 180 for the rent. It was no wonder the owner was eager to finalize the transaction. In 2 months, the slow season of the spring festival would arrive. Effectively, it meant paying 3 months' rent for just 2 months of operation, a rather precarious timing. Perhaps thinking that young Zhao was easily swayed, the owner was quite invested in the conversation. The older generation was not easily fooled. The kitchen has a pressurized water well, so there's no need for tap water. And the electricity costs are minimal. Indeed, the electricity consumption was low, lacking any neon signs. There were merely a few fluorescent lights, a blower, a ventilation fan, and a rice cooker. Beyond that, no other electrical appliances were present. Our ingredient prices are a tad high. The owner coughed lightly, feigning a smile. Those who indulge in dog meat are not short on cash. Our establishment has a loyal clientele. Moreover, acquiring dogs is quite inexpensive, 3 to 5 yuan each. And for larger dogs, merely 10. Such a low price? Zhao Yao was taken aback. Why is dog meat so cheap? Before he could finish his thought, a figure entered from outside. Do you buy dogs? Oh my. The newcomer led in a dog that startled Zhao Yao. Standing at a height of 80 centimeters and exceeding 1 meter in length, the imposing yellow dog appeared quite formidable. Once inside the dog meat restaurant, the dog began to whimper, nuzzling its owner. Yet the owner remained indifferent. How much for this dog, boss? The owner glanced at the canine. 15 yuan. That's outrageous. Zhao Yao exclaimed. The dog, though not weighing 100 pounds, was still around 80. Even if half of its weight yielded meat, that would still be 40 pounds. Moreover, the dog seemed rather intelligent. Killing it would be a pity. The owner of the dog furrowed his brow. Isn't that too cheap? How about 18? 18. and it's yours." Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Yao interjected. "Is this a guard dog? What a shame to sell it. A single dog consumes as much as a pig." The shopkeeper scoffed. "Raising dogs is not as profitable as raising pigs." "No wonder," Zhao Yao remarked. "I'll give you 20. Sell me this dog. The 2 black pups at home are still far too young, and this dog is quite majestic. It wouldn't just bite. Its mere presence would surely scare off any intruders. If I were to open a shop here, I might occasionally stay overnight. In that case, I would need a dog for protection, especially since there are only 4 women at home." Unexpectedly, the owner grew irritated. "What are you doing? Is this how you negotiate? Why so flustered?" Zhao Yao chuckled. "Didn't we agree? You're selling this shop to me, right? No need for a deposit. It's just 1,200 yuan, after all. Is that for real?" The owner scrutinized Zhao Yao, who had just been bargaining moments ago. The little rascal has been quite the handful lately, yet the market remains skeptical of his prospects. Each day, the funeral supplies brought to the market return almost untouched. The proprietor nods, suggesting that the tenant directly sign a renewal lease, offering to take his leave with the money, not bothering to settle accounts for the remaining days. It's no wonder this establishment struggles to survive. The owner's greed is palpable, and the price is exorbitant. Furthermore, when acquiring dogs, he haggles mercilessly, with Zhao Yao offering a mere 20 yuan to the seller. Without a backward glance, the dog's owner departs, and the canine seems to sense that Zhao Yao has just saved its life. It approaches, licking Zhao Yao's hand and nudging against his leg. Zhao Yao affectionately ruffles its fur behind the ears, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall accompany me, and do remember to guard the place well." The dog pants happily, giving a couple of barks in response. Zhao Yao bursts into laughter, finding the dog remarkably perceptive. Even an additional 20 yuan seems worth it now. He requests 2 lamb bones from the shopkeeper, tossing them to the dog, which obediently settles down to gnaw on them. Before long, the landlord arrives to renew the contract with Zhao Yao. The space, converted from an old house, is in a state of disrepair, yet Zhao Yao's requirements are modest. Previously selling goods outdoors, merely being able to move indoors feels like a significant upgrade. He enlists a few hands to help tidy up the premises, primarily focusing on the kitchen. The barbecue shop doesn't require much from the kitchen, so they clear out the storage room behind it to accommodate the funeral supplies. The juxtaposition of barbecue and funeral goods in the same establishment is truly unprecedented. By midday, the 3 sisters, Wang Lihong and her siblings, arrive. Upon seeing him truly has rented the shop, they enthusiastically pitch in to help. Customers begin to trickle in, and young Zhao busies himself outside, where his grill is set up at the entrance for the sake of ventilation. After all, it would be unfortunate if smoke filled the interior. With the room nearly organized, his sales are also nearing completion. The remaining items are devoured by the 4 sisters, eliminating the need for constant trips to fetch supplies. After their meal, the sisters continue to assist, but Zhao Yao has already left. He heads home to fetch a donkey cart to collect goods from the factory. Simultaneously, he commissions his uncle to create 2 signs, one reading "Homely Barbecue," prominently displayed at the entrance, while the other announces funeral services. Finally, Zhao Yao, being considerate, has welded a separate shelf at the entrance to showcase all the funeral items for public view. Meanwhile, he continues with the barbecue, and the 3 sisters come by after school to help him skewer the meat. They arrive early in the morning, assisting with the skewers while having breakfast, and they also dine there for dinner, returning for lunch as well. At home, Sun Yanhong is left alone, and on the 3rd day, her stepmother can no longer tolerate it. She rushes to the shop, collapsing on the ground in tears, lamenting, "I've raised a thankless wretch, and none of you care for me." Customers, still eating, gaze on in confusion at this spectacle. The 3 sisters, busy with their tasks, feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming how disgraceful it is. "What are you doing, Mom?" Wang Lihong pulls at her mother. "We're open for business." "How shameful can you be?" Sun Yanhong, with tears streaming and nose running, cries, "Just look at this. My daughter and adopted son have spread their wings, leaving me unattended. I am left alone at home, with no one to prepare my meals or kindle the stove." The diners, unaware of the full story, have only heard one side. How utterly unfilial. Indeed, how could one treat an elder so disdainfully? In pursuit of profit, my mother has abandoned her duties. The crowd murmurs in discontent, and Wang Lixia grits her teeth in frustration. "Mother, you are not even 40 yet. Retirement is still far off. My brother works tirelessly here to support this family. How can you say he neglects you?" Only my second sister dares to stand up. The gentle Wang Lihong has always endured quietly. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cause a stir in the military in her past life. We three sisters will return home each day with a pound of meat for you. What more do you desire? To everyone's astonishment, Sun Yanhong retorts, is a pound of meat enough for a day's sustenance? I consume a pound in a single meal. Oh, everyone is taken aback. 1 pound of meat per meal? Such a quantity cannot be acquired merely on a ration. Premium meat fetches a price of 6 or 7 per pound. And expensive beef and lamb exceed too. What circumstances allow for such a feast? 3 meals would cost 5 or 6. Chapter 083. Today, I have reserved the entire venue. The extravagant rogue makes his entrance. When it comes to the art of creating a scene and hurling insults, Sun Yanhong ranks second to none. Her prowess in confrontation is formidable. She is well versed in both literature and martial arts, with a tactical flexibility that allows her to adapt aptly. She now adopts a sorrowful demeanor, seeking to elicit the sympathy of the onlookers. This tactic is truly ruthless. Should Sun Yanhong succeed, Zhao Yao would no longer be able to navigate the light industrial market. With tear-filled eyes, Sun Yanhong laments, "Is it because I consumed 5 pounds of beef that you treat me thus? I no longer return home. My life is so wretched. I married a man who has abandoned me." Initially, Hao Jingtong looked down upon Zhao Yao upon witnessing this scene. But she was left utterly flabbergasted upon hearing the latter part. You consumed 5 pounds of beef in a single day? My word, how did you manage that? As a market administrator, Hao Jingtong is acutely aware of how much Zhao Yao spends on meat daily. If that meat were sold as skewers, it would undoubtedly yield a profit. Yet now, it's all consumed by someone claiming to eat a pound in one sitting? What does she think he is? Even if he raises pigs, could he afford such extravagance for her? This woman has lost her senses. The adopted son has come to do business and earn money. Yet he is accused of neglecting his family. Upon observing her appearance, Zhao Yao chuckles. Wang Lixiao states, "When you brought us into the Zhao family, my brother was already 10. For 5 years, they have not dined or drunk from our household. Truly, when one seeks something, they often find it without exerting much effort." It was thought that locating him would require considerable effort. The tall, handsome youth slams a stack of cash onto the table with a resounding thud. Ha ha. Laughter erupts among all, and indeed, there is no fault in his words. "Everyone, please leave. Today, I have reserved the entire venue. You need not pay. This meal is on me." Hailing from the capital, Sun Yanhong is genuinely startled. "Who are you trying to intimidate? I am your mother. You ungrateful wretch." In the dead of winter, she dons a fur-lined leather coat, flared trousers, curly hair, and a pair of oversized sunglasses. In the past, Qian Fei was dubbed the extravagant rogue, reputed to be miserly, yet he is exceedingly generous towards Zhao Yao. In this lifetime, it remains unchanged. Do as you wish. Singing and dancing, indulging in drinks and barbecues, whatever your heart desires. Just then, a young man entering stumbled slightly. Zhao Yao chuckled to himself. Let her come. After all, this is my lot in life. Soon, some prominent figures from Beijing would arrive, and should they cause any trouble, I could easily send you to the station to keep old Wang company. 1,000 yuan? Zhao Yao laughed, casting a glance at the pale-faced Wang Xiaoxin. They? In that instant, Zhao Yao comprehended. Wang Xiaoxin's suitor had arrived. Qian Fei paused for a moment, smirking as he retrieved 3 stacks of cash from his bag. This appearance seemed reminiscent of those gold chains and watches from 2 decades hence. What does that mean? Hao Jingtong did not grasp the significance but proceeded to greet the guests nonetheless. Ha ha. Everyone was in high spirits. And even Zhao Yao found himself laughing to the point of tears. I sold for 960 at noon, and I haven't even accounted for the evening yet. Of course, I wouldn't have settled it with you in the morning. Instead, it was the 4 of us women who dined on Zhao Yao's father's compensation. How could you claim that Yao has wronged you? Hao Jingtong sighed. Did you raise him with nothing but your own sweat and tears? Zhao Yao pinched his thumb and forefinger together, a universal sign. Such matters are commonplace in this era, given that they all stem from state-owned and collective enterprises. Hao Jingtong sighed again. The meat he buys is all marked up, costing over a yuan or 2. Are you saying you need to consume 3 jin of meat each day? Infuriated, Sun Yanhong rose and aimed a slap at her daughter. Not to mention the cost of meat, which alone is 6 or 7 yuan. Over 200 a month. Your adopted son is quite generous. What more do you desire? Is it truly the case that a son must remain home all day to be considered devoted? Sun Yanhong shouted. What is wrong with him providing me with meat? It is his duty. I raised him from infancy with my own hands. What do you expect? Is the suitor here to dissuade herself? Looking at her own reflection, it seemed she had no need for persuasion. Hao Jingtong paused, turning to Zhao Yao. Wang Xiaoxin is looking for you. Should she come in? Or will you step out to meet her? These days, even the large-scale pig farmers would not boast of 1 jin of meat per meal. Approaching Zhao Yao, who wore an apron, she added, "Here is 1,000 yuan. Will it suffice for your day's earnings?" Truly audacious. If patrons arrived daily to disrupt the scene, financial freedom would soon be within reach. Zhao Yao quickly gathered the money, exclaiming, "Brother Qian, you truly have clout. This is more than enough. Today, this place belongs to you." Spending 200 a month is something even the county magistrate cannot afford. With a loud crash, all the bills were thrown onto the table. Is this sufficient or not? 10 or 8 yuan at a time translates to 20% of a monthly salary. Indeed, half a month's wages. Whether I can persuade those fellows to leave is beyond my capabilities. The dandy youths of the capital? They are merely 2 eras ahead of the ruffians of the Northeast. Yet they are all part of the same societal mix. A group of people entered, making the small establishment feel quite crowded. They have raised you for nothing. Get lost. Just looking at you infuriates me. Boss Qian, it has been a while. It truly is insufficient. If you wish to reserve the whole place, you must book for the entire day. Can it be reserved for just an hour? Gritting her teeth, she cursed, "You vixen. You must have seduced my son, neglecting your own family." In the midst of chaos, the market manager approached and whispered a few words to Hao Jingting. Initially saddened by his stepmother's performance, he now found it had devolved into a farce. The atmosphere remained unchanged, reminiscent of his past life. To his surprise, someone defended Zhao Yao, while Sun Yanhong glared at Hao Jingting with a murderous intensity. Subsequently, her husband encountered misfortune, and his workplace assumed responsibility for the orphan Zhao Yao's expenses. Snatching the meat from Zhao Yao's hands, Sun Yanhong stormed out, exclaiming with a feigned politeness, "I apologize, my mischievous children have run amok." Zhao Yao looked at Sun Yanhong. "Are you staying here or taking the meat home?" The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. What does the boss mean? Are we in need of money? Why disparage others? A young man exclaimed, "What kind of person is this? What lack of manners? Can't she walk properly?" The crowd understood, realizing that this woman had remarried for financial security. Suddenly, Zhao Yao grasped her hand firmly, declaring, "Enough." The spectators nodded in agreement. How many could truly provide for their own mother? Even if one wished for their mother to enjoy meat every meal, it was simply unaffordable. Frankly, in this era, those who could indulge in barbecues were certainly not impoverished. Zhao Yao promptly clasped his hands in respect, presenting 10 yuan with both hands. He was indeed the main character and did not anticipate this woman's formidable presence. Clearly, she was astonished by the strength of a woman. "I need to look after my family. Should any trouble arise, the elders at home would be displeased. You're still a child yourself, yet you're looking after someone else's children." Bai Lu stifled a laugh, while Wang Xiaoxin was taken aback. "Bai Lu, did you hear that?" He called him Brother Qian. Bai Lu frowned. "Did you mention it on the phone? You haven't introduced him yet. How does he know?" Xiao Zhao encouraged. "Everyone at the table, please feel free to take what you like. The meat skewers are for the taking. Just return the skewers to me another day. This money is a small token from my brother. Please don't be shy." Chapter 084. The distant and unreachable. The 3,000 yuan recently spent may have been sufficient for a display. Yet when compared to Zhao Yao gifting 10 yuan to each person, it instantly lost its grandeur. Tossing 1,000 yuan seemed to signify a vulgar display of wealth, belittling the patron's dignity. However, the 10 yuan given was filled with sincerity and kindness. It also upheld the image of his establishment. Bai Lu discreetly gave a thumbs up. "Well done." Finally, Zhao Yao bid farewell to the last customer and stood with the 3 sisters, only to find 2 individuals staring at him in shock. "Prodigal. Oh dear." Zhao Yao was taken aback, even being called a prodigal by the money flying around. Xiao Zhao looked at Wang Xiaoxin. "Xiaoxin, is this how your friends compliment each other upon meeting? Moreover, wasn't that brother who threw out 3,000 yuan the real prodigal?" At that moment, Wang Xiaoxin, still bewildered, asked, "How did you know his surname is Qian? Do you know him?" Holy moly! Zhao Yao nearly slapped himself. Indeed, too many words can lead to misfortune. To address him as Brother Qian upon meeting was akin to courting disaster. In this life, when the 2 individuals first met, Xiao Zhao straightened his face and declared, I have only spent 2 or 300 yuan after sending off all the customers. By such calculations, I still have money left. How can one label me as extravagant? He resolutely refused to acknowledge his past acquaintance with Qian Fei, deeming it a matter of a previous lifetime. Presently, Qian Fei seemed yet to have established a reputation for being a reckless spendthrift, nor was he entirely stingy. A young girl softly interjected. He meant you resemble a friend of ours, whom we call the spendthrift. How intriguing. It was utterly fascinating that he knew Qian Fei, yet Qian Fei had misjudged him. What was happening? Zhao Yao felt as though he were enveloped in a fog, utterly bewildered. The girl shook her head. You truly resemble a spendthrift. If you were grounded at home, we might genuinely mistake you for him. The visitor from the capital finally regained composure, realizing that his initial impression had been flawed. A moment of clarity revealed a considerable disparity between the youth before him and the spendthrift. For one, the boy was exceedingly young. Furthermore, their temperaments were distinctly different, the latter being rather unsophisticated. This girl was truly beautiful. Zhao Yao's first reaction was that he had previously thought Wang Xiaoxin and her younger sister were already stunning. However, in comparison to this girl, they fell short by more than a single tier. She shed her thick winter coat, revealing a rather outdated linen suit underneath, paired with a pair of soiled white shoes. Her water-washed denim jeans clashed awkwardly with the linen outfit. Yet, this haphazard ensemble did not detract from the girl's beauty. Rather, it accentuated her vivaciousness, brimming with youthful charm. Draped around her slender neck was a mink fur scarf, which contrasted beautifully with her face, adorned with delicate features that were like a painting. Her cascading hair highlighted the starkness of black and white, and her expressive eyes seemed to converse, while her adorable ears were irresistibly tempting to touch. Such a stunning girl, and yet she associated with a group of idlers. What a waste. Zhao Yao shook his head. I am honored to bear a resemblance to your friend. All right, please, everyone, take a seat. Allow me to treat you to a barbecue. After all, you have spent money and deserve to be treated like royalty. You 3 should go to school. Initially, Zhao Yao had wished to disrupt the matchmaking, but now, the matchmaking seemed trivial. Young Zhao was captivated not only by the term spendthrift, but also by the allure of Qian Fei, the moneyed individual. The 3 girls simultaneously shook their heads, with Wang Lihong letting out a cold snort. I won't leave. If there's trouble, I can handle them. What did she mean? Bai Lu seemed to envision Sun Yanhong rushing towards her at school. Lihong bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Wang Lixiao raised her chin. I can take on 2. Upon a closer look at the most beautiful girl, Wang Lizhen clenched her delicate fist. She probably can't defeat me. Wang Xiaoxin touched her head. What are you all planning to do? Do you think there's going to be a fight? I solemnly introduce my friends from the capital. This young lady is Li Mingnu, and they are Sun Gantang and Qian Fei. The 2 individuals at the door were merely followers, lacking even the qualification to be introduced. In his past life, Zhao Yao had been relegated to the role of a mere follower, a symbol wherever he went. In this life, he unexpectedly found himself vying for attention with the affluent Qian Fei. How marvelous the twists of fate can be. Even if he must compete for attention, Zhao Yao did not wish to remain a mere symbol in this life. He aspired to become a magnate. In this life and the next, Zhao Yao has never been so resolute in identifying his purpose for existence. What grants Qian Fei the audacity to look down upon him, despite both being of similar stature? Sister Xiaoxin continues her introduction. He is Zhao Yao, the Zhao of Zhao Kuangyin, and the Yao formed by 3 earths stacked together, not the rumor of a Yao. Zhao Yao? Qian Fei scrutinizes him from head to toe. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is your audacity to pursue my family's Wang Xiaoxin. Your Wang Xiaoxin? Zhao Yao strides confidently to Wang Xiaoxin's side, placing a hand on her shoulder. You must be mistaken. Allow me to clarify. This is my Wang Xiaoxin. His voice, though not loud, resonates with an unwavering conviction. In that moment, Zhao Yao no longer appears as a mere boy of 15 or 16. Oh, Bai Lu experiences an illusion, as if the young man had matured overnight, transforming from a playful lad into a figure of strong possessiveness. You scoundrel! Wang Xiaoxin stiffens, utterly unprepared for Zhao Yao's boldness. The onlookers are equally dumbfounded, while Wang Lihong's eyes seem to blaze with fire. She is acutely aware that her younger brother, at merely 15, has already embarked on the path of early romance. This is an infuriating turn of events. The young lady clenches her fists tightly, the joints cracking softly. Were it not for the presence of guests, She would have already thrown Zhao Yao to the ground and given him a thorough reprimanding. Qian Fei stares in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Are you two an item? Little brother, are you even of age yet? Alas, Zhao Yao is undeniably youthful, a mere boy of 15 or 16, with barely a hint of facial hair, making it impossible for him to convincingly portray an adult. Qian Fei grins disdainfully. Do you even comprehend what a couple is? And on what grounds do you think you deserve my xiaoxing? The room is indeed rather dismal, a relic from the 1940s. The exterior brickwork is crumbling, and the ceiling lacks any decorative features, merely plastered with newspaper. A strikingly dark photograph of a Cambodian prince adorns the wall. Two fluorescent tubes provide the only light, casting shadows if one is not careful with their angle. The walls are pristine white, freshly painted by young Zhao after taking over. The floor is laid with red bricks, devoid of polished stone, and the furniture consists of a simple long bench and a basic table supported by 4 legs. The bowls and plates from the newly established dog meat restaurant are already lacking in substance, and the chopsticks appear somewhat worn. The only gleaming objects are the iron skewers. This scene hardly befits the princess of the Wang family. Even Wang Lihong feels a pang of inadequacy upon observing Wang Xiaoxing's attire. After visiting the department store with Zhao Yao, she has come to realize that clothing comes in various grades, and people occupy different tiers in society. It was then that she understood the vast chasm between her mother and Bai Lu, and even more so between herself and the seemingly unreachable Wang Xiaoxing. Just when everyone assumed Zhao Yao would concede defeat, the young Zhao smiled. Chapter 085. The young girl under the streetlight. The copyright belongs to me. Zhao Yao proclaimed solemnly. How vulgar. How utterly mundane. Discussing money is such a common affair. My connection with Xiaoxing transcends the mere physical realm. It is an exchange of souls. My brother is quite the charmer. Wang Lixian knows him better than anyone, a man who is utterly obsessed with wealth. In his relentless pursuit of riches, he has even forsaken his education, a fact that weighs heavily on his mind. This interaction is meant to be of a spiritual nature. Yet you insist on discussing finances. The stench of avarice surrounding you leaves me at a loss for words. Everyone is left speechless, having never encountered such audacity. The very first thing he does upon meeting someone is to demand money, requesting they sponsor the entire venue. And now he dares to claim that money is vulgar, asserting that his reasoning is infallible. How shameless. Qian Fei pointedly remarked to Zhao Yao, I am in awe of your thick skin. You deem discussions of money to be crass. So let us elevate the discourse. Let us have music. 2 attendants stationed at the entrance, as if performing a magic trick, produced a tape recorder and placed it upon the table. They found a power source, plugged it in, and with a press of a button, the familiar strains of disco filled the room. I must say, this tape recorder is of a far superior quality than Zhao Yao's, boasting 4-speaker stereo sound. This equipment is undoubtedly among the finest of its era, and Qian Fei stood up, reveling in the moment, swaying his hips and arms. Now let us engage in something truly refined. Do you know how to dance to this tune? Have you ever heard this piece? To be candid, such foreign imports could not possibly be unfamiliar to anyone in Yinsong County. Yet those who have danced to it certainly do not include Zhao Yao. Hao Jingting hesitated for a moment. You mean a dance piece? If we're talking about dance music, that's even more banal, utterly devoid of sophistication. Wang Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. Why not play the Fifth Symphony of Fate, or Mozart's Flute Concerto No. 1? Now that would be truly elegant. What you have here pales in comparison. It must be said, Zhao Yao is well liked. The women rallied to his defense. Yet Wang Lihong felt uncomfortable, unable to assist Zhao Yao, nor did she wish for anyone else to do so, especially not in the context of aiding him in wooing women. This scene was utterly distasteful. Qian Fei blushed. I only know that this is what the masses enjoy, and it will flourish across the entirety of Huaxia. Zhao Yao watched the younger version of Qian Fei, resembling a clown in his antics. The butterfly effect. Had it not been for his rebirth, Wang Xiaoxing would have long since faded into oblivion. Thus, there would have been no matchmaking and certainly no reunion today. Mr. Qian declared with pride, I adhere to the belief that what is popular is also elegant. Art devoid of an audience is not refined. It is merely obscure. Suddenly, Zhao Yao interjected, No one anticipated that Zhao Yao would burst into song, performing in a foreign tongue. Moreover, his voice matched the rhythm of the tape recorder perfectly. Not a note out of place. What is happening? Wang Lihong stared at her brother in disbelief. She never expected her brother to showcase his vocal talent at such a moment. It's not surprising that he can sing. After all, he has such a father. His artistic talent is undoubtedly exceptional. The twist lies in the fact that he sang in a foreign language, instantly captivating everyone present. Among them were several university students. Yet none could replicate the English version. Qian Fei grinned. It feels quite fitting, though alas, foreign songs are still somewhat common, lacking in mass appeal. Haha. Zhao Yao chuckled. You have a point. Shall I swiftly compose a Chinese version for you? Quite boastful, aren't we? Sun Gantang, caught between laughter and disbelief, retorted. Don't make me lose respect for you. Sing a few lines. Humph. Young Master Qian sneered coldly. If you perform, I shall book the venue for 10 days. No, an entire month. Hee hee. Zhao Yao, with a knowing smirk, turned to his former employer. Are you certain? A month would cost 100,000. Do you possess such wealth? Feeling belittled, Qian Fei shot back in indignation. To me, money is but a fleeting cloud. Witnesses, I can indeed afford 100,000. Li Mingnu, who had remained silent, curiously scrutinized Zhao Yao. Though merely a teenager, he emanated an air of maturity. Despite her youth, Li Mingnu possessed a keen insight into human nature. Young Zhao slightly bowed to Wang Xiaoxin. I dedicate a song, The Little Girl Under the Streetlight, to my dear Xiaoxin. That title. Qian Fei pretended to gag in mockery. How kitsch. Dear little sister, please do not weep. I shall warm your heart with my love. Astonishingly, the crowd was taken aback. This was no haphazard composition. The moment young Zhao began to sing, he captivated every listener present. In that instant, Bai Lu experienced an illusion. It was not Zhao Yao before her, but rather his father, the esteemed teacher Zhao Wensheng. In her 24 years, she had only ever admired one man, Teacher Zhao. It was purely his talent she revered, yet it had been tarnished by Sun Yanhong's slander. Oh, do not be sad. Oh, do not cry. Oh, in this night, mother still waits for you. How intriguing. Li Mingnu beamed at Zhao Yao, realizing this fellow was more profound than he appeared. Initially, she had deemed him rather superficial, possessing little genuine skill beyond his nonsensical chatter. Now, this young lady felt invigorated. It seemed her visit was indeed worthwhile. Even Wang Xiaoxin was astonished. How did you manage this? This song was released less than 3 months ago. Have you already adapted it? Zhao Yao suddenly realized he might have overstated his prowess, mistakenly believing The Little Girl Under the Streetlight had already been sung by Deng Jie. Sister Xiaoxin expressed her surprise. It has only just entered the domestic market. When did you hear it? And you've adapted it into Chinese. Could it be? Had he become an original performer? No, he hadn't even adapted it yet. Could it be he had inadvertently transformed it into his own adaptation? Fortunately, Zhao Yao possessed enough audacity. Is it truly so difficult? The challenge lies in composition and creativity. I merely pay homage to the band. In truth, Zhao Yao had overthought. People of this era lacked a clear awareness of copyright. No one cared whether he had infringed upon it. Young Zhao, unaware, proclaimed, I declare that the rights to this Chinese adaptation belong to me. What? It belongs to you? No one was even concerned about copyright. Sun Gantang and Qian Fei exchanged glances. The atmosphere grew awkward. Earlier, one had deemed it tacky, now attempting something refined. Yet, the other had outdone him in elegance, even managing an adaptation. Sun Gantang stood up, suddenly swaying to the music. Come on, brother. The essence of this music lies in dance. Can you dance? How childish. Frankly, the Sun Gantang before them seemed almost absurdly immature. Suddenly, I recalled the future figure of the gluttonous spirit, seemingly only 5 years my senior. At the age of 20, it is quite customary for the youth to exhibit a certain arrogance. Even those in their 30s still rely on their parents. Yet, I cannot help but admire Qian Fei, who is merely 2 years older than Zhao Yao. This young man, not yet 18, is already a wealthy tycoon, albeit through his family's fortune. However, in this lifetime, Zhao Yao is determined not to be outdone by his former employer. Young Zhao placed the skewers of grilled meat onto the plate before several individuals, letting out a soft sigh as he remarked. In crosstalk, one emphasizes the art of dialogue, learning, wit, and performance. In drama, the focus lies on singing, reciting, acting, and combat. In music, the amalgamation of singing and dancing is paramount. Alas, I have not mastered it well, and I humbly present my shortcomings. Chapter 086. This fellow has such thick skin and ancient disco dance, infused with Michael Jackson's moonwalk and future street dance floor techniques. Had the table not been moved by Sun Gantang and the others, Zhao Yao might have turned this room upside down. The guests were once again left in awe. What sort of dance is this? Meanwhile, the Wang sisters were rendered speechless. My brother can dance? When did he learn this? Wang Lihong furrowed her brow. Why does it also include wrestling moves? One must express gratitude to Qian Fei, the former employer before me, or rather, my previous life's employer. Had it not been for his penchant for play and camaraderie, the former Zhao would never have acquired such skills. That year, Qian Fei's nerves were somewhat frayed, as he surprisingly sponsored a variety show. It was later revealed that the gluttonous spirit had influenced him, encouraging his brother to take a bold leap. Young Zhao's thoughts became increasingly lucid, having spent so much time by Qian Fei's side in my past life. I had scarcely encountered any prodigal heirs. Perhaps their relationship was not particularly close. More likely, it was Qian's deliberate avoidance of any meeting between the two. Thus, the question arises, why would Qian Fei prevent me from meeting that prodigal heir who bears a striking resemblance to him? Steadying himself, Zhao Yao calmly regarded Qian Fei. Did you not say that what is vulgar is indeed grand? This is called street dance, a form of dance from the streets. Would you like to learn? I charge a fee for my teachings. Just moments after being taken advantage of, Wang Xiaoxin now wore a radiant smile. The young man had bestowed upon her immense surprise. She had initially thought she had lost everything. After all, in such a shabby little establishment, who would expect a teenage boy? Leaving aside the financial aspect, his family background was undoubtedly lacking, rendering him unfit to be a rival. Yet, the youth provided a fresh perspective for the young lady. I want to learn too. You're amazing, Diao. Taking a bite of grilled meat. Li Mingnu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Did you make this? It's delicious. A multifaceted individual, capable in both arts and culinary skills, he is truly formidable. It seems you have encountered a rival. Encountered a rival? Sun Gantang scoffed. What does he have to compete with little Qian? Qian Fei frowned. Li Mingnu's words had caught his attention. Despite her youth, the girl from the Li family had always been insightful. Even the elders in her family held her words in high regard. Wang Xiaoxin's confidence surged. Qian Fei, what do you have to compete with him? Money? I have his patent in my bag. Could it be so swift? Zhao Yao was genuinely astonished. It had only been a few days since he had gone to Chun City to ask Wang Xiaoxin to handle his patent. It is reasonable to assume that there ought to be a process, a public one at that. Sun Gantang paused momentarily. Incredulous, the patent you had that prodigal manage was indeed processed by him? Goodness, it's ruined. This statement carried profound implications. It was evident that the other party could secure all patents in the shortest of times. Such power was extraordinary. Zhao Yao turned his gaze once more towards Qian Fei and Sun Gantang. Their attire was somewhat avant-garde, their appearances rather commonplace, their stature also unremarkable. Yet, the stark contrast lay in their demeanor, a haughty confidence that was not easily emulated. By virtue of this aura, they were not figures with whom Zhao Yao could compare himself. However, Wang Xiaoxin had enlisted him as a shield, and he owed her considerable favors. Zhao Yao smiled, esteemed guests. Do not allow matters of affection and sentiment to cloud our spirits. Our meeting is serendipitous. Moreover, this is not merely a connection of this lifetime. Our bond from the past is even deeper. He refrained from saying, Li Hong, go buy chives. Oh dear, it seems there are none. Then perhaps some garlic sprouts. We shall make dumplings with lamb and garlic sprouts. What? Dumplings with lamb and garlic sprouts? What a peculiar flavor. Wang Lihong blinked in surprise. Foolish girl. Zhao Yao shot her a stern look. That is precisely the flavor we desire. Hurry along. Giggling, Li Mingnu remarked, you're quite mischievous. Enjoying flavorful dumplings. Perhaps to avoid getting too close? Her words pierced Zhao Yao's subtle intentions, and Wang Xiaoxin couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time she realized that Zhao was not just mischievous, but intriguingly so. Let us go. I'll accompany you. I truly wonder how such a remote little town could nurture such a prodigious talent. The woman grasped Wang Lihong's hand, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yao. Wang Xiaoxin stood as well. I shall join you. Sun Gantang interjected. No, wait. If you leave, what will happen when the two brothers clash? I believe we are all civilized individuals. It is best to resolve matters with civility. Civilized, you say? Young Master Sun was oblivious to the fact that Zhao Yao was well acquainted with his background. In a few years, this scoundrel would earn a notorious reputation among the libertines, which spoke volumes about his character. The young lad, believing himself to be quite the charmer, quipped, rivalry and jealousy leading to a brawl are not suited for us. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? As he called out little brother, his gaze drifted downward in a rather unsavory manner. What a despicable rogue. Zhao Yao found it amusing and swept his hand just above Sun Gantang's head. This gesture was harmless, yet reeked of insult. Young Zhao smirked slightly. Pray tell, who is truly the younger of us? By height, I should surpass you by at least 20 centimeters. Oh, Sun Gantang nearly choked in disbelief, for he stood at a mere 160 centimeters. This was indeed the most painful shortcoming of young Master Sun, laid bare before all. Do you not understand? Some individuals concentrate all their essence in a singular area, which is why they appear so slender. The few girls were left bewildered, while the boys comprehended the implications immediately. Qian Fei had not anticipated Zhao Yao's audacity to speak so openly. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising, as young Master Sun had subtly provoked him. Sun Gantang seethed with frustration. Do not boast. The women I have been with surpass the number of women you have merely encountered. How vulgar. At this, everyone understood, and the women blushed furiously. Zhao Yao scoffed. I never imagined you possessed such peculiar tastes. I feel utterly ashamed. I have no interest in those who would readily strip themselves bare, regardless of whether they are men or women. The two ladies, Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin, simultaneously cursed him in their hearts. Was he deliberately alluding to the scene from that day? Xiao Zhao smiled. Sister Xiaoxin, Sister Bai Lu, Sister Mingnu. Women as pure and self-respecting as you all truly deserve the best. Was he paying them compliments? The three women exchanged glances, noting the stark contrast between them. From Bai Lu to Wang Xiaoxin, and then to Li Mingnu, the younger one appeared more stunning. Little did they know that the more he spoke, the worse they felt. TCH. Sun Gantang sneered. Look at this shabby place. Can it possibly earn a few thousand? Will it even make 1,000 a month? 1,000 a month? Zhao Yao grinned. To be candid, we just opened a few days ago, and we've already pocketed 3,000. Never had they encountered such audacity. Even the three sisters from the Wang family blushed. That 3,000 was extorted from you. Hee hee. Li Mingnu laughed. Sister Xiaoxin, this guy has an exceptionally thick skin. Do you fancy this type? Wang Xiaoxin opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Xiao Zhao was doing all this for her. Yet, she truly did not expect Xiao Zhao to possess such shamelessness. Young Master Sun remarked, my brother, Qian Fei, is in his first year of college and has over 100 permits in hand, enough for you to earn a lifetime. Haha. Zhao Yao cast a profound glance at the owner. Life's wonders were truly remarkable. He distinctly remembered the astonished expression on Qian's face when they first met. Chapter 087. Must one truly use money to drive oneself away? A few individuals spoke of an extravagant spender by the owner's side, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Who could this spendthrift be? Could it possibly be his half-brother? The crux of the matter lay with Zhao Yao's father, who had left him with countless enigmas. So, the question arose, was it reasonable for the owner to accept someone in their 40s as a bodyguard? Was their fateful encounter genuinely coincidental? Zhao Yao shook his head. What skill does reselling permits even constitute? Ultimately, it's merely a disguised form of relying on one's parents. Relying on parents? The group exchanged glances. And Wang Xiaoxin asked in surprise, what do you mean by relying on parents? Zhao Yao sighed. The lack of education is truly daunting. You don't even understand the concept of relying on parents. Don't act out. Allow me to explain. It was hard to fathom that Zhao Yao, while conversing with Qian Fei and the others, was actually taking the lead. The young man's excellence was beyond imagination, leaving Bai Lu in a state of bewilderment. How extraordinary must his father be to have raised such a remarkably gifted youth? Xiao Zhao elaborated, depending on the capital of one's parents is, in essence, consuming their resources, which is referred to as relying on parents. With this explanation, everyone grasped the notion, and Wang Xiaoxin felt a tinge of embarrassment. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Zhao. Hadn't they also relied on their parents? Bai Lu could hardly contain her laughter. Xiao Zhao had no elder to rely on, yet he had taken advantage of Wang Xiaoxin's resources. What audacity! One day, parental resources will be depleted, but I shall be different. At that moment, Xiao Zhao yearned to display his prowess. Unfortunately, he was too slender, lacking a bit of imposing presence. Yet even so, the two younger sisters were utterly mesmerized. Their brother was simply too handsome. Wang Lizhen and Wang Lixia's eyes sparkled with infatuation. The young master built his fortune from scratch, starting with a mere 798 borrowed. Yet, how vast is my wealth now? It is perhaps best left unspoken. To refrain from mentioning money may seem lacking in confidence, but such reticence could lead one to believe he is unorthodox. In truth, It is the exceptional ability of Qian Fei to generate wealth that is unparalleled by the present Zhao Yao. Wang Lihong and Li Mingnu have returned, setting out immediately for the market. Upon their arrival, they hastily purchased lamb and rushed back, eager to enjoy the performance. Just in time to hear Zhao Yao boast. Once money is spent, it vanishes. The mind is the true treasure. Behold these foreign banknotes. As he spoke, he approached the door, retrieving a stack of banknotes and placing them before Qian Fei. This startled the young master, as the sight of such flamboyant currency was indeed striking. It was the first encounter for all present, including Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxin, with such extravagant notes. How remarkable! With these patented products, how many millions could I earn? Is it truly profitable? Li Mingnu inquired with a puzzled expression. Is there a considerable market for this? Well said. Zhao Yao replied proudly. The Huaxiao nation is the only one in the world that venerates benevolence and filial piety. Thus, during the Spring Festival, Qingming, Ghost Festival, and the Lantern Festival, we honor our ancestors with offerings of money. What a vast market that represents. Hiss. With this, Qian Fei's eyes lit up. Among those present, he possessed extraordinary commercial acumen. Otherwise, he could not have amassed such great wealth. Gripping the banknotes, he subconsciously applied more pressure. This detail did not escape Zhao Yao's notice. The crucial patents contribute to economic development, while reselling permits, put plainly, undermines the foundations of socialism. Contributions of banknotes to economic development? That is not apparent. Xiao Zhao raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for your formidable backing, the crime of speculation would suit you perfectly. Wang Lihong interjected, Diao, the garlic shoots are finished. He said he would return home to fetch some for us, and would bring it shortly. I will begin chopping the lamb. This girl disrupted the atmosphere she had created, and Xiao Zhao's intention to capitalize on the moment was thwarted. The young lady was unaware that she had inadvertently spoiled her brother's plans. By the way, what about lamb bones and offal? Should we prepare some lamb soup? After all, we have guests. Mere dumplings would be insufficient, wouldn't they? Indeed. Zhao Yao snapped his fingers and entered the back kitchen, opening the rear window. He called out, Seller of lambs, bring me your lamb heads, hooves, bones, and offal. After all, with Master Qian spending money, Xiao Zhao decided to indulge extravagantly. My goodness. Bai Lu laughed and sighed. Diao, are you intending to go all in with the mutton? Aren't you afraid of overwhelming people with the smell? Others joined in laughter. And the lamb seller responded, Is Diao striking it rich? I will bring it right over. The beef vendor chimed in. I have beef offal and tendons, all partially cooked, along with beef brisket. Perfect for grilling. Zhao Yao replied, Bring it all. The big boss is treating. And what about a large rooster? Do you have any geese? Bai Lu teased, Don't be extravagant. Who can eat that much? Besides, such greasiness would be better complemented with some dipping vegetables. Truly, one knows how to eat. Indulging in dipping vegetables at this season? My younger brother would find that impossible. Sun Gantang displayed an expression of disdain, declaring that dipping vegetables in sauce was merely a practice for feeding pigs, questioning who would indulge in such a thing. He argued that beef and lamb held far more prestige. Are you hitting me again? He exclaimed. Qian Fei retorted with a slap across Sun Gantang's face, asserting, Even Uncle Wang's household enjoys dipping vegetables. He then turned to Wang Xiaoxin, offering an apologetic smile. I must apologize for the expenses incurred by Boss Zhao today. This meal is on me. As he spoke, he opened his handbag and pulled out 2 stacks of cash, slapping them onto the table. Truly the mark of a wealthy individual. Could it be that one must resort to monetary superiority to assert oneself? Zhao Yao observed this dynamic. Despite having earned a substantial profit selling down jackets, his wealth appeared trivial in comparison. Wang Xiaoxin sensed the tension in the air, as Qian Fei's display of wealth could indeed bring the very structure of the room to its knees. With a charming smile, she inquired, You haven't yet revealed when you composed those songs. I was entirely in the dark. What a surprise. A cough escaped from Boss Qian, his expression stiffening, feeling as though he were being overshadowed. As he spent money, he felt the weight of envy. Wang Xiaoxin seemed to flaunt Xiao Zhao's intellect. Zhao Yao grinned. I was planning to surprise you on New Year's Day with 2 songs, and perhaps propose to you as well. Qian Fei's demeanor shifted dramatically. Had they truly reached the stage of proposals? He sprang to his feet, only to be restrained by Li Mingnu's swift hand upon his shoulder. Sit down. Why the impatience? At first glance, Li Mingnu appeared to be merely a charming and serene young woman, her features exquisitely refined, delicate eyes, a graceful nose, and alluring lips. She exuded an air of beauty that seemed to render her nothing more than a companion to a few affluent young men. Yet, with that one decisive slap, she quelled Qian Fei's burgeoning fury, compelling him to sit obediently. Zhao Yao finally grasped the misjudgment he had made. Having spent years in Qian Fei's company, he was acutely aware of the vast influence wielded by Qian Fei's family, recognizing the formidable power that lay behind this individual. In all of Huaxiao, few could stand tall against him, yet here he was, subdued by a mere girl with a gentle touch. What kind of formidable background did Li Mingnu possess? Her delicate hand could scarcely swat a fly, yet it had the power to render Qian Fei as compliant as a child. Though he had not yet amassed the wealth of future generations, in this era, the influence of the Qian family was only destined to grow stronger. For a decade hence, Qian Fei's grandfather would pass, and 30 years later, his father would follow suit. The Qian family, once a prominent lineage in the capital, would begin its decline. Otherwise, how could it be that, 40 years later, they would meet their end in an assassination on the streets of a gambling city?